Chapter 1 Free Goddess System. Lin Mo, let's break up.
Zheng Ting looked at the unkempt, handsome man wearing a pair of black-framed glasses with disdain on her face.
Why? Zheng Ting, is there something I did wrong? Tell me and I'll fix it right away.
Lin Mo was a little overwhelmed, his face full of panic and anxiety. Zheng Ting is the beauty of their school. She is the goddess in many people's hearts and also Lin Mo's goddess. In order to win the heart of the goddess, Lin Mo started licking her since his freshman year and licked her for 3 years. I bought her brown sugar water when she had her period, skipped classes to take care of her when she caught a cold, brought her breakfast every day, brought her an umbrella whenever it rained, and prepared surprises for her on every birthday. After licking him for 3 years, I don't know if it was Goddess blessing, but Zheng Ting agreed to be his girlfriend.
But the good times didn't last long.
After only 2 weeks, she broke up.
Lin Mo, I've fallen in love with Xiao Yu.
I really appreciate your efforts over the years, but I've never liked you.
The reason I agreed to be with you is only because you moved me with your behavior. I'm moved, but it's not love. Let's break up.
After hearing these words, Lin Mo didn't know what to say for a moment. He knew Xiao Yu, who was a well-known rich second generation in the school. Because he was rich, he often played with various girls. He suddenly felt so sad. The girl he had been pursuing for 3 years actually chose to be with such a scumbag. Lin Mo took a deep breath and said slowly, "Okay, let's break up."
Xiao Yu is a well-known scumbag. I didn't expect you to choose to be with him. I won't bother you anymore in the future. Please stop slandering my boyfriend.
In my eyes, you, a poor loser from the countryside, are not even as good as one of his fingers.
I feel ashamed to be with you. Get out of here.
Looking at Zheng Ting's current face, Lin Mo suddenly let it go. He knew that the goddess in his heart was not as beautiful as he thought. Or maybe she has always been like this, but she just discovered it now. Lin Mo instinctively wanted to persuade her again that Xiao Yu was not a good person, but after thinking about it, he did not speak and turned away. Zheng Ting, who was behind him, saw Lin Mo leaving, but didn't care. She walked straight to the intersection, got into the Audi A7 that had been waiting there, and left.
Lin Mo was walking on the school road back to the dormitory.
A gentle breeze blew past, as if blowing away the shackles that had bound him for the past few years.
He just felt extremely relaxed now.
He had such a wonderful college life, but he had wasted it by being a bootlicker.
Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came from behind. Lin Mo, I bought an extra cup of milk tea, do you want some?
Lin Mo looked back and saw that the girl had a baby face, fair and translucent skin, and was wearing a sports t-shirt that was bulging. Lin Mo knew this person, he was his squad leader Li Tong. Lin Mo looked at the milk tea in her hand. It was from the milk tea shop opposite the school gate. Zheng Ting often asked him to buy it before.
Did you see everything? Li Tong's eyes were a little evasive.
She did see Lin Mo being dumped just now, so she planned to come over to comfort him.
I didn't mean to, I just wanted to comfort you.
Lin Mo looked at Li Tong, whose face was slightly red and who was lowering her head, and reached out to take the milk tea she handed over. Just as he was about to thank her, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind.
Ding!
The White Goddess system has detected a suitable host.
System binding successful.
When a goddess with a comprehensive score of 7 or above actively consumes for you, you will receive 100 times cash back based on her score.
Lin Mo was confused. Why was I suddenly bound to the system?
As soon as I saw the name, it was a free goddess system.
The cup of milk tea in my hand, does that mean I got it for free? Ding!
Detected that Li Tong's 22 yuan consumption was successfully obtained for free, triggering 820 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 18,040 yuan. Because it is the first time to successfully get something for free, I will reward you with a primary lottery. Before Lin Mo could react, he was filled with question marks because of the messages that popped up in his mind one after another. At the same time, Li Tong's personal information also appeared.
Ding!
Successfully bound to the freeloader object. Li Tong, age, 21 years old.
Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 74. Body size, 90. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Overall score, 8.2 points. After checking Li Tong's information, Lin Mo subconsciously looked at the bulging t-shirt.
He still agreed with the system's judgment. Li Yitong's appearance shows that 74 centimeters is already top-notch, not to mention her figure, which is rare and plump.
There are not so many top-notch beauties in real life.
Li Yitong's appearance is not much different from Zhang Ting, but she usually goes without makeup. Li Yitong suddenly felt Lin Mo's gaze resting on her chest, and her fair face turned red. When they looked up, they met Lin Mo's gaze, and both of them turned their heads away in embarrassment.
The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, swallowed his saliva, and felt uncontrollably agitated. But the system didn't understand what happened suddenly, so he had to calm down. He changed his mind, looked at the other cup of milk tea in Li Yitong's hand and said,
"Squad leader, can you give me your cup of milk tea as well?"
"Ah." Li Yitong hadn't recovered from the embarrassment just now, and casually handed another cup of milk tea to Lin Mo.
"Okay, all for you. I'm leaving now."
After saying that, she turned around and ran away quickly. Lin Mo looked at the drunk milk tea handed to him, then looked at Li Yitong who was leaving, wondering if she would think I was a pervert.
Ding!
Detected that Li Yitong's 20 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering 820 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 16,400 yuan.
Sure enough, he was going to try again to actively ask for things from others, and he was able to get cash back.
After taking out his mobile phone and looking at the 2 bank card deposit information that popped up, he truly believed in the existence of the system. Seeing that he had obtained over 30,000 yuan so easily, he was so excited that he was at a loss as to what to do. He tried hard to calm himself down. He needed to study the primary lottery he had just obtained again, and called out to the system in his heart. At this moment, the system voice sounded again in my mind.
Ding! Li Yitong's favorability +5, current favorability is 55.
This information interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts again.
The system actually had the function of detecting favorability, and Li Yitong's favorability was surprisingly high. But why did her favorability suddenly increase after she left? Lin Mo couldn't figure it out.
Then, the system sound appeared again.
Ding! Activate the main quest.
Main Mission 1, find a goddess and make her favorability reach above 80. Reward, win a primary lottery, get a goddess with a favorability of 80 or above for free, and the cashback amount will be doubled. On the other side, Li Yitong, who was leaving, was squatting on the side of the road with a red face. When she thought about giving the milk tea she had just drunk to Lin Mo, her face turned red with embarrassment, but she was secretly happy in her heart.
Is this considered an indirect kiss? If you like it, you can add it to your bookshelf, thank you. If you don't like it, please forgive me. Chapter 2 Black Silk School Beauty.
Lin Mo temporarily ignored the newly popped up main task and continued to use the primary lottery.
Ding! Use the primary lottery to obtain the primary gene enhancement liquid.
Primary gene enhancement liquid greatly enhances the basic strength and physique of the human body, basically reaching the limit of normal human exercise effect. Lin Mo felt in his pocket and pulled out a small test tube containing light blue liquid.
After thinking about it, he decided to go back to the dormitory and use it.
When I returned to the dormitory, there was no one there as everyone had gone to class. Lin Mo had skipped class before because he wanted to accompany Zhang Ting.
Classes haven't ended yet and there's no one in the dormitory, so it's a good opportunity to use the primary gene enhancement liquid.
After opening the bottle cap and drinking it in one gulp, Lin Mo's whole body immediately changed. His myopia, which had plagued him for years, was gone. He took off the black framed glasses he had worn for years, and his handsome face became more resolute because of the contour enhancement liquid.
He can clearly feel the reorganization of his body.
The muscles that had lost their elasticity due to long-term lack of exercise suddenly contracted, the originally well-proportioned abdomen also kept wriggling, the subcutaneous fat was melted away like steam from the high temperature, and the muscle groups throughout the body became tightly fitted. The arm muscles bulged slightly, and the previously unclear chest muscles become distinct, creating a sense of coordinated beauty. Lin Mo clenched his fists lightly, feeling his own strength increased significantly, and every time he swung his fists, there was a sound of breaking through the air.
The things produced by the system are indeed powerful.
According to the information described, my physique should be better than that of a special forces soldier. Lin Mo was thinking about this, and at the same time he felt that his body was covered in sweat and there was some black dirt after taking the gene enhancement liquid, so he planned to take a shower first. After washing carefully, Lin Mo looked at the full-length mirror in the dormitory and found that the changes were even greater than he felt. Her eyes became deep, her nose bridge was high, her skin became fair and translucent, and all the acne marks and blackheads on her face disappeared.
Only the chicken coop-like hairstyle had a slight impact. After checking the changes in his body, he turned his attention to the newly emerged main task. Lin Mo has now completed the task of binding a goddess. However, he has no idea how to raise his favorability to above 80. After all, he had always been a bootlicker before, and this system relied on free cashback, so he needed to change his original thinking. Fortunately, the main quest here only has rewards, no time limits or penalties, so he doesn't need to rush to complete it. What needs to be done most now is to test the specific cashback mechanism of this system. Lin Mo tried to ask the system, but it did not respond. It seems that an event needs to be triggered before there will be special prompts, such as the free milk tea that increased favorability. Lin Mo thought as he put on his clothes and went out. Because it's noon now and he's hungry, it's more important to ensure food and clothing. Walking to the school cafeteria, he looked at the balance on his phone all the way and felt excited again. Just by getting 2 cups of milk tea for free from Li Yitong, I received a cashback of more than 30,000 yuan. With the existence of the system, as long as he continues to get it for free, he will soon be able to achieve financial freedom and reach the peak of his life. Just as he was daydreaming, a faint fragrant breeze blew up and a tall figure hurriedly passed by him. Lin Mo looked carefully and saw a beautiful woman with fair skin and a curvy figure passing by. Ding! A free-for-all object has been detected. Wang Yashi, age, 20 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 94. Height, 86. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Comprehensive score, 9 points. As soon as he saw the system's information, Lin Mo knew who this beauty was. She was the famous cold and aloof campus beauty from Jiangcheng University, Wang Yashi. She has an oval face, big eyes, delicate features, and long black hair draped behind her. She wore a loose black sweatshirt, the hem of which just covered the base of her thighs, and paired it with ultra-short jeans, revealing her slender legs wrapped in matte black stockings. Lin Mo had just finished checking her messages when he saw Wang Yashi, who was running hurriedly, accidentally tripping over the corner of the cafeteria table and falling forward. Ah! After taking the gene enhancement liquid, Lin Mo not only improved his physique, but also greatly strengthened his reflex nerves. He took a step forward in an instant and grabbed Wang Yashi, who was about to fall, into his arms with his right hand. Are you okay? Lin Mo picked her up and asked softly. Wang Yashi's originally fair face suddenly turned red. After a brief contact, she felt Lin Mo's strong muscles and hurriedly broke free from Lin Mo's arms. Thank you. After Wang Yashi stood up, he quickly adjusted his mood and said thank you lightly. Lin Mo thought for a moment and decided to take this opportunity to get some free sex from this school beauty with black stockings. You're welcome. How about you treat me to a meal as a thank you? Wang Yashi was stunned when she heard that. Usually, it was other people who invited her to dinner. However, seeing Lin Mo's handsome face and the fact that he had just pulled her so that she didn't fall, she nodded and agreed. They walked side by side to the cafeteria, got some food, and sat down to eat together. Ding! Detected that Wang Yashi's 15 yuan consumption was successfully free, triggering 900 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 13,500 yuan. Ding! Successfully bound to the freeloader object. Hearing the cashback message coming to his mind, Lin Mo felt that the meal tasted especially delicious. At the same time, he was still thinking about how to get this beautiful schoolgirl for free. By the way, why did you run so fast just now? Lin Mo looked at Wang Yashi, who was eating in silence, and finally spoke to break the awkward atmosphere. Oh. I have to go to the laboratory to help out later, so time is a little tight. Wang Yashi's tone was still very calm, but she stuttered a little, obviously because of nervousness. When Lin Mo heard her words, he didn't expect that she was a student working and studying, but he didn't notice her nervousness. Although she is known as the cold school beauty, it is just that she usually has an expressionless face towards everyone. After a long time, others mistakenly believed that she was very cold. And because of family reasons, she is usually busy studying and working part-time and rarely interacts with other people. Because Wang Yashi was in a hurry to do a part-time job, they just had a brief conversation, added each other on WeChat, and then Wang Yashi left quickly. Lin Mo looked at the other person's back as she left, but he still couldn't think of any good way to get her for free, so he could only sigh inwardly. Or maybe he is used to being a bootlicker, and he doesn't know how to use this method to make others spend money on him. But he had already added her on WeChat, and there would be a chance to ask her out later, so he suddenly didn't feel so bad. He heard that Jiayu had pursued Wang Yashi before, but had never been successful, and Wang Yashi simply ignored him.
Ding! Wang Yashi's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 10.
Fortunately, Wang Yashi did not feel disgusted by being asked to treat her to a meal this time, and her favorability towards her even increased.
Lin Mo, you actually had dinner with the school beauty, how did you hook up with her? Just when Lin Mo was in distress, a thin boy hugged his neck, followed by two classmates. Of course Lin Mo knew them, they were all his roommates.
The one who spoke was called Wang Yi, and he had the best relationship with Lin Mo. No, I just helped her with some small favors and she treated me to a meal.
Lin Mo gave a brief explanation and returned to the dormitory with them. Chapter 3 Locals Tiguan.
I said he just happened to meet Wang Yashi.
How could Wang Yashi be interested in him?
On the way back, my roommate Chen Kai said with a sour tone. Chen Kai is a native of Jiangchang.
His family runs a factory and has some money.
It is said that the family has 5 houses, and the rent alone can bring in a lot of money. The minimum pocket money his family gives him every month is 10,000 yuan.
And during his college years, I bought him a Tiguan, a mid-size SUV worth more than 200,000 yuan.
Therefore, he has always felt superior to the 4 people in the dormitory, especially since he used this car to hook up with his current girlfriend.
If you ask me, you should be self-aware.
You still need money to pick up girls. As long as you are willing to spend money and provide some convenient conditions, for example, you need to have a car.
Take a girl out for a drive, and you'll instantly be able to distance yourself from other suitors.
For example, I own a Tiguan worth more than 200,000 yuan, which is spacious and comfortable.
There's nothing wrong with Chen Kai. He likes to brag about being a car owner.
Lin Mo usually just watched the show, and when he looked at Wang Yi standing beside him, he found that he was trying to hold back his laughter. But another roommate couldn't stand him. He looked down on these locals who liked to brag.
You just talk about your shabby Tiguan all day long.
Wang Yashi is not like your girlfriend who falls in love with you just because of a car. The roommate who refuted was named Zhou Shubai, a rich second-generation man from Shanghai. His daily consumption is not low, but he is relatively low-key, and he is still a pure boy.
His goddess is Wang Yashi.
He thinks his goddess is not a superficial person and would not fall in love with Wang Kai just because of a broken car. Just like that, the original focus was shifted from Lin Mo's dinner with the school beauty to their debate.
Wang Yashi is also a woman. Who doesn't want to be picked up by a car and eat at a high-end restaurant? Don't put too many filters on Wang Yashi. I don't care.
Wang Yashi is the best in my eyes. If I can't pursue her, I will stay single. Zhou Shubai continued to insist on his ideas and ignored Chen Kai's remarks. At this time, Chen Kai could only turn his head to Lin Mo and said,
You come and judge for yourself.
You pursued Zhang Ting for 3 years before you finally got her.
Do you think you could have gotten her without spending any money?
Lin Mo was originally just having fun, but who knew that Chen Kai mentioned Zhang Ting again, which gave him a severe blow. They didn't know that Lin Mo had broken up today, and he also pointed out that Zhang Ting ran away because she had money.
I won't comment.
Zhang Ting and I have broken up. After hearing Lin Mo say that they had broken up, the two of them stopped arguing. Normally they like to ask Lin Mo for evaluation, just to prove themselves. Because they are the two with the best family conditions in the dormitory and even in the class, they have to compare who is better.
As for why we asked Lin Mo to be the referee?
That is because, although Lin Mo's family conditions are not good, his own conditions are still very good. He is 1.85 meters tall, strong and handsome.
And she has fair skin, looks thin when dressed, and has flesh when undressed?
Chen Kai looked at Lin Mo, who had taken off his shirt because he was a little hot, and pointed at his well-defined 8-pack abs and said,
When did you secretly start exercising? And how did your skin become so white?
Zhou Shubai also looked over when he heard this and also noticed Lin Mo's change. Lin Mo is usually indifferent and has little presence in the class, but he is still the class flower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have licked Zhang Ting, the most beautiful girl in the school. Although Zhang Ting is very materialistic, she still cares about appearance. But now Lin Mo has obviously broken through the level of class idol and has reached the level of school idol. Originally, after hearing him say that he wanted to break up, everyone wanted to comfort him, but now they are all spitting on him. Lin Mo didn't care about their jealous looks, and his mind was still on how to get the goddess for free. Looking at his messy hair in the mirror and his clothes full of cheap goods, Lin Mo decided to change his appearance.
Even his roommates envy his current looks and figure.
If he spruces himself up a bit, maybe it will work. After saying goodbye to his 3 roommates, he quickly took a taxi to the city. I first went to find a barber shop that looked very high-end, and the teacher toning inside looked very expensive. He easily got more than 40,000 yuan for free today, so he must spend a lot of money to upgrade his image. Before, when he was licking Zhang Ting, he spent most of his living expenses on her, and he rarely even went to the 20 yuan barber shop near the school. After simply spending $1,000 on a look, Lin Mo has now truly reached the level of being the school hunk. Looking at the clothes he was wearing from a street stall, Lin Mo walked towards the shopping mall. Lin Mo was in a hurry to go out just now and forgot to bring cigarettes with him. Thinking about the pack of hard white sand left in the dormitory, he must have a pack of good cigarettes now. There happened to be a convenience store in front, so Lin Mo walked straight over. "Give me a pack of Huazi." Lin Mo had never smoked any good cigarettes, but he knew Huazi's and had to try it. However, he found that the bank card used for cashback was not bound to WeChat, so he immediately started to fiddle with it. "Can you hurry up? Don't you have money to pay?" A pleasant female voice sounded, with a hint of disgust in her tone. Without waiting for Lin Mo to speak, she took out her phone to pay Lin Mo. Ding! Detected that Chen Mengyao's 70 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering 880 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 61,600 yuan. Ding! Successfully bound to the freeloader object. Chen Mengyao, age, 22 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Body size, 87. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Overall score, 8.8 points. At this time, Lin Mo had just bound his bank card, but he didn't expect to get more than 60,000 yuan for free. Ding! Chen Mengyao's favorability 10, current favorability is 10. Beauty, I just linked my bank card. How about you add me on WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you? Looking at the youthful and energetic Chen Mengyao in sportswear, Lin Mo felt that it was not a good idea to get something for free from a stranger, especially a beautiful woman. Others paid for him and their favorability rating dropped. It seems that they don't like him at all. Chen Mengyao was about to refuse, as she felt disgusted by Lin Mo's cheap clothes, but when she suddenly saw his handsome face, she decided to accept it. Lin Mo transferred 500 yuan to her, and the extra money was considered as a thank you for helping with the payment. I didn't expect this handsome guy, who looked like he was wearing cheap clothes, would actually spend 500 yuan on me. Is he trying to seduce me? I guess he's just trying to be rich. Just keep him as a spare tire. Chen Mengyao thought so and accepted the transfer anyway. When I saw that the cashback funds were still there after she received the payment, a lot of thoughts suddenly came to my mind. But her favorability didn't improve, so Lin Mo didn't say much. The most important thing now is to get a few decent sets of clothes. He now has 100,000 yuan in his bank card, and he feels much more confident when walking on the road. Chapter 4, Meeting Zhang Ting again. This is the largest shopping mall in the city center. He had only passed by it from the outside before. The men's clothing stores inside cost more than 4 figures, so he would never step into them. His ex-girlfriend Zhang Ting once asked him to come to the cosmetics section, and he barely bought the cosmetics there with the money he earned from working part-time for a month. But today is different. He could walk into the brightly lit mall hall with his head held high, ignore the shopping guides who seemed to be looking at him with scrutiny, and go straight to the men's clothing section. His purpose was very clear. He needed to buy a few sets of casual clothes. They didn't have to be big brands, but they had to look like they were not cheap. The main reason is that his funds are not very abundant, so it is more appropriate to find some mid to high-end brands. I visited several stores and found that most of the styles were old-fashioned, and some were too flashy. Finally, he stopped at a men's clothing brand store with a simple and elegant decoration that looked of decent quality. The clothes in the store all looked pretty good, with good styles and fabrics. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" A well-dressed and delicately made-up female shopping guide quickly came over when she saw Lin Mo. She had a professional smile on her face, and her eyes quickly scanned Lin Mo's clothes, as if judging his spending power. Although Lin Mo didn't like her look, she was still relatively professional. Seeing that Lin Mo was wearing cheap clothes, she didn't show any contempt. "Help me choose some suitable casual clothes for my daily wear." Lin Mo directly stated his needs without any hesitation. In fact, the female shopping guide didn't have much expectation at first when she saw Lin Mo wearing all the cheap goods, but her eyes lit up instantly when she heard that he wanted a few sets of casual clothes. The female shopping guide greeted him more enthusiastically. Yes, sir. Our store has just received several new spring and summer suits. I think the styles are very suitable for you. Please come over here and I will show them to you. Afterwards, following the shopping guide's recommendation, Lin Mo tried the new styles she mentioned, as well as some of the more popular ones. In the end, I chose 2 sets of slim-fitting casual clothes and 1 set of more sporty clothes. When he put on one of the casual clothes and stood in front of the mirror, the female shopping guides next to him were stunned. Lin Mo's appearance is already very good. After he changed his hairstyle just now and matched it with the slim-fitting casual wear, his whole temperament has changed a lot. Sir, this suit really suits you. It makes you look very elegant, the female shopping guide kept praising you. Okay, just these few sets, pay for them all. Lin Mo said casually. Sir, the 2 sets of casual clothes together are $86.66, and the sportswear is $38.88. We have given you a member discount, so the total is 10,043 yuan. More than 10,000. In the past, Lin Mo couldn't imagine that he would buy such expensive clothes. But now, he just casually took out his mobile phone and paid the bill. The female shopping guide watched him check out neatly and her smile became more sincere. For this order alone, she received a commission of 1,000 yuan. Sir, we also give you a sun hat as a gift. Thank you for your support. Ding. Detected that Wu Yusin's 188 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering a 780-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 146,640 yuan. Ding. Successfully bound to the freeloader object. Wu Yusin, age, 24 years old. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 82. Body size, 78. Number of relationships, 2, currently single. Overall score, 7.8 points. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the female shopping guide would give him a sun hat at her own expense. It was the first time for him to receive such a large cashback. You bought this for me at your own expense, right? When you get off work later, I'll give you a bag. Lin Mo successfully got nearly 150,000 yuan for free this time, so he had to spend some money on her as a return gift. No, sir. I just wanted to thank you for your spending. Wu Yusin saw that Lin Mo was a big spender, so she bought him some gifts at her own expense. This was her way of selling. As for Lin Mo's offer to give her a bag, she did not consider it as a gift from a client. Okay, no need to say more. This is who I am. If someone treats me well, I will treat her twice as well. Add your contact information and contact me after get off work. This is a way of getting something for free that Lin Mo thought of. As long as others spend money on him, he will give them feedback. Seeing that Lin Mo was serious, Wu Yusin stopped refusing and prepared to get off work. What's more, the other party is so handsome, and he spent money so generously just now. He is young and rich. Sir, I can leave work now, please wait a moment. After a while, Wu Yusin changed her clothes and left with Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at Wu Yusin, who was wearing casual clothes. She was still lively and cute. However, the system showed her height was 78 centimeters, and she was indeed a little small in the front. You don't have to be so polite, just call me Lin Mo. Okay, Lin Mo, my name is Wu Yusin. Wu Yusin still spoke a little stiffly, which was somewhat in contrast to her lively and lovely image. Wu Yusin was very familiar with the shopping area here, and she immediately took Lin Mo to the women's clothing area. Lin Mo didn't know any famous brands, she only knew the more well-known ones like LV, so she let her go in and pick out a bag. I don't know much about these famous brands, why don't you just pick one in this LV store? Wu Yusin was stunned after hearing this, and then became a little excited. She didn't expect Lin Mo to buy such an expensive bag. Lin Mo, isn't this too expensive? Go ahead and pick it. Don't worry about it. I'll pay the bill later. Having said that, Lin Mo sat down on a chair nearby and let Wu Yusin choose by herself. He casually looked at the decoration of the specialty stores here and found that big brands were different. The decorations inside the stores were very luxurious. Just as he was looking around, an untimely voice was heard. Lin Mo, wasn't what I said today clear enough? You actually followed me here. The sharp female voice was from his ex-girlfriend Zhang Ting, and the man arm in arm with her was the rich second-generation Zhao Yu. But just after Zhang Ting finished shouting, she found that Lin Mo had changed a lot today, and his whole temperament was different.
Lin Mo didn't expect to meet Zhang Ting and the other person here, but now that he has the system, he is no longer interested in this gold digger. He just glanced at the two of them indifferently, then turned his head away and didn't bother to pay attention to them.
Lin Mo, do you think this is suitable for me?
At this time, Wu Yusin just came back after choosing a bag and came over skipping. She clearly felt the hostility of the two people opposite her towards Lin Mo, and deliberately spoke out to rescue Lin Mo.
Yes, it looks good. If you like it, go and check out.
After saying that, he pulled Wu Yusin away, completely ignoring Zhang Ting and the other person. Sir, this size 20 Boston pillow bag is priced at 15,800 yuan. Lin Mo didn't say much, he just took out his phone and scanned it. Zhang Ting saw Lin Mo so readily buying a bag for someone else, so she ran over and asked.
Lin Mo, what do you mean? Chapter 5 Shopping Guide Wu Yusin. Zhang Ting is a little angry and embarrassed now. Why would Lin Mo buy a bag for someone else right after they broke up?
Lin Mo had been licking her for 3 years, but he had never bought her such expensive things. The most expensive thing he had bought her was a lipstick worth more than 1,000 yuan. She felt sad when she saw that the girl next to Lin Mo, who was not as pretty as her and had a worse figure, actually got a bag worth more than 10,000 yuan. Also, his image has changed a lot now, and he is no longer the unkempt guy he was before. Facing Zhang Ting's question, Lin Mo simply said,
What qualifications do you have to ask me? Do I need your permission to buy a bag for someone else?
After saying that, he pulled Wu Yusin out of the store, completely ignoring Zhang Ting shouting behind them.
It seems that you haven't let go of Lin Mo yet, so there is no need for us to continue dating.
Zhao Yu said nonchalantly that he was just playing around with Zhang Ting. They had already booked a room 2 days ago, and today it was Zhang Ting who coaxed him to come and spend money, so now is a good time to save money. After hearing what Zhao Yu said, Zhang Ting suddenly realized that she wanted Zhao Yu to buy her a bag today.
Baby, you misunderstood. I was just angry because I thought he cheated on me. I don't have any feelings for him at all.
Zhao Yu actually didn't care much. Zhang Ting had just succeeded, and he didn't mind playing with her for a few more days before dumping her.
Okay, pick anyone that's under 10,000.
Zhang Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had comforted Zhao Yu, otherwise all her efforts would have been in vain. As for Lin Mo, after leaving the mall, he completely forgot about Zhang Ting. At this time, Wu Yusin was holding Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo saw that it was quite late and decided to go out for dinner together.
Ding! Wu Yusin's favorability plus 20, current favorability is 20. Lin Mo, thank you for your gift.
I'll treat you to a meal later. Lin Mo was delighted when he heard that.
He could have a free meal again.
The bag he just bought for more than 10,000 yuan was really worth it.
Then I won't be polite. How about we go have a seafood buffet?
Okay, I'll do as you say. Speaking of seafood buffet, Lin Mo has always wanted to go to a very famous restaurant near the school, but the prices are relatively high, so he is reluctant to go.
Now is a good time to go out for a meal and get some free cash back.
Lin Mo stopped a taxi and took Wu Yusin in the car. This shopping mall is not far from the seafood buffet restaurant, and they arrived at the restaurant entrance in more than 10 minutes.
Welcome. Please come this way.
Lin Mo looked at the seafood buffet he had been longing for and strode in. Although he now had more than 200,000 yuan in his hands, he had not yet gotten rid of his previous notions.
Hello, sir. This buffet set is 888 per person.
The waitress politely told the two of them that she saw that Lin Mo had an extraordinary temperament and the smile on his face was very sincere.
Let me do it.
Wu Yusin called the waiter over and took the initiative to pay the bill.
Ding!
It was detected that Wu Yusin's 888 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering a 780-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 692,640 yuan. Even though Lin Mo already knew that there would be a large cashback, he was still nervous when a pop-up message of nearly 700,000 yuan arriving in his account popped up on his phone. After calming down a little, he began to enjoy the food.
Freshly killed?
Small blue dragon crab, full roe red sturgeon, thick-cut salmon belly, Irish lobster, all kinds of seafood fill the table. Although the seafood here is not top-notch, it is already very high-end in Jiangcheng, a second-tier city. After eating these fresh seafood, Lin Mo was still not satisfied, so he ordered some hot dishes such as fried crab in the typhoon shelter and rice with sea cucumber. Both of them were silent and ate a lot until their stomachs were full.
The seafood in this restaurant is quite fresh and the dishes taste good. As a boy, Lin Mo doesn't care about his image when eating. Now he is touching his stomach and looking at Wu Yusin, who is still chewing slowly. Seeing this, he got up and brought back 2 Haagen-Dazs ice creams as a dessert after dinner. In fact, neither Lin Mo nor Wu Yusin had ever eaten such an expensive buffet, and they were both enjoying it very much. Wu Yusin also finished the battle and looked at Lin Mo while rubbing her belly. I haven't eaten so much in a long time, but the price is a bit expensive. Wu Yusin's character is very straightforward. She has been very sincere since she first met Lin Mo. Although she got to know Lin Mo only because Lin Mo came to the store to consume, from giving him a sun hat, helping him out to treating him to a buffet, it can be seen that she did not do it purely because Lin Mo was rich. She believes that when interacting with others, many things are mutual, and this kind of character is rare in this impetuous society. Seeing that she could no longer eat, Lin Mo looked at the time and thought it was almost time to go back. Are you full? My school is nearby, so I'll go straight back. Please be safe. Wu Yusin nodded, stood up and followed Lin Mo out of the restaurant, and then they parted ways. Lin Mo took out his cell phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to Wu Yusin via WeChat. After all, he had spent nearly 700,000 yuan for free this time, so he reimbursed her directly. Ding! Wu Yusin's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 30. However, when he returned to the dormitory, Wu Yusin did not accept his transfer, and Lin Mo did not care about it. This was her own idea. When Lin Mo returned to the dormitory with 2 bags of clothes, he saw Chen Kai and Zhou Shubai arguing fiercely. Local families have 5 houses, but they can't buy a bag? Zhou Shubai was being sarcastic to Chen Kai. You don't understand. You have to be moderate when spending money on women. Buying a bag worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan is pure complaining. Chen Kai refused to admit that he had no money to buy a bag for his girlfriend, which resulted in his girlfriend, who used to only hold hands with him, now ignoring him. As soon as Lin Mo came in and heard Chen Kai say that the person who bought the bag was a complainer, he looked at him with a puzzled look. There's no way he knows that I just bought a bag for someone else? But he changed his mind and didn't care. Was he buying a bag? He was making money. He threw the 2 bags of clothes in his hands onto the chair and ran to watch Wang Yi play games. Wang Yi is different from those 2 rich guys. He is a pure game geek and all his girlfriends are 2D characters. Lin Mo is actually also a game geek, but his family is poor and he has no money to buy a computer, so he usually plays mobile games. Now that he has money, he wants to find some time to buy a top-of-the-line machine. What game are you playing? He just asked casually. Wang Yi was basically focusing on his original god. But when Wang Yi turned around and saw his appearance, he exclaimed. Lin Mo, you are not being kept by a rich woman, are you? Why do you look like a gigolo? And this dress, you can tell from the fabric and the style that it's not cheap. As he shouted loudly, Brother Fu, who was originally debating, turned around and looked at Lin Mo. Especially Chen Kai, who felt very uncomfortable when he saw Lin Mo's current appearance, temperament and style. How come this guy has become so handsome again? Fortunately, his family is not well off, otherwise I can't compete with him. Oh, I just won the lottery recently. I don't have much money, so I just dressed up simply. Lin Mo just made up an excuse to get away with it, otherwise he was afraid that the local Chen Kai would turn the debate towards him. Chapter 6 Playing with Wang Yashi. Chen Kai still said sourly after hearing this. If you win a small prize, you should save some money. Having a car is not as good as having a nice package. Lin Mo just smiled faintly, then took out his cell phone and started chatting with the few new girls he had joined today. Seeing that he didn't answer, Chen Kai thought he agreed with what he said and continued talking about his Tiguan. But Mr. Hu was no longer in the mood to continue debating with him. His gaze stayed on Lin Mo for a while, and then he went about his own business. At this time, Lin Mo opened WeChat, found the cool school beauty Wang Yashi, and sent a message to her. My favorite fried chili pepper, are you there? Sad hamburger, yes, who are you? My favorite fried chili pepper, Lin Mo. Sad hamburger, oh, hello, what's up? Favorite stir-fried peppers, switch to manual. Sad hamburger. Lin Mo was speechless when he saw Wang Yashi's reply. How could someone be so official in a chat and even type every punctuation mark? I love stir-fried chili peppers, no, I just want to ask if you know anything about computers. I want to buy one recently. Sad burger, what's your budget?
Lin Mo had learned in the cafeteria before that Wang Yashi was from the computer department, so she should be more familiar with this aspect. In fact, Wang Yi is also familiar with computers, but Lin Mo is just looking for a school beauty to chat with. My favorite thing to do is stir-fry chili peppers. Budget is more than 30,000 yuan. I heard that the Eye of the Prodigal Son is pretty good. Sad hamburger. Wang Yashi thought he wanted to buy an ordinary computer, but who knew he would come up with a budget of 30,000 yuan? I can't tell during the day that Lin Mo's family is so well off. He even needs me to treat him to a meal in the cafeteria. Sad hamburger. The Eye of Prodigal Son you mentioned is the Asus ROG Republic of Gamers. If you buy a desktop computer, it will cost about 55,000. Favorite fried chili, the price is okay, but how is the performance? Sad hamburger, the performance is currently among the top game consoles, but the accessories inside can be partially replaced to reduce the price. Sad hamburger, for example? ROG Dragon God 3 water cooling can be replaced with Liming Frozen Prism 360 ARGB, ROG Thunder 1200W power supply can be replaced with Genoa Elite X G850W gold metal full module. Because of the long list of professional terms, Lin Mo glanced at it casually and skipped it. Sad hamburger, this way, more than 95% of the performance is retained, and the price can be reduced to less than 40,000. My favorite stir-fried chili pepper, it's okay, if price is not an issue, just buy the Eye of the Prodigal Son. Sad hamburger, okay. Wang Yashi pounded the bed. The man asked her for a long time and finally said that price was not an issue. Favorite fried chili, then can you go with me to buy some tomorrow? I'm not familiar with it. Sad hamburger, but I have a part-time job tomorrow, so I might not be free until next week. Lin Mo looked at the calendar. Today was only Tuesday, and there were still 5 or 6 days until next week, so he asked. Love to stir-fry chili peppers. What part-time job do you have? Sad hamburger, play with me. Favorite fried peppers, playing with me? Wang Yashi suddenly realized that he seemed to have misunderstood, and quickly explained. Sad hamburger, play games with me. Love to fry chili peppers. Oh, how much money can I make in a day? Sad hamburger, about 200 or 300. Favorite fried chili, transfer 2,000 yuan. My favorite fried chili, I hope this can keep me company for the whole day. Wang Yashi was still a little moved when she saw the transfer. After all, she was really short of money recently, otherwise she would not have gone to play the game together. But she understood men's thoughts. She did not accept this kind of playing with men, and she did not want to sell her body. Ding! Wang Yashi's favorability 15, current favorability is 5. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment when he received the message from the system. It seemed that Wang Yashi had misunderstood him. Favorite fried chili, I just asked you to accompany me to buy a computer, or at most to have a meal with me, it's not what you think. Lin Mo had just experienced a breakup and did not have much thought about love. He wanted to date Wang Yashi simply to treat her as a tool. As for women and the like, as long as he relied on the system to gain more wealth, industry, and even power, it would be within his reach. After reading his explanation, Wang Yashi realized that she might have misunderstood. So the 2,000 yuan was just for accompanying him to buy a computer and eat meals, so it was still okay. Ding! Wang Yashi's favorability plus 25, current favorability is 20. Sad hamburger, okay, I don't have classes tomorrow afternoon, what time do you think is suitable? I love stir-fried chili peppers, okay, I'll contact you tomorrow. After Lin Mo replied this sentence, he stopped looking at WeChat and started watching short videos. That night, he fell asleep while brushing against the beautiful woman's long legs. The next day, Lin Mo got up early in the morning, mainly because he had skipped class yesterday, so he had to attend his professional class honestly today. As soon as I came down, I saw Wang Yi still working hard in front of the computer. I guess he stayed up all night playing Genshin Impact. From the looks of you, I guess you won't be attending class, right? Why don't you go? It's a professional course next. If you don't go, you will fail. It's the same if you sleep over there. Wang Yi still looked very energetic. He washed up quickly and left with Lin Mo. Fugu and his partner got up earlier and went to have breakfast. I asked Shinkai to bring us breakfast, and they will be here soon. Wang Yi said with a dazed look in his eyes. He seemed to be about to fall asleep, but he was holding on now because he had to wait to finish breakfast. Just as they sat down in the back row of the classroom, Li Yitong came over with breakfast. She was wearing an ordinary white t-shirt today, but her proud figure made it look unusual. The faintly visible clavicle line at the neckline made her look even more refreshing.
She also wore simple casual shorts, and a pair of straight and slender legs were revealed under the loose trouser legs. It is obviously the simplest combination, but it combines both innocence and sexiness.
Lin Mo, this is for you. Ding.
Detected that Li Yitong's 12 yuan consumption was successfully obtained for free, triggering 820 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 9,840 yuan. Lin Mo looked at the buns and milk in Li Yitong's hands, thought about it and decided to take them. After all, the cashback was nearly 10,000 yuan.
He didn't refuse my breakfast, and he seems to be handsome again.
Li Yitong was lost in thought and her hands were shaking as she handed over the breakfast.
Ding. Li Yitong's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 65.
Before he could say anything, Li Yitong ran away with a red face, leaving Lin Mo with a confused look on his face and Wang Yi with a smirk on his face. You are really good, you hooked up with the monitor again so quickly. The two rich brothers who had just come and not far away also saw this scene. Zhou Xiubai was still looking at Lin Mo thoughtfully. Chen Kai was a little shocked, with a look of disbelief on his face, and his back teeth were even broken. At this time, a burly young man on one side of the classroom had also seen this scene. He was so angry that his eyes turned red, and the knuckles of his clenched hands turned blue and white.
Chapter 7 Test System Rules.
Lin Mo looked at the breakfast in his hand, as well as the system prompt that his favorability had increased. Even a fool would understand what it meant. Now that he has just gotten rid of his 3-year career as a bootlicker, he seems very calm when it comes to relationships. However, the main task of the system requires a goddess favorability to reach above 80, and Li Yitong is undoubtedly the best target. But there is no rush. Anyway, there is no time limit for the main quest.
He will have a chance to complete it later.
Lin Mo casually opened his phone and played some pesticides, and the morning class passed silently.
Favorite stir-fried chili, I'm done with get out of class, let's have a meal together before going to buy a computer? Sad hamburger, I'll do whatever you say. I've already packed it for you today. Favorite stir-fried pepper?
Wang Yashi looked at the question mark Lin Mo sent out, then realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly replied.
Sad hamburger, no, that's not what I meant.
My favorite fried chili pepper, okay, I'll just tease you for a bit.
Favorite fried chili, then come down now, I'll wait for you at the school gate.
After sending the message, Lin Mo told Wang Yi and others that he had an appointment and would not have dinner with them. Then he stood up and walked towards the school gate. He found that his Xiaomi phone was very slow while playing games, so he decided to change his phone later. Arriving at the school gate, Lin Mo thought for a moment and felt that it was too conspicuous to be at the gate, so he walked to the milk tea shop opposite. At the same time, he sent a message to Wang Yashi telling her that he was across the street, and ordered a cup of milk tea and waited there. After a while, a fragrant breeze blew over, and he knew that Wang Yashi had arrived. When he looked up and saw Wang Yashi's dress, he was still amazed. Needless to say, she has an amazing appearance. She wore a pure white silk shirt with the top 2 buttons casually undone, revealing her slender neck and the faintly visible collarbone line. She was wearing a preppy gray pleated miniskirt, paired with a pair of long legs wrapped in slightly transparent black stockings. Lin Mo couldn't take his eyes off the long legs in black stockings. It was only after Wang Yashi coughed lightly that he reacted. As expected, she is the aloof school beauty. Her cold face and sexy outfit attract the attention of almost all passers-by. Would you like some milk tea? If not, then go eat. Lin Mo looked at Wang Yashi's fair face with a faint blush. She was not embarrassed at all when she was caught staring at someone's legs for a long time. Seeing her gently shaking her head and refusing to drink the milk tea, I took her away to have lunch first. Is there anything you want to eat? I'm not picky about food. Wang Yashi said lightly. So let's go eat hot pot? The hot pot smell is too strong and I just washed my hair. What about barbecue? The barbecue is too oily and I'm trying to lose weight. Then let's go eat pickled fish? I don't like fish. Then tell me what we're going to eat. Lin Mo said helplessly. I don't care. Anything is fine. Wang Yashi didn't seem to realize the problem. Lin Mo could only use his smart brain to think for a while, and then said, Guess what I'm going to take you to eat later? Unexpectedly, Wang Yashi blurted out without even thinking. The new beef noodles in the snack street in front. Very good, you guessed it right, let's go now. After successfully solving this eternal problem, Lin Mo and Wang Yashi walked side by side and set off for the snack street. As we walked along, we saw that there were still many students from Jiangcheng University.
Lin Mo and Wang Yashi were both celebrities at Jiangcheng University, and everyone was talking about them secretly.
Isn't that the cool school beauty? Why is she eating with someone else? I know that guy. He used to deliver breakfast at the entrance of the girls' dormitory every day.
He was a well-known bootlicker.
But he is so handsome. I didn't expect he could be so affectionate. These are the infatuated remarks of a slightly fat girl.
Of course, Lin Mo and the other men didn't care about their discussions and quickly walked to the beef noodle restaurant where Wang Yashi wanted to eat. This time, Lin Mo did not deliberately try to get free food from Wang Yashi.
After simply eating noodles, he took her to the electronic city in the city center by taxi.
The main reason was that there were too many students in the snack street near the school, and there were all kinds of eyes looking at them in the store, which made them both feel uncomfortable.
So Lin Mo decisively finished his meal quickly, then took Wang Yashi's hand and left.
Of course, this scene was also photographed by a sturdy young man, who seemed to be overjoyed.
Arriving at the electronic city, Wang Yashi was very familiar with the place.
She took Lin Mo and turned left and right until they arrived at the store that sold the Eye of the Prodigal Son. Although you said you don't care about the price, some less important accessories can be replaced with good alternatives. Wang Yashi still felt sorry for Lin Mo spending so much money to buy a computer, especially since he had no use for such a high configuration. Seeing that others were so considerate of him, Lin Mo couldn't refuse and could only nod in agreement. Seeing that Lin Mo agreed, Wang Yashi turned around and started chatting with the owner.
Lin Mo felt a headache listening to those professional terms.
So he had no choice but to walk to the door of the store, lower his head, light a cigarette, and enjoy it alone. After a while, Wang Yashi had already negotiated with the store owner and came out to explain everything to Lin Mo. That computer needs to change some parts, which will take about 20 minutes. The price will drop to 48,000.
The performance is basically the same as the pure ROG.
Lin Mo didn't quite understand the other things, but the performance was basically the same, but the price was 7,000 to 8,000 yuan cheaper, so Wang Yashi was still very impressive. Just for this little thing, he spent 2,000 to ask Wang Yashi to come and help, which was extremely cost-effective. But his original purpose was not this. He wanted to test some cashback mechanisms of the system.
I have something to do right now. I'm just waiting for the computer to be fixed.
I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to you. Please help me buy a new phone, tablet, and watch from Apple.
Just buy the latest and best spec ones.
He shook his phone, meaning that he wanted to talk to someone on the phone.
Although he is holding a Xiaomi, he is actually an Apple fan. This has nothing to do with worshipping foreign things, it's just that its performance is indeed amazing. Wang Yashi hesitated for a moment but finally nodded and agreed.
After all, she was paid to do the job, and Lin Mo must be really busy.
Okay, that's easy, I'll be back in a minute.
Watching Wang Yashi leave, Lin Mo continued leaning against the wall and smoking.
In fact, this is Lin Mo's real purpose.
He had already checked the prices of Apple products before, and he just wanted to see how many items he could get cash back for. After all, I have only had this system for a short time and I am not clear about many of the rules, but this broken system has no response when I ask about it.
After just 10 minutes of waiting, Wang Yashi came back with a bag of electronic products.
Lin Mo was a little nervous at this time, because he would get a large cashback soon. Just after he took the thing from Wang Yashi's hand, the system prompt did not appear, indicating that the freebie had failed. Lin Mo was a little disappointed, but he still opened his new phone and started looking.
The money you gave me is not enough. It's only enough to buy a mobile phone and a tablet. I paid for the watch. As soon as Wang Yashi finished saying this, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 8 I have enough money to buy a car. Ding.
Detected that Wang Yashi's 2,999 yuan consumption was successfully obtained for free, triggering a 900-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 2,699,100 yuan. Lin Mo was so excited about the cashback of 2.7 million that he couldn't help but hug him. Wang Yashi was stunned for a moment.
She didn't understand what was wrong with Lin Mo.
She was just helping him buy a mobile phone and tablet.
Then, she realized, why did he hug me so casually? I am not that kind of playmate.
She struggled hard twice but still couldn't break free, but Lin Mo also realized that her behavior was inappropriate. After he let go, he was about to apologize to Wang Yashi when he heard her shout hooligan and quickly left.
Ding. Wang Yashi's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 30.
When he was worrying about how to explain it, he suddenly received a prompt from the system.
This. Is she interested in me too? Therefore, he told the owner of the computer store to leave the things there first and then chased after him. When I arrived at the entrance of the electronic city, I saw Wang Yashi squatting on the side with her head buried in her chest. Yashi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. As he spoke, he ran over and squatted next to Wang Yashi. When Wang Yashi heard his name, her body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, as if waiting for him to give an explanation. Lin Mo looked at her slightly red face and his heart was touched again. He admitted that he was a vulgar man who fell in love with beautiful women when he saw them. I just made a lot of money from some investments, so I was so excited. I really didn't mean it. Lin Mo took out his mobile phone and handed the bank card information of the system cashback to Wang Yashi. Ah! The originally ambiguous atmosphere was easily broken by this message. When Wang Yashi saw the 2.7 million yuan deposited into her account, she didn't know how to react. She could sense that Lin Mo was rich, but she didn't expect him to be so rich. A college student said that he made millions through some investments. Anyone would find it hard to believe. Now that the truth was in front of her, she understood Lin Mo's reaction just now. Ding! Wang Yashi's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 40. This time her favorability increased, not sure if it was because of Lin Mo's strength or Lin Mo's sincerity towards her, but Lin Mo didn't care too much, as long as he could coax her well. He reached out and gently pulled Wang Yashi up. Seeing that she did not resist, he pulled her into the electronic city. After getting such a large cashback again, which now adds up to more than 3 million, Lin Mo's first thought was to buy a car. After all, his good roommate Shen Kai showed off his Tiguan worth more than 200,000 yuan all day long, so he felt it was necessary to buy a car. So he went in and told the owner to leave the things there first, and he planned to go to the Fourth Son store to check out the car first. He unpacked his newly bought iPhone 16 Pro Max 1TB, replaced the SIM card, transferred some data, and then took Wang Yashi away again. After taking a taxi for more than 10 minutes, he arrived at the largest Mercedes-Benz flagship store in Jiangcheng. Welcome! As soon as they entered the flagship store, several sales consultants came to welcome Lin Mo and Wang Yashi. The main reason is that they both have very good looks, and Lin Mo's temperament and dress show that he is not short of money. He had only obtained the system for 2 days. His temperament had been greatly improved due to the gene enhancement liquid and the styling he had done yesterday, but it was not yet to the point of being regal. Finally, Lin Mo chose a salesperson who looked more comfortable and asked her to help introduce him. Hello, sir. What type of car do you need and what is your budget? Lin Mo actually didn't have any favorite cars, mainly because he couldn't afford one before and didn't know much about it. Please introduce one to me. 1 or 2 million is about right. He thought about it and decided that with his current ability, he could buy a car worth less than 2 million, so that he could change the car again in a short time. If he buys one worth hundreds of thousands, the car won't be too bad when he becomes successful. The sales consultant's eyes lit up when she heard this. She had been working in sales for 2 years and could tell right away whether the other party had a need to buy a car. She observed that Lin Mo was tall, young and wealthy, and most likely liked off-road vehicles. So, she took the tablet and brought Lin Mo to a classic square box-shaped car. This is the Mercedes-Benz G350, an entry-level model in the G-Class off-road vehicle series. It is equipped with a 2.0T 4-cylinder gasoline engine and a 9-speed manual transmission. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in 8.1 seconds. It retains the full-time 4-wheel drive system, 3 differential locks, low-speed 4-wheel drive mode and chassis lifting function. Its off-road performance is the same as that of the high-end models. Not only was there an actual introduction to the car, but the tablet in her hand also displayed the car's data and 3D models simultaneously. Lin Mo took a quick look and found that the SUV looked quite cool, but the rear space was rather narrow, which she felt was not ideal. Wang Yashi on the side had no objection. On the one hand, her knowledge of cars was just like that of an ordinary girl, limited to recognizing car logos. On the other hand, she couldn't give any effective advice for such an expensive car. Seeing that Lin Mo was not very interested, the sales consultant took him to another 4-door sports car. This is the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT53, a medium to large 4-door sports car, with a 3.0 TL6 engine plus 48V mild hybrid system. Lin Mo was not very interested in this car. If he was buying a sports car, he would not consider coming to Mercedes-Benz to look at cars. Even though he didn't know much about cars, he had read a lot of novels, and when he bought a sports car, of course he would buy a big brand like Porsche, Ferrari, or Lamborghini. But that's all for the future. Now it's better to consider buying a car.
The sales consultant looked at Lin Mo again, and this time he seemed even less interested, thinking that he probably had no desire to buy. But out of professionalism, she continued to introduce him to the next one.
When Lin Mo first came in front of this car, he immediately liked its shape.
This car is a Maybach S480, equipped with a 3.0 TL6 twin-turbocharged engine plus 48V mild hybrid system, 9-speed manual transmission plus 4MATIC full-time 4-wheel drive. There is extra long legroom in the back row, as well as Napa leather seats, and the sound system is a Burmester 3D surround system. After listening to the salesperson's introduction and looking at the rear space, I found it very comfortable to sit in.
How much is this car?
Lin Mo thought it looked good and decided to buy this one. The bare car price is 1.468 million yuan, and now the manufacturer offers a 200,000 yuan discount. With purchase tax and insurance, the price is about 1.56 million yuan.
Lin Mo nodded.
The price was quite suitable, so he decided to buy it.
Is this model available?
I want to pick it up today, is that a problem?
The sales consultant was delighted when he heard this.
He didn't expect this handsome guy to be so capable.
He bought the item right away. No problem. You can come over and complete the optional equipment and other formalities.
As long as it is not a special option, you can basically pick up the car on the same day. Lin Mo was very satisfied when he heard that he could pick up the car on the same day.
He took Wang Yashi to the reception area to go through the specific procedures.
At this moment, a couple just stepped into the flagship store.
They were people Lin Mo was very familiar with. Chapter 9 Zhao Yu's defense is broken.
Lin Mo made his selection in the reception area, signed the contract and paid the full amount of 156, and then let the sales consultant handle the rest of the procedures.
I'll go out for a walk. They may not be able to fix it in a short time.
Lin Mo was bored sitting there, so he decided to go out and look at other car models. After all, this was his first time here, so he wanted to kill some time.
Then I'll go with you.
Wang Yashi naturally took Lin Mo's arm and walked out together.
Seeing this, Lin Mo didn't say anything, but just smiled faintly.
And when Wang Yashi looked at Lin Mo, there was a hint of different hope in her eyes.
Ding! Wang Yashi's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 50. Wang Yashi's favorability increased again.
He thought it was because of the financial resources he displayed, and he couldn't help but sigh that it was great to be rich.
As for the specific reason, only Wang Yashi knows. This is a Mercedes-Benz E300L, equipped with.
As soon as he walked out of the reception room, Lin Mo heard a salesperson not far away diligently introducing cars to customers.
But that is not the point.
The point is that Lin Mo knows those two clients, his ex-girlfriend Zhang Ting and the rich second-generation Zhao Yu.
Lin Mo ignored it.
This was not his place, so it was impossible for him to stop others from buying cars.
It was just a coincidence.
Of course, Zhang Ting was not without thinking. She just turned around and saw Lin Mo passing by with a beautiful woman. She also knew the beauty holding Lin Mo's arm, the famous Wang Yashi in the school.
But how did they get together?
I saw Lin Mo wearing another one in the store yesterday, and he changed it again today. Zhang Ting thought to herself, and for some reason, an inexplicable anger surged from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps she felt unbalanced because she saw that the man who had been her bootlicker for 3 years had changed so much after leaving her. Maybe it was because he had hooked up with girls who were as pretty as her, or even better than her. But she is trying hard to suppress it now, mainly because the rich second-generation Zhao Yu is by her side. Compared to the handsome and sunny Lin Mo, she likes money more and wants to marry into a wealthy family. She also knew that Zhao Yu was a scumbag, and she knew his past dark history, but she felt that she could make him change his mind. As long as she can hold on to Zhao Yu, her dream will come true. Therefore, this time she pretended not to see Lin Mo and the others, and quietly accompanied Zhao Yu to listen to the salesperson introduce the vehicle.
Baby, what do you think of this one?
Although Zhao Yu used to drive an Audi A6, it was an old car in his family and he didn't think it was very prestigious. This time he came to buy a car, and he had to beg his mother for the money. He had just enough money to pay for this E300L. But when he turned around to ask Zhang Ting, he noticed Wang Yashi out of the corner of his eye. She was the famous aloof campus beauty in their school. Zhao Yu was of course very familiar with her. He had even pursued her for a while but was unsuccessful. And he found that Wang Yashi was walking past him with a man on her arm.
He knew the man, who was Zhang Ting's former bootlicker. He noticed that there was no salesperson following the two men and thought that they were just wandering around and no one greeted them. People nowadays are really weird. They like to go shopping in flagship stores when they have nothing to do, but they don't have the money to buy anything. What's the point of going shopping? When Lin Mo walked up to him, he deliberately started to mock loudly. Of course Lin Mo and Wang Yashi heard what he said. Wang Yashi even broke away from Lin Mo and wanted to speak out to refute him. It was only when Lin Mo reached out and gently held her waist again that she stopped going forward to argue. Lin Mo didn't take this so-called rich second generation seriously at all. As long as he was given some time, this ordinary rich second generation was not worthy of him getting to know him. Zhao Yu was immediately furious when he saw that Lin Mo not only ignored him, but also affectionately put his arm around the school beauty's waist and left in front of everyone. Lin Mo, I'm talking about you. You come to the flagship store without any money. Are you here to see the cars or to enjoy the air conditioning? Seeing that he had named the matter, Lin Mo could no longer pretend that nothing had happened. He was just too lazy to pay attention to it before. Oh? Isn't this Mr. Zhao? You want to buy a Mercedes-Benz E300L? You are such a rich man. Sorry, I can't see you unless I look down. The first half of the sentence was just a teasing to Zhao Yu. He felt a little proud when he heard it, and his back straightened up. But he broke down in the second half of the sentence, because that was his most inferior point. He was only 1.62 meters tall. Lin Mo said that he couldn't see him unless he lowered his head, which instantly ignited his anger. He didn't care about his image as a rich second generation and started to curse. What's the point of being tall? Your ex-girlfriend is still with me. If I buy this E300L, you may not be able to afford it in your lifetime. Unfortunately, his words were not offensive to Lin Mo at all. Lin Mo spread his hands indifferently and said, "What can I do if you like to pick up what I leave behind? My current girlfriend is pretty good." After saying that, he continued to leave with Wang Yashi in his arms, and happened to meet the sales consultant who was coming out after completing the formalities. "Mr. Lin, your car has been prepared and you can drive away at any time. It is currently using a temporary license plate. I will notify you when the official license plate comes out in a few days." Zhao Yu wanted to continue verbally attacking Lin Mo, but then he saw a salesperson running towards Lin Mo quickly. After a conversation, he handed a bunch of keys to Lin Mo. Then, he saw Lin Mo open the door of the Maybach S480 not far away, and then drove away with Wang Yashi. Zhang Ting, who was standing by, also saw the whole process and she thought she was dreaming. She didn't know much about the car, but the salesperson in front of her had just introduced this model to her, and the final price of the car was over 1 million yuan. The salesperson who introduced the company to them looked at Zhao Yu as if he were a fool. He was tall, handsome, young, and rich. He has not yet installed it. He spent a lot of time to buy an E300L himself, and is still arguing about giving away this and that. If it weren't for her professional ethics and commission, she wouldn't want to serve these two people. Lin Mo didn't know about these follow-up events. He was driving with one hand and holding Wang Yashi with the other hand. Although he was not sure about the specific reason why Wang Yashi's favorability continued to increase today, he discovered the specific pattern of favorability based on the other party's reaction. When the favorability reaches 40, it means that the other party has a good impression of him, and when it reaches 50, it means that the other party likes him. Not only Wang Yashi, but Li Yitong's situation can also reflect this situation. Lin Mo estimated that reaching 60 is basically the limit for dating, and the rules for the rest will be summarized later. He didn't delve into the issue any further and drove back to the electronics city to pick up the computers. He then remembered that he had not transferred the money for buying the watch today to Wang Yashi, so he transferred 5,000 yuan to her. "You're turning too much, that watch is only $3,000. They were all sitting in the car, and Wang Yashi saw it at the first moment. She wanted to transfer the money back. "No, just treat me to a meal later." Lin Mo had thought of a reason in advance. He just turned around a little more on purpose so that he would have an excuse to ask her to treat him to a meal. "So what do you want to eat this time?" When Wang Yashi heard him say that, she stopped worrying and thought about treating him to a more expensive meal. "So, hot pot? It smells bad. I washed my hair." "Then guess." Lin Mo didn't want to ask anymore. Chapter 10 Social Activities. Wang Yashi heard his teasing this time, and finally she let Lin Mo choose what to eat for dinner. "It's this barbecue restaurant. It looks pretty good." Ding. detected that Wang Yashi's 568 yuan consumption was successfully obtained for free, triggering a 900-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 511,200 yuan. I had a simple barbecue meal and got another 510,000 yuan in cash back, which was 1/3 of the money I spent on the car. Lin Mo hummed an unknown song and left the barbecue restaurant in a happy mood. Wang Yashi didn't know why he was so happy eating barbecue. Looking at his handsome profile, her mood also became very good. Before returning to school, Lin Mo went to a convenience store and bought a pack of Chinese noodles, which he kept in the car in case of emergency. As soon as he arrived at Jiangcheng University, Lin Mo's car was stopped at the gate. The security guard came over to take a look at the car, and Lin Mo took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the security guard. "Uncle, I'm a student here and I just bought a scooter." The old man looked at the cigarette in his hand, then looked at the Mercedes-Benz logo, nodded, and let him go. After sending Wang Yashi back to the dormitory, Lin Mo found a relatively remote place to park the car, and then took the computer and other electronic products back to the boys' dormitory. Chen Lili said she would organize a get-together for our 2 dormitories. "What do you think?" As soon as Lin Mo opened the door, he heard Chen Kai's words. "Brothers, help me get something." When Wang Yi saw Lin Mo carrying in 2 boxes, he immediately went over to lend a hand. Looking at the words on the box, you can tell that he bought a computer. This is what Wang Yi is most interested in, even more than the social gathering that Chen Kai mentioned. "Wow, it's the eye of a prodigal son. You are such a prodigal son." When Wang Yi saw the computer, his eyes lit up. He didn't even bother to listen to Chen Kai chattering and installed it for Lin Mo on his own initiative. Lin Mo just smiled at him without explaining anything. Chen Kai didn't quite know how much the eye of prodigal son cost, but he had only heard about it briefly and it should not be cheap. But he knew that Lin Mo had won some money in the lottery last time, and it seemed that he had spent it all here. "Lin Mo, what do you think of our social event?" Chen Lili's roommates are all pretty good looking. Lin Mo also heard him talking about the social gathering just now, but he didn't understand the purpose of his organizing this event. Chen Lili is the girlfriend he has always boasted about. She is quite pretty, but her looks are not as good as Li Yitong's. "I don't care. You can go if you want." In fact, Chen Kai didn't know the reason for this social gathering. Chen Lili told him that it was to get to know his roommates. The main reason why Chen Kai was so active was that his Tiguan was put to good use again, and this was his chance to show off in front of Chen Lili's friends. Seeing that Lin Mo agreed, Chen Kai looked at Zhou Shubai. He didn't ask about Wang Yi, the game geek, because he only had the second dimension in his mind. Lin Mo agreed, so I have no objection. Zhou Shubai said it as calmly as possible, but Lin Mo could not hide the excitement on his face. Hu Xiao usually pretends to be very serious, and the only person he says he loves every day is Wang Yashi, but in fact he is just a repressed and shy Xiao Chuanan. Chen Kai even deliberately showed him the photos of his roommates sent by Chen Lili. His eyes became fiery and he couldn't wait to go out and socialize. "Since everyone agrees, I will create a group to discuss the details of the event." Lin Mo looked indifferent. He wanted to try out the newly bought Eye of Prodigal Son with Wang Yi. Wang Yi couldn't wait to activate the original god. It was a character development game. Lin Mo had never had a computer before, so he had never played it. "Don't just download your Genshin Impact. Help me download PUBG. I have someone to play with." Lin Mo chatted with Wang Yashi on the way back. She usually played games with him, mainly League of Legends and PUBG. He happened to have played the mobile version of PUBG and planned to play it with Wang Yashi tonight. In fact, Wang Yashi did not do the game companionship just to make money. Like Wang Yi, she was a game geek and she also loved playing games. As for the topic of making money by playing games with others, Lin Mo asked briefly, but Wang Yashi seemed unwilling to say more for some reason. After letting Wang Yi play with it for an hour or so, he took over and started playing on the computer himself. It turned out to be much better than Wang Yi's computer. "My favorite stir-fried chili, top-notch. Sad hamburger, okay, wait a minute, I just got out of the shower, let me blow dry my hair first. Favorite fried pepper, taking a bath, color." Wang Yashi didn't understand what he meant and thought he didn't believe that she had just finished taking a shower, so she took a photo and sent it to him. Sad hamburger, picture. Lin Mo clicked on the picture sent by Wang Yashi, and his blood boiled instantly. Wang Yashi, who had just finished taking a shower, was simply wearing a t-shirt. Lin Mo lost interest in playing games when he saw her pair of beautiful feet. "My favorite fried peppers, good looking and I love it. Sad hamburger, get out. Wang Yashi looked at the photos she sent and felt that they were a bit too revealing. Her face was now flushed. Ding. Wang Yashi's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 60. Lin Mo was still daydreaming with excitement, and he didn't react when he suddenly received the increase in Wang Yashi's favor. Does Wang Yashi have a special hobby? She likes to show others her beautiful figure. Sad hamburger, go to the account. My favorite fried chili pepper, received. Lin Mo just went out to wash his face to wake himself up. Now he doesn't feel so uncomfortable anymore and can play games happily. The computer version of PUBG is still very different from the mobile version. As soon as Lin Mo got off the plane, he turned into a box with a black screen and watched Wang Yashi killing everyone. She said she was a technical companion and Lin Mo didn't quite believe it at first, but now it seems that she is really capable. Ah! I'm so scared. On the screen, Wang Yashi was killed by an old man, and the sound was actually heard from the speaker. It turned out that Lin Mo was watching the game and accidentally pulled off his earphones while smoking out of boredom. Who? Why is there a girl's voice? Chen Kai was watching a short video at the side when he heard a female voice coming from Lin Mo's side. It's okay. I just found someone to play games with me. Lin Mo, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you have a little money, you should save it. Now you need someone to play games with you. Chen Kai was talking to Lin Mo in a lecturing manner. The voice is nice, but these playmates usually don't look that good, so don't be fooled. Lin Mo would never say that he was playing games with the cool school beauty, he just nodded in agreement casually. Wang Yi, a game geek who only loves the second dimension, actually leaned over and said, "Are you going to play with me? Take me along. Get lost." Okay. I didn't expect that a otaku like Wang Yi seemed to like playing with others. Is it possible that the group of people playing with others is so attractive to otakus? Lin Mo's thought only flashed through his mind, and now he was ready to jump out of the plane again. Zhou Xiubai, who was already sitting on the bed reading a book, felt that the female voice was very familiar when he heard it, and he didn't know where he had heard it before. Chapter 11 Random Thoughts. Li Yitong. Lin Mo played games until 3 a.m. last night and is still full of energy now. It seems that the effect of the gene enhancement liquid is better than he thought. Today is Wednesday, and he still has to go to bed early. Lin Mo quickly got ready and got up. In fact, today's class is not that important, he can sneak away. But after thinking about it, he decided to speed up the progress of the main task and tease his good squad leader Li Yitong. As soon as he got out of bed, he saw Wang Yi sitting in front of his computer. He must have been working hard from last night. You don't need to sleep, kid. This computer won't run away. Just play whenever you want. It's okay. I have a lot of time to sleep during the day. Let's go to class. I'm sleepy. Seeing him like this, Lin Mo didn't know what to say, so he called the two rich guys to go to class together. On the way to the cafeteria, they teased Lin Mo that he didn't need to buy breakfast because someone would bring it to him later. After arriving at the classroom, they went to the back row and sat down as usual, and Li Yitong came over. Lin Mo, breakfast is for you. Ding. Successfully detected a 10 yuan purchase from Li Yitong, triggering an 820-fold cashback, earning 8,200 yuan. As soon as Li Yitong handed over the breakfast, she wanted to leave with a red face because most of her classmates were looking at her. Squad leader, wait a moment. Lin Mo came to class today just to find Li Yitong, so there was no way he would let her go so easily. Although Li Yitong wanted to run away, she couldn't help but stop when she heard Lin Mo calling her. Let's go out and talk. Everyone is watching us here. She walked up to Lin Mo and whispered. Then they walked out of the classroom, and the students inside were howling in agony. Squad leader, you don't have to buy me breakfast anymore. With just this one sentence, Li Yitong wanted to run away again. She thought Lin Mo was going to reject him. Lin Mo held her with one hand and began to explain to her. I don't have many classes in the morning, so it would be a waste if I bought it. Can you have lunch with me at noon? It's not that he looked down on the 18,000 yuan cashback this morning, but he probably won't have much time to attend classes in the future. Now that we have the system, who would still attend classes properly? Besides, it's already the second semester of my junior year, and there aren't many regular classes. He came here today just for Li Yitong, and also to ask her to apply for living off campus. It is mainly to facilitate his subsequent free riding plans, which will cause a lot of inconvenience at school. At this time, when Li Yitong heard that he wanted to invite her to dinner, she was secretly happy. It seemed that she was going to succeed. In fact, she had liked Lin Mo a long time ago, but at that time Lin Mo was busy being a bootlicker for Zhang Ting, so she just waited silently. Finally, after seeing Lin Mo break up a few days ago, she mustered up the courage to send milk tea. She had watched Lin Mo licking other people over the past few years, and she felt really distressed, especially after seeing the changes in him in the past few days. After Lin Mo left Zhang Ting, his overall mental temperament improved a lot and he is now full of confidence. Okay. Li Yitong nodded slightly, still looking at Lin Mo. He is really handsome, and now he has become even more handsome. She didn't dare to look at him for too long. She could hardly bear the throbbing in her heart. She had to pretend nothing had happened and looked away, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. Okay, let's go out for lunch. Lin Mo glanced at his classmates who were all sticking their heads out with curious eyes, so he didn't say anything more and turned back to the classroom. Li Yitong followed him like a little wife and walked back together. At this moment, she looked up at Lin Mo's back. Against the light, his tall and slender figure was outlined. Ding! Li Yitong's favorability +5, current favorability is 70. Lin Mo returned to the back row as if nothing had happened. After hearing the information from the system, he felt that the main storyline was basically stable. Lin Mo, what's going on? Have you talked to the squad leader? He was so sleepy that he was about to fall asleep, but he had to be the first to know about the gossip about Lin Mo and the class monitor. After hearing Wang's words, the students around him came closer intentionally or unintentionally, with their ears all perked up. After all, Lin Mo was the most handsome guy in their class, and they all felt that he and the class monitor were a good match. Unfortunately, he had previously licked Zhang Ting, the beauty in the broadcasting department. Many people in the school knew that he was a bootlicker, and many people in the class disliked him. Now it is rumored that Zhang Ting is together with the rich second-generation Zhao Yu, and Lin Mo's appearance and temperament have changed drastically. Maybe he has come to his senses. No, don't guess blindly, we are just good friends. I don't have any thoughts of falling in love for the time being. Wang Yi nodded. Since there was no melon, he was going to sleep, so he said nothing and fell asleep on the table. After hearing this, Shen Kai, who was standing by, also came to join in the fun and said, Lin Mo, you are right. After all, a relationship still requires a material foundation. At least you need a car. Like I. Lin Mo didn't listen to what he said next, he took out his phone and opened the game, Timmy. The happy class time slowly ended in a passionate battle. Lin Mo said goodbye to his good roommates and went to find Li Yitong. Let's go and eat. Li Yitong was sorting out her notes with her head down. When she heard the familiar voice, her fingertips paused slightly. She raised her head and met Lin Mo's smiling eyes. Her face turned red and her heart beat faster. Okay. She replied softly, closed the book, stood up and followed Lin Mo, her right hand unconsciously touching her hair. After walking out of the teaching building, Lin Mo began to lead her around and around until they came to where he parked the car. Ding ding. When the sound of him opening the lock was heard, Li Yitong realized that Lin Mo actually had such a luxury car. Although she didn't know much about cars, she still recognized the Mercedes-Benz logo and the Maybach side logo, and it was obvious that this car was not cheap. She has had a crush on Lin Mo for 3 years, and she has some understanding of Lin Mo's financial situation. Now that a luxury car suddenly appears, she can't help but start to have wild thoughts. Is he some rich kid from a wealthy family who wants to experience life, and now that he's broken up with her, he doesn't want to pretend anymore and wants to come back strong to slap his ex in the face? Li Yitong has read a lot of novels and can imagine a TV series in her mind at once. Lin Mo smiled slightly when he saw her expression. He roughly guessed what Li Yitong was thinking. I won the lottery recently and have a little money, so I bought a car to drive around in. Don't think too much about it, just get in. Lin Mo's words interrupted Li Yitong's imagination. She was thinking about the hidden plot of a rich boy falling in love with me. Ding! Li Yitong's favorability +6, current favorability is 76. Although she is not a gold digger, who would mind if the person they secretly love becomes rich? Her sincere smile showed that she was really happy for Lin Mo, and Lin Mo couldn't help but touch her little head. She got into the car obediently, and Lin Mo drove away. At this time, a sturdy young man emerged from the bushes nearby. When he saw the luxury car leaving, he kicked the big tree next to him angrily. Which class are you from? The security guard roared. He rushed over from not far away, clutching a rubber baton, and the sturdy young man was so scared that he ran away in a hurry. Chapter 12 Main mission completed. Class monitor, can you help me apply for off-campus accommodation? While driving, Lin Mo asked her about where to stay. You want to live outside? Then I can talk to the counselor for you. Although she didn't know why Lin Mo wanted to move out, she could indeed help with this matter. He asked me out for dinner not just because of this, right? I was just being too sentimental. Ding. Li Yitong's favorability 2, current favorability is 74. Lin Mo looked at Li Yitong in confusion, wondering why her favorability towards him suddenly dropped. That's not a rush. When you have time, help me ask what you want to eat for lunch. Fortunately, Li Yitong doesn't have Wang Yashi's habit of eating anything, so she chose an ordinary restaurant. Let's eat well and go shopping. They had a simple meal and Lin Mo planned to take her for a walk. He could see that Li Yitong was playing with pure love. Make way. Just as they walked out the door, a delivery man rode by on his bike. Lin Mo quickly and gently pulled Li Yitong towards him. She was caught off guard and fell into his arms, her ears turning red again. He smells so good, and his muscles are still very strong. Li Yitong was thinking about it, but before she could feel it for a while, she realized that Lin Mo was looking down at her, and her body froze. Why are you distracted? Get in the car. Ding. Li Yitong's favorability +3, current favorability is 77. As expected, I have to be a little ambiguous with her, she is just right for this kind of thing. It was still quite hot at noon, so he decided to go shopping in the mall and show off his money skills to see if he could increase his favorability. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the largest shopping mall in Jiangcheng again. After finding a parking space and parking the car, he thought again that he bought this car to enjoy the comfortable back seat, but now he became the driver. I should consider finding a driver after a while. If I get out of the cab, it is easy for people to mistake me for the driver who drove out secretly. Passing by the convenience store last time, he remembered the beautiful woman who paid him. Luckily, he added her on WeChat so he could contact her later. I want to buy some clothes. Can you help me choose? Lin Mo came to the mall this time, on the one hand to show off his financial ability, and on the other hand because he found that the 3 sets he bought last time were not enough. Okay. Li Yitong readily agreed. Although they were not together yet, she was very happy to pick clothes for the person she liked. Walking to the men's clothing area, this time they did not go to Wu Yusan's store to buy clothes. Li Yitong chose a store selling niche fashion brands. Lin Mo had no objection. She was the one who chose it, and she could buy whatever he wanted. Welcome. What do you two need? A shopping guide who was pretty good looking came over quickly to greet them, because just by looking at Lin Mo's appearance and temperament, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Li Yitong answered her casually with a few words and went over to pick out the clothes herself. The shopping guide could only stand by and serve her. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was the girlfriend who was picking out clothes, so she would definitely not interrupt. How about this one? I think it will look very handsome on you. Li Yitong came over bouncing, her full breasts bouncing, which made Lin Mo's heart tremble. However, Lin Mo felt that her taste was average. These clothes were too flashy and too conspicuous. It's pretty good, but I think I'm handsome enough, there's no need to be so fancy. He felt that he couldn't attack her directly, so he had to decline in a teasing way. After hearing this, Li Yitong looked at Lin Mo, nodded in approval, and ran to choose other clothes. After picking and choosing for half an hour, 3 sets of clothes were finally selected for Lin Mo. Lin Mo tried them on, thought they were okay, and checked out directly. In fact, it didn't take that long, but Li Yitong was shocked when she saw the prices of the clothes here. She asked Lin Mo's opinion before making up her mind to choose one. Hello? After discount, these 3 sets of clothes cost a total of 6,500 yuan. This is a lot cheaper than the last time, mainly because this is a niche fashion brand, not those big name clothes. Lin Mo paid the bill quickly, picked up the clothes with one hand, and pulled Li Yitong away with the other hand. Li Yitong was just staring at Lin Mo paying the bill handsomely, and before she could react she was pulled by the hand. While she was happy inside, her face turned red. Ding! Li Yitong's favorability +3, current favorability is 80. Ding! Li Yitong's favorability has reached 80. Main quest 1 has been completed. Win a primary lottery, and get double the cashback amount for free with goddesses with a favorability of 80 or above. After Lin Mo received the system message, he was delighted. This double reward was very attractive. There is also a primary lottery that can produce unexpected things. Let's go to the women's clothing section. After completing the main task, Lin Mo must reward Li Yitong well and take her to buy some clothes and bags. Li Yitong, who was originally at a loss as to what to do, quickly shook her head and refused when she heard that they were going to the women's clothing area. No, the things here are too expensive. You should save the money you won and don't spend it so lavishly. Just by holding hands, Li Yitong changed roles very quickly and immediately took on the identity of a girlfriend, wanting to save money for Lin Mo. It's okay. I won a lot of money. I don't feel bad buying things for you. With just this one sentence, Li Yitong was so happy that she let Lin Mo take her away. In the store not far away, Wu Yusin saw their interaction and felt uncomfortable. She didn't get the chance to date this handsome rich second-generation guy last time, and now he's with someone else. But then she thought again, that girl might not be his girlfriend, and even if she was, she could still snatch her away. After thinking it through, I plan to contact Lin Modwa via WeChat later and try to get him out. Lin Mo and her partner had already arrived at the women's clothing area, and Lin Mo took her to the LV store with ease. Women's love for bags is the same as men's love for cars. After he pulled Li Yitong in, Li Yitong was attracted. At first she wanted to refuse because of the high price, but Lin Mo forcefully took the 2 bags that she couldn't take her eyes off and went to pay. Hello, sir. These 2 bags cost a total of 56,800 yuan. Please pay by credit card or by scanning the QR code. Although Li Yitong liked these 2 bags very much, she felt sad for Lin Mo when she heard that they were so expensive. She subconsciously grabbed his sleeve and said, "Too expensive." Before she finished speaking, Lin Mo had already taken out his mobile phone to pay, and he leaned over to whisper in her ear. It's okay. I told you I'm willing to spend money on you. Ding. Li Yitong's favorability +2, current favorability is 82. Sure enough, money is still useful. Even pure love like Li Yitong is equally effective, but his love words may also work. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mo took her to buy 2 sets of branded clothes. Li Yitong still looked heartbroken, but her heart was still very sweet. Wu Yusin had followed here just now, and seeing that Lin Mo had spent nearly 100,000 yuan on Li Yitong, she became more determined to snatch Lin Mo away. Chapter 13, talked about it? Lin Mo, I. As soon as Li Yitong walked out of the mall, he stammered and wanted to say something, looking at Lin Mo who was helping him carry the newly bought clothes. Suddenly she stood on tiptoe and pecked him lightly on the cheek, then quickly stepped back and lowered her head, looking shy and not daring to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was taken aback by this surprise. He was stunned for 3 seconds before reacting. He gently reached out and lifted Li Yitong's chin and said, "If you want to kiss me, just be generous. Why do you have to do a surprise attack?" Li Yitong looked at Lin Mo, her eyelashes trembled in panic, and she avoided looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo suddenly leaned forward, and she subconsciously closed her eyes and held her breath, but she heard him chuckle softly. "Why are you closing your eyes? Are we going to eat here or go back to eat near the school?" Lin Mo was just teasing her on purpose, but he didn't expect that she would close her eyes so consciously. According to his guess, if the favorability is above 80, it should have reached the level of attachment, but different people may react differently. Li Yitong knew that Lin Mo had played a trick on her. The tips of her ears instantly turned red and she reached out to pinch his arm. "Then go back to school and eat. I want to eat octopus balls." "Okay, let's go back then." Lin Mo also realized that Li Yitong wanted to save money for him and chose to go to the snack street, but he didn't really care. "Wait a minute, I'm going to buy some stuff." Just as she walked to the parking space, Li Yitong suddenly ran to the convenience store nearby and then came back with 2 packs of cigarettes. Ding! It was detected that Li Yitong's 1,400 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free. Because Li Yitong's favorability reached above 80, a 1,640-fold cashback was triggered, and the amount obtained was 2,296,000 yuan. "You bought me so many things, I don't know how to pay you back." Lin Mo looked at Li Yitong who was jogging back with 2 steamed buns in her hand and thought she was so adorable. "It's okay, get in the car. What more could you ask for in return? Those 2 huazi gave me a cashback of nearly 2.3 million. The doubling of the main task is really good." Ding! Activate Main Mission 2. Main Mission 2, make the favorability of the 3 bound goddesses reach above 80, and at the same time get more than 20 million for free from them. Current progress, 229.6 W 2000 W. Reward: win an intermediate lottery and unlock branch mission permissions. As soon as he got in the car, a series of system messages came in, and Lin Mo took a quick look at them. He didn't expect that this main quest was actually a trigger type. He was puzzled as to why there was no response after completing Quest 1. After thinking about it, the last time I activated Task 1 was because Li Yitong's favorability increased. This time, the task was triggered because Li Yitong successfully got a goddess with a favorability level of over 80 for free. Anyway, there is no time limit for the task, so you can figure out how to complete it later. As for rewards, there are intermediate lotteries and side quests, but the specific benefits can only be known after you get them. Without thinking anymore, Lin Mo drove Li Yitong to the snack street near the school. It is now 6 o'clock in the afternoon and most of the street food stalls have already set up. The reason why this place is called Snack Street is that a large number of snack stalls are gathered here, and most of the shops on both sides of the street are mainly food-oriented. But as soon as Lin Mo reached the street corner, the students from Jiangchen University around him cast jealous or angry glances at him. Lin Mo was puzzled. They seemed to know me, but I didn't do anything. That's him. He was a bootlicker for 3 years, but now he's become a scumbag. Because Lin Mo had taken the primary gene enhancement liquid, his hearing was beyond that of an average person, and he could barely hear the whispers of passers-by. I guess he has turned evil. Now he is bullying girls everywhere and even hooking up with the school beauty. He realized that someone must be slandering him, but he didn't care about other people's eyes at all. He took Li Yitong's hand and went to the snack street. I want to eat this candied haws. Li Yitong shook Lin Mo's arm and said coquettishly. Good. This grilled squid looks delicious. Li Yitong took Lin Mo's arm and sandwiched his arm in between. It's so big. What? Li Yitong looked at Lin Mo curiously. Oh, I said the squid is quite big, buy it. Lin Mo couldn't help but look at his arm. This ice cream is so delicious. Li Yitong licked the cream repeatedly with her tongue, and the corners of her mouth were covered with ice cream. Lin Mo took out a tissue and gently wiped her face. The two of them interacted intimately like a couple. Are you full? Let's go back. The snack street was only a few hundred meters away from the school, so he simply parked his car there, picked up the clothes he bought for Li Yitong, and walked back to school. Looking at Li Yitong's cheerful figure running back to the girls' dormitory, Lin Mo smiled faintly and turned back. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Wang Yi grabbed Lin Mo and walked him to the computer with an anxious look on his face. Look, someone is slandering you on the campus forum. Wang Yi pointed at the screen. The title on it was clearly from a professional. Shocking. A 3-year bootlicker turned evil overnight and actually did this to a school beauty on the street. Pictures speak louder than words. No wonder those people in the snack street said that to him just now. It turns out that the UC shot group is behind it. After taking a quick look at the post, I found that the photos inside were of him and Wang Yashi shopping at a snack street together. The most important thing is that there is a photo of them walking out of the beef noodle shop holding hands. It's just a picture at the beginning, and the plot is all made up. Anyway, Lin Mo took a look at the text and found it was all nonsense, so he was too lazy to read it again. There are a lot of these fabricated forums every day, just ignore them. Lin Mo really didn't care. He looked at the yellow rumors that didn't involve Wang Yashi, so he didn't care. After all, a girl's reputation is more important, so you don't have to care about his reputation. He is destined to be a scumbag anyway. Lin Mo, are you really dating Wang Yashi? Zhou Shubai, who was sitting next to him, asked anxiously. It was obvious that he took it seriously. After all, this was his goddess. Lin Mo looked at Zhou Shubai, still thinking about how to answer. Are you still asking? We've already held hands. I told you there's no need to hang yourself on a tree. It's easy to find a girlfriend with your conditions. At this time, Shen Kai spoke first. His point of view has always been that one can pick up girls by showing off one's material conditions. Zhou Shubai, on the other hand, would rather be alone than be with the wrong person, and his heart is entirely with Wang Yashi, but he only has a crush on her and has not taken any action. Zhou Shubai heard what Shen Kai said, looked at Lin Mo, sighed lightly, and said slowly. I'm overthinking it. Whether they're together or not, it has nothing to do with me. You don't have to be like this. No one can predict things like relationships, and we're not together yet. Lin Mo still wanted to explain, but his meaning was clear. Probably they were still in the ambiguous period and had not yet been together. Zhou Shubai nodded without any change in expression. he still had to digest these things himself. Then he told another story about Lin Mo. You have to be careful. I received news that Jiayu seems to be trying to deal with you recently. Lin Mo was a little shocked after hearing this. He was mainly shocked not because Jiayu wanted to deal with him, but because Zhou Shubai actually knew such a thing. After all, he was usually very low-key. If they hadn't seen a convoy picking him up home during a holiday, they wouldn't have known of his identity as young Master Hu. Chapter 14, Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant. It seems that Zhou Shubai is not just a simple rich second generation, he even knows the information that Jiayu is going to deal with him. Thank you, I'll keep an eye on it. In fact, Lin Mo was not afraid of Jiayu dealing with him. After all, he had nothing except the system, money, and a special forces level body. However, his hometown is not in Jiangcheng, but in Guang province. The power of Zhao Yu's family will certainly not be able to affect his hometown. After putting his clothes away and taking a quick wash, he began his happy game time. Just now when I was eating at the snack street, although I didn't deliberately get anything for free, I still got more than 100,000 yuan in cash back because of the double cashback. After contacting Wang Yashi, he quickly opened the game and got on the plane. He had already told Wang Yashi in advance that he would provide support in the future. No, it should be a monthly subscription. He directly subsidized Wang Yashi for a month at a price of 1,000 yuan a day. I will play games with him whenever he wants to play, there is no other special service. In fact, he could feel that Wang Yashi seemed to be in great need of money, so he thought of this method to help her. After all, she is Lin Mo's most beautiful and second most favored goddess, and he still has to rely on her for free cash back. Ding! Wang Yashi's favorability +3, current favorability is 63. However, this method of giving money did not increase favorability much. In the next few days, he attended classes and ate with Li Yitong during the day, and usually played games with the school beauties at night. It is worth mentioning that Wu Yusin from the store used to chat with him often, and always liked to send him photos that only he could see. The social gathering we talked about last time has been confirmed. It will be this weekend evening. Chen Kai had just returned from a date with his girlfriend and couldn't wait to say it. Lin Mo and Wang Yi were not very interested at first, only Zhou Shubai was somewhat interested. He seemed to have changed since he found out that the goddess he had a crush on was dating his good brother Lin Mo. The main reason why Chen Kai was so anxious for them to attend the party was because of his girlfriend, who required that Zhou Shubai must be invited. As a condition, she could let him kiss her. That's right, just a kiss. Even though Chen Kai always brags about having a car, a house, and a girlfriend, he and Chen Lily have been dating for a whole year and they are still just in the hand-holding stage. It was obvious that Chen Lily only treated him as a long-term meal ticket, but he still enjoyed it. Since Chen Lily didn't tell him why she wanted Zhou Shubai to go, he didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, his brother couldn't suffer any loss. Okay, let's go, there's nothing to do anyway. Wang Yi was playing games and said without turning his head. Lin Mo also nodded in agreement. He was still thinking about how to find more beauties for him to have sex with for free. He suddenly remembered that he had not used the primary lottery reward for completing the main mission. So he left the dorm, went to where he parked his car, got in his car and used the lottery. Because he was afraid that the items he would get would suddenly appear in the dormitory, and it would be difficult to deal with if his roommates found out. Ding! Use the primary lottery to obtain 100% equity of Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant worth 12 million. This equity transfer letter appeared in front of Lin Mo. He didn't expect that he would win a restaurant this time. This Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant is quite famous in Jiangcheng and is one of the top quality restaurants. Lin Mo never thought that he had to work for free for so long to get a few million, but this time he won a restaurant worth 12 million by winning the lottery. Ding ding ding. Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was an unfamiliar number and hesitated before answering it. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Molin? A pleasant female voice with a hint of seduction came from the phone. Hello, I am, who are you? Lin Mo was a little confused and thought it was some sales call. Hello, I'm the general manager of Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant. My name is Chen Mingqi. I just received instructions that the restaurant has been fully transferred to your name, so I came here to report on the restaurant's situation. I didn't expect the system to be so powerful. It has directly solved all the handover issues. The general manager even called me specially. Oh, then there are no special circumstances, and everything will continue according to the original operating mode.
Lin Mo pretended to be calm and said this, but his fingers tapped the table unconsciously. After all, he was a college student and was a little uncomfortable with suddenly getting such an industry.
Besides, he knew nothing, so he didn't give orders blindly. Okay, boss, you can take some time to come over when you are free. There are still a few documents that need your signature.
The general manager's voice still has charm, but you can also hear the professional gentleness.
Okay, Manager Chen, I'll come over here sometime in the next few days and contact you in advance then.
Lin Mo tried his best to make his voice sound calm and reliable, like a real boss.
I am looking forward to your arrival, boss.
There seemed to be a hint of subtle joy in Chen Mengqi's voice, and then she returned to her professional and thorough tone.
Okay, bye. Goodbye, boss.
Lin Mo put down his phone, let out a long breath, and felt a little sweat on his back. He had only had the system for too short a time, and his experience had not kept up with the growth of his wealth, so he could not adapt to this kind of conversation all of a sudden. After placing the equity documents in the drawer of the car, he quickly got out and put them back in the dormitory.
It seems like I need to move out of school soon, as these things are not easy to expose on campus. The main reason is that Lin Mo is not the kind of person who likes to show off. Keeping a low profile can reduce a lot of trouble. While thinking, he walked back to the dormitory. At this time, his cell phone rang again. He took it out and saw that it was Wang Yashi calling. Yashi, what's wrong? Lin Mo. Can you help me?
Wang Yashi's choked voice came from the other end of the phone, as if she had just finished crying.
Tell me what's going on, and I'll try to help you if I can. Can you lend me 500,000? I need it urgently now. I will find a way to pay you back. Wang Yashi's tone was a little anxious, with a hint of pleading. I can lend it to you, but can you tell me what it is? Lin Mo is still confused. Why would a college student suddenly want to borrow 500,000 yuan?
I can't explain this right now, but I really need this money.
Okay then. Do you want it today? Is there anything else I can help you with? 500,000 is not a lot of money for Lin Mo now.
He just happens to need to improve Wang Yashi's favorability, so it doesn't matter if he gives it to her. Anyway, I can just ask her to treat me to a meal or buy something for me afterwards and I can get it back for free. No, just give it to me before Monday. When Wang Yashi heard that Lin Mo can lend her money, she seemed to relax and her tone became much gentler. Why don't we go out for dinner tonight, and I'll pass it on to you then.
And tell me what it is about. Okay. Wang Yashi hesitated for a moment but finally agreed.
After all, it was normal for someone to ask you what happened when they lend you money. After a few more brief conversations, Lin Mo hung up the phone.
Ding. Wang Yashi's favorability plus 5, current favorability is 68. Chapter 15 Wang Yashi's Dilemma.
Lin Mo turned around and returned to the Maybach, drove to the school gate, and waited for Wang Yashi. As always, in order to keep a low profile, if I drove directly to the girls' dormitory, the campus forum would explode.
After a while, Wang Yashi walked over quickly.
Maybe he was in a hurry, so he just wore a plain t-shirt and shorts. After getting in the car, Lin Mo noticed that her eyes were red and her face looked a little haggard.
It's okay. As long as money can solve it, it's all a small matter.
Lin Mo reached out and gently stroked Wang Yashi's head, comforting her softly.
You didn't eat much today, guess what I'm going to take you to eat?
When Wang Yashi heard him bring up this matter again, she burst out laughing.
Anything is fine.
This time, Lin Mo saw that she was indeed capable, so he drove her to eat hot pot.
Hello. Welcome. This hot pot restaurant is quite famous in Jiangcheng.
Lin Mo had heard Zhang Ting talk about it many times before, but he never had the chance to try it.
Find me a private room.
Then the waiter took them to a private room which was relatively quiet and perfect for them to chat. After all the dishes were served, Lin Mo signaled that there was no need to come in to serve, and then he started talking about Wang Yashi's problem.
Tell me, what happened? Lin Mo asked as he was eating his tripe. It's my family's business. My mother found an old man for me to marry.
Lin Mo put the boiled beef tripe into Wang Yashi's bowl and ate the melon seriously at the same time.
Wang Yashi is facing a typical modern family dilemma.
Her 18-year-old brother dropped out of school early and entered society. Now his girlfriend is unexpectedly pregnant, which has brought huge pressure to the already poor family. The girl's family demanded a dowry of up to 500,000 yuan, and also required a house and a car.
These conditions were astronomical figures for this ordinary family. Faced with this situation, Wang Yashi's mother made a heartbreaking decision. She found a wealthy old man for her daughter in the county town, hoping to get funds to solve her son's marriage through her daughter's marriage. After Wang Yashi knew about this, of course she would not agree. Although her mother did not force her to marry the old man in the end, she was still disappointed. Although she refused her mother's request, she still worked hard to earn money to help her brother. In fact, Wang Yashi is not stupid. She knows that she can stay out of it. At worst, she can just draw a clear line with this family. After all, legally and morally, she has no obligation to pay for her brother's mistakes. But whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she would always think of her younger brother's childish voice calling her sister when he was a child, and the hardships her mother went through to raise them alone. She is not the kind of brother-supporting demon who sacrifices blindly, but she cannot let go of the blood ties of family. She would help, but never at the expense of her own happiness. Now the problem comes. My brother's girlfriend's belly is getting bigger and bigger, and their family still can't raise enough money. So, her mother came to her again and mentioned the matter of marrying the old man again, which led to her calling Lin Mo to borrow money. Looking at Wang Yashi, who was crying in front of him, Lin Mo comforted her softly. Okay, eat something first. Didn't I say I would help you? You're not good looking when you cry. Lin Mo finally understood why Wang Yashi had to do a part-time job every day, and there was a hint of heartache in his eyes. She nodded slightly in response and started eating. Lin Mo took out his mobile phone, looked at the bank card number that Wang Yashi had sent him before, thought for a moment, and directly transferred 1 million. Wang Yashi was eating when suddenly a message popped up on the phone on the table. She looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Lin Mo, why did you transfer 1 million to me? It would be enough for me to borrow 500,000. Lin Mo looked at Wang Yashi and smiled faintly, then said, I'll give you a little more, otherwise what will I do if you really marry an old man? Just think of it as my betrothal gift to you. Wang Yashi was stunned when she heard this, and then her face turned red, and her watery eyes sparkled with a different kind of light. Ding! Wang Yashi's favorability plus 15, current favorability is 83. Lin Mo was delighted when he received the message from the system. He took out a cigarette and started smoking. Wang Yashi looked up at Lin Mo's handsome profile. The emotions in her heart were no longer under her control. She suddenly stood up and threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. Lin Mo was startled by her action and almost dropped the cigarette in his hand, but he still reached out and patted her back to comfort her. It's true that although Wang Yashi's figure is not as good as that of a D-level figure like Li Yitong, she is also a rare C+ strongman. Lin Mo enjoyed the soft body pressing on him. After comforting her for a while, Wang Yashi suddenly felt a foreign object pressing against her body, and she let go of Lin Mo with a blushing face. Lin Mo still pretended not to know, chuckled, and said, My new iPhone 16 Pro Max 1TB is indeed a bit too big. I won't put it in my trouser pocket next time. Wang Yashi didn't say anything, but just nodded shyly, her eyes unconsciously glancing at Lin Mo's pocket. Okay, eat quickly. Food won't taste good if it's cooked for too long. Seeing Wang Yashi hesitate to speak, Lin Mo continued. If you want to thank me for this meal, just treat me. I told you the money is for you, just take it. When Wang Yashi heard him say that, she obediently started eating. She knew that saying thank you was useless, so she would find a way to repay him. Lin Mo also started to show off his meal coolly. It's true that the food in this restaurant is a bit expensive, but the ingredients are very fresh. After finally finishing dinner, Wang Yashi took the initiative to walk to the front desk to settle the bill, then left the hot pot restaurant with Lin Mo. Ding! Detected that Wang Yashi's 2,880 yuan consumption was successfully obtained for free, triggering 1,800 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 5,184,000 yuan. Main Mission 2, current progress 748W 2000W. This hot pot restaurant is indeed not cheap. 2 people spent nearly 3,000 yuan, but fortunately I triggered a free cashback, which amounted to more than 5 million yuan. In fact, this was also Lin Mo testing the system rules, and it was obviously successful. He still remembered that the last time he asked Wang Yashi to help him buy a mobile phone, he transferred money to the other party in advance, so he could not get a cash back. This time, Lin Mo transferred a full million to the other party and asked the other party to treat him, but he still got cash back. This means that the mechanism of freeloading is mainly determined by the subjective thoughts of the woman. As long as she feels that she is spending money on Lin Mo, then freeloading is established. Even if Lin Mo agrees to give the money to the other party, before that it is still considered that the other party spent the money on him. Then Lin Mo had another idea. If he opened a company, he would hire some beauties who met the system standards with high salaries. After that, they will be responsible for Lin Mo's spending, so they can keep getting cash back. Lin Mo was just thinking about it casually. He now felt that having money was not enough. He also needed to have his own power to live comfortably. As soon as he left the hot pot restaurant and got into the car, he caught a glimpse of someone watching him from the corner of his eye, and he was not sure whether it was sent by Xiao Yu. Chapter 16 Chen Mingqi. Nothing happened until he drove away, so Lin Mo didn't care and drove Wang Yashi back directly. In the girls' dormitory, Chen Kai's girlfriend Chen Lily was whispering something to a cute girl. Zhou Shubai has agreed to attend the social gathering tomorrow night. Very good, I'll have someone arrange the restaurant, and you will also benefit from it. The lovely beauty smiled faintly and said, "You can't escape this time." In the dormitory, besides the two of them, there was also a pair of beautiful twin girls who were equally as pretty. However, their expressions clearly showed that they didn't care much about this social gathering. After all, the young master from Shanghai was the target of this young lady. The rest of the people, after hearing Chen Lily say that they were not as rich as her boyfriend, the twin sisters became even less interested. Lin Mo just returned to the dormitory and found that only Chen Kai and Wang Yi were there, so he asked curiously, "Have you seen Zhou Shubai? Why isn't he in the dormitory so late?" Wang Yi, the gaming nerd, didn't even turn his head, saying that he had returned early and launched Genshin Impact, and he didn't know anything else. Chen Kai, who often quarreled with him, also showed a puzzled expression and then said, "He said he had something to deal with this afternoon, so he skipped class and left. He hasn't come back yet." Lin Mo originally wanted to ask Zhou Shubai about some things about Xiao Yu. After all, being on guard all the time was not a solution. But now he hasn't come back, so let's talk about it later. He was just a little curious. This young man from Shanghai usually stays at home, and he didn't know what he was busy with today. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind and was quickly drowned out by other thoughts. Lin Mo was planning to wash up first. He happened to pass by Zhou Shubai's bed and accidentally saw that the notebook on his desk was open. Curious, he went forward to take a look and saw a funny graffiti on it, a Shiba Inu wearing glasses, with the words "exclusive for Shanghai Young Master" scrawled next to it. He couldn't help but chuckle. This guy who usually pretended to be profound actually had such a childish side in private. After washing up, Lin Mo thought about his off-campus accommodation, but after thinking about it, he didn't know who to ask for recommendations. He took out his phone and opened WeChat, wanting to chat with a girl, and happened to see someone adding him as a friend. It turned out to be the general manager of Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant. His name was Chen something, and he clicked to accept. "Your dream is adventurous, boss. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. I love stir-fried chili peppers. Just kidding, I'm 185 centimeters tall, how can I go to bed so early?" Chen Mengqi on the other side couldn't help laughing when she saw the message. She didn't expect that the boss was so humorous. "You are very adventurous in your dream, boss. If you have any instructions, you can contact me directly. Favorite fried chili, it's okay, just do your best, I believe in you. You are very adventurous in your dream, thank you for your trust, boss. I won't bother you anymore. Favorite fried chili, we are all young people, so we don't need to speak so formally." Lin Mo suddenly remembered that he could ask the general manager about renting a house. After all, he was much more knowledgeable than him. "Favorite fried chili, by the way, do you know what kind of rental housing is available in Dongcheng district? The most high-end ones." Jiangcheng University, where Lin Mo is studying, is located in Dongcheng district, which is relatively close to the city center. He hopes to find a house nearby. "Your adventurous dream, boss. Do you want to rent for a long time or take a short break?" "Favorite fried chili, I'm staying here for a long time. I'm still a junior in college, so I probably won't move out in the short term." Chen Mengqi was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect that her boss was actually a man. No wonder he sounded so young when he called her before. She thought about it and felt that the boss must be a wealthy young man, otherwise why would he buy a restaurant for no reason? "You are adventurous dream, boss. The best place in Dongcheng district is Linjiangshuan, which also provides housekeeper and cleaning services." When Lin Mo heard that there were also housekeeper and cleaning services, he thought that was great, as that way he wouldn't have to worry about hygiene or anything like that. "Favorite stir-fried peppers, that is fine, I like this. You are adventurous in your dream, okay, boss, I will arrange it for you tomorrow." Lin Mo originally wanted to ask her to send him a location and then go check it out himself, but he happened to be going to a social gathering tomorrow, so he decided to trouble her. At worst, he could just give her a little more money later. Favorite fried chili, that's a bother for you. Tell me how much it costs and I'll transfer it to you. Just give me the biggest one. You are very adventurous in your dream, no problem, boss, I will do it for you tomorrow. After solving the housing problem, Lin Mo felt that there was nothing to talk about. After all, they were his subordinates. It would be better for him to chat with Li Yitong or play games with Wang Yashi. After chatting with her for a few more sentences, I ended the conversation and turned to ask Wang Yashi if she wanted to play games tonight. Lin Mo didn't expect that Wang Yashi had just finished taking a shower and was wearing thin pajamas, and sent him a few photos of her jade feet. It might have been an accident last time, but this time it was definitely intentional. Lin Mo just asked her if she wanted to play games, and she sent him 3 snow-white pictures in a row. Favorite fried chili, what are you doing? You're not letting me sleep at night? Sad hamburger, didn't you want to play games? Why did you go to sleep? Lin Mo didn't know whether she was pretending to be confused or really didn't understand, and he didn't pursue it. He would always have a chance to deal with her. Just when he was about to play the game, he subconsciously looked at Zhou Shubai's bed, and found that he still hadn't come back, so he stopped paying attention to him. Tomorrow is Saturday. Lin Mo played late today, so he can still sleep in tomorrow. It won't affect anything. The next day, it was already afternoon when Lin Mo got up. He was awakened by Chen Kai's loud voice. I'll drive over to pick up the girls in a minute, you 3 can go on your own. Lin Mo looked at him sleepily, nodded casually, and found that Zhou Shubai had returned. But today Zhou Shubai wasn't as indifferent as usual, nor did he seem to be interested as he had been when he heard about the social gathering. His expression now looks unhappy, as if he was persecuted by someone. Lin Mo got out of bed and walked over, wanting to ask him what was going on, and by the way, he would drive him along. After hearing this, Zhou Shubai shook his head and said that there was no need to take him, he would go there by himself. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Lin Mo didn't ask any more questions. It was fine for him to go with Wang Yi. Just then, his cell phone rang. It turned out to be a message from Chen Mengqi. Your adventurous dream, boss, the apartment you want has been rented. It is the largest room here, about 300 square meters. Ding! It was detected that Chen Mengqi's 12,000 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering 860 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 10,320,000 yuan. The sudden system prompt scared Lin Mo so much that he almost dropped his phone. He actually got a full 10 million in cash back. Ding! Successfully bound to the freeloader Chen Mengqi. Chen Mengqi, age, 26 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 82. Body size, 90. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Overall score, 8.6 points. Lin Mo didn't expect that the general manager of this restaurant was actually a top goddess, and her name was somewhat familiar. Chapter 17, Meeting Twins at a Social. Lin Mo picked up the phone and replied to Chen Mengqi, while at the same time he was consciously contacting the system. Current progress, 748W 2000W. This huge cashback does not take into account the free progress of the main quest. It seems that only goddesses with a free favorability of more than 80 are taken into account. Now, not counting Li Yitong, only Wang Yashi has reached above 80, and there is no goal to improve favorability. There is only one target, Wu Yusen, the shopping guide in the shopping mall, and Chen Mengqi, who I have not met yet. It seems that there are no other goddesses I am bound to. By the way, there is also a beautiful girl I met by chance at the convenience store, but we haven't been in touch since we added each other on WeChat last time. Now is not the time to think about this, but to ask Chen Mengqi about the rental situation. Favorite fried chili, send me the location and how much it cost, and I will forward it to you later. Your adventurous dream, boss, on the top floor of Linji Engshuane District, 1 floor per unit, 144,000 per year. Favorite fried chili, okay, thank you for your help. I will transfer the money to you later. You are very adventurous in your dream, no problem, there are also keys and some documents. If you are free tomorrow, I will bring them to you. Lin Mo thought about it and decided that he had nothing to do tomorrow, so he could go and look at the house and get to know the general manager. What's more, the cashback for free this time is only 12,000 yuan, which means that only 1 month's rent is refunded. Lin Mo still hasn't figured out the principle behind this, so he can only look for the pattern later. Favorite fried chili? Okay, how about having lunch tomorrow? You are adventurous in your dream, yes, boss. The issue of renting a house was resolved, and Lin Mo saw that it was almost time to go to the social gathering. It's almost time. I'm going to pick up the girls. Don't be late. Chen Kai shook his keys and walked out of the dormitory with great strides. Zhou Shubai nodded with an unhappy look on his face. He actually didn't want to go, but his family actually contacted him specifically to have more contact with them. Lin Mo patted Wang Yi, who was standing beside him. The boy was still working hard in front of the computer, so he had no choice but to drag him away. Then we two can go there by ourselves, and you can send me the location. Chen Kai just waved his hand casually, which probably meant he understood, and went downstairs without even looking back. After Wang Yi had packed up, Lin Mo walked leisurely to the remote parking space, found the brand new Maybach, and pressed the car key. Fuck, Lin Mo, no, brother Mo, when did you buy the new car? Wang Yi, who was originally in a daze, saw the brand new Maybach S480 and looked at it from left to right for a long time. Didn't you say you won the lottery last time and bought a car? How about you drive it? Lin Mo casually threw the key to Wang Yi, and Wang Yi waved his hands repeatedly to indicate that he didn't dare to open it. What are you afraid of? You buy a car to drive it. If you break it, you won't be asked to pay for it. Under Lin Mo's assurance and the temptation of Maybach, Wang Yi couldn't help but get into the driver's seat. Lin Mo also sat in the back seat and finally got to experience the rear seats of Maybach. Boss, where are we going now? Wang Yi had a funny look on his face and spoke to Lin Mo in a muffled voice, but his skills were not good. After starting the engine, Wang Yi hurriedly controlled the vehicle and started driving, but the speed was almost as slow as an old lady walking. Ding ding ding. As soon as he walked out of the school gate, the car behind him honked its horn frantically to urge Wang Yi to come. Wang Yi became nervous if he didn't come, and after being scared by him, he couldn't help but curse. So, Wang Yi waited for him to drive to the side, then rolled down the window, pointed at the Tiguan next to him and spoke sweetly. Driving a broken Tiguan, what the hell is that? Who knew that when the car window on the other side was also lowered, I would see a familiar person? Wang Yi. Chen Kai. Wang Yi slowly parked the car aside, and then Chen Kai also parked in front, got out and walked over. Where did you get a Maybach? Did you rent it? Wang Yi did not get out of the car, but sat there and talked to him, pointing to the back seat. What are you talking about? Who would rent a car for no reason? This was bought by brother Mo. While they were chatting, the door at the back of the Tiguan opened and two beautiful young girls got out. From a distance, the two people looked similar. Both wore white floral suspenders on their upper bodies, but their lower bodies were of different styles. The girl on the left is wearing light blue denim hot pants, while the girl on the right is wearing a pink miniskirt. The white fabric is slightly soaked with sweat, and the outline of the sweatshirt underneath can be vaguely seen. Sister, it seems that the people in the car are the boys from our social gathering. The girl in the pink skirt spoke first, and you can tell that she has a lively and cheerful personality. My sister just nodded slightly and looked at the brand new Maybach carefully. Lin Mo ignored Wang Yi and Chen Kai honking their cars, rolled down the car window and waved to the two sisters. Why are you two sweating so much? Come over and sit in the car. When the girl in pink skirt heard Lin Mo calling her, she jumped over happily, and her sister had to follow. Handsome guy, are you Chen Kai's roommate? Yeah, let's get in the car and talk. It's hot. Lin Mo looked at the two girls. They looked almost the same and were both very pretty. They were a pair of twin sisters. They should meet the system's goddess standards, so they are invited to get in the car to see if there is a chance to get some for free. The sisters had similar thoughts. They originally thought that this social gathering was just a simple formality, but who knew that there would be such a high-quality boy? The lively younger sister ran to the back seat and sat with Lin Mo, while the older sister opened the passenger seat and sat on it. Beauty, why are you all in the car? Chen Kai was originally planning to chat with Wang Yi, but who knew that all the girls in his car would get on this car, so he could only ask awkwardly. The younger sister ignored Chen Kai's question and kept coming closer to Lin Mo, calling him brother. My sister glanced at him and said casually, "The air conditioning here is cooler." Wang Yi saw that the two beauties were attracted to his brother Mo's Maybach, so he had to help out and said, "Chen Kai, please get in the car and lead the way, otherwise your girlfriend will be angry." When Chen Kai heard his teasing, he ran back happily. It didn't matter if the two beauties left, but it would be really troublesome if his girlfriend was angry. Afterwards, Wang Yi also drove and followed Chen Kai to continue the journey, and the coquettish voice of the girl in pink skirt came from the back seat. "Brother, are you thirsty? I just bought a bottle of Coke." If there wasn't a handrail in the middle, my sister would have stuck to Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, said thank you and took the drink. The system prompt immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that Xin Zhaoling's 3 yuan consumption was successfully obtained for free, triggering 810 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 2,430 yuan. Lin Mo didn't care much about the free cashback, but was happy that he could bind 2 goddesses again. Ding! Successfully bound to the freeloader Xin Zhaoling. Xin Zhaoling, age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 86. Height, 76. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Overall score, 8.1 points. Although these twins don't have particularly attractive bodies, they have identical pretty faces, which means double the happiness. Those who understand will understand. Chapter 18 Zhoushu by Qingmei. Brother, my name is Xin Zhaoling, and my sister's name is Xin Zhaoi. We are both Chen Lily's roommates, and we are from the broadcasting department. Xin Zhaoling spoke softly in Lin Mo's ear in a coquettish voice, as if teasing him. Upon hearing this, Xin Zhaoi turned around and greeted Lin Mo softly, appearing very quiet. Hello, just call me Lin Mo, he is Wang Yi, we are all juniors, and we are from the Department of Economics and Management. Brother Mo, is he your driver? You bought a Maybach at such a young age, that's amazing. Xin Zhaoling pointed at Wang Yi and asked curiously. Lin Mo smiled slightly, shook his head, and said. No, he's my good brother and roommate. He just happened to try out my car today. I don't have a driver yet, and I'm still looking for one. At this time, Xin Zhaoi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly turned around and said. I can drive, or I can drive for you. Xin Zhaoling also echoed. Yes, I can drive too, and we can take turns driving. Lin Mo thought they were joking, so he followed suit. Okay, one can be my driver and the other can be my assistant. Xin Zhaoling's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she was actually somewhat tempted. Although this was a teasing, it was also a way to get close to Lin Mo. She and Xin Zhaoi looked at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Xin Zhaoi then said. Okay, boss, when can I start work? Lin Mo was stunned when he saw Xin Zhaoi's serious expression. Could she be taking it seriously? If Xin Zhaoling said this in her mischievous manner, he would take it as a joke. However, Xin Zhaoi is obviously a very quiet and steady person, so what she said might be true. Ha, you really want to be my driver? It's fine for us to be friends. That was just a joke. He had just met the twin sisters, so it was impossible for him to really ask them to be driver assistants or something, so he could only speak frankly. Xin Zhaoi obviously wanted to say something, but they just arrived at the place. As soon as Wang Yi stopped the car, the restaurant receptionist opened the door for Lin Mo. Lin Mo simply stopped discussing this issue, got out of the car and looked at the chosen restaurant. It turned out to be a coincidence that the restaurant he chose was the Jiangqing Jinqiu Riverview restaurant he had just acquired, and he happened to be looking at it carefully. This Riverview restaurant is located on the top floor of a famous business center in Jiangcheng, and there is an independent elevator on the side, which means that this door can only lead to the restaurant. However, the storefront on the first floor is a little small, but it looks okay. Lin Mo waited for Wang Yi to park the car, then took everyone upstairs. He didn't see Chen Kai and others, so he guessed they had already gone upstairs. Taking the elevator to the top floor, Lin Mo attracted the attention of everyone in the hall as soon as he walked in. His handsome face was matched with a hint of nobility that he had developed, and he was accompanied by 2 pure and beautiful twins. Everyone who saw this kind of lineup would take a few glances. Of course, not many people paid attention to Wang Yi standing aside. Lin Mo checked his phone and saw the room number of the private room sent by Chen Kai, so he called the waiter over. Hello, do you have a reservation? Yes, John High Room. Lin Mo handed his phone to the waiter to take a look. He didn't understand how the private rooms here were divided. Then the waiter nodded and took Lin Mo and others over. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Chen Kai and Chen Lily sitting together, and Zhou Shubai was being pulled to sit with a cute beauty. As soon as Lin Mo sat down, Xin Zhaoling and Xin Zhaoi sat on both sides of Lin Mo respectively. Chen Kai on the side widened his eyes. Seeing Zhou Shubai's sad face, Lin Mo deliberately teased. Zhou Shubai, what's wrong with you? Are you not happy with a beautiful woman around you? After hearing this, Zhou Shubai remained silent. He just glanced at the beautiful woman next to him, and then his face fell again. Seeing him like that, the beauty just chuckled, looked at Lin Mo and said, "Hello handsome guy, my name is Jiang Shui, and I'm Zhou Shubai's good friend since childhood." "Hello, my name is Lin Mo, and I'm Zhou Shubai's good friend." Lin Mo also briefly introduced himself, and then looked at Zhou Shubai's childhood sweetheart. She is very cute and looks similar to Li Yitong. Unfortunately, her figure is not in the same league as Li Yitong, so she is not worthy of an A. But judging by the way she is dressed, and her status as Mr. Hu, she must be either rich or noble, so there is no harm in making friends with her. After everyone briefly introduced themselves to each other, Jiang Shui signaled the waiter to serve the food. Soon, various delicious dishes were brought up one by one. When Lin Mo contacted Chen Mengqi before, he had already learned about the approximate consumption level of the restaurant. Basically, the average cost per person was around 1,000, which was considered relatively high in a second-tier city like Jiangcheng. The restaurant's monthly net profit is around 1 million, which is just okay for Lin Mo. Looking at the table full of exquisite dishes, Lin Mo estimated that the average amount per person should be more than 1,000. Chen Kai also said that it was Jiang Shui who treated them all, so she must be a rich second generation without a doubt. Jiang Shui also ordered a few bottles of more expensive red wine and kept asking Zhou Shubai to drink with her. Zhou Shubai looked reluctant, but he still drank it anyway. Lin Mo looked at his appearance and, considering that he did not return home last night, he roughly guessed what was going on. To put it simply, it was a family marriage. Zhou Shubai wanted to escape last night but failed, so he was forced to come to the appointment. Chen Kai's girlfriend kept looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at her strangely, and she showed a shy expression. Lin Mo was stunned. It seemed that Chen Lili was not a good person. She probably just regarded Chen Kai as an ATM. Chen Lili was very happy to see Lin Mo often looking at her. She didn't expect that Chen Kai had such a high-quality man as his roommate. But when she saw the twin sisters beside Lin Mo, her thoughts faded a little. The main reason was that she had some self-awareness. Not only was her boyfriend his good friend, but she knew her twin roommate even better. Besides, the other person's looks and figure were beyond her reach, not to mention double the happiness. She knew that these two roommates were gold diggers. When they saw Lin Mo's Maybach, they ran over in a hurry. Besides, judging from Lin Mo's attire and his extraordinary temperament, he should be a rich second generation from a well-off family. Thinking of this, she felt even more uncomfortable. She drank a few more glasses unconsciously and looked at Chen Kai with a dazed look. Chen Kai didn't know what was wrong with his girlfriend today. She always said that she was allergic to alcohol and couldn't drink. "I drank so much today that I got myself drunk." However, when he felt his girlfriend's soft body leaning against him, he was extremely excited, and his jealousy towards Lin Mo and Zhou Shubai just now dissipated a lot. Lin Mo also drank a lot. The twin sisters took turns to pour wine for him, one on each side. They leaned over and held Lin Mo's hands. Ding! Shen Zhaoling's favorability plus 20, current favorability 30. Because only Shen Zhaoling is bound, only she shows the favorability, but Lin Mo thinks Shen Zhaoi should be similar, but he can't check it for the time being. Only Wang Yi was left unattended. He kept playing games on his mobile phone. He didn't feel anything was wrong and was playing very enthusiastically. After eating and drinking, Lin Mo, who had a good alcohol tolerance to begin with, and who had taken the primary gene enhancement liquid, didn't feel anything after drinking a few bottles. Chapter 19. Chen Kai takes the initiative. Everyone is full, waiter, pay the bill. Jiang Shui waved her hand casually and called the waiter over. Hello, beautiful lady, the general manager has said that you don't need to pay for the bill here, so you can leave directly. The waiter's words surprised everyone, and everyone turned their eyes to Zhou Shubai and Jiang Shui. We don't know the general manager here. Does your family have any cooperation here? Jiang Shui turned to look at Zhou Shubai, her eyes full of questions. Zhou Shubai also shook his head. His family mainly engaged in foreign trade and had nothing to do with catering. At this time, Lin Mo saw the situation and had no choice but to speak. I am familiar with the general manager here. She should know that I am here. In fact, he already knew about it in advance. Chen Mengqi had just sent him a message. He was probably recognized when he entered the restaurant just now. As soon as he finished speaking, except for Jiang Shui who didn't pay much attention, everyone else looked at him in surprise. Lin Mo's roommates had lived with him for 3 years and had a rough idea of his financial ability, so they were even more surprised. The twin sisters were delighted, thinking that they had good vision and that Lin Mo was very capable.
Okay, I won't pretend anymore. My family is indeed well off, but my family has been hiding this from me before.
Lin Mo was at a loss to explain how he suddenly became rich. He said before that he had won the lottery, and now he knew the general manager.
After thinking about it, he had to find an excuse to get away with it.
When Zhou Xubai heard him say that, he looked as if he knew it. No one investigated further. After all, he was just the general manager of a restaurant and not a big shot. It's just that Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant is a high-end restaurant in Jiangcheng, so people are a little surprised.
Now that they understood everything and had their fill, they just got up and left. I have made arrangements for the next step. Let's go sing karaoke together.
Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Chen Kai spoke up and said that his girlfriend had drunk a lot today and it was a good opportunity for them to go and have a drink.
Lin Mo said it didn't matter. Zhang Shui was very happy to hear that.
She didn't want Zhou Xubai to leave so soon. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave the restaurant, a mature lady in professional attire and exquisite makeup walked towards them. A pair of charming peach blossom eyes kept looking at Lin Mo. After Lin Mo noticed it, he probably guessed that she was Chen Mengqi. But he was still a little confused because she was about 70% similar to the beauty he met in the convenience store last time. Lin Mo even checked the bound goddesses data in his mind and found that their names were only one letter different, so they were most likely relatives.
But there is no need to ask too much now.
After all, we are still at the social gathering, and Chen Mengyao will not be able to escape later.
Boss, why didn't you inform me in advance when you came here today?
Chen Mingqi deliberately crossed her arms across her chest, with the top button of her business shirt slightly open, revealing her clavicle and deep cleavage. The twin sisters beside Lin Mo cursed in their hearts, and they both hugged Lin Mo's hands tightly at the same time. Everyone else saw the name tag on Chen Mengqi's business suit that said General Manager and the word boss just now, and only then did they realize that this restaurant still belonged to Lin Mo.
Ding! Shen Zhaoling's favorability plus 10, current favorability 40. You kid, this restaurant is yours?
Wang Yi shouted strangely at the side.
Lin Mo scratched his head and smiled softly.
He had just wanted to be low-key, but was exposed by Chen Mengqi.
Yes, this place is indeed mine, so it's okay for me to say that I'm very familiar with the general manager.
Manager Chen, my friend booked the place, but I didn't realize it was my home until I arrived.
I didn't expect that. Boss, I'll give you the keys and contract for Lin Jiangxuan. You don't have to make another trip.
Chen Mengqi had already prepared it in advance and asked the waiter who was following her to pass it to her.
Okay, thank you for your help. I'll see you next time. Lin Mo waved his hand and left with everyone.
When they arrived at the parking lot, Chen Kai remembered that he had been drinking and looked at Lin Mo and Zhou Xubai.
Zhang Shui's family has a driver, how about taking you two with us? Zhou Xubai rushed to answer this time.
He thought that with them by his side, Zhang Shui would not go too far in the car. Zhang Shui certainly understood what he meant, so she would not let him succeed.
She said, "It's okay.
I have arranged 2 cars here.
You can just get in the car behind."
After hearing this, Zhou Xubai's face fell again and his eyes turned to Lin Mo.
Wang Yi didn't drink, he can help me open it.
Lin Mo laughed out loud. He had never seen Zhou Xubai with such a rich expression before, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Afterwards, Lin Mo signaled Wang Yi to drive away. This time, the twin sisters moved to the back seat, squeezing Lin Mo in the middle. It seems that after knowing that Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant is his, he became more enthusiastic.
Zhou Xubai, with a look of despair on his face, got on a Fengtai Alpha, followed by a Buick GL8.
Chen Kai and Chan Lily obediently got into the Buick at the back, and then everyone set off together. The KTV arranged by Chen Kai was not far away.
It only took 20 minutes to drive there. After parking the car, everyone got out.
Lin Mo almost laughed out loud when he saw Zhou Xubai who just got off the car.
Others saw Lin Mo couldn't help laughing and they all looked at Zhou Xubai.
His originally handsome face was covered with lip marks, and his expression was still as hopeless as ever. Zhang Shui standing aside had a smile on her face, like a victorious general returning from a battle.
Zhou Xubai, I didn't realize you were so anxious. I always thought you were a pure and innocent boy.
Chen Kai, who was following behind him, was the first to step forward and make fun of him. After all, he and Zhou Shubai liked to quarrel on a daily basis. Zhou Shubai turned to look at Chen Kai and stared at him fiercely, but he said nothing and did not reach out to wipe off his lipstick. Just like that, the group entered the KTV room that Chen Kai had booked in advance. The waiter who came to greet them even chuckled when he saw Zhou Shubai. Of course, this KTV is just an ordinary mass-market KTV, and it is close to the school, so many students from Jiangqing come here. Besides, it was impossible for Chen Kai to order Shan K, otherwise Chen Lily would tear his ears off. Because the business is mainly student business, the consumption here is not too high. Chen Kai went to the front desk, ordered a few dozen beers casually, and then returned to the private room. In fact, on the one hand, Chen Kai wanted his girlfriend to drink more so that he could take the opportunity to take the next step. On the other hand, singing is his strong point, and he must show off his singing voice to attract everyone's attention. By the way, he thinks singing is his strong point. After all, the men before him would not come to KTV on purpose to sing. After returning to the private room, Chen Kai immediately walked to the song ordering station, wanting to take the initiative. But Wang Yi seemed to have no interest in all this. He took out his mobile phone and started playing Pesticide again. Needless to say, Lin Mo and Zhou Shubai were entangled by their respective girls and could not get away at all. At this moment, Chen Kai had already ordered the song, and his voice began to spread throughout the private room. Chapter 20. Everyone is drunk. The crowd, who had just gathered together to play some small games, couldn't help but cover their ears when they heard Chen Kai singing. Even Wang Yi, who was fighting hard in the game, frowned. Finally, he couldn't help it and abandoned his teammates to rush up and snatch his microphone. Chen Kai, stop singing. You must be thirsty. Go have a drink. Wang Yi held the microphone tightly in one hand and stuffed beer into Chen Kai's face with the other. There was no way. Li Mo was having fun with the twin sisters. Zhou Shubai and Zhang Shui were also sticking together, so Wang Yi had to go alone. I could only tell my teammates that my mother was pregnant, then I quit the game and picked up the microphone. You have a pair of eyes that can speak, and you have a caring heart. I am ignorant of the immensity of the world, but your smile always makes me fascinated by you. This song was originally requested by Chen Kai, but Wang Yi grabbed the microphone and Wang Yi didn't mean to express anything. But his singing voice was so magnetic and sounded so nice that even Lin Mo didn't know it. Brother Mo, how about we play some games? Shen Zhaoling's coquettish voice brought Lin Mo back to his senses. On the other side, Shen Zhaoi took out a pack of cigarettes from somewhere, took out a cigarette, put it in her mouth and lit it, then put the cigarette into Lin Mo's mouth. Ding! Detected that Shen Zhaoi's 70 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering 820 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 57,400 yuan. Ding! Successfully bound to the freeloader Shen Zhaoi. Shen Zhaoi, age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 84. Body size, 80. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Overall score, 8.2 points. Favorability 35. Hey! Lin Mo discovered that Shen Zhaoi's cashback multiple was higher than Shen Zhaoling's, so he carefully checked the system message. Shen Zhaoi's figure actually reached 80 points, which made her much taller than her sister. It seemed that even twins still had some differences. Lin Mo's eyes were still scanning the two sisters, but he couldn't see much difference. He guessed that he needed to get to know them more deeply. Sure, what game do you want to play? Shen Zhaoling clamped Lin Mo's hands in between again, and Lin Mo was somewhat accustomed to this position. Brother Mo, let's play tearing paper. Lin Mo had been busy being a bootlicker for 3 years before, and didn't know much about these games, so he asked. How do you play this paper tearing game? I don't quite understand. Please teach me. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhaoling began to explain. Actually, this is very simple. One person holds the tissue in his mouth while the other person tears it off. Take turns tearing the tear apart, and whoever can't tear the tear apart anymore will have to drink, or they can voluntarily admit defeat and drink. After hearing this rule, Lin Mo thought to himself, isn't this a bargain for me? Okay, that's pretty simple, let's get started. Shen Zhaoling immediately took out a piece of paper from the box on the table, put it in his mouth and stretched it towards Lin Mo. However, it was such a large piece of paper that Lin Mo reached out and tore off most of it. After that it was Lin Mo's turn to tear it for Shen Zhaoi, and she easily tore off 1/3 of it. Then it was Shen Zhaoling's turn. I don't know if she did it on purpose, but she only tore off a corner of the 1/3 paper. When she turned to Lin Mo, she deliberately retracted the paper in her mouth, leaving only a small piece of paper outside her mouth. She even deliberately moved closer to Lin Mo, her face full of charm and a hint of provocation. Of course Lin Mo was not afraid. He moved directly towards her lips, but pulled back the moment they were about to touch. Ding! Shen Zhaoling's favorability +5, current favorability 45. Ding! Shen Zhaoyi's favorability increased by +7, currently at 42. Lin Mo didn't say much. He just picked up the glass and drank the beer in one gulp, then looked at Shen Zhaoling with a smile. It was just as he thought, with their current level of affection they shouldn't want this kind of contact, especially since both of them had zero relationships. It seemed that they were testing him on purpose, but he was not quite sure of the specific reason. If it was because of money, then it would be totally unnecessary. Okay, this game isn't fun, let's try another one. Lin Mo took the initiative to suggest changing the game. After all, their real purpose was not to play, so there was no need to make it too awkward. The sisters clearly felt that Lin Mo knew their intentions. They looked at each other and kissed Lin Mo on the face together. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. What on earth did the two mean? Why did they act differently every now and then? Anyway, he won't suffer any loss, so let them do whatever they want. You two kiss each other, and then I'll kiss you back. Lin Mo smiled and held them in his arms, one in each hand, and was about to kiss them on the face. Shen Zhaoling quickly reached out to cover Lin Mo's mouth, and Shen Zhaoyi picked up the wine glass and handed it to him. The two sisters might as well be twins. They worked together perfectly and Lin Mo was fooled by them. But he didn't care at all and just played and fought with the two of them, which made Chen Kai's eyes red. Chen Kai was in a state of disgust because of his hoarse voice, and Chen Lily looked at him with disgust. Whenever he tried to get closer to her, he was pushed away. He miscalculated. He originally wanted to show off, but now even his girlfriend ignores him and he can only drink alone. How about we play some dice? Jiang Shui forced Zhou Shubai to drink for a long time but he refused, so she called Lin Mo and the others to play together. This way she and Zhou Shubai would be on the same team and she could let him drink with her. Then everyone gathered together to play, only Wang Yi was still singing to himself. You drink a cup and I drink a can. Before long, Chen Kai was the first one who couldn't bear it anymore and ran to the toilet to vomit. The twin sisters also drank until their faces turned red, and they looked at Lin Mo with seductive eyes. Only Lin Mo was still sober. It didn't take long for Zhou Shubai to get drunk. Seeing that everyone had almost finished drinking, Lin Mo asked everyone to leave. Seeing Chen Kai looking like a dead dog, Chen Lily dragged him out of the private room with disgust. Jiang Shui took out her cell phone and sent a message, then called two strong men to come in and help Zhou Shubai away. The last one was Lin Mo. He picked up the twin sisters, one in each hand, and carried them out easily. Walking out of the KTV, everyone looked at each other, feeling very awkward because they all had their own thoughts. Jiang Shui was the most decisive. She waved goodbye to everyone, then took Zhou Shubai into the car and left. Wang Yi then came close to Lin Mo and whispered, "Brother Mo, how about I take a taxi back to school and you call a designated driver to drive?" As he spoke, he winked and gestured at the sisters, then gave Lin Mo a look that all men understood. Boy, am I that kind of person? If you want to go back, go back. I can't control your legs. Wang Yi understood what he meant instantly and walked to the side of the road. Halfway there he turned back and gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. Lin Mo ignored him and wanted to go see what was going on over there with Chen Kai, but he looked around but couldn't find them. Lin Mo looked helpless, so he had to take them to his newly rented house. He really had no other choice and was definitely not taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Chapter 21 Driver and Assistant. Looking at his roommates leaving, Lin Mo could only ask the designated driver to drive the car back to Linjiangshuan. He struggled to help the twin sisters into the car before calling the designated driver to set off. He was sweating profusely. It's not that he is in poor health, it's mainly because the two sisters seemed to do it on purpose. They put their entire weight on him and touched and hugged him. Lin Mo didn't know whether they were pretending or really drunk, so he could only sit in the middle and let them touch him. The designated driver in front was looking at him with envy, lamenting that the life of rich people is my dream. After driving for more than 10 minutes, we arrived at Linjiangshuan, but we couldn't enter the parking lot because the vehicle was not registered. Lin Mo lowered the car window and handed some contract documents given to him by Chen Mengqi to the security guard to read. He would go to the property management to re-record the license plate number tomorrow. As soon as the security guard looked inside, he saw Lin Mo holding two girls. He didn't want to look any longer and just opened the door and let him in. The designated driver parked the car and left without stopping. Lin Mo even gave him some tips for his consumption. Lin Mo helped them both upstairs. They seemed to be much more sober and able to stand on their own. You guys don't want to pretend anymore? Just sit anywhere. I'll see if there's any water over here. The top floor room of Lin Jiangxuan is decorated in a modern and simple style. It is equipped with basic furniture and you can move in as long as you buy some daily necessities. Lin Mo opened the refrigerator and found some mineral water inside. He couldn't help but sigh that the service here was really good. The monthly rent is 12,000 yuan, and it also comes with housekeeper and cleaning services. However, the contract states that the service is free in the first month, and there will be a charge for this service afterwards. You can try it out first, and then pay to use it if you like it. I don't know if it will have as many tricks as some video members. But these are just small amounts of money for Lin Mo now. As long as he lives comfortably, spending some money doesn't matter. Lin Mo handed over 2 bottles of water, looked at the two of them and spoke again. Tell me, what is your purpose? Shen Xiaoling looked at her sister, cleared her throat, and stopped speaking in that coquettish voice. Brother Lin Mo, we need money. As long as you can give us money, we can do anything. Lin Mo was stunned when he heard this. Wouldn't they be like Wang, Yashi and merry old men? He wanted to hear what was going on this time, so he sat directly between the two of them and said. Then tell me how much you want? What happened at home? Please tell me your story. When Shen Xiaoling heard this, he pretended to be angry and hit Lin Mo, then resumed his coquettish voice and said. Brother Lin Mo, we don't have the story you imagine. We only want 100,000 a month. You can ask us to do anything you want. Lin Mo didn't expect Shen Xiaoling to ask for money so directly. Isn't this pure support? He doesn't mind spending 200,000 a month to support them, as long as they can help me trigger the free riding system. He thought for a while and remembered an idea he had before, which was to ask his employees to spend money on him, so he said. Sure, it's only 100,000 each. You can just be my driver and assistant. I'll transfer 1 year's salary to you first. Neither Shen Xiaoling nor Shen Zhaoyi expected that Lin Mo would agree so readily and even offer to pay for 1 year's fees directly. In fact, even if Lin Mo didn't say anything, they would have asked for it. After all, if they were given a month's salary and then abandoned after the fun, they would be at a loss. As for being his driver and assistant, they regarded it as just an excuse, and in reality they were still his lovers. Lin Mo decisively transferred a total of 2.4 million to the two of them. After the two received the payment, the system prompt immediately sounded again. Ding! Shen Xiaoling's favorability plus 15, current favorability 60. Ding! Shen Zhaoyi's favorability increased by plus 18, currently at 60. Lin Mo didn't expect that their favorability would increase to 60 in 1 day. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to complete the second main task soon. As expected, they were gold diggers, but Lin Mo didn't mind. He just wanted their loyalty. By the way, you and I are both juniors, so you can just remain friends at school. They all nodded when they heard this. After all, keeping a mistress is not a glorious thing, especially two sisters at the same time. But now, looking at Lin Mo's handsome face, they are already impatient to get to work, perhaps because of the influence of alcohol or money. Then, Lin Mo continued, I usually call you to come and serve me. After the junior year is over and the internship begins, you can arrange the work to assist me. Lin Mo's meaning was very simple. He wanted them to be drivers and assistants temporarily, and then when he got more money and assets for free, he could arrange for them to help. But to them, it just meant that they had to wait for Lin Mo's notification before serving him, and he would give them positions later to manage some of his family businesses and the like. They nodded seriously. We have eaten the cake we drew, and now it is time to eat something else. Shen Xiaoling took the first step and directly held Lin Mo's head against her chest. Before Lin Mo could react, he was wrapped in softness. Then Shen Zhaoyi attacked him from 3 directions and pulled him down. Lin Mo felt a chill at first, and then a warmth. Under their simultaneous attack, even Lin Mo, who had taken genetic medicine, was unable to react. Only beasts and worse than beasts were circling in his mind. In the end, he did not push them away, but chose to take the attack. Ding! Shen Xiaoling's favorability plus 2, current favorability 62. Ding! Shinjiao's favorability plus 2, current favorability 62. Ding. Shinjialing's favorability plus 5, current favorability 67. Ding. Shinjiao's favorability plus 5, current favorability 67. A day and a night passed like this, and Lin Mo didn't wake up until the afternoon. Looking at the clothes scattered on the ground and the two beauties nestled in my arms, I felt a little tired when I thought about last night. The main reason was that he was a Xiao Chuan Nan before, and he had undergone a transformation after this battle. Moreover, he had fought continuously, and he was physically and mentally exhausted. If it weren't for the help of the primary gene enhancement fluid, his body would not have such lasting endurance and could easily handle aerobic exercises such as running. His original intention was to let them be drivers and assistants, but now he has added more work to them. Lin Mo now just wanted to get up and drink some water, but his hands were held down by them and he could only pull them out with difficulty.
Brother Mo, no more.
The sleeping Shinjiaoling suddenly talked in her sleep, which scared Lin Mo so much that he thought he had woken her up. I turned around and saw that she had her eyes closed tightly and her expression looked a little painful.
She must be having a nightmare.
Lin Mo patted her back to comfort her for a while, and only got up and got out of bed when he saw her expression gradually relax. He looked at the clothes on the ground and searched for a long time but couldn't find his. I had no choice but to go straight to the living room, open the refrigerator, pick up the water and start drinking it. At this moment, he heard his cell phone ringing. He turned around and saw that his pants were on the sofa. While taking out his cell phone and putting on his pants, his eyes were still scanning the living room. I saw some clothes on the balcony, some on the dining table, and some in the toilet. Lin Mo shook his head, thinking that they were too careless to clean up and left their clothes everywhere, while answering the phone.
Chapter 22 Tianjin Island.
Hey, Lin Mo, where are you? A cute female voice came from the other end of the phone, and I knew it was Li Yitong without having to guess.
Oh, I'm outside. I drank too much yesterday and didn't go back to school.
Is that so?
Are you free this afternoon? I want you to go somewhere with me.
There was a hint of anticipation in Li Yitong's voice. It was a rare weekend, and she really wanted to go on a date with Lin Mo.
Lin Mo looked at the two women in the room.
They were still sleeping soundly.
He thought about it and decided to agree.
Okay, I'll come find you after I finish my work here.
Is 3 o'clock in the afternoon okay?
Hearing Lin Mo's agreement, Li Yitong couldn't suppress the joy in her heart and said happily.
Okay, then I'll wait for you at school at 3 in the afternoon.
After Lin Mo hung up the phone, he looked at the time.
It was already 1 o'clock.
He went to have dinner with the two girls and just caught up with Li Yitong's date.
Everything was planned.
After washing up, Lin Mo slowly walked towards the room. He lifted the quilt, stretched out his hands and gently patted the two girls' smooth backs a few times to wake them up.
Shinjiaoling was sleepy.
She rubbed her eyes and saw her sister looking at her with wide eyes. Originally, the pain in her body made her feel a little uncomfortable, but when she saw her sister lying there like her and Lin Mo with a smirk on his face, she couldn't help but jump up.
Ah!
With a scream, it was unclear whether it was out of shock or pain, she stood up in a strange posture and looked for her clothes. On the contrary, Shinjiaoi was much calmer. She didn't care about Lin Mo's gaze at all. She stood up, hugged Lin Mo, and kissed him affectionately. Lin Mo gently pinched her fruit and said softly,
"Wake up, I'll take you to dinner."
Shinjiaoi nodded shyly, then buried her head in Lin Mo's arms.
Ah! Why are you two hugging each other again? I want one too.
Just as Shinjiaoling got her clothes back, she saw her sister and Lin Mo hugging each other. She threw her clothes aside and threw herself over. Lin Mo looked at Shinjiaoling, who was running over in shock, and still held her in his arms, saying unhappily,
"Why are you running around if you're not feeling well?
Hurry up and get dressed, wash up, and let's go eat together." Shinjiaoling looked at Lin Mo with her big watery eyes, gave him a quick kiss, then let him go and went to put on her clothes. Lin Mo walked towards the living room again, sat on the sofa and watched the two girls' slender figures busying around. Half an hour later, the two women barely finished tidying up. After all, there were no cosmetics for them here, so they could only make do with what they had.
"Let's go, I'm starving. Let's go eat something first."
Lin Mo spent half an hour on the sofa browsing on his phone before they finished cleaning up. He then stood up and stretched. After going down to the underground parking lot, Lin Mo found his car and got directly into the driver's seat. Today, let them sit in the back seat and enjoy themselves, and Lin Mo will be the driver himself. As for the issue of reporting the license plate number, I asked Chen Mengqi to send the property management's WeChat to him and let him get it done. While driving, Lin Mo was thinking about the arrangements for the sisters. Originally he was planning to make them drivers and assistants, but now that they were his women it was not easy to deal with them. The assistant's words aren't a big problem, but the driver still needs to find someone who can help and protect him. You two will be my personal assistants from now on. I will consider the driver later. The sisters nodded. It was just a title after all. All they needed to do was know their own position. Also, I'll give you a key to Ling Yunxuan's house. After this semester, you'll have your internship and you can move in. The sisters were delighted after hearing this. They thought this would be their home from now on, including Lin Mo. Then we're going to go shopping and do some shopping. We're going to decorate our home today. Ding! Shen Zhaoling's favorability plus 10, current favorability 80. Ding! Shen Zhaoyi's favorability plus 10, current favorability 80. The two of them actually reached 80 favorability levels at the same time, and this time it was not because of money. Lin Mo was still quite curious. Also, wasn't their favorability only around 60 before? He remembered that he seemed to have received a message from the system before going to bed, but he was busy at that time and did not pay attention to it. Now, with these two, the main quest of reaching 80 favorability points for the three goddesses has been completed, and the only thing left is to achieve the goal of getting something for free. He thought about it and didn't have a good solution for the time being. He would find some opportunities to get something for free when he met Li Yitong next time. Lin Mo took the sisters to have a simple meal, then sent them to the mall and set off back to school. Ding! Detected that Shinzhao's 180 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering a 1640-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 295,200 yuan. Current progress, 777.5 W 2000 W. The elder sister is relatively steady and sensible. She went to pay the bill on her own initiative just now, and her cashback multiple is slightly higher than that of her younger sister. While driving, Lin Mo thought about the system scoring issue, and remembered that his sister's figure score was higher. It really is a system. Lin Mo carefully felt that his sister had more information. He confirmed it several times last night. Lin Mo was lost in thought all the way and soon stopped the car at the corner near the school gate. Favorite fried chili, I'm here, waiting for you at the old place. Iwani Bing, okay, I'll be right there. Not long after, Li Yitong came over as usual, skipping and bouncing, and sat in the passenger seat. Lin Mo reached out and touched her head. Li Yitong wore a floral dress today and a pair of small flower hairpins on her head, looking particularly pure and cute. Lin Mo touched her head, and she looked like she was enjoying it, rubbing against Lin Mo's hand like a kitten. Come on, where do you want me to take you today? I want to go to Tianqin Island. I'll tell you what I want to do when I get there. Lin Mo nodded after hearing this, not caring. Isn't Tianqin Island just about going to the beach to play in the water and climb the mountains? It was quite far from Jiangcheng University, and it took them nearly an hour to reach the ferry terminal. Originally, Lin Mo could drive into the island from the Tianqin Bridge, but the bridge happened to be under maintenance, so he had to take a detour to the pier to take a boat. However, you can drive onto the ferry here. Lin Mo went to register and buy a ticket and then drove onto the boat. It would be uncomfortable to sit in the car on the boat, so Lin Mo took Li Yitong out of the car and walked to the bow of the ferry. Wow, the wind is so strong today. Look how high the waves are on the river. Li Yitong opened her arms and felt the breeze, not caring about her hair being messed up by the wind. From Lin Mo's perspective, Li Yitong and the afterglow of the setting sun behind her formed a beautiful picture. Lin Mo couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and take pictures. When the boat slowly arrived at Tianqin Island, the sun had already set and the sunset glow dyed the sky red. Drive quickly, it's already 5 o'clock. I'm afraid I'll disturb them if I go too late. Lin Mo didn't understand who he would disturb, but he still stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the island. Look at this photo. I just took it for you on the boat. Does it look good? Lin Mo took out his cell phone and handed the photos he had just taken to Li Yitong. Yeah, I like it very much. She took a look, then moved closer to Lin Mo and gave him a light kiss on the face. Chapter 23 Tianqin Welfare Home. Under Li Yitong's command, Lin Mo parked the car in a residential area. Lin Mo looked at Li Yitong in confusion. Why did you come to Tianqin Island instead of going to the beach to see the indigenous people? Let's just stop here. It's hard for cars to get in. Let's walk over. Okay, let's go. Although Lin Mo didn't know where she was going, it didn't matter, he just followed and watched. After parking the car, Li Yitong got out, and Lin Mo noticed that she was holding a large bag that was bulging with things. Seeing that she was having a hard time carrying it, Lin Mo reached out to help her. Why are you carrying such a big bag? What's in it? Li Yitong looked at the bag and smiled slightly. Nothing much, just some snacks. Tianjin Island has a beautiful environment and a strong breath of nature. Li Yitong was jumping happily in front. Lin Mo didn't ask any more questions and followed Li Yitong with his bag. Not long after walking, they arrived at an orphanage. Dean Lu. As soon as Li Yitong arrived, she shouted inside, and a kind old man slowly walked out after hearing what she said. It's Xiaotong, she comes to play again. When the old man saw that it was Li Yitong who came, his face was full of smiles. Dean Lu, there's no need to come out. Let's go inside. Okay, this is your boyfriend. Dean Lu saw Li Yitong coming with a boy and asked curiously. Li Yitong blushed slightly after hearing this, and reached out to help Dean Lu in, and hurriedly explained in a low voice. Not yet, don't talk nonsense. Dean Lu nodded, looked at Li Yitong and Lin Mo kindly and smiled. Lin Mo's hearing is very sharp now, and he heard Li Yitong's words clearly, but he just pretended not to hear and followed behind obediently. Sister Yitong. Sister Yitong. As soon as she entered the welfare home, a group of children ran over happily when they saw Li Yitong. Li Yitong took the bag from Lin Mo and opened it. It was full of snacks. It turned out that they were prepared for these children. Lin Mo also helped Li Yitong distribute snacks. Seeing the children happily eating the snacks, Lin Mo also felt happy. So you came here to see these kids? You're quite caring. While playing with the children, Li Yitong responded. Yes, I like children very much. I come to see them when I have nothing to do and buy them some clothes, snacks, etc. After the snacks were distributed, Dean Lu asked Li Yitong to take Lin Mo around for a walk. Li Yitong took Lin Mo to the studio nearby and explained. These are all paintings drawn by children. Sometimes there are charity auctions to help the welfare home. Lin Mo picked up a painting of a girl standing on the beach and compared it carefully with Li Yitong. This one seems to be a painting of you. How can I buy these paintings? I'll buy it. Ah. This really seems to be me. If you want to buy a painting, just tell Dean Lu. The price depends on your willingness. Li Yitong also came over to look at the painting. She was wearing a white dress and a straw hat, standing barefoot on the beach. The painting was really nice. Lin Mo took the painting and went to see Dean Lu with Li Yitong. Dean Lu was still watching the child at the gate of the courtyard. President Lu, I want to buy this painting. Lin Mo walked up to Dean Lu and said. You are Li Yitong's good friend, so this painting is for you. No, I also want to make some contribution to charity. After saying that, he was about to take out his cell phone, but Director Lu saw how sincere he was and told him the account of the welfare home. Lin Mo casually transferred 100,000 yuan to them, not because of the value of the painting, but because he wanted them to live a better life. Dean Lu received 100,000 yuan in his account and looked at Lin Mo in shock. Young man, this is too much. I'll return it to you. No need, Dean Lu, these are some of my gifts to make these children's lives better. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he continued to stroll around with Li Yitong until the sky gradually darkened. It's almost time, let's go. Li Yitong stretched, showing off her slender figure, with her plump waist hanging down, which made Lin Mo, who had just had sex, envious. It's a rare opportunity to come to Tianjin Island, why don't we go to the beach and have some fun? Seeing that Li Yitong was still in high spirits, Lin Mo decided to go back later. Okay, I'm always in a hurry every time I come here by car, so I never really have time to play on the beach. As they were talking, they arrived at the parking lot, got in the car and headed for the beach. Li Yitong suddenly became full of energy. Let's just hang out here for a while. I just checked and the last ferry is at 8 p.m. As soon as the car stopped at the beach, Lin Mo began to speak. Got it, let's go down now. Li Yitong couldn't wait any longer, and quickly got out of the car and ran towards the beach, skipping and jumping. It is now past 6 o'clock, the sky has darkened, and there are not many people on the beach. Li Yitong took off her shoes when she walked to the beach, and went into the water to play with her bare white feet. Lin Mo, come here quickly. Li Yitong was squatting by the water, doing something unknown, and kept calling Lin Mo to come over. Lin Mo thought she had found some shells or something, so he took off his shoes and ran over to take a look. Ha! Just when Lin Mo was about to get close, she covered her hands with water and splashed it towards Lin Mo. Caught off guard, even after taking the gene-enhancing liquid, he was unable to escape and had water splashed in his face. Ha ha ha! Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Leotone laughed so hard that she fell backwards, and the fruit was swaying in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Mo was both angry and amused. He quickly fought back and poured water on her. Ah! Leotone, who was originally smiling happily, was startled by the sudden attack. And it was such an awkward position. Now her clothes were soaked and she quickly covered her chest. Lin Mo didn't stop, he scooped up some water and splashed it on Leotone's face. Ah! Leotone was splashed with water again and couldn't bear it any longer. She ignored her clothes getting wet and chased after Lin Mo with the same cup of water. Lin Mo! Don't run! After splashing the water, Lin Mo ran away. Leotone couldn't catch up with him at all. Lin Mo looked back and saw that she didn't chase him, so he made a face to make her angry. Seeing this, Leotone started to chase after him again, but maybe she was in a hurry and accidentally tripped over a small sand pit and fell forward. Lin Mo had stopped in front of her, and this fall threw her directly into Lin Mo's arms. Lin Mo quickly reached out and hugged her. Just like that, Leotone lay in Lin Mo's arms, and her face suddenly turned red. Okay, no more playing, I'll let you splash it back. Leotone nodded slightly to show her agreement, then let go of Lin Mo. Then let's take a walk along the beach. Okay, but do you want to change your clothes? Lin Mo asked as he looked at the clothes that revealed his snow-white skin. Leotone's face turned red again. She pulled her clothes to make them less tight, and walked forward with her hands across her chest. It's okay. It's quite hot and humid right now. It will dry up in a while. Chapter 24: A Sudden Rainstorm. Although Leotone said it didn't matter, she still felt a little uncomfortable under Lin Mo's sharp gaze. Ding! Leotone's favorability +3, current favorability is 85. She was very happy that Lin Mo could accompany her to Tianjin Island. Coupled with the close contact just now, her favorability towards him increased again. At this time, Lin Mo was walking with her on the beach, but he couldn't help but glance at Leotone's skin under her clothes. Maybe it was because he tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time yesterday, and now his self-control has obviously decreased. Lin Mo had been a bootlicker for 3 years before. He was a pure love warrior. Even after getting the system, he had not completely changed. Unexpectedly, because of the cooperation of the twin sisters, he was completely de-enchanted by the goddess. In this awkward atmosphere, they walked until after 7 o'clock. Shout on, we should go back, otherwise we will miss the ferry. Lin Mo turned around and spoke to Leotone, but she had her head down at this moment, not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Mo, I like you. After saying that, she ran towards the Maybach, leaving Lin Mo confused. Ding! Leotone's favorability +3, current favorability is 88. Of course Lin Mo knew that she liked him, the system's favorability rating showed it. This should be her confession, but why did she run away after saying it? But it's better this way. Lin Mo just broke up, and now that he has obtained the system, he will definitely need to come into contact with all kinds of girls. If you really agree to be with her, you must explain everything to her, such as the situation of the sisters. Lin Mo has now gradually evolved into a scumbag, and will not stop making money for a girl. As he thought about it, he followed Leotone. Of course he couldn't just say that he wouldn't stop flirting with other girls for her, so in the current situation it would be best for him to say that he had just broken up and needed some time. After thinking it through, he immediately went over and got in the car with Leotone. Time was running out and they had to drive away from Tianjin Island. And in a corner nearby, a burly young man was hiding and watching their every move. The car had just driven a distance when Lin Mo felt the time was right and spoke. Shout on, I like you too. After hearing this, Leotone, who had buried her head in her chest due to shyness, immediately looked towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo continued. But I just broke up a few days ago, and I need some time to adjust. Leotone nodded after hearing this. I know, I can wait for you. She still understood Lin Mo. After all, he had been licking Zhang Ting for 3 years. It was not something he could just move on from and start a new relationship. But she was still a little unhappy, just like the weather now, which suddenly changed from sunny to cloudy. Ah! Why is it raining suddenly? Lin Mo looked at the starry night, which was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Hua la la. Lin Mo drove along the way. The rain was getting heavier and the thunder was rumbling. Li Yitong was so scared that she hugged his arm tightly. Your phone is ringing. It's raining so hard. I'm going to stop by and take a break. Oh. Li Yitong quickly let go of Lin Mo's hand, took out her cell phone and answered it. Yitong, are you back? Dean Lu's kind voice and concerned tone came from the other side. Not yet. We're heading to the ferry terminal now. Oh, you haven't left the island yet? The ferry has stopped because of heavy rain. Why don't you come to the welfare home first? Li Yitong looked at Lin Mo when he heard that. Because the loudspeaker was on, Lin Mo could hear it clearly. He nodded slightly. Okay, Grandpa Lu, let's come over now. Lin Mo turned around again and headed towards Tianxin welfare home. He returned to the residential area he had come from before, but the car couldn't get in, so he parked back to the original location. Dean Lu was already waiting for them at the intersection with an umbrella. When he saw them stop the car, he hurried over. Grandpa Lu, it's raining so hard, why did you come out? I was worried that you didn't have an umbrella and might catch a cold if you got wet. After hearing this, Li Yitong's eyes turned red and she quickly took the umbrella that Dean Lu had given her. Let's go back quickly. Li Yitong handed the umbrella to Lin Mo, and she supported Director Lu and walked quickly back to the welfare home holding the umbrella. When they arrived at the welfare home, Director Lu took them to a fairly tidy room and said, Normally, not many people stay here, so this is the only vacant room. I'm sorry to bother you with this for one night. It's okay, Grandpa Lu, you can go back soon, we can take care of ourselves. It is now late at night, the wind is howling and it is raining heavily. The children in the welfare home need more care. Lin Mo looked around. This room was originally supposed to be a storage room converted into a lounge. The main reason is that the welfare home is not very big. It is just a one-story bungalow with several rooms built side by side. The larger one in the middle is Dean Lu's room and the children's big room, plus the hall. One of the two sides is the studio we visited in the afternoon, and the other side is the room they are in now. Lin Mo also took a walk here in the afternoon. There was a small hill behind it. Near the bungalow, there were some vegetable fields and entertainment and exercise facilities for children. Now that the door was closed, the two of them sat awkwardly on the sofa in the room. Did you bring any other clothes? Your clothes are all wet. You're going to catch a cold. Lin Mo looked at Li Yitong's wet clothes. The front was wet by the water just now, and the back was also wet by the heavy rain. No. I didn't bring anything. I didn't expect to stay overnight today. My bag is full of snacks. Hearing her words, Lin Mo took off his clothes, because he had just held the umbrella himself, so his clothes were basically not wet. You can put mine on instead. Mine isn't much wet. Ah. Oh. Li Yitong couldn't take her eyes off the muscular body of Lin Mo. She didn't expect that Lin Mo had such a good figure, with strong chest muscles, well-defined 8-pack abs, and a mermaid line. She was stunned. She reacted and took the clothes. She felt that Lin Mo was looking at her. She kept looking at his upper body and her face turned red. I'll turn around, call me when you're done. Lin Mo turned around and said this. Li Yitong looked at Lin Mo's back. Without hesitation, she began to take off her wet clothes. She was soaked from the inside out, and she was wearing a skirt, with everything taken off except her panties. Suddenly a thunder sounded nearby, and the sound seemed to tear the entire sky apart. Li Yitong was startled. She immediately hugged Lin Mo without realizing that she had not put on Lin Mo's clothes yet. What is that? Lin Mo was also startled when he was suddenly hugged by Li Yitong, mainly because of the softness of the thing he was holding. He subconsciously turned around to comfort Li Yitong, but she seemed to react and said, Don't turn around, I haven't. The voice behind her became smaller and smaller, but Lin Mo still understood what she meant. Then she let go of Lin Mo and put on his t-shirt, which just covered her thighs, and asked Lin Mo to look back. However, just by wearing this outfit, Lin Mo was distracted and didn't know where to look. He tried his best to suppress his inner restlessness. At this moment, Li Yitong's stomach suddenly rumbled. I haven't eaten anything all afternoon. I'm hungry. I'll go ask Dean Lu if he has anything to eat. In order to avoid embarrassing Li Yitong, he pretended not to hear the voice and continued talking to himself. Okay, be safe. Chapter 25. Li Wei breaks in. Seeing that Li Yitong's face was red all the way to her neck, he simply responded and hurriedly went next door with an umbrella to find Dean Liu. President Liu, do you have anything to eat? We haven't had dinner yet. Lin Mo scratched his head, shirtless, and looked at Dean Liu with an embarrassed expression. Dean Liu just looked at it curiously, then stood up and went to the kitchen nearby and said, "The cook has gone home. I'll cook you a few dishes to eat." Hearing that Dean Liu wanted to cook for them himself, Lin Mo quickly refused, and happened to see some instant noodles on the table. No, we can just take 2 instant noodles to deal with it, you go back and rest." As he said that, Lin Mo quickly picked up the instant noodles beside him and boiled some hot water. Dean Liu didn't force it. Seeing that Lin Mo was not the kind of spoiled rich second generation, he nodded with satisfaction and left. Before leaving, Dean Liu gave him some sausages and braised eggs. Lin Mo made the instant noodles, and seeing that it was still pouring rain outside, he quickly opened his umbrella and returned to the room. "Ah! Li Wei, what are you doing? Let me go." Because the thunder and rain outside was really loud, Lin Mo just walked to the door before he heard Li Yitong shouting loudly. At this time, the door was half open. Lin Mo hurriedly pushed it open and saw a burly man grabbing Li Yitong's shoulders and preventing her from leaving. "Listen to me, I really like you. Lin Mo is a scumbag. You can't be with him." Lin Mo casually placed the instant noodles on the table beside the door and immediately kicked it, while reaching out to pull Li Yitong back into his arms. Li Yitong was startled, and then saw that it was Lin Mo. She immediately hid in Lin Mo's arms with her face against his chest. Lin Mo didn't have time to feel the softness of his body. He looked at the burly young man who was kicked down by him. After seeing the other person's face clearly, it turned out to be their classmate Li Wei. How did he find Li Yitong here? Seeing that he didn't have any weapons or anything like that in his hand, Lin Mo let down his guard a little and asked Li Yitong, "Xiaotong, are you hurt? Li Wei didn't do anything to you, right?" Knowing that the person coming was not a threat, his first priority was to comfort Li Yitong in his arms. "No. It's okay." She was just a little panicked, but not actually hurt, so Lin Mo scolded Li Wei. "Li Wei, what are you doing here?" Li Wei came back to his senses, stood up and looked at Li Yitong in Lin Mo's arms, his expression somewhat angry, and loudly argued. "I'm here to tell Yitong about what kind of person you are. You flirt with girls everywhere. You're a scumbag." He loudly recounted Lin Mo's crimes and took out the photos he had secretly taken of Lin Mo and the school beauty Wang Yashi. There were photos of them shopping together, holding hands, and having intimate interactions. It turned out that this was the guy that Lin Mo had always felt was being followed. Before Lin Mo could refute, Li Yitong spoke directly. "Then this is a matter between Lin Mo and me. What does it have to do with you? If you have nothing else, please leave." She didn't care whether these things were true or not, but she wanted to drive this unknown person away. This had nothing to do with him. Besides, she was only wearing a t-shirt with no clothes underneath, and she didn't want anyone to see her except Lin Mo. I'm doing this for your own good." Li Wei explained helplessly, but he couldn't help but look at Li Yitong. Lin Mo protected Li Yitong behind him and said sternly again, "Now you understand, do you want to get out of here by yourself or do you want me to help you?" Li Wei wanted to resist, but when he saw Lin Mo's muscular body and the pain in his waist from being kicked by him just now, he finally gave up. Lin Mo watched Li Wei leave the room in a panic and disappear in the heavy rain, then he let go of Li Yitong and closed the door. Lin Mo was not afraid that Li Wei would take action. After all, his current physical condition was no joke. Instead, he was thinking about whether he should explain his relationship with Wang Yashi to Li Yitong. Just as he was thinking, Li Yitong hugged him from behind and spoke softly. "I'm hungry, let's eat first." He didn't expect that Li Yitong didn't ask any further questions but changed the subject. He hurriedly took the instant noodles. "I've already soaked it, and it's just right to eat now." They ate the instant noodles bite by bite, neither of them saying a word. In the end, God's help was still needed. A thunderclap came out of nowhere and sent Li Yitong into Lin Mo's arms again. "Xiaotong, Wang Yashi and I are just friends." Lin Mo touched Li Yitong's hair and spoke softly. Feeling Lin Mo's body temperature and strong chest muscles, Li Yitong raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Mo. "I trust you." After hearing what Li Yitong said, Lin Mo said nothing, but bent down and kissed her. I don't know if it was a natural reaction, but his hands were not very honest. The system did not lie to him. Li Yitong's 90-point figure was almost all concentrated on her breasts, which could not be grasped with one hand. After struggling for a while, Li Yitong pushed Lin Mo away, her whole face as red as boiling water. Lin Mo knows that Li Yitong is also a pure love warrior. Now that he has not agreed to be together, he will definitely maintain his bottom line. So he turned into a gentleman again, sat aside obediently, and chatted with Li Yitong about interesting things recently. Of course, the plot about the sisters and Wang Yashi was omitted, and only the interesting stories about his roommates Zhou Shubai and Zhang Shui were told. We chatted like this until 10:30. The rain was still falling outside and the wind was still howling. Although Li Yitong still held Lin Mo's arm because of the thunder during the period, Lin Mo did not attack recklessly again. But he felt uncomfortable. The softness kept pressing against him, so he could only stay hard all the time. It's getting late, let's go get some rest. Lin Mo looked at the time and said that as long as he fell asleep, he wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. Li Yitong answered softly, then stood up and walked to the bed beside her. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Lin Mo's pants bulging. After the two of them lay down and turned off the lights, Lin Mo spoke first. I sleep very peacefully and I promise I won't do anything. Well, are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Mo didn't know how to answer, when he felt a hand reaching out to him. He slept until dawn. The rain outside had stopped and the sunlight shone through the window into one of his eyes, which was a bit dazzling. Why was it said that only one of his eyes was shot? Because the other one was blocked by Li Yitong's fruit. Lin Mo used facial cleanser right after waking up. It was really soft and comfortable. He didn't expect Li Yitong to be so restless when sleeping. His head was stuffed into her arms, and he almost suffocated to death. Her thighs were still pressing down on his lower abdomen, just enough to clamp the calves he had raised in the morning. He had no choice but to wake Li Yitong up, otherwise he would feel even worse than last night. Xiaotong, get up. He shook Li Yitong gently a few times, and she hugged his head in a daze. I'm suffocating, woo-woo. Li Yitong seemed to realize something and reacted immediately. Looking at Lin Mo in her arms, her face turned red. After a while, the two men got dressed and came to Dean Lu's office to thank him for his reception last night. I won't talk much about what happened just now. Li Yitong's hands are still a little sore now. Chapter 26, Get Zheng Ting for free? We are going back. Goodbye. Lin Mo and Li Yitong waved goodbye to the children in the welfare home and drove away from Tianjin Island. There were no accidents this time, and they returned to Jiangqing City smoothly. Lin Mo did not stop and directly sent Li Yitong back to school. Originally, Lin Mo planned to have breakfast with her before returning to Jiangcheng University. But Li Yitong is a good student and also the class monitor. There is nothing she can do about being late for class now. She can't skip classes anymore. So Lin Mo had no choice but to send her back to class and went back to the dormitory to rest. Lin Mo, aren't you going to class? Lin Mo parked the car back to the old place again, and Li Yitong started asking. He deliberately showed a tired look and said, Squad leader, I want to go too, but I'm a little tired from outputting too much. Li Yitong blushed when she heard his words. She knew what Lin Mo meant and also understood that the consumption was indeed quite high. Okay, go back and have a good rest. Lin Mo waved his hand and watched Li Yitong leave completely before he became energetic again and took out his cell phone to contact the sisters. In fact, he received many free cashbacks from the sisters yesterday, but Lin Mo had too many things to do, especially at night. Now, if we look at the records again, we can roughly understand that they should have bought a lot of things for Ling Yunxuan's house yesterday, and also bought a lot of things for him. Lin Mo roughly calculated that he got more than 7,000 yuan for free, all of which was paid by his sister. The cashback was 1,640 times, a total of about 11.5 million yuan. Lin Mo was shocked when he saw the number. It was more than 10 million. The double cashback was really awesome. Current progress, 1928W 2000W. Now the tasks have been basically completed and his funds have reached more than 28 million, so he must reward the sisters. Lin Mo called several times but no one answered. When Lin Mo was about to give up, his sister's charming voice came from the phone. Brother Mo, what's the matter so early? As soon as Lin Mo heard it, he knew that she was still asleep, so he had to ask her where they were. If they were in the dormitory, he would go back to the dormitory to rest first. Where are you now? I'm at home, Zhao Ling is here too. Of course Lin Mo knew that they said it was Ling Yunxian at home, So he got in the car again and started the engine. Okay, I'm back to reward you now. Shinjawi was shocked when she heard this. She was still feeling a little uncomfortable walking now, so she didn't need a reward. I don't, beep. Before she could finish, Lin Mo hung up the phone. Of course, the reward he mentioned was a real reward, not what Shinjawi thought. Sister, hurry up and get up, the bad guy is coming back. Who is it, sister? I'm so sleepy. Shin Zhaoling hasn't woken up yet. They worked on the decoration here until very late last night and were very excited. They didn't fall asleep until almost dawn. Lin Mo is coming back, and he said he wants to reward us. The younger sister immediately understood what Shinjoui meant. She also didn't want the reward, so she came to her senses and started discussing countermeasures with her sister. As for Lin Mo, when he was leaving the school gate just now, Zheng Ting happened to pass by. At first she thought she was seeing things, but when she got closer and took a closer look, she saw that the person in the luxury car was Lin Mo, who was handing a pack of cigarettes to the security guard. Of course Lin Mo didn't see Zheng Ting. His mind was still on the sisters. He just happened to see the security guard and gave him a pack of cigarettes. Zheng Ting, who was watching Lin Missouri drive away in the Maybach, was standing there stamping her feet in anger. She saw Lin Mo's new post on the campus forum this morning, which still accused him of being a scumbag. However, the difference from last time is that the public opinion is different. Because the poster also revealed photos of Lin Mo driving a Maybach, and found out that Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview restaurant was a property under his control. As for the photos with girls, there are only those with Wang Yashi, and no one else. The comments below are completely different from the last time, and are basically one-sided praise for him. Brother Lin Mo is really handsome, and he and the school beauty are a good match. It's that Zheng Ting who doesn't know how to cherish her brother. What did my brother do wrong? The one who is wrong is Zheng Ting. My brother has always been so good to her, but she doesn't appreciate it. Brother Mo's profile is so handsome. It would be great if he was holding my hand. Everyone, please stop arguing and listen to me. Lin Mo is my husband. Thank you. My husband. It's my master. The source of Zheng Ting's anger was this post. Except for the comments praising Lin Mo, the rest were basically scolding her. She didn't quite believe it at first, but after seeing Lin Mo driving away, she was almost 80% convinced. She didn't hate those people who scolded her, nor did she hate Lin Mo. She hated the so-called rich second-generation Zhao Yu. After playing with him for half a month, I got nothing except a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan and some small transfers. He pretends to be a rich young master, but in fact his family runs a small building materials company and his assets are only tens of millions at most. She had just checked the Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview restaurant and found that the lowest valuation was over 10 million, and that was Lin Mo's own, and he also had a Maybach worth over 1 million. It is conceivable that the strength of Lin Mo's family is even more unfathomable. She also hated herself because she was the one who let Lin Mo go. Thinking of this, tears of regret welled up in her eyes. She walked back to the dormitory crying, not caring at all about the pointing and talking of people around her. Of course, Lin Mo knew nothing about these things. He had no time to read those campus forums. Just as he arrived at Linjiangshuan, the system prompt that suddenly appeared in his mind made him a little confused. Ding! Detected that Zheng Ting's 250 yuan consumption was successfully obtained for free, triggering a 750-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 18,040 yuan. Ding! Successfully bound to the freeloader Zheng Ting. Zheng Ting, age, 21. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance, 73. Body size, 85 centimeters. Number of relationships, 4, currently single. Overall score, 7.5 points. Favorability 50. Before Lin Mo could react, a series of system messages bombarded him. But he didn't understand why he suddenly got Zheng Ting for free, and why her information showed that she was single. He could study the principles of the system, and after looking at the sisters, he found out that the number of times they had been in love was also 1, and they were all shown as single. It turns out that this number of romances is not what Lin Mo thought, and it has a special meaning. Moreover, the comprehensive score is also related to the number of times you have been in love. Almost every additional time, 0.1 of the score will be deducted. Of course, this does not include the time with Lin Mo. The main question now is how I could have had sex with Zheng Ting without him knowing about it. Just then, Wang Yi's phone suddenly came. Lin Mo, no, brother Mo, how did you do it? Lin Mo was confused again, but then he thought, could it be that Zhang Ting did something that caused him to get the free cash back? Ha? I don't know, what did I do? What? You don't know?
Zhang Ting was shouting your name for a long time downstairs in the dormitory just now. Finally, when I went downstairs, she handed me a box and said it was for you. I thought you had used some means to get her back. There was a note on the box saying, I love you, Ting Ting. Now it's clear, it turns out that Zhang Ting gave him a gift. Tear it down and use it if it suits you, otherwise throw it away.
Chapter 27. Come quickly. Urgent. You still want me to go back to being a bootlicker? Dream on.
In Lin Mo's eyes, Zhang Ting's current value is at most free cash back, and even this value is not much, she is completely dispensable. If she still wanted to come back and beg Lin Mo to get back together or continue to be his bootlicker, Lin Mo would just humiliate her for no reason, and that was all. Lin Mo no longer thought about Zhang Ting's problem. His immediate goal was to complete the system's tasks, obtain rewards and unlock side quests. Of course, the most important thing now is to reward the twin sisters.
He took the elevator to the top of Building A.
As soon as he opened the door, he saw the sisters already waiting at the door.
Oh? Why don't you guys sleep a little longer? Are you so anxious for the reward?
Lin Mo smiled at the two of them and was about to go over and hug them. From the sisters' perspective, Lin Mo smiled evilly at them, walked towards them step by step, and was about to start the reward activity. The two of them had already discussed it in advance. Now they looked at each other, nodded to each other, and walked towards Lin Mo at the same time.
Wow, what are you doing? You take off my pants right away?
Shinjiaohui was seen holding his upper body and putting his head in her arms, while Shin Xiaoling attacked the bottom lane.
Lin Mo hissed and realized something was wrong. Why did he say it so directly?
He began to resist vigorously, and in a short time he broke free from the sisters' encirclement, and put his clothes in order.
Did you misunderstand?
The reward I mentioned was to buy you a car.
Ah. X2.
When the two heard Lin Mo's words, they were stunned. It turned out that the reward he was talking about was buying a car. The sisters' faces instantly turned red all the way to their necks, as they had just behaved like that. Lin Mo didn't say anything else to provoke them, but walked up to them, took them both into his arms, and kissed each of them on the cheek. I wanted to kiss her, but after looking at Shin Xiaoling, I gave up.
After all, just now. Now that you're all up, hurry up and wash up, change your clothes, and I'll take you to buy a car.
Good. The two agreed in unison and hurried back to their room to dress up. Lin Mo sat on the sofa in the living room waiting, looking at the changes here.
It can be seen that the sisters put a lot of thought into it.
Originally there were only some basic furniture here, but now there are many more decorative ornaments, some art paintings, and even a few green plants. Lin Mo also went to the kitchen to take a look and saw that some tableware, cups, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and so on were all prepared. Then I took a look at the public toilet in the living room, and saw towels, toothbrushes and other things were provided there. Lin Mo didn't look at other places much, because they were not used for the time being and basically didn't know how to decorate them. The house that Lin Mo rented has a total area of 300 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, a living room and a kitchen.
Moreover, each room is a suite with a toilet, and there is also a public toilet in the living room.
The three of them didn't need so much space, so both guest rooms were empty. While he was wandering around, the sisters got dressed and came into the room.
Come on, sister, you drive.
Lin Mo handed the key to Shinjiaohui as he spoke, and he could sit in the back seat again today. It seems that finding a driver needs to be put on the agenda, otherwise after buying a car for them, it will be more difficult for me to sit in the back seat. Which good person would buy a Maybach to drive himself? It would be better to buy a coupe or something that is more comfortable to drive.
There is no need to rush for now. Let me complete the task first and see. Maybe I will get a job in some company and find relevant talents.
Whatever car you want to buy, just drive directly to that Forsun store. After saying that, Lin Mo took out his mobile phone and started watching short videos. He saw that there were many messages on WeChat that he had not replied to in time. Lin Mo took a quick look and found that Wang Yi told him about the campus forum, and Zhou Shubai said that his family wanted to meet him. What attracted Lin Mo's most concentrated attention, and even made him magnify it, was the cool photos sent by Wu Yusen.
I simply replied to Wang Yi that he didn't need to worry about it, and then Zhou Shubai's meeting was scheduled for the end of this month, so there was still some time left. Finally, Wu Yusin had asked him out several times. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, so he would go to play with her when he had time. Just as he was playing with his phone for a while, Shinjiaoi drove to the Mercedes-Benz C-Sun store, which was the flagship store where he bought the Maybach. As soon as they walked in, the sales consultant from last time recognized Lin Mo and immediately came forward to greet him. "Mr. Lin, welcome. How can I help you?" The salesperson thought that Lin Mo's Maybach had some after-sales problems and was now coming to deal with it. "Oh, it's you. I'm here to buy another car." Lin Mo still had some impression of this sales consultant. After all, only a few days had passed. The salesperson was delighted to hear this. If Mr. Lin said he wanted to buy a car, then he would most likely place the order today. "Mr. Lin, what kind of car do you want to buy today? Let me introduce it to you again." Today Lin Mo was going to buy a car for the sisters, so he took their hands and pushed gently. "Buy it for them and take them to see it." The salesperson looked at the two beauties in Lin Mo's arms and secretly sighed that they were really beautiful. She remembered that Mr. Lin did not bring these two beauties last time, but they were equally beautiful. And these two were twins, so the double beauty was even more touching. "Okay, brother Mo, let's go over there." Xin Zhaoling let go of Lin Mo, took her sister's hand, and followed the sales consultant to look at cars. Lin Mo himself did not go there. He was not too enthusiastic about cars and was even confused when he heard her introduce them last time. It would be better to take a break here and let them choose for themselves this time. When he had nothing to do, he would take out his cell phone and chat with beautiful women. For example, Wu Yusin, she is the most generous, and she lets him see her milky white skin whenever she has nothing to do. Lin Mo flipped through it casually and saw a girl transferring 200 yuan. He remembered that it was the beautiful woman who paid for him at the convenience store, and her name was similar to the general manager of his restaurant. He thought of a way to test it, so he immediately sent her a message. "Favorite stir-fried chili, Chen Mengqi, the room is ready, come quickly. It's urgent." "Chen Mengmeng? Chen Mengmeng, who are you? Chen Mengmeng, what is your relationship with Chen Mengqi?" Lin Mo looked at the messages she kept sending, knowing that she was anxious, so he withdrew the message and replied. "Favorite fried chili, sorry, I sent it to the wrong person." "Chen Mengmeng, do you know Chen Mengqi?" "Favorite fried chili, oh, we are good friends, just pretend you didn't see it." When Chen Mengyao saw the news, her curiosity was aroused. So she pushed Lin Mo's WeChat to her sister and asked. "Chen Mengmeng, sister, do you know this person?" Chen Mengqi, who was getting dressed and about to go out for work, received a message from her sister and opened it, but it turned out to be from her boss. "You are adventurous dream, huh? How do you have his WeChat?" "Chen Mengmeng, don't worry about it for now. What's your relationship with him?" "Your adventurous dream, it doesn't matter, he is my boss." When Chen Mengyao heard her sister mention the boss, she immediately imagined the subsequent plot. Being a gossipy person, she had to find out the inside story. Chapter 28: The Internet Rich. She knew her sister would not tell her about this kind of unspoken rule, so she had to start with the man. As for why the other party added her WeChat, she thought it should be the big brother in her live broadcast room, but there was no remark, which meant that he had not communicated with her much. That's right, Chen Mengyao is a host, and there are many big brothers on WeChat who send her airplanes and add her on WeChat. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that this big brother turned out to be her sister's boss. So she started to get close to this big brother, trying to get some information. "Chen Mengmeng, brother, what a coincidence, Chen Mengqi and I are also friends." "Favorite fried chili, oh? That's a coincidence. I'm busy. Let's keep in touch." When Lin Mo saw the message she sent, he knew that she wanted to find out about the relationship between her sister and himself, so he left immediately. Chen Mengyao was anxious. Was her sister going to set out to find him? It was only noon now. Was she really that necessary? She had to find a way to hold the other person back. "Chen Mengmeng, brother, you haven't come to my live broadcast room for a long time, I miss you." After thinking for a while, she couldn't think of any good solution. The other party added her, probably from the live broadcast room. He was attracted by her beauty, so she naturally joined the game. "Chen Mengmeng, picture. Chen Mengmeng, how about I wear this outfit for the live broadcast today?" Lin Mo suddenly received a cool photo and admired it generously. She was a beauty whose overall score was not much inferior to Wang Yashi. Favorite fried chili, the clothes are nice, but it may be easy to violate the rules during live broadcast. The cool photos sent by Chen Mengyao showed more whiteness due to the angle, but not too much. Although she has entered the game with her body, she will not really sacrifice her looks. She is just giving out some small benefits. Normally, those big brothers may not be able to see someone so cool. Her character is that of a pure girl. Chen Mengmeng, brother, this is only what you can see. I will wear a coat during the live broadcast. Favorite fried chili, by the way, when will you start broadcasting? I will go and watch it when I have time. When she said she was a host just now, I searched for Chen Mengmeng on the short video platform and found her, but she hadn't started broadcasting yet. Chen Mengmeng, brother, I'm preparing now. The show will start soon. Chen Mengmeng, brother, come and see me. She usually starts broadcasting around 3 p.m., but today she had to drag Lin Mo to start early. Lin Mo looked at the sisters who were still choosing cars. It was still early, so he opened Chen Mengyao's live broadcast room. Lin Mo's username on short videos is the same as his WeChat username. When Chen Mengyao saw him come in, she immediately welcomed him. Welcome, brother Chili. Long time no see. The netizens below didn't pay attention to this person who loves stir-fried peppers. They were all paying attention to why Chen Mengyao started the show so early today. Huakai Fugue, host, why are you up so early today? Jiancheng Pan Yuyan, main bag, where are you? The distance shown here is 3 kilometers. Meng Meng's dog, Meng Meng works really hard. Chen Mengyao didn't pay attention to the comments from netizens below and was just paying attention to Lin Mo's speech. The reason why she started broadcasting so early was to attract Lin Mo. She wanted to hook him up with her charm. This would give me a chance to find out their current relationship and whether my sister is being threatened. Lin Mo looked at what Chen Mengyao was wearing in the live broadcast room. It was indeed the same outfit that she had just sent in the cool photo, except that she had an extra coat on top. Favorite fried pepper, let us dance. Chen Mengyao finally saw Lin Mo's comment and immediately replied to him. What dance does Chili brother want to see? Normally, if you want to direct her to dance, you must give her a lot of gifts, but this time she doesn't need it. However, her fans don't think so. Flowering Fortune, are you still in command? Cute dog, if you want to see the dance, please swipe the button first. Gentlemen, are you still pretending to be the big brother? The main reason is that Lin Mo's account is only LV10, and he doesn't have Chen Mengyao's brand, so he is just a tourist who didn't spend much. Lin Mo ignored the comments that cursed him and replied to Chen Mengyao casually. My favorite stir-fried chili, just do what you are good at. Chen Mengyao had been paying attention to Lin Mo's comments, and responded to him immediately after seeing them, with her emotional value reaching the maximum. Now, as soon as he gave her instructions, she would stand up, turn on the music, and do some little dances. It could be seen that her movements were all very professional. Some of the netizens below acted as bootlickers, while others denounced Lin Mo. After the dance, Chen Mengchi just walked back to the camera, and Lin Mo began to direct again. Favorite fried chili, can you sing? Let's sing your specialty. She hadn't even recovered yet, and when she saw Lin Mo's comments, she started to feel a little unhappy, but she didn't show it right away. Brother Chile, let me rest for a while, I will sing for you later. Only then did she see netizens scolding Lin Mo, and her words further fueled the netizens' anger. Now everyone is criticizing Lin Mo, mainly because of his command and the fact that he doesn't make money, and more importantly, the host seems to only pay attention to his comments. When Chen Mengyao saw the reactions of netizens, she realized that she seemed to have messed up. She had to make amends quickly, otherwise Lin Mo might run away. Everyone, stop arguing. I'm going to sing for you now. It would have been fine if she didn't say it, but once she said it, netizens got even angrier, because after all, it meant that she just listened to Lin Mo's orders. Seeing the barrage of comments filling the screen, she had no better solution but to sing. Lin Mo also took a look at the scrolling comments, which were basically scolding him for not earning money to command. He smiled faintly. It is the dream of many internet tycoons and many losers to spend a lot of money on the internet. Since Chen Mengyao can sing and dance, there is nothing wrong with him spending some money. It's okay for him to be a rich man today. He casually topped up 100,000 yuan, looked for the most expensive gift, and then waited for Chen Mengyao to finish singing before starting to spend. Ma Shouying, it sounds good, Rose, Rose, Rose. You will give orders if you don't have any coins, right? Gentlemen, if you can swipe out a piece, I'll call you daddy. Cute dog, we are all poor guys, and you are still pretending. Do you dare to brush some points? At this time, Chen Mangyao finally finished singing, but when she looked at the barrage, most people were still following Lin Mo's rhythm. Everyone, stop arguing. Chili brother is my good friend. Don't mess with him. When Lin Mo saw that she had finished singing, he stopped typing and started giving gifts directly. I love stir-fried peppers and got a free Carnival X1. Ah. Chen Mengyao didn't even react yet. She had only been live streaming for a short time and was still a part-time worker. She had never received such a big gift. Thank you, brother Chili. My favorite fried peppers were given Carnival X10. Lin Mo said nothing and kept giving out gifts, and carnivals kept flying out. My favorite fried peppers were given Carnival X33. The comments from netizens below paused for a moment, and all the insults directed at Lin Mo disappeared. Thank you, brother Chili. Thank you, brother Chili. Chen Mengyao is so excited that she can't speak and can only express her gratitude. Chapter 29 Zhao Yu takes action. 33 carnivals cost 99,000 yuan, and Chen Mengyao got more than 40,000 yuan. How could a college student like her earn so much money? Ding! Chen Mengyao's favorability plus 30, current favorability is 20. Her favorability rating skyrocketed instantly, partly because of the gift, and partly because she didn't know that Lin Mo was the Lin Mo from the convenience store that day. Therefore, the 10 favorability level increased back at the same moment. As Chen Mengyao kept thanking her, Lin Mo had already turned off his phone because the sisters had chosen a car. Brother Mo, we like this one. Lin Mo looked in the direction Shen Zhaoling was pointing. It was a two-door coupe CLE 300 4MATIC. He nodded, turned to look at the sales consultant and said, "Let's take this one. Take them to choose one. I'll wait for you here. Go ahead, and tell me to pay once you've made your choice. It'd be best if you can find a car that's in stock, or one that doesn't require too long a wait." Got it, brother Mo. Shen Zhaoling responded and took her sister to the reception room to choose and go through the formalities. Lin Mo did not follow them, so he was just responsible for paying. Chen Meng, thank you, brother. Chen Meng, brother, you are spending too much money. Chen Meng, brother, actually Chen Mengqi is my sister. Chen Meng, brother, can we have a meal together when we are free? Lin Mo had just left Chen Mengyao's live broadcast room for a while when she bombarded him with messages on WeChat. It was obvious that she was really anxious. Favorite fried chili, sure, I'll contact you in advance, I'll be busy first. Chen Mengyao was stunned by the carnival. She no longer had the intention to investigate Lin Mo. Instead, she wanted to thank him in person. She now looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room. From just a few dozen people, the number directly increased to about 1,000 people because of Lin Mo's operation. Most of the netizens' comments were talking about the rich man who had 33 carnivals in his hand and left without saying a word. The netizens who had just been scolding Lin Mo have now changed their tone and are all bragging about how awesome he is. The number of people in the live broadcast room is also steadily increasing to 1,000. She stopped thinking about Lin Mo's problem for the time being. Now she needed to keep the people in her live broadcast room. Lin Mo replied to her and stopped chatting, but Zhang Ting bombarded him with messages again. He read the general content, which meant that she and Zhao broke up, and she hoped to get back together, saying that she would treat him well and so on. Lin Mo didn't even reply, but blocked her on WeChat. If she hadn't sent him a message, Lin Mo would have forgotten to delete her. Ding! Zhang Ting's favorability 10, current favorability is 40. Lin Mo didn't care at all when he received the system message. He took out a cigarette and lit it. On Zhang Ting's side, when she saw the message has been sent, but rejected by the other party, tears began to flow unconsciously. He blocked me. Do I have no chance? Woohoo! Seeing her speechless, her best friend at the side comforted her. You just broke up with him, and he may still be angry. You can find him in person and ask him to forgive you. Her best friends all feel disgusted when they see her like that. If it weren't for the chance to get some gifts from her or some food and drinks, they wouldn't want to pay any attention to her. He was like a brainless person all day long. Lin Mo was so good before. He was handsome, willing to spend money on Zhang Ting, and would try to please her as her best friend. Zhang Ting actually abandoned such a good bootlicker for that notorious scumbag Zhao Yu. Now, after being played around by others, and then Lin Mo was revealed to be a rich second generation, he immediately went back to find someone else to get back together. When Zhang Ting heard what her best friend said, she felt that there was some truth in it. She thought that she must still care about her, which was why she blocked her. I want to use my actions to let him know my sincerity. He must still love me. Ding. Zhang Ting's favorability plus 20, current favorability is 60. The sisters have already chosen a car and completed the formalities, but it will take a few days for the car to arrive. After Lin Mo made his selection, he swiped his card to pay. The entire bill including insurance was less than 400,000 yuan. This is the deluxe version. I didn't expect the price to be so cheap. Ding. Shen Zhaoling's favorability plus 5, current favorability is 85. Ding. Shen Zhaoyi's favorability plus 5, current favorability is 85. He noticed that his favorability towards the sisters had increased and smiled faintly. They were still quite sincere. Now that the car has been bought, we have already notified them to send it to Linjiangchuan, so you don't need to come back to pick it up later. Normally, the Mercedes-Benz flagship store does not provide delivery services, but after Lin Mo bought the Maybach, he became a member of their store and could enjoy free delivery. After everything was settled, Lin Mo took the twin sisters away. Passers-by looked at him with envy and jealousy when they saw him holding the twins. Come on, let's go have lunch at the seafood buffet near the school. Lin Mo still had some lingering memories of the meal he had eaten at this restaurant last time. And since he was quite hungry today, he could eat as much as he wanted. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhaoyi drove off. That seafood buffet was quite famous, especially among the students at Jiangcheng University. Almost all of them knew about it. Xiao Feng, how is Lin Mo's investigation going? Zhao Yu didn't look very good today. He looked at his younger brother standing beside him and asked. I asked his classmates, and most of them didn't know much about his family situation. I heard that his family was from Guangdong province. The young man called Xiao Feng said respectfully, making Zhao Yu look like a gang leader. I asked you to do something and you can't even do it right. Haven't you read the campus forum? There is more information about Lin Mo than you know. Zhao Yu is very unhappy now, especially after receiving the so-called breakup call from Zhang Ting. Even though he was tired of playing, it didn't mean that the bitch could dump him at will. And there is Lin Mo, who didn't give him face last time at the Mercedes-Benz flagship store, and now he is trying to steal his woman. What did Zhang Ting say? She actually loved Lin Mo, and she was deceived by me before, so she wanted to break up. Zhao Yu became furious when he thought of Zhang Ting's words. In Jiangcheng University, I have always been the one playing tricks on others. How could I be played tricks by others? So he took out his cell phone and made a call. Brother Go, I'm Zhao Yu. After the call was connected, Zhao Yu's tone became noticeably more polite, even a little fearful. Yes, I want to deal with a student from Jiangcheng University, and I will buy one of his hands for 100,000. Okay, thank you for your help. I will send you the information and money later. After ending the call, Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This big brother had considerable influence throughout Jiangcheng, and he was under a lot of pressure. However, thinking that Lin Mo was about to be dealt with, his original anger disappeared a lot, and he looked at his phone and thought about making an appointment with another girl. Another point is that, in fact, most of the information on the campus forum was provided by him, and it was also he who instigated Li Wei to start taking secret photos. That's why he scolded this follower named Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's family was in the transportation business, and he thought that he had a way to find out information about Lin Mo's family. Zhao Yu waved his hand, asked Xiaofeng to leave, and sat in the office playing with his mobile phone. This is a store of his company near Jiangcheng University. He is usually in charge of this store and is familiar with the family business. Chapter 30 Free Counselor. Lin Mo ate too much seafood again today. This seafood buffet is really good. It may be because he didn't eat much of it before. Ding. Detected that Shen Zhaoyi's 888 yuan consumption was successfully obtained for free, triggering a 1640-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 1,456,320 yuan. Current progress, 2073W 2000W. Ding. Main mission 2 has been completed. Reward, win an intermediate lottery and unlock branch mission permissions. Lin Mo is still resting with his arms around his stomach, and he didn't notice that the second main mission has been completed. Originally he had planned to spend more time with the sisters, but now he just wanted to find a place to redeem the rewards and study this side quest. Are you all full? I have something to deal with at school. Do you want to go to Linjiangchuan or go back to school together? Hick, then let's go back together. We still have classes in the afternoon. Shen Zhaoling had just eaten quite a bit and was burping. He answered while touching his stomach. Okay, let's go back together. All three of them were very full, and they lost their usual briskness when they walked, dragging their feet, like three contented penguins moving lazily. Fortunately, Shen Zhaoy's driving skills were still pretty good. Her bloated stomach did not affect her performance, and she arrived at the campus steadily. When they parked in that remote parking space, the sisters would leave first to avoid embarrassment by acquaintances. Lin Mo just sat in the car and used the intermediate lottery he had just obtained. Ding! Use the intermediate lottery to get a special beauty formula beauty liquid. A dozen documents suddenly appeared next to Lin Mo. He picked them up and took a look, but couldn't quite understand them. I actually got a recipe. The system reward should be reliable. Fortunately, the system provides an introduction to the items, otherwise he wouldn't know what their effects are. Special Beauty Formula Beautifying Liquid. After use, it can improve your appearance by 16 points. If diluted to a certain extent, the effect will decrease to a certain extent. Although there were introductions to the items, Lin Mo still didn't quite understand them. It seemed that he still needed a professional to study them. Let's keep this recipe in the car for now, and then take it back to Linjiangchuan and keep it there until we have the chance to make it. After all, according to the introduction, the beauty liquid is definitely black technology. It can enhance the appearance of goddesses and can be sold to the outside world after dilution. After using the intermediate lottery, Lin Mo began to study the authority of this side quest. Ding! The side quest permission has been opened. If the favorability is above 80 and the bound goddess has a chance to trigger it. If I had known this earlier, the sisters would not have passed away so quickly. Now we can't study them anymore. Should we call them back? Lin Mo was just about to take out his cell phone to call the sisters when there was a knock on the car window next to him. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Mo lowered the car window out of curiosity and saw the counselor looking at him seriously. Hello, Sister Lu. He reacted quite quickly and waved to the counselor. Lin Mo, do you still remember to come back to school? Instructor Lu reached out and twisted his ear, not caring at all that Lin Mo was sitting in the Maybach. But at this angle, Sister Lu's milky white snow-white skin was right in front of his face, and he was forced to open his eyes to examine it carefully. Although the name Sister Lu seems to indicate she is very old, she is actually a senior who graduated from Jiangcheng University. My real name is Lu Yuan. I am currently pursuing a master's degree at our school and also serve as their counselor. Today she wore a light-colored shirt with dark suit pants or a knee-length aligned skirt, a college-style knitted cardigan, and low-heeled shoes of about 3 centimeters. The main reason was that her upper body was really plump and the top buttons of her shirt were not buttoned, which gave Lin Mo a feast for the eyes. Sister Lu, this is not good, let go. Lin Mo said words of resistance, but his eyes remained unblinking, staring at Shuizi. Lu Yuan didn't understand what he meant and thought he was disobedient, so she continued. What's wrong with that? I'm your counselor, and I'm going to pull your ears too. As she spoke, she reached in with her other hand, preparing to twist her other ear. But she didn't expect to overestimate her balance, and she dived into the car with her head towards Lin Mo's lower body. Oops. Fortunately, Lin Mo reacted quickly. The moment her head was about to fall, he immediately reached out and pushed her back. It was just that his hand was placed in the wrong position, just supporting her milky white nipples. You. As soon as she stood up straight, Lu Yuan's face turned red and she immediately covered her chest with her hands. I'm sorry, teacher. Lin Mo knew he had done something wrong and apologized quickly. Well, Her mind was a little confused now, and her speech was incoherent. For a moment she didn't know how to face Lin Mo. Lin Mo also noticed her embarrassment and thought it would be inappropriate for her to stay in the car, so he opened the door and got out, then bowed seriously again to apologize. Teacher, I really didn't mean it. Lu Yuan looked at Lin Mo who was bending over, and wanted to pretend to be angry, so she reached out and twisted his ear again. Lin Mo just stood up and felt a sense of crisis on the back of his head, so he dodged immediately. Afterwards, he reached out and grabbed the incoming attack, resulting in Sister Lu falling directly into his arms. Lin Mo, what do you want to do again? Lu Yuan leaned in his arms, feeling the masculine scent coming towards her, and the tone of her voice became a little coquettish. I didn't mean it this time. Lin Mo's reaction this time was really natural.
After taking the evolutionary liquid, not only did his physical fitness improve, but his sense of danger also increased a lot, which led to this reaction.
Don't go too far. At most I won't twist your ears anymore.
In fact, Lin Mo and Lu Yuewen had a good relationship, and Lu Yuewen had always taken good care of him. Even after he became Zhang Ting's bootlicker, Lu Yuewen told him many times not to be too flattering to girls, hoping to change his mind. But later, his condition became more and more serious, and he refused to listen to anyone, and slowly their relationship became distant.
Sister Lu, why don't you get up first? There are a lot of people watching around. Ah.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yuewen immediately broke free from Lin Mo's arms and looked around, fearing that someone she knew might have seen the scene.
Ahem. Okay, you should pay attention to what I said next time. I'm leaving now.
Lu Yuewen was so embarrassed that she didn't want to stay for a moment, so she turned around and left quickly.
Sister Lu, your water fell.
Lin Mo looked at the drink on the ground, then looked at Lu Yuewen, who seemed to be running away, and shouted.
That's for you. Remember to study hard.
She didn't even turn her head and left quickly, no longer caring about what Lin Mo had to say. Lin Mo picked up the half-drunk water on the ground and fell into deep thought.
Is this really bought for me? Ding.
Detected that Lu Yuewen's 5 yuan consumption was successfully obtained for free, triggering 870 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 4,350 yuan.
Ding. Successfully bound to the freeloader Lu Yuewen.
Lin Mo didn't expect that he would tie up the counselor just because he got half a bottle of water for free.
However, he still couldn't help but look at Lu Yuewen's information.
After all, 880 times the cashback meant an overall score of 8.8 points.
Chapter 31 Wang Yashi's Dowry. Sure enough, Lu Yuewen's data was still very good, and Lin Mo had just experienced it not long ago.
Lu Yuewen, age, 23 years old.
Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Appearance, 84. Height, 92. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Overall score, 8.8 points. Favorability 40.
Although her appearance is not as top-notch as Wang Yashi's, she is also at the level of a school beauty. Not to mention her figure, she is even better than Li Yitong. Unlike Li Yitong, Lu Yuewen has a standard pear-shaped figure. Not only is her upper body full, but her lower body is also rounded. Lin Mo recalled the interaction just now, and his heart was still pounding with emotion. But Lu Yuewen was his teacher, and he quickly put those unrealistic ideas behind him. What you should pay attention to now is the newly opened side quest permissions, which should be similar to the main quest and require specific conditions to be triggered. Then you need to find more goddesses with high favorability to interact with, such as Wang Yashi, who has no news after taking his money. Thinking of this, he decisively took out his mobile phone to contact Wang Yashi.
My favorite fried chili, are you there? Sad hamburger, I'm here, what's up? Love to stir fried chili peppers, how are things going at home? Your mom didn't make things difficult for you, did she? Sad hamburger, well, it's been resolved, but the matter is a bit complicated and I don't know how to tell you. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel confused when he saw the message sent by Wang Yashi. It was just a shortfall of 500,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. The problem could be solved by giving the money. Could it be? Lin Mo used his imagination as an old bookworm who had read novels for many years and immediately guessed the dilemma that Wang Yashi might encounter. Maybe he gave her too much money, and when her mother found out, she took it all away and gave it to her younger brother, and then made her marry the old man. Or maybe her mother was not satisfied after getting 1 million, and needed to continue asking me for more to continue supporting her and her son. Lin Mo thought of several possibilities. Anyway, the idea became more and more evil, and it had developed to the point where Wang Yashi became a hot weapon used by everyone. He felt that his brain was about to be completely covered by a certain color, so he decided to stop guessing and go directly to Wang Yashi to ask for clarification. Favorite fried chili, how about this, do you have classes in the afternoon? How about we have dinner after school and chat slowly? But it was almost 10 minutes after he sent the message before Wang Yashi responded. Sad hamburger, I don't have class, so I may not be able to have dinner. I have something to do. The answers surprised him a little. The other party now had a favorability rating of 83, so he would not easily reject his invitation. As if he thought of something, Lin Mo quickly opened the system and checked Wang Yashi's panel. He was relieved to find that his number of relationships was still 0. It was not like what he thought. Favorite stir-fried chili. If you don't have classes in the afternoon, why don't you go to a coffee shop and have a good chat? Sad hamburger, okay? Lin Mo confirmed her location and found out that she was still in the girls' dormitory, so he asked her to come over to the parking lot so that they could walk together. Not long after, Wang Yashi came out from the school's boulevard. Lin Mo found that she seemed to have dressed up carefully today, not as casually as usual. She just walked in a hurry, especially after seeing Lin Mo, her steps quickened a lot. Her originally indifferent almond-shaped eyes turned into crescents after she saw Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Lin Mo saw that she didn't seem to have any difficulties in her current state. She called Lin Mo's name happily, walked up to him and threw herself into his arms. What's wrong with you? Wang Yashi didn't reply, just hugged Lin Mo quietly, making him a little at a loss. Why don't you get in the car first? This is a school and there are a lot of people watching us. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Wang Yashi finally reacted. Her face turned red, and she let go of Lin Mo and hurriedly got into the car. Although Wang Yashi is called a cold school beauty by her classmates, she actually has a somewhat dull personality, which is why she usually looks expressionless. Because she hadn't seen Lin Mo for a long time, when she came over just now, she had planned to give Lin Mo a big hug and didn't think about the looks of the people around her at all. After the two got in the car, Lin Mo didn't ask her why she was so happy, and drove to the nearest coffee shop. Well, my mother is coming to have dinner with me tonight. Wang Yashi hesitated in the passenger seat for a long time and suddenly blurted out these words. Lin Mo became alert instantly. Could it be that his guess was correct and her mother was about to take action? Oh, no wonder you said you were busy tonight. I thought you didn't want to eat with me. Ah? How could that be? It's just, my mom want me to. When Lin Mo heard her hesitating for a long time without saying a complete sentence, he stopped asking questions. Besides, they had already arrived at the coffee shop, so they could just go in and chat slowly. After parking the car and going in, the two of them ordered 2 cups of coffee casually, and Lin Mo was the first to ask. By the way, didn't you say that the family issues had been resolved? Why did it become complicated again? Wang Yashi knew that he must have asked her out for this matter, so she organized her words before speaking. It was indeed solved, but it was solved by my brother himself. Lin Mo was a little confused. Didn't they say before that it couldn't be solved? Her mother was about to sell her daughter to raise money, so why is she solving the problem herself now? Wang Yashi certainly saw his doubts, so she continued to explain. Didn't I say before that my brother's girlfriend's family requires a minimum of 500,000 yuan in betrothal gifts for marriage? And she's about to give birth soon. Lin Mo nodded, and she continued. Then, the baby in his girlfriend's belly suddenly went into premature labor and was born some time ago. So the girl's family became even more anxious to get married quickly, and they came to my house again to ask for a quick marriage. But my family can't afford the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift. The money my brother saved from working this year plus the money I gave him from my part-time job only totals 100,000 yuan. Finally, my brother told the girl's family that we only have 100,000 yuan now, so if we want to get married, we can only pay 100,000 yuan, otherwise we won't get married, and he will pay for the child's support. The woman has no other options. It would be fine if the child wasn't born, but she can't become a single mother now. She can only negotiate with her brother. The final result was that the woman demanded the payment of the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift and an immediate wedding banquet, and later a car was purchased in her name. But it didn't say how long it would take to buy it, just when he was able to do so. After hearing this, Lin Mo understood that the child was born prematurely and the woman needed to get married as soon as possible, so the requirements were finally lowered again. That's not very complicated, isn't that good? Wang Yashi looked at Lin Mo's reaction and roughly guessed that he must think this is a good thing, and then said. Then you gave me the money, and I still planned to help my brother a little, so I ended up lending him 100,000 yuan. On the one hand, it's for the wedding banquet, and on the other hand, the birth of a child still costs a lot of money. Lin Mo felt that she did nothing wrong. She just ensured her brother's basic living and did not give all the money to her mother or brother. But when Lin Mo heard the rest of the words, he realized why it was said to be a bit complicated. As a result, when I was transferring money, my mother saw my balance and was immediately surprised. She asked me where the money came from. She thought I was going to do something bad, so I explained to her how I met you and that this was the betrothal gift you gave me. Wang Yashi lowered her head as she spoke, not daring to look at Lin Mo. She could only see that her exposed ears were already red. Chapter 32 Side Quests. Why are you keeping your head down and not talking? Go on.
After seeing Wang Yashi lower her head, Lin Mo urged her without saying a word.
It was very upsetting to him when someone stopped telling a story in the middle of it.
After hearing this, Wang Yashi raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, and whispered.
Then, my mother said she wanted to meet her future son-in-law. If Lin Mo hadn't had enhanced hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear what Wang Yashi said next.
So it turns out that the complicated issue is not her brother's marriage, but the fact that her mother is coming to see me.
Ding. Activate the side quest.
Side quest Wang Yashi's troubles 72 hours limit. Because of Wang Yashi's mother's sudden visit, she doesn't know how to deal with it. The main reason is that her relationship with the host is unclear, and she cannot invite the host to face her mother with her. Task requirements: increase Wang Yashi's love affair times by 1, and let her mother leave satisfied.
Task reward: 1 primary lottery, 1 designated industry card.
Lin Mo didn't expect that the side quest would be triggered as soon as Wang Yashi finished speaking. He looked at the task carefully and realized that all he had to do was pretend to be her boyfriend and send her mother away.
But the mission requirements also include increasing Wang Yashi's number of romances. Isn't this the right mission? Lin Mo now knows what the number of romances represents, and this is the difficulty of the task. There are also new things in terms of rewards: a designated industry card. Just looking at the name you can tell that it is not simple.
Thinking about the formula he had just obtained, if this designated industry was the same as what he thought, then he could find a capable pharmaceutical company to develop it.
Moreover, this side quest actually has a time limit, so it must be completed as soon as possible.
So, Lin Mo immediately said,
"It's okay. If you want to see me, let's have dinner together tonight." In fact, Lin Mo still felt a little disgusted with Wang Yashi's mother.
After all, she wanted to marry her daughter to an old man for the sake of her son's marriage.
However, this matter depends on Wang Yashi's thoughts.
After all, she is her mother, and that incident did not happen.
Ah. Good. Wang Yashi didn't expect Lin Mo to agree so readily.
She was just thinking about how to deal with her mother.
"Oh, by the way, I lent you 1 million before, and now I have 900,000 left. I will transfer it back to you."
Seeing Wang Yashi's cute appearance, Lin Mo reached out and pinched her little face, then said,
"I told you this is your betrothal gift. What? Do you want to regret it now?"
When Wang Yashi heard what he said, she instinctively wanted to lower her head out of shyness, but Lin Mo pinched her face, so she could only close her eyes and not look at him. Lin Mo looked at Wang Yashi's rosy little mouth, and thought that if he wanted to increase the number of times they had love affairs, he had to speed up the process, so he leaned over and kissed her.
It's really moist. I just wanted to complete the task and definitely didn't want to kiss him. It's all the system's fault. Ding. Wang Yashi's favorability +3, current favorability is 86.
Wang Yashi, who was kissed, was completely stunned. Her eyes were closed tightly, her eyelashes trembled, but she refused to open her eyes. Lin Mo thought it was fun, so he deliberately reached out to tickle her waist.
Ah. Lin Mo, what are you doing?
Wang Yashi was tickled so hard that her whole body bounced up. Lin Mo held her in his arms with one hand.
She wanted to break free but couldn't.
After hugging her for a while, Lin Mo felt the softness of her body before speaking.
"When is your mother coming? Do you want me to pick her up?"
Wang Yashi, who was nestled in Lin Mo's arms, did not struggle, and just raised her head and responded.
"No, she deliberately didn't tell me when she would arrive. She will contact me when she gets to school."
"Well, how about we go back to school first, and then I'll drive her to pick her up and go out for dinner together?"
Wang Yashi nodded. She had the same idea. It was still early, so they might as well go back to school first. Therefore, the two returned to school again. After Lin Mo sent Wang Yashi back to the girls' dormitory, he returned to the dormitory. When Lin Mo just returned to the dormitory, he heard Chen Kai talking again.
"You don't know, Chen Lily and I were just one step away from success that day, but I am a gentleman and I managed to control myself in the end." It turned out that he was still bragging about what happened between him and his girlfriend after the party that day. Wang Yi didn't care and was still playing with Lin Mo's Eye of Prodigal Son. He had been using it since Lin Mo hadn't been back for 2 days.
Young Master Lin is back.
Chen Kai was the first one to discover that Lin Mo had returned this time.
He also read the campus forum and knew that Lin Mo was a hidden rich second generation.
Lin Mo smiled at him, then looked at Zhou Xiubai, who was also looking at him.
Master Hu, how are you and Jiang Shui doing?
His words almost made Zhou Xiubai lose control of his expression. He could only force himself to hold it back, and said calmly,
Jiang Shui and I have been childhood sweethearts.
Our family did everything they could to arrange a marriage, and now they have succeeded. Although he said it angrily, he couldn't help swallowing when he recalled Jiang Shui's exquisite figure that day.
After hearing this, Lin Mo understood that Jiang Shui had succeeded.
Without further chatting about these issues, Lin Mo directly asked Zhou Xiubai about the meeting with his family.
Oh, that's my aunt. She's developing in Jiangchang. I'm not sure what they want to discuss, but she might want your help.
After hearing what Zhou Xiubai said, he was a little confused. Based on Hu Xiao's family conditions, there should be nothing in his family that Lin Mo can help with. If he can't figure it out, he can only find out the situation when the time comes. Wang Yi, who was playing games just now, realized that Lin Mo had returned after hearing their conversation, and then immediately called Lin Mo to the computer. Lin Mo, look, your news has appeared on the campus forum again, along with some of your asset information. Lin Mo casually flipped through it, which showed his restaurant and car, and the theme was still his love affair with the school beauty. After thinking about it, he probably thought it was Li Wei who was smearing him, but when he saw that all the comments below were praising him, he cared even less about the negative information.
Sure enough, the attraction of being young and rich is stronger than that of a scumbag.
As long as you are strong enough, there will be people who will debate with you.
But how could Li Wei know so much information about him? It's impossible that he was following me all day long, right?
But the story of the sisters did not appear in the book.
Could it be that someone else was helping him?
Lin Mo stopped thinking about it as he had no clue. These things actually had no big impact on him. He might as well spend his time on the goddesses. Especially the new side quests, which require increasing Wang Yashi's number of romances, is the current goal. Lin Mo needs to think of a perfect method that can increase the number of times while not affecting his subsequent strategies to capture other goddesses. He even specifically checked on the short video platform, but many of the methods made him laugh and cry. He also thought of several plans and would improvise them in the evening. If they didn't work, there were still 2 days left. There would be no punishment if he really couldn't complete the task, so he didn't feel much pressure. As a result, his attention gradually shifted back to short videos, and he couldn't stop once he started watching beauties.
Chapter 33 Future Son-in-Law.
As night slowly fell, Chen Kai stood up and called everyone to go to the cafeteria for dinner.
I won't go. I have a dinner date.
After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Mo took out his cell phone to contact Wang Yashi to see if his aunt had come over.
Favorite stir-fried chili, has your aunt contacted you? Sad hamburger, just called me, I will be at school in about half an hour. Favorite fried chili, okay, pack up and I'll drive over to pick you up later.
Now that he knew the exact time, Lin Mo contacted Chen Mengqi and went directly to his own restaurant. This way you can also demonstrate your financial strength, the food will be more comfortable, and the service will definitely not be bad. Manager Chen, I'll come over for dinner later, please reserve a private room for me.
Okay, boss, how many people are there on your side? Oh, just 3. You can arrange the dishes as you like. Just make some special ones.
Chen Mengqi was patrolling the hall here, and immediately went to make arrangements after receiving the boss call. Lin Mo saw that it was about time, so he drove to the girls' dormitory to wait for Wang Yashi. The main reason is that after he read the campus forum today, he no longer planned to hide it.
Most people knew about his Maybach anyway.
When I was about to go out, I suddenly received a call from my counselor.
Lin Mo. Didn't you promise not to skip class today? How come no one in your dormitory went to class? As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard Lu Yuan's roar.
I could tell that she was very angry. Lin Mo really forgot about going to class, mainly because of Wang Yashi's matter, and then the side quest was triggered.
How could he have time to attend class?
I had something to do at home today, so I hurried back to deal with it. Lin Mo's response to the teacher was quite quick, mainly due to his years of experience.
You're still trying to lie to me. I just asked Wang Yi, and he said he was injured.
You accompanied him to the hospital. Chen Kai told me that you were brave enough to catch a thief, but were delayed by the recording of the statement.
Tell me, which one of you should I believe?
Lu Yuan spoke eloquently and enumerated their reasons one by one, which made Lin Mo's scalp tingle and he didn't know how to answer.
Lin Mo walked to the car while listening to Lu Yuan's ramblings, and could only apologize. I was wrong, sister, what do you want me to do? He didn't have much time to chat with Lu Yuan as he had to go pick up Wang Yashi for dinner. After venting her anger, Lu Yuan returned to normal. She was angry mainly because Lin Mo promised her to attend class at noon, but she still skipped class. I don't want you to do anything, just study hard in the future. Of course Lin Mo agreed readily, but it was impossible for him to attend the class properly, so he had to find a way to solve this problem. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo drove to pick up Wang Yashi. Favorite fried chili, I'm downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Come down after you've packed up. Sad burger, okay, it will only take 5 minutes. Not far away, Zhang Ting had just returned to the dormitory after class when she saw a Maybach parked downstairs of the dormitory building. Isn't that Lin Mo's car? I have to go over and ask him to get his WeChat back. We have to get back together step by step. As she walked towards the Maybach, she was thinking about a solution. Lin Mo had just stopped and waited for a while when someone came knocking on his car window. He turned around and found it was Zhang Ting. If it were someone else, he would say a few words, but he really didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Ting. But now she was standing there knocking on his car window, so he could only lower the window to see what she had to say. Lin Mo, why did you block me on WeChat? Do you like the gift I gave you? When Zhang Ting saw him roll down the car window, she spoke gently. Lin Mo didn't look at her, but just said indifferently. I have nothing to do with you anymore, don't bother me, my things are lost. After hearing what he said, Zhang Ting didn't know what to say for a moment, and felt inexplicably angry inside. What do you mean? I've already bowed my head. Zhao Yu and I broke up. Can't you forgive me? Lin Mo scratched his ears. He was annoyed by Zhang Ting's chattering and simply rolled up the car window. Fortunately, he saw Wang Yashi had already come down and was walking towards this side, otherwise he would have wanted to drive away directly. When Wang Yashi came closer, she saw Zhang Ting crying and making a fuss, and she roughly understood what was going on. Because she had also read the campus forum and knew some of Lin Mo and Zhang Ting's past, now was the time for her to take action. Hello, classmate, what do you want to talk to Lin Mo about? Wang Yashi is wearing a haze blue silk shirt dress today, with an extremely thin silver chain belt tied around her waist, and 3/4 sleeves that reveal her beautifully contoured forearms. Coupled with her cold face, she gives people a sense of inviolable distance, like a cool breeze that suddenly blows in the summer. Hearing Wang Yashi's cold voice, Zhang Ting looked back and was speechless for a moment. The other person is Lin Mo's current girlfriend according to the campus forum, and she is just his ex. However, Zhang Ting would definitely not show weakness, and said, Why are you pretending? You only come to me because Lin Mo is rich now. Do you think you are so pure? Wang Yashi chuckled, opened the passenger door, and said to Zhang Ting, Yes, I chose a good time. I haven't figured out how to spend the 1 million that Lin Mo transferred to me a few days ago. Then, she got into the car gracefully, and Lin Mo drove away. Zhang Ting was left standing there alone, with Wang Yashi's last words still lingering in her mind. I haven't figured out how to spend the 1 million yet. Feelings of jealousy and sadness appeared together. She hated herself for not realizing that Lin Mo was a rich second generation, and she was jealous that Wang Yashi could now enjoy the life that should have belonged to her. Ding! Zhang Ting's favorability 20, current favorability is 40. Ding! Zhang Ting's favorability plus 25, current favorability is 65. Ding! Zhang Ting's favorability 10, current favorability is 55. Lin Mo drove away and first went to pick up his aunt near the school gate, when he noticed Zhang Ting's favorability kept changing. But this has nothing to do with him. The system binding Zhang Ting was purely an accident, and he can't unbind it yet. Why do you bother with her? We just need to live a good life. There's no need to waste your breath on her. I'm just mad at her for what she did to you, and now she's coming back to bother you. Wang Yashi wanted to stand up for Lin Mo and was unhappy seeing Zhang Ting like that. Okay, I don't have any feelings for her anymore, just be well. Wang Yashi nodded obediently, reached out and held Lin Mo's right hand, and gave him a sweet smile. Lin Mo put aside those messy thoughts. The most important thing now was to play the role of the future son-in-law well. Mom! This way, get in the car first and then we can talk. When she reached the corner of the school gate, Wang Yashi saw her mother standing in the scorching sun looking around. She hurriedly lowered the window and waved for her to get in the car. As soon as her mother got on the car, she became a little reserved and didn't dare put down the things in her hands for fear of dirtying the place. Hello, Auntie. Just put the things aside, it's okay. Lin Mo turned around and greeted his aunt, and noticing her discomfort, he spoke. Wang Yashi's mother couldn't help but sigh when she saw Lin Mo's handsome appearance. What a handsome boy, when are you going to marry Yashi? Chapter 34, Zheng Ting's Persistence. Auntie, don't say that, it's too polite. Lin Mo concentrated on driving and did not forget to reply to Wang Yashi's mother. Mom, don't talk nonsense. Lin Mo is usually very busy. You just don't tell me anything, not even about your relationship, so shouldn't I ask Xiaolin? Wang Yashi blushed when she heard this, and she said with some embarrassment. I told you to stop talking about this. Let's talk about this after graduation. Okay, I won't tell you. You're 20 now. You have your own ideas. Wang Yashi is now a sophomore, 1 year younger than Lin Mo. She is considered his junior, but Wang Yashi is a foreign language major. After a while, Lin Mo drove to Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant, and Chen Mengqi was waiting downstairs in advance. Seeing Lin Mo's car arrive, Chen Mengqi asked the waiter to open the door. Boss. Welcome. Chen Mengqi and several others came forward to greet them. Judging from their clothes, they were probably some restaurant management. Wang Yashi's mother had never seen such a scene before, and she felt a little restrained following behind. Lin Mo noticed that her demeanor was not right, so he said, Auntie, I'm the owner of this restaurant. If you feel uncomfortable with too many people, I'll ask them to disperse. Just do what you need to do. You don't have to accompany us like this. Originally, he didn't really like this kind of atmosphere, so it would be better for the three of them to have dinner together. Chen Mengqi waved her hand to let her subordinates leave, and then led Lin Mo and the other two to the private room. Manager Chen, please have someone serve the food. We won't need anyone to serve us later. Let's just chat for a while. Okay, boss. When Chen Mengqi heard this, her family members understood what he meant, that is, he didn't want anyone to disturb them while they were eating. On the way up, Wang Yashi's mother saw the restaurant's magnificent decoration. It was also on the top floor in the city center. There was an unparalleled view of the river outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. It looked very top-notch at first glance. Xiao Mo, your restaurant should be quite profitable, right? Ignoring Wang Yashi's frantic glances, the aunt still asked the question she was most curious about. Oh, it's not bad here, about 1 million a month. In fact, Lin Mo himself didn't understand it very well. He had only taken over for a few days, and he only knew the data after listening to Chen Mengqi's reports. 1 million? This. When the aunt heard this, her eyes widened, and even Wang Yashi was a little surprised. Yes, I didn't take care of this. Manager Chen is in charge. When the aunt heard him say Manager Chen, she knew he was talking about the beautiful lady who had just brought them here. She also looked at Wang Yashi specifically, probably meaning that she wanted her to keep a close eye on Lin Mo. Wang Yashi understood what she meant at a glance, and also warned her with her eyes not to talk nonsense. Next, the waiter brought up the dishes that had been ordered in advance, and they chatted about family matters. Auntie, I'm here with you, Yashi. Don't worry. You can come to me if you have any problems that you can't solve in the future. Since he had to complete the side quest, Lin Mo still planned to help their family. According to observation, Wang Yashi's mother was not too mean, she just had no choice but to let her marry an old man. After a simple meal, he originally wanted to send his aunt to the hotel to rest for a night before going back, but she insisted on leaving immediately, so Lin Mo did not force her to stay. After sending his aunt to the station, Lin Mo took Wang Yashi back. Girlfriend, how was my performance today? Wang Yashi blushed when she heard that. She didn't know whether they were together now or not, so she just nodded slightly. Lin Mo was thinking about how to increase her number of love affairs. He felt that it would be easier to increase the number of relationships if he just asked the other person to be his girlfriend. But after that he will definitely want to get other goddesses for free, and then it will be difficult to handle these relationships. Therefore, he still thinks it is better to be uncertain about the identity, or it would be perfect to be like sisters. In the end, he still hadn't figured out a solution, so he sent Wang Yashi back to school first, and then he turned back to Linjiangshuan. After all, living there is much more comfortable than in the dormitory, and there are sisters to keep me company. As soon as he returned to Linjiangshuan, the sisters ran over and hugged him. This feeling really made him feel like he was home. After he simply washed up, he carried the two of them to sleep. After another busy night, Lin Mo got up early, full of energy. Mainly because he had class this morning, and if he didn't go, the counselor would bombard him with calls, so he immediately got dressed, washed up and set off. The sisters still sleep in as usual. They don't have that many courses in their junior year in the broadcasting department, so they are usually quite free. Before leaving, Lin Mo teased the two of them and then left quickly. Since he now lives in Linjiangshuan, which is a bit far from the school, he didn't have time to buy breakfast and went straight to class. Who knew that as soon as he walked into the teaching building, he saw the person he least wanted to see, Zheng Ting. She was holding breakfast in her hand and walked over quickly when she saw Lin Mo. When Lin Mo discovered her, he immediately changed direction and tried to avoid her, but he happened to run into Li Yitong. "Lin Mo, where are you going? The classroom is over there." Li Yitong was surprised that Lin Mo came to school so early this morning and yet couldn't find the classroom. "Hey, breakfast for you." Li Yitong had just bought breakfast and handed it to him directly. Ding! Successfully detected a 10 yuan purchase from Li Yitong, triggering a 1640-fold cashback, earning 16,400 yuan. Afterwards, Zheng Ting just happened to run in front of Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, I bought breakfast for you too." As soon as she finished speaking, she stuffed her breakfast into Lin Mo's hand. Ding! Successfully detected Li Yitong's 8 yuan consumption for free, triggering 750 times cashback, and the amount obtained is 6,000 yuan. Before Lin Mo could say no, Li Yitong snatched the breakfast that Zheng Ting gave him. "I didn't have breakfast either, so give me this one." After saying that, Li Yitong skipped to the classroom, leaving Lin Mo and Zheng Ting confused. You. Zheng Ting didn't know what to say for a moment. Now her breakfast was snatched away by Li Yitong, so she didn't know whether it could be considered as delivering breakfast. "Okay, you've already delivered breakfast, I'll go to class if you're okay." Lin Mo said this lightly, and quickly followed Li Yitong, leaving Zheng Ting disheveled in the wind again. When they reached the classroom floor, Li Yitong intercepted Lin Mo at the corner in advance. "Tell me what happened. Why did Zheng Ting come here again?" Lin Mo spread his hands, he didn't know what was going on. "Maybe she thinks I'm rich now, so she wants me to go back and be her lapdog. By the way, you seem a little strange today. Are you jealous?" Although they have had some physical contact, it has not reached the point of being in a relationship, nor have they confirmed their relationship. He deliberately spoke to tease Li Yitong and even reached out to pinch her face. "Well, I don't care." After saying that, she shook off Lin Mo's hand and left angrily. Lin Mo's reaction was even quicker. He grabbed her waist and held her in his arms. Li Yitong couldn't hold back her angry expression anymore and burst out laughing. Chapter 35 Brother Stone. It was almost time for class, and they were afraid of being seen by classmates, so they simply hugged for a while and then let go. However, when Lin Mo let go, he secretly pinched Li Yitong's huge nipples, and Li Yitong gave him a fierce look. Lin Mo walked to the back row with a normal expression. Today, only Wang came to class from the dormitory, so he sat down. "Brother Mo, you haven't been back to the dormitory recently. Have you rented a house outside the school?" Although Wang looked like he was about to fall asleep, apparently he had just played games all night, but he still insisted on talking to Lin Mo. "Yes, I have already applied. The main reason is that I am starting a business now and need to travel frequently." As a good brother, Lin Mo didn't mind talking to him more, and would support him in the future. Wang rubbed his red eyes and yawned, his voice was long and sticky. "Do you need me to help you with chores?" "Just provide meals." Lin Mo smiled knowingly when he heard what he said. He guessed that Wang would definitely think of coming over to help. But at present, Lin Mo actually does not have any industry, and the formula is still on hold in Linjiangshuan. Once he has the opportunity to invest in a pharmaceutical company and start developing beauty liquid, he may be able to arrange some work for Wang Yi. But speaking of work, Lin Mo suddenly thought of the issue of the driver. He had wanted to find a suitable one before, and the sisters are actually okay, mainly because they are pleasing to the eye. It was only because he took into consideration that they were his lovers and they still had their studies to attend that he did not allow them to take up the job. But when he took Wang, Yashi and others to his own restaurant for dinner yesterday, he found that his driving skills were still not very good. For example, when Chen Mengqi came to open the door, the driver's seat had to be opened for him to get out. This scene was very embarrassing at first glance. It would be fine if you were driving a sports car, but if you were driving a Maybach, people would easily mistake you for the driver. What Lin Mo was thinking of now was Wang Yi's cousin. Lin Mo had met him several times. He was an honest, tall, and strong man, and that image was suitable for driving for him. I don't need your help for now. Once the company is complete, I'll have you help me. Okay then, I'll go to sleep first.
As soon as the bell for class rang, it sounded like Wang's lullaby, making him drowsy.
Don't go to sleep yet. I want to ask what your cousin is doing now? Hearing Lin Mo asking about his cousin, Wang Yi's eyes, which were about to close, showed a hint of doubt, but he still said truthfully. What else can we do? Last time he came to the construction site to have dinner with us before he went to work. He is probably still working there now. Wang Yi's cousin is called Wang Shi. He retired and couldn't find a job in his hometown.
When he knew Wang Yi was in Jiangcheng, he came here to try his luck. When he came last month, he said he had found a temporary job at a construction site and even treated them to a meal before work.
Then send him a message and see if he's willing to come over and help me drive for the time being. I have indeed met Lin Mo a few times. He is a very honest person and is suitable to be a driver and bodyguard.
Wang Yi was so sleepy that he just answered and fell asleep.
Although Lin Mo didn't have much time to rest last night, he is in very good health due to the transformation of the strengthening fluid and is still full of energy.
Wang Yashi is also in class today, and her branch line is really hard to deal with. There are still 2 days left. If it really doesn't work, I'll just have to give up. He can only take out his mobile phone to watch short videos to pass the time. After playing for a while, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Wu Yusin. Lin Mo thought there were some cool photos, so he went to WeChat to check them out.
Yusin, brother, are you free today? Yusin, picture. Wu Yusin is really honest.
She always brings pictures with her when chatting.
Lin Mo really likes chatting with her.
Anyway, I have nothing to do during the day, so I can go out and play with her.
Favorite fried chili, what's wrong? Do you want to date me? Yusin, yes, are you free this afternoon? Can I have dinner with my brother? Favorite fried chili, okay, I'll contact you later.
After that, he dozed off in class as usual, until the bell rang for the end of get out of class at noon, when Wang Yi suddenly became energetic.
Lin Mo, let's go eat. Wang Yi was full of energy. He went to eat right after waking up and woke up the sleepy Lin Mo. Contact your cousin first and see if he's free so we can have dinner together. Wang Yi nodded, took out his cell phone and made a call. Brother, are you off work yet? Let's go out for dinner. Okay, fine, we'll go find you. After Wang Yi hung up the phone, he turned around and said to Lin Mo.
He said he's at the rental house, so we can just go find him. Lin Mo was looking at Li Yitong at this time, but she gave Lin Mo a look that meant to go and do his work. Only then did Lin Mo turn around and leave with Wang Yi.
Originally, he was planning to have dinner with Li Yitong.
After all, their relationship was at a critical point and needed to be maintained. But now that I have an appointment with Shi, I might as well solve the driver problem first. Today, Lin Mo's car was no longer parked in the remote corner as before, but directly parked in the parking lot in front of the teaching building. Lin Mo still asked Wang Yi to help drive, mainly because he himself had little chance to enjoy the back seat, and he didn't even enjoy it after buying the car. Under the gazes of everyone around him, Wang Yi drove away with Lin Mo, while Zhang Ting, who was not far away, was also staring at the direction they left. Then she quickly left the school and took a taxi. After about 10 minutes, Wang Yi drove to Shi rental house and saw Shi squatting on the side of the road smoking with a dejected look on his face. Wang Yi drove the car in front of him, but he didn't notice Wang Yi yet, so he hit aside and continued squatting.
Beep. Wang Yi honked the horn twice. Shi didn't know what was going on and looked at the luxury car in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Brother Shi, get in the car, why are you squatting here?
Wang Yi lowered the passenger window, and Shi realized that the person in the car was his cousin.
Shi got into the passenger seat with a curious look on his face, fastened his seatbelt, and then turned to Wang Yi and said, Cousin, how come you drive such a nice car and now you drive for your boss? Shi was as honest as ever. He scratched his head and couldn't figure out what was going on. Haha, cousin, the boss is sitting in the back. Shi looked towards the back row.
Lin Mo smiled at him. His eyes widened and he was speechless for a moment.
What's wrong, brother Shi? Don't you recognize me?
Seeing him like this, Lin Mo continued to tease him.
You are Lin Mo? Shi looked at Lin Mo with disbelief, and his voice was trembling. Yes, it was me who asked Wang Yi to invite you to dinner. You choose a place.
Lin Mo said casually.
Lin Mo, have you made a fortune now?
This car doesn't look cheap at all, you are really amazing.
Shirtu has now barely adapted to the situation and realized that this car really belongs to Lin Mo. He is still looking around in the car. Lin Mo, I'm fine with anything I eat, you choose. Then let Wang Yi choose. You can eat whatever you want. Okay, I'll be off then, you guys chat. After hearing this, Wang Yi immediately responded and drove directly to a nearby restaurant. Chapter 36 Going Clothes Shopping. After a brief chat, they arrived at the place. After parking the car, Shirtu got out of the car and opened the door for Lin Mo. Brother Shirtu, where did you learn this? You even know how to open the door for me, so professional. After getting out of the car, Lin Mo patted Shirtu's sturdy shoulders. Shirtu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I saw this service in a TV show before, so I learned it well. Lin Mo had roughly told him in the car that he wanted him to come and be a driver, and he would definitely not treat him unfairly in terms of salary. The main reason was that there was no work at his construction site, and he was still worried about his job. After hearing this, he immediately agreed and pretended to open the car door when he got out of the car. Let's go, let's eat first. Although the restaurant Wang Yi chose was ordinary, the dishes there were quite delicious. Several people wolfed down the food before finally finishing it all. Lin Mo, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. You go and get busy. Lin Mo originally planned to send him back and then go find Wu Yusen, but since he said that, forget it. We are already in the city center, and going back and forth is indeed a waste of time. So he contacted Wu Yusen and asked Shirtu to drive to the mall where she worked. Wu Yusen had a holiday today, so she invited Lin Mo. However, she lived not far from her workplace, so they met there. Lin Mo, here. Shirtu had just parked the car and Lin Mo got out of the car and saw Wu Yusen waving and calling him not far away. Lin Mo smiled and waved in response, then walked towards where she was, with Shirtu following quickly. Have you been waiting for a long time? Lin Mo said lightly. No, I just arrived not long ago. Who is this? Wu Yusen looked at the stone behind Lin Mo curiously, not understanding why Lin Mo brought a friend with him to the appointment today. Lin Mo followed her gaze and looked back at the stone, then he realized what she meant. Oh, this is my driver, don't worry about it, just let him follow. By the way, where are you going to take me? Wu Yusen was a little stunned after hearing this, but thinking about Lin Mo's appearance, temperament and ability, it was normal for him to have a driver following him. So I said, I want to go to a newly opened dessert shop. I wonder if you like it. Lin Mo thought about it and realized that they had just finished their meal and they would be a little full if they went for dessert. Anyway, I happened to be at the mall, so I could get Shirtu a few suits, so that he would look more professional. Why don't we go shopping first? I'll buy some clothes for the driver. I just had a big meal and need to digest it. Okay, I'll do as you say. Wu Yusen said this sweetly, then took Lin Mo's arm and went to the mall together. Shirtu, who was standing behind them, saw their intimate behavior and instinctively wanted to call her sister-in-law, but when he remembered that Lin Mo had told him not to talk nonsense, he did not open his mouth. Just as they went up to the men's clothing section on the third floor, they ran into an unexpected person. Lin Mo, why are you here too? This is Zhang Ting, whom Lin Mo didn't want to deal with. Unexpectedly, she followed him here again. It seems that I still need to find a way to get rid of her. It's troublesome to keep pestering her like this. When she ran towards Lin Mo quickly and wanted to pull him away, Shirtu suddenly stopped her. Why are you here with me again? I told you we've broken up, so there's no need to keep pestering me. After Zhang Ting was stopped, she looked at Shirtu and wondered why Lin Mo suddenly had an extra bodyguard, but this also confirmed his identity as a wealthy family. Lin Mo, I really know I was wrong, how can you forgive me? Lin Mo thought about it for a while, and an idea came to his mind, so he said. Okay, since you said so, then follow me. Zhang Ting was stunned when she heard this, and then she felt happy. It seemed that her efforts had touched Lin Mo. Wu Yusen, who was holding Lin Mo's arm, didn't really understand what was going on. She just saw another beautiful woman coming and instinctively hugged Lin Mo tighter. Zhang Ting also wanted to take action, but was frightened by Lin Mo's sharp eyes and just stood on the other side of Lin Mo and followed. Afterwards, Lin Mo listened to Wu Yusen's advice and found a pretty good suit shop to pick out a few suits for Shirtu. Now Shirtu is wearing a suit and standing behind Lin Mo, it looks like the real thing. Then it was Lin Mo's turn to plan. He specially picked a high-end men's clothing store to buy clothes. In fact, he was not very interested in this store, mainly because the clothes here were more business-oriented and Lin Mo just thought they were relatively expensive.
Hello, welcome to Armani.
Lin Mo nodded slightly, then followed the shopping guide in and told her not to recommend anything and let the two people around him help him choose clothes. Then he turned to Wu Yusin and Zhang Ting and said,
I want to buy a set of clothes now. Can you each pick one for me?
The two girls looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and started to pick clothes.
Lin Mo sat aside and let them pick whatever they wanted.
After they finished picking and saw that there was nothing wrong with it, he said,
Okay, now that you've picked everything, let's check out and go.
The two thought he was asking Sure Tu to pay the bill, so they followed him. But the shopping guide disagreed, and she hurried over to stop a few people.
Handsome, you haven't paid yet.
Lin Mo looked back at the shopping guide, then at Wu Yusin and the others, and said,
You didn't understand what I meant. Now is the time for you to express yourself.
The two girls were stunned when they heard this, but Wu Yusin reacted quickly and immediately went to the cashier.
Zhang Ting didn't react and just stood there at a loss.
Because the clothes she picked were all semi-custom made from Red Label, this set cost nearly 100,000 yuan. Not to mention whether she could afford it, the main thing is how could she buy such an expensive outfit for someone else? So, she gave the clothes she had just picked back to the shopping guide, and then picked up another set of clothes she had previously selected and went to the checkout counter.
Ding!
It was detected that Wu Yusin's 22,000 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering a 780-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 17,160,000 yuan.
Ding!
Detected that Zhang Ting's 4,200 yuan consumption was successfully obtained, triggering a 750-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 3,150,000 yuan. After Lin Mo received the system message, he couldn't help but feel happy, and he could hardly suppress the smile on his face. On the one hand, he wanted to deliberately let Zhang Ting back down, and on the other hand, he wanted to test whether this kind of hint of consumption would work. The result was very ideal. Wu Yusin alone gave him more than 17 million in cash back, and Zhang Ting received 3 million. Wu Yusin had to give her a reward and make Zhang Ting feel uncomfortable at the same time.
Well, Yusin did a good job. Let's go downstairs and take a look later. Wu Yusin just smiled faintly after hearing this.
She was still somewhat happy inside because she knew last time that Lin Mo would not let her efforts in vain.
Zhang Ting was unhappy and said, I bought you some clothes, too. I want to go shopping with you, too.
Lin Mo smiled at her and didn't say much.
He just gave the clothes to Sure Tu and took Wu Yusin away. Chapter 37 Fishing for Zhang Ting.
Lin Mo ignored Zhang Ting who was following them and took Wu Yusin directly to the women's clothing area on the second floor. Wu Yusin started her shopping journey on the second floor, visiting luxury stores such as LV, Hermes, Chanel, etc.
Almost every family bought some bags and clothes.
Wu Yusin held all kinds of luxury bags and refused to let Sure Tu help.
Ding! Wu Yusin's favorability plus 20, current favorability is 50.
Girls' love for shopping surpasses everything else. After a round of shopping, Wu Yusin's favorability rating soared. Zhang Ting, who was following, had a look of jealousy on her face. She also understood that what happened at Armani just now was a test from Lin Mo, and she obviously failed. She found that the current Lin Mo was no longer the man who came when she called and left when she dismissed him, and he was no longer the dog who had licked her for 3 years. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt, as if all of this was caused by her and she couldn't blame anyone else.
After Lin Mo and others finished touring the second floor, they went down to the first floor to take a look.
Now that he had more than 50 million, he had to get a watch strap. Also, the Linji Ungshuan I lived in before doesn't seem to be very prestigious anymore.
I'd better find an opportunity to buy a villa which would be more suitable for me. However, it is still uncertain whether there is enough money.
Also, if Wang Yashi's troubled branch quest cannot be completed, the money will have to be saved to acquire a pharmaceutical company.
Let us not think about those things for now.
Lin Mo has now visited a Patek Philippe watch store.
As everyone knows, this is a well-known brand, so he plans to buy one. Welcome, how can I help you? Can you tell me what kind of watches there are?
Yes, sir, follow me. So, the shopping guide took Lin Mo to the counter and took out a classic watch. This is the 5196J, which continues the classic round case of the Calatrava series.
The dial is an ivory white dial with gold 3-dimensional stick-shaped hour markers.
Lin Mo looked at the watch and felt that it was a bit ordinary, so he asked,
How much is this watch?
The current public price is 191,800 yuan.
This watch is very valuable and has increased by 40,000 yuan compared to 2011.
Are there any other more special ones, preferably worth millions?
Lin Mo thought about it and felt that this ordinary model was not particularly good looking, so it seemed that he had to buy an expensive one. The salesperson's eyes lit up when he heard his words, and he immediately took him to a special counter. There were fewer watch styles here, and each one looked very special. Lin Mo immediately fell in love with a watch with a starry sky pattern on the dial, and pointed to the shopping guide and said,
"Show me this one."
Upon hearing this, the shopping guide took out the watch and handed it to Lin Mo carefully, while introducing,
"This is the 6104G001. The dial is starry sky themed, vividly presenting the panoramic view of the Geneva night sky, the golden moon's orbit, and the dynamic Milky Way.
The 18K white gold bezel is inlaid with 38 long step diamonds and the folding clasp is inlaid with 22 long step diamonds. The bright stars echo the theme of the night sky." Lin Mo put it on his wrist and took a look. He felt that it was indeed beautiful. In particular, the cosmic dynamic display on the dial attracted him greatly.
"This is the one I'll take. Please check out for me."
The shopping guide was a little surprised after hearing this. Few customers would buy just by looking at it, especially a watch worth millions. However, her professionalism allowed her to calm down quickly, and she reminded him of the price as usual.
"Okay, sir.
The price of this watch is 2,938,700 yuan.
If you have no problem, I will check out for you now." "Okay, no problem."
Lin Mo calmly waited in front of the counter for the salesperson to complete the formalities, but everyone behind him had surprised expressions. Wu Yusin knew that Lin Mo was very capable, but she was still a little surprised that he would buy a watch worth nearly 3 million so casually. At the same time, her love for him was overflowing. Zheng Ting looked at Lin Mo with some resentment in her eyes. She had pretended to be a poor student for 3 years, but now she could easily buy a watch worth 3 million.
She must work hard for it. The calmest person was sure too.
Before Lin Mo came over, he told him that he had now started to take over the family business. Sure too thought it was normal for a wealthy family to buy an expensive watch.
"Wait a moment."
Lin Mo spoke as the shopping guide was operating the checkout. The salesperson thought he had suddenly changed his mind, so he turned around and asked,
"Sir, any other questions?"
"Pick one for this beautiful lady too.
Don't find something too ordinary."
Lin Mo pointed at Wu Yusin behind him, but she didn't react and her expression was a little stiff.
Ding. Wu Yusin's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 60.
The shopping guide was even happier after hearing this, and quickly arranged for her colleagues to handle the checkout. She hurried over to take Wu Yusin to look at the watch. After Wu Yusin reacted, her favorability increased again, and she followed the shopping guide to choose a watch.
Lin Mo. Zheng Ting on this side finally couldn't sit still anymore.
She had just watched him buy more than 100,000 yuan worth of things for Wu Yusin in the luxury store, and she had endured it all. Now she still buys Patek Philippe watches, and she is so envious that she is about to die.
"Brother Lin Mo, I want it too."
Lin Mo got goosebumps when he heard the disgusting sound of the clips, and he couldn't help but look at Zheng Ting with disgust. "I've already given you a chance, but you didn't take it seriously.
Let's see how you perform next time."
Lin Mo had already thought of a countermeasure in advance, which was to make Zheng Ting a bootlicker. She was asked to watch him constantly demonstrate his strength for others to consume, and she could only watch. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Zheng Ting didn't say anything else and could only stand back and feel upset. Lin Mo said that he would see how I perform in the future, so I still have a chance and must get him back. Lin Mo didn't care about what Zheng Ting was thinking behind him. Seeing that Wu Yusin had already chosen the watch, he went over to check out. She chose the Nautilus Sports Series 7118 Classic model with a steel case and white dial, which looks simple and elegant. "Sir, the current price of 6104G001 is 2,938,700 yuan, and the price of 7,118 1200A010 selected by this beautiful lady is 383,100 yuan, totaling 3,321,800 yuan. Okay, let's pay." Lin Mo casually handed over his bank card and paid the money readily. The shopping guide also arranged for a watchmaker to adjust the watch strap for them, and they left wearing it.
Wu Yusin didn't take the bags this time and gave them all to Sure too.
She walked with Lin Mo's arm in arm, looking at the watch on her wrist, feeling very happy.
Okay, now that we've bought everything, let's go to the dessert shop you mentioned. Lin Mo spoke to Wu Yusen, then motioned to Shi Tu to drive, and finally turned to Zhang Ting. I have something else to deal with, so it's inconvenient for you to follow me. Then he pulled Wu Yusen into the car and left, while Zhang Ting stood there looking listless. Brother, this is the navigation address. Wu Yusen was so happy that she spoke sweetly to Shi Tu. Ahem, just call me Stone. After taking Wu Yusen's phone, Shi Tu stopped talking and concentrated on his work. He knew how right it was for him to follow Lin Mo this time. The few sets of clothes he just bought for him cost about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Lin Mo would definitely not treat him unfairly. Shi Tu thought to himself that he should drive more seriously and strive to be smooth and fast. Chapter 38 Lakeview and Cloud Villa. Lin Mo looked at the stone in front of him with a satisfied look, thinking that his choice was correct. After a while, they arrived at the dessert shop. Lin Mo randomly chose a seat by the window and sat down, while Wu Yusen went to the counter to choose her favorite dessert. What are you drinking? This dessert shop still has some simple milk tea and lemon tea. Lin Mo randomly chose 2 cups of lemon tea and ordered one for Shi Tu. Now Shi Tu is sitting at the table next to Lin Mo. He can see Lin Mo without affecting his date. Ding! It was detected that Wu Yusen's 110 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering a 780-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 85,800 yuan. Lin Mo doesn't care much about these small amounts of money now. All he is thinking about is the big spending he can do to get the goddess for free. In his eyes, Wu Yusen is still mainly a tool. Not to mention the number of times she has been in love, her rating is not ideal. Although Lin Mo is getting laid for free now, he still hopes to choose an excellent partner. Wu Yusen is just fine for fun at best. Brother Lin Mo, is it delicious? Wu Yusen was actually a few years older than him, but she still acted like a little girl and acted coquettishly with him, while also feeding him desserts. The customers who came to consume around looked over here intentionally or unintentionally. Many of them looked at Lin Mo's outstanding appearance and temperament, and a small number of people who knew about watches saw the Patek Philippe on his hand. But they are a minority after all, and no one can tell the exact model and price of his watch at a glance. This is not a cool urban novel, where everyone has their own eyes for detection. Lin Mo didn't care about the looks of the people around him and was being intimate with Wu Yusen, but he was still thinking about the branch story about Wang Yashi in his mind. Her favorability level is now over 80, so if it really doesn't work, just ask her directly and see how it goes. What are you thinking about? Wu Yusen felt that Lin Mo was a little absent-minded, so she spoke. Nothing, I'm just thinking about work. Lin Mo responded casually and continued eating his dessert. After eating, it was still early, just after 4 in the afternoon, and Lin Mo planned to take a walk in the park. There is a Yuanyang lake near the center of Jiangqing City. The environment there is very good. It is nice to go to the park if you are too full. Lin Mo said something to Shi Tu, and Shi Tu turned on the navigation and set off. Wu Yusen had no objection. She hugged Lin Mo's arm tightly and sat in the back seat, leaning comfortably on his shoulder. When we arrived and got off the car, we found that the environment around Yuanyang Lake was quite nice. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the sparkling lake. Tourists are walking in groups of 3 or 4 on the wooden boardwalk. In the distance, the laughter of children in the playground can be heard. Lin Mo also saw a row of Lakeview villas behind Yuanyang Lake and said to Wu Yusen, "Hey, when was the villa built? Is it for sale?" Wu Yusen was walking leisurely next to Lin Mo. When she heard his question, she turned around and looked over. "Oh, that's a newly built villa area over there. It seems to be a high-end residential project that will be developed in conjunction with Yuanyang Lake. I heard it's called Lakeview Cloud Villa. Then let's go over here and take a look." Lin Mo and Wu Yusen walked and stopped along the lake, and the setting sun stretched the shadows of the 3 of them very long. "Look over there," Wu Yusen suddenly pointed in the direction of the villa area. "They have even built a yacht dock. I saw several white yachts neatly moored at the exclusive pier, which looked particularly eye-catching in the twilight. Well, this place is really nice. Let's go to the sales office to see their plans," Lin Mo suggested, holding Wu Yusen's hand and walking towards the villa area. The sales office was built right by the lake. It was a modern-style, all-glass building. There were several uniformed security guards standing at the door. When they saw them approaching, they nodded politely. When they pushed the door open, cold air hit them in the face. It just so happened that they were feeling a little hot, so it was nice to come over and cool down a bit. Welcome to Lakeview Villa. A sales lady in a business suit came up to me with a smile and asked, "Is this your first time to see the house? Do you need me to introduce the features of the project to you? Okay, tell me what apartment types are available. Preferably one that faces the lake and has a garden. Our project focuses on lakeside courtyards of 2,3,500 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 1 floor underground, and comes with a 7,200 square meter private garden. The Yin Villa series currently on sale adopts a neo-Chinese style, with a living room width of 6.8 meters and a 270-degree panoramic view of the lake." The sales lady talked incessantly about the sand table, and her introduction was very detailed and professional. "Okay, then take us to see the largest apartment." Lin Mo pointed to a villa in the middle of the lake on the sand table and said, "Okay, this way, sir." As he said that, the salesperson led Lin Mo and the others onto a sightseeing ground service vehicle, and someone specially sent them to the villa area. "By the way, sure too, drive the car over to the sales office. Let's go check out the house first." Lin Mo turned around and said to Sure too, "Okay, boss." After a while, Lin Mo, led by the salesperson, arrived at the lakeside villa area and saw the central villa standing by the lake from afar. "This is our top-of-the-line apartment, with a floor area of 500 square meters, a 200 square meter private garden, 3 floors above ground with an elevator, and a basement that can be planned on your own." The sales lady introduced while leading the way. "Look at this 270-degree lakeside terrace, facing the island in the middle of the lake, with an unobstructed view." Lin Mo stepped onto the granite steps, pushed open the copper door, and the 7-meter-high living room instantly came into view. After looking around, Lin Mo was quite satisfied with the place, but he didn't know about the prices. "Well, it's okay. How much is this set?" Lin Mo put his hands in his pockets, withdrew his gaze from the lake view outside the floor-to-ceiling window and turned to the sales lady. The sales lady kept her professional smile and said, "Mr. Lin, the total price of this prime apartment is 26.8 million. As she spoke, she handed over a hardcover price list. "You see, this price includes a whole house package of imported Italian furniture, as well as 3 years of property fee reduction." Lin Mo's eyes swept over the crystal chandelier and Italian marble floor in the lofted living room again. The price of more than 20 million was not bad. Especially the 200 square meter lakeside garden and the 270-degree unparalleled view, which are his favorite. "Okay, that's it." The sales lady wanted to say something, but when she heard Lin Mo said he wanted to buy it, she immediately put on an eager smile. "Okay, then let's go back to the sales office to handle the formalities." "No problem, go back." Wu Yusin, who was standing by, watched Lin Mo buy a villa so casually, her eyes blinking, not knowing what she was thinking. Ding! Wu Yusin's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 70. Lin Mo didn't pay much attention to the system message and quickly got on the sightseeing bus to return to the sales office. What followed was a series of contract procedures, and the key point was that Lin Mo paid the full amount for the villa. Another 26.8 million was spent in one go, plus the watch I just bought. A total of 30 million was spent today. Lin Mo looked at the remaining 20 million in his bank card and saw that it was time to spend more time with the goddess for free. Chapter 39: Ambush in the Park. Lin Mo himself didn't expect that he would spend so much money just by going shopping today, and buy a villa by just taking a walk. When we left the sales office, it was dark, the street lights came on, and Yuanyang Lake presented a different scene. The reason why he stayed in there for so long was mainly because Lin Mo wanted to move in as soon as possible. The developer gave a free whole house cleaning service, but the other gifts were not that important. The villas here are all finely decorated. If Lin Mo does not plan to make any changes, he can move in 2 days. "It's getting dark, let's find a place to eat something." After saying that, Lin Mo took Wu Yusin into the car and left. Not far from them, there was a van parked, staring at Lin Mo. "Follow him." After Lin Mo finished his meal, he was about to send Wu Yusin home. Suddenly, Wu Yusin said shyly, "Brother Mo, I don't want to go back tonight." Lin Mo looked at Wu Yusin and nodded in understanding. "Sure too, drive the car back and come pick me up tomorrow." Lin Mo thought about finding a better hotel nearby and let Sure Tu drive back first. Later, Lin Mo planned to arrange a place for him to stay in Huguangjian Villa so that he could be picked up and dropped off at any time. "Okay, boss." After Lin Mo watched the Maybach leave, he held Wu Yusin's soft hand and walked casually on the road. He knew there was a star-rated hotel not far away, so he took a walk there first. It was still early, so he was not in a hurry to go to bed. Just as they reached the edge of the slightly darker park, a group of sloppy young people suddenly appeared. "Stop!" The yellow-haired leader pointed at Lin Mo and shouted. Then, they walked over slowly and blocked Lin Mo's way. "You must be Lin Mo." Lin Mo looked at the other party. There were 8 people in total, and only the first 4 were armed. He was considering whether to take action. "You were sent by Zhao Yu, right?" Lin Mo said lightly, his body tensed up, and he stretched out his hand to protect Wu Yusin behind him. "I don't know any Zhao Yu. Brother Go asked for your hand, so just stand still and it will be done in a moment." Lin Mo didn't know Gogu, but recently only Zhao Yu had a grudge against him, and that Li Wei, he felt that the other party was not a threat. Lin Mo didn't say anything else. He just raised his foot and kicked the yellow-haired man in the stomach. Before anyone could react, the yellow-haired man fell to the ground. Lin Mo did not hold back. Facing 8 people alone, he had to fight quickly. Even though his body had been strengthened, he still needed to strike first to have a chance of winning. After kicking the opponent down, he snatched the water pipe from the opponent's hand and hit his subordinates on both sides who were still in a daze with his knees. After all, if you hit the head, it might even result in death. The 2 men whose knees were hit knelt down instantly before the others reacted and took action. A slightly muscular man picked up a baseball bat and hit Lin Mo on the head, while the other 4 rushed over with their fists. Lin Mo sensed the baseball bat coming from the corner of his eye, and with his other hand he struck the opponent's chin first, knocking him down with one blow. Lin Mo actually doesn't have many fighting skills. It's mainly due to the effect of the strengthening fluid that his strength, speed, and reaction are far beyond that of ordinary people. Unfortunately, there were too many people on the other side, and after being hit by several of them, he was eventually knocked down by them all. Lin Mo raised his foot and stepped on the palm of the yellow-haired man who was lying there screaming, and the yellow-haired man immediately let out a scream. "First, let's talk about who is Brother Dog, and why does he want my hand?" I don't know either. Brother Go is the second in command of our united gang. He didn't tell us the reason. After being tortured and questioned, Lin Mo finally learned the complete information. This dog brother is the second in command of an underground gang, one of the most powerful gangs in Jiangcheng. However, in today's society, these underground forces mostly work as dogs for the rich, and most of them do things like debt collection and revenge. There are also some more powerful ones, such as the United Gang. They have a lot of gray industries and may have some protective umbrellas behind them. Lin Mo was not very interested in these, he just wanted to investigate whether this was related to Zhao Yu. There was no more information, so Lin Mo told them to get lost and took Wu Yusin away. "Lin Mo, are you okay?" Seeing that the problem was resolved, Wu Yusin hurried forward to see if Lin Mo was injured. However, he didn't seem to have any injuries, just some dust on his clothes. Wu Yusin patted him. "It's okay, the clothes are dirty, let's go to the hotel." Hearing this, Wu Yusin, who was originally nervous, suddenly became a little shy. She knew what would happen next after making this choice. Wu Yusin's cheeks flushed slightly, her fingers twisted the corners of her clothes unconsciously, and she whispered, "Well, let's go first." She secretly glanced at Lin Mo's profile, and her heartbeat unconsciously quickened. As the night breeze blew, Lin Mo took Wu Yusin through the neon-lit streets and soon arrived at a luxuriously decorated hotel. "Hello, welcome." The waiter at the door greeted them respectfully immediately when he saw Lin Mo and the other person come in. Lin Mo nodded slightly, then walked straight to the hotel front desk and said to the front desk staff, "Book me a presidential suite." "Okay sir, the price for the presidential suite is 15,800 yuan per night." The receptionist gave a professional smile and tapped her fingers quickly on the keyboard. "No problem, swipe the card." Lin Mo casually took out his bank card and handed it back to the front desk after some operations. "Please keep your room card. You need to swipe the card to take the elevator directly to the 38th floor. I wish you two a pleasant night." Lin Mo smiled at the receptionist, then put his arm around Wu Yusin's waist and left. After arriving at the room, Wu Yusin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window somewhat awkwardly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes. Outside the window is the dazzling night view of the river city, with neon lights illuminating the bustling streets. You should take a shower first." Wu Yusin's voice was very soft. She saw Lin Mo approaching through the glass. Lin Mo suddenly chuckled and picked her up like a princess. Wu Yusin exclaimed and hugged his neck. He held her in his arms and strode towards the bathroom, lowering his head and saying to her, Can't we take a shower together? Wu Yusun's face instantly turned red to her ears, and she buried her face in Lin Mo's neck. Lin Mo opened the bathroom door with his toes and took Wu Yusun in. As the steaming hot air filled the bathroom, the sound of splashing water spread between the two people. Wu Yusun's dress was soaked with water vapor, faintly outlining her graceful curves. Lin Mo's fingers ran through her wet hair, and the warm water flowed down their skin. The transparent glass of the bathroom was gradually blurred by water vapor, and their figures could no longer be seen clearly. There were only bursts of erotic music. It was unknown how long it had been before Lin Mo carried the exhausted Wu Yusun out again and gently put her on the bed. Lin Mo looked at Wu Yusun, whose face was flushed and breathless, and his heart was touched again. He immediately planned to score a second goal. Wu Yusun, who was unable to resist, looked at the approaching Lin Mo with helplessness and could only choose to obey obediently. Chapter 40 Another Company. After a day and a night, Lin Mo was about to take a rest, but the system bombarded him with messages again. Ding! Activate Main Mission 3. Main Mission 3, increase the love times of the 3 bound goddesses by 1. This must be done by the person himself. Reward, 1 intermediate lottery, 1 random item card. Ding! Wu Yusun's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 80. System messages kept popping up one after another. Lin Mo first checked the main task and found that it was to increase the number of romances. No wonder it was activated now. He just gave Wu Yusun an increase, and her favorability level has reached 80. Those who are experienced are different. They can immediately appreciate Lin Mo's strength, and their favorability will increase significantly. Then, the system's information did not stop. Ding! Activate the side quest Wu Yusun. Side quest Wu Yusun's partner's 72 hours limit. Wu Yusun longs for a handsome and wealthy partner, preferably one with a great body. Task requirements: please help her find a suitable partner as soon as possible. Her approval is required. Task reward: primary lottery once, special forces combat skills. Lin Mo looked at the reward for this mission. This special forces fighting skill is a good thing. After all, Lin Mo's current physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, but he does not have very good fighting skills, otherwise he would not have been able to withstand a few punches from the gangsters just now. Lin Mo didn't expect that the side quest would be automatically triggered as soon as Wu Yusun's favorability reached 80, so he reached out and patted the round buttocks of Wu Yusun, who was sleeping beside him. Wu Yusun, who was attacked in her sleep, seemed to realize something and suddenly woke up. She looked at Lin Mo with sleepy eyes and murmured, "No. No more." When Lin Mo heard what she said, he burst out laughing. It seemed that she was really scared. Since Lin Mo saw that this was not her first fight, he did not hold back. Just as the receptionist said, Lin Mo had a pretty good time today. But as Wu Yusun fell asleep again, the system message popped up again. Ding! Side quest Wu Yusun completed. Obtain a primary lottery, special forces fighting skills. Hey, it's done already, and I haven't done anything yet. He looked at Wu Yusun, who was sleeping soundly. Could it be that she had confirmed that I was her partner in her dream? Before he could think more, a large amount of knowledge and skills were suddenly instilled into his mind, slowly forming muscle memory. He lay there for a full 10 minutes before he completely digested all the knowledge. Although his physical fitness had not improved, his strength had increased several times. Now, even if he faced someone like me who had no fighting skills, he could at least defeat 5 of them without any damage. If I were to face those minions in the park, I could easily kill them in less than 2 minutes. Thinking so in his mind, Lin Mo, who had just received the knowledge, felt a little tired. In addition, it was only a day and a night, so he fell asleep in a daze. The early morning sun shone into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Mo woke up refreshed and jumped up from the bed. After absorbing the Special Forces fighting skills, Lin Mo gained much stronger control over his own body. Before, I was like a wild beast trapped in rusty iron sheets, with strength but unable to use it. Now, every movement he made was as smooth as flowing water, and his muscle memory allowed him to transition from a lazy to a fighting stance the instant he stood up. After Lin Mo stood up, he picked up the scattered clothes and began to put them on one by one. Looking back at Wu Yusun, who was still sleeping soundly, he had no intention of waking her up. So he let her sleep a little longer and walked over to the sofa and sat down. I also got a primary draw last night, which I can use now. Ding! Use the primary lottery to obtain 100% equity of Jiangcheng Tanu Media Company, Limited, worth 10 million. Lin Mo didn't expect to win another property in this lottery, but it was a pity that it wasn't a pharmaceutical company. However, he also understood that the companies that could be drawn in the primary lottery would not be very large, and the maximum estimated value would not exceed 20 million. Even if you really draw a pharmaceutical company, it will probably be a small and useless company. The valuation of a pharmaceutical company with certain R&D capabilities is at least tens of billions. No longer considering that unrealistic idea, Lin Mo began to look up information about this media company. Fortunately, it is a company in Jiangchang, so he can find out the general situation of the company relatively easily. If you want to know more details, you have to wait for them to contact him. According to the nature of the system, his information should have been in the hands of the person in charge there. After Lin Mo finished the lottery, he called Shur and asked him to come downstairs to pick him up, and then went to wash up. After tidying up, Lin Mo looked at Wu Yusin, who was still lying on the bed, and walked up to her and patted her smooth back.
I have to go back for something, are you up?
Wu Yusin is still a little confused now, and she doesn't know what she is saying. Seeing her like this, Lin Mo didn't call her anymore and told her to sleep well here. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to her. After doing all this, Lin Mo gently closed the door, turned around and left the suite. As soon as he walked out of the hotel, Shur had already parked his car beside the door. When he saw Lin Mo coming out, he immediately got out of the car and opened the door for Lin Mo.
Let's go back to school. We still have classes to attend.
Lin Mo said helplessly that if he didn't go back, the counselor would probably call again soon.
After driving for 20 minutes, they arrived at Jiangcheng University. Lin Mo got off the car and went to the teaching building.
He asked Shur to go for a walk first and he would come back to pick him up at 12 o'clock. As soon as he entered the classroom, Li Yitong was waiting for him at the back door. As soon as he entered the door, she came over and took his hand. Lin Mo was still a little confused as to why Li Yitong was so proactive today.
Normally, she should be more restrained around her classmates. Li Yitong pulled Lin Mo to the back row, where Wang Yi was sitting.
Today, Li Yitong also sat here with Lin Mo. Lin Mo was just about to ask her what happened today when he saw Li Yitong's eyes were fixed straight ahead. Lin Mo looked over and saw why Zhang Ting had run to their classroom. Looking at Zhang Ting walking over, Lin Mo finally understood why Li Yitong reacted like that today. It turned out that she was protecting her food. Without Lin Mo saying anything, Li Yitong took the lead in attacking Zhang Ting.
Zhang Ting, what do you mean? You are from the broadcasting department and you come to our economics and management department to take classes? Why can't I come? I don't have any classes, but I'm interested in your class. Can't I come and listen to the class?
Zhang Ting retorted, and Li Yitong was speechless. It is true that university courses allow other students to sit in. But then she changed her mind and realized that she couldn't kick her out, but she could keep her away from Lin Mo. Okay, I'm the class monitor, I'll put you in the front row so you can listen to the class properly. Li Yitong emphasized the word listening to the class, and now it was Zhang Ting's turn to answer. Seeing this, Li Yitong stood up, pulled Zhang Ting to the front row, and pressed her into that seat. Next to her was a cute fat otaku.
Afterwards, Li Yitong ran back to Lin Mo happily and gave him a knowing smile. Chapter 41 Donation to School.
Lin Mo looked at Li Yitong, who was standing beside him with a happy expression, and reached out to touch her head.
In fact, Li Yitong behaved abnormally today and all the classmates looked at her.
Now that Lin Mo made a move, Li Yitong blushed to her ears.
I said they must be in love. Something was wrong the last time they were in the hallway. A female classmate wearing glasses not far away said to her deskmate.
The classmate at the same table also imitated Lin Mo's actions and reached out to touch the head of the classmate with glasses. The two of them performed in such an exaggerated manner. The other students were all laughing, except Li Wei, who was alone, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, but could do nothing. Li Yitong couldn't stand the teasing and booing from her classmates, so she just lay down on the table and pretended to be dead. Zhang Ting in the front row was so angry when she saw how intimate they were. She came here to snatch Lin Mo away, not to watch them show off their affection. She was just about to stand up and go over to confront Li Yitong when the teacher came in and the original chaos slowly quieted down.
Student, why are you standing there? The teacher came in and looked at Zhang Ting.
He found Zhang Ting unfamiliar, but when he saw her sit down, he didn't say much.
Zhang Ting was forced to be tied here and attend a class.
Because she didn't have a textbook and was sitting in the front row, the teacher was staring at her, so she could only share her books with the fat guy next to her. The fat otaku standing by thought that spring had arrived and that the two-dimensional plots he usually watched had come true. He thought that the hottie was going to have a love-hate relationship with him. As for Lin Mo, after the class, the attention around him began to calm down, and he started talking to Li Yitong.
You're pretty awesome today. You can even protect me.
Li Yitong raised her face, which was originally buried in her arms, slightly, revealing a pair of big eyes that blinked, obviously very happy. Seeing her like that, Lin Mo wanted to do something to her, but there were many people watching around, so he let Li Yitong go. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and whispered to Zhou Shubai, who was beside Wang Yi.
I have something to ask you, please check WeChat. Lin Mo planned to ask about Dog Brother.
Although the gang of thugs confessed a lot, he was still unsure whether it was true or false. Zhou Shubai nodded when he heard that, took out his cell phone and pointed at the screen to show that he understood.
Favorite fried chili, do you know the Dog Brother from the United Gang? The sultry Shanghai young master Lin Mo's note. What's wrong, did you provoke him?
Favorite stir-fried chili peppers, last night his men came to cause trouble for me, but I dealt with them.
Could it be that Zhao Yu hired Gogo? Men saw Hu Shao, let me ask for you, it is still possible.
While waiting for news from Zhou Shubai, Lin Mo suddenly received another friend addition on WeChat.
It turned out to be a salesperson from Huguan Yunshu. Lin Mo added it casually. It should be about the villa and there are some things that need to be coordinated.
Favorite fried chili, hello, what's up?
AAA Lakeview Cloud Villa Shaolu, hello, Mr. Lin.
I won't go into much detail about the specific information, it mainly talks about some cleaning services and the property importing of vehicle information and the like. Later, he was added to an owner group, but he didn't look at it again after he joined.
Men saw Hu Shao, I have checked.
This Dog Brother has indeed arranged people to deal with you. I am looking for someone to contact him to see if the problem can be solved.
Favorite fried chili, thank you, please, can you send me Zhao Yu's background?
Mensa Hu Shao, good brother, there is no need to say these things. Zhao Yu is the little Karami, the information will be sent to you later. Mensa Shanghai young master, by the way, remember that my aunt will invite you to dinner at the end of the month.
Favorite stir-fried peppers, no problem. Mr. Hu is still awesome. Even if it's not his territory, his network of connections can penetrate into second-tier cities like Zhangcheng.
This matter won't be a problem with Zhou Shubai handling it, but he hasn't figured out why his aunt would ask me out for dinner, and he's currently not at the same level as others. Without dwelling on this issue too much, after Lin Mo asked Gogo about his problem, he didn't say anything more to Zhou Shubai.
Lin Mo couldn't listen to the boring classes anymore.
It would be inappropriate for him to just waste his time here now that he had the system. So, he turned to look at Li Yitong, who was also secretly looking at him at this time. He leaned over and whispered,
Yitong, do you know which teacher to contact to donate to the school? Li Yitong didn't expect Lin Mo to ask this question suddenly.
She was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and said, You should be able to contact our vice president.
How about I ask him for you later?
Li Yitong is not only the class monitor, she is also the study director of the student union and can connect with many teachers and leaders. She didn't ask why Lin Mo wanted to donate to the school, because she just wanted to help him. Lin Mo had no other choice but to think of this solution. Now he had no power or influence and only a little money, so he could only go through this channel. After all, the highest ranking leader he can currently contact is the vice dean deputy division level of their school of economics, and it is not easy to contact even the dean. The reason why Lin Mo planned to hook up with the dean was not just because he didn't want to go to class. His assets would increase in the future, and the protection of the school would provide an extra layer of security. In fact, his junior year will be over in 2 months, and his senior year will be for internship. Now that the system exists, he just doesn't want to go even for these 2 months. While he was thinking about this question, Counselor Lu Yuan seemed to have the same idea as him and sent him a WeChat message.
Counselor Lu note, did you attend class today?
He felt a little helpless. The counselor was obviously keeping an eye on him and checked every day whether he was attending classes regularly. But Lin Mo is not a person who is willing to be constrained all the time. After a quick thought, he realized that he cannot let Lu Yuan do whatever she wants and he must fight back. Favorite fried peppers, picture.
Lu Yuan just received the message and thought that Lin Mo reported that he was attending class well.
As a result, a picture was sent to her.
When she clicked it, she almost couldn't help but exclaimed. This is a photo Lin Mo took of himself wearing a bathrobe after taking a shower last night.
He originally wanted to stimulate Zhang Ting, but then he felt that he shouldn't give her hope, so he didn't post it. Now is the perfect time to send it to the counselor to amuse her. Favorite stir-fried chili peppers, Sister Lu, I just took a shower and I don't have time for class. I'll go in the afternoon. Lu Yuan had no time to read Lin Mo's follow-up news. She was still enlarging Lin Mo's picture. She doesn't have any hobbies, she just likes to look at handsome guys with thin muscles, and if she wasn't in the office, she would almost want to lick the screen when seeing this photo of Lin Mo. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Lu Yuan couldn't help swallowing when she saw the angular abdominal muscles. She quickly placed her phone face down on the table and looked around guiltily, fearing that other teachers in the office would notice her gaffe. This kid. Lu Yuan bit her lower lip, but her fingers unconsciously flipped over the phone again and secretly saved the photo to the album. She forced herself to calm down and quickly replied. Counselor Sister Lu, Lin Mo, you skipped class again, wait and see how I deal with you. My favorite fried chili pepper, I'm just teasing you, sister, smile. Favorite fried peppers, picture. This time, Lin Mo posted a picture of a class in the classroom, and also took Li Yitong's mobile phone to display the current time. Chapter 42 Wang Yashi in danger. After briefly teasing the counselor, Lin Mo contentedly put his phone back into his pocket, a smirk of success on his face. The teacher's voice on the podium gradually faded away, the morning class was over, and Lin Mo began to think about where to spend the afternoon. He just sent a message to Wang Yashi to ask her out, but she said she had a class party in the evening and didn't have time. Lin Mo looked at the side quest and saw that there were only 24 hours left, feeling annoyed. It seemed that this quest could not be completed. At this time, Chen Kai walked behind him, patted his shoulder, grinned and shook the basketball in his hand. Brother Mo, let's go eat. How about we go to the basketball court and sweat it out together later? Chen Kai pointed at Zhou Shubai. They were in a group of 3 and played half a game with others. Okay, let's go to the cafeteria to eat first. Lin Mo followed Chen Kai to the cafeteria, and Li Yitong followed. Lin Mo also called Shertu and told him to kill time on his own in the afternoon and wait for his message. After dinner, only Wang Yi went back to the dormitory to play Genshin Impact, and the others went to the basketball court. There were already quite a few people gathered around the basketball court under the scorching sun. As soon as Lin Mo and the others approached, they heard people on the court shouting. Go down, you little noobs from the School of Economics, stop embarrassing yourself. Lin Mo and his friends pushed through the crowd and saw a person from the sports college with an arrogant expression and various mocking gestures. Chen Kai sneered and suddenly threw the mineral water bottle in his hand to the ground, splashing water all over the gym student. Your mouth stinks, did you not brush your teeth this morning? Don't think that Chen Kai is usually friendly and at most quarrels with Zhou Shubai, that's because of internal affairs. These 2 rich guys are still very temperamental towards others, especially those who directly mock their academy. The moment Chen Kai stood out, Lin Mo and Zhou Shubai followed him out. They were good brothers in the same dormitory. The athlete over there looked at the water bottle on the ground, then turned to look at Chen Kai and others, with an angry look on his face, and raised his hand to throw the basketball over. Who do you think you are? Lin Mo reacted quickly and easily caught the flying basketball with one hand. The huge impact force dissipated into nothingness in his hand. Lin Mo raised his hand and threw the ball forward casually. The basketball drew a beautiful arc and fell into the basket accurately. Song? Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it had a cold penetrating power, making the noisy stadium instantly quieter. Then let me see if you are an onion or a garlic. The crowd gasped when they saw Lin Mo's handsome 3-pointer and domineering words. Many little girls subconsciously covered their mouths to avoid screaming when they saw his angular profile outlined in the sunlight. The sports student over there felt a little embarrassed, pretending to be calm and stiffening his neck as he shouted, "It's just a lucky shot. Come up and play 3v3 if you dare, the loser will call daddy." Lin Mo pulled off the Patek Philippe from his wrist and threw it to Li Yitong, then he flexed his wrist and walked over. Chen Kai and Zhou Shubai on the side followed suit and stood directly in front of the sports student, looking tit for tat, which caused screams from the sidelines. Come on, Lin Mo. Li Yitong opened her mouth and shouted loudly. As the game officially began, both sides began to collide closely. In fact, compared with the sports students on the opposite side, Chen Kai and Zhou Shubai have some gaps in both physical fitness and skills. However, Lin Mo's physique and newly acquired fighting skills gave him a strong control over his own body. Lin Mo's basketball skills are already good, and now they have been enhanced to an epic level. They all have to attack around him. As soon as Lin Mo got the basketball, he pounced on him fiercely. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly dribbled the ball behind his back and turned around. The basketball seemed to be stuck to his hands, and he easily dribbled past the defense. Seeing this, the opponent's center immediately made up for the defense, but Lin Mo suddenly stopped, and the basketball passed through his crotch and accurately into the hands of Chen Kai, who was cutting to the empty space. Bang! Chen Kai scored a layup and did not forget to wink towards the sidelines when he landed. 1 o'clock. A knowledgeable student on the sidelines immediately announced the score. The baseball they play is a 5-ball system, and as long as one side scores 5 goals, it wins. The athletes' faces became increasingly ugly, and the power forward who was knocked down became even more angry and humiliated. In the next round, the opponent's point guard pressed closely and used his body to squeeze Lin Mo's dribbling space. Lin Mo suddenly did a back pass and, with the help of Chen Kai's cover, broke away from the defense and made a quick stop and jump shot outside the 3-point line. Swish. 2 o'clock. The moment the basketball went through the net, the faces of the athletes turned completely black. At the beginning of the third round, the opponent directly adopted a double-team tactic. As soon as Lin Mo received the ball, 2 athletes came up to block him from the left and right, and the sound of muscles colliding could be clearly heard. Seeing this, Chen Kai hurried forward to screen, but was pushed away by the opponent's center with his shoulder. Chen Kai staggered back 2 steps. In this split second, Lin Mo, relying on his superior physical fitness, suddenly lowered his center of gravity, and the basketball hit the ground and passed out from the gap between the 2 people like magic. Before everyone could react, Zhou Shubai took the ball, made a cool shot, and easily scored on the rebound. 3 o'clock. The cheers outside the stadium became more intense, and the athlete who had been shouting just now angrily crushed the bottle of mineral water in his hand. Lin Mo looked calm, walked up to him and said softly, "Don't forget to call Daddy later." The athlete got even angrier after hearing this, and suddenly slammed the basketball in his hand to the ground. "No more. UF." He raised his hand and swung it towards Lin Mo's face. His fist created a gust of wind and there was a cry of surprise from the sidelines. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. A cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He leaned back slightly and grabbed the opponent's wrist. With a beautiful grappling move, he twisted the athlete's arm behind his back and accurately pressed his knee against the opponent's lower back. The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing. "Want to fight?" Lin Mo's voice was as cold as ice. "If you can't beat basketball, then you play this?" The gym student grimaced in pain, and the other 2 companions rushed over when they saw this. Without waiting for Chen Kai and the others to make a move, Lin Mo had already turned sideways like lightning, and his right leg swept out like a whip, accurately kicking the side of the knee of the sports student who rushed over first. The man suddenly lost his balance and fell heavily to the concrete floor. As soon as the other athlete raised his fist, Lin Mo approached him and hit him with an elbow, stopping 3 centimeters in front of his throat. "Do you want to continue?" Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it made the entire stadium quiet in an instant. He glanced at the 3 embarrassed athletes. "If you lose basketball, you can practice, but if you lose your character, there is really no hope." Lin Mo released his grip and gently patted the athlete's shoulder. The 3 athletes blushed and quickly left the court with their heads down amid the boos from their classmates. "Shall we continue?" Lin Mo turned around and raised his eyebrows at Chen Kai and Zhou Shubai, then picked up the basketball on the ground. The basketball bounced on the concrete floor again. It was as if the conflict just now had never happened, and everyone continued to sweat on the court. After Lin Mo finished playing basketball, Li Yitong was already standing by with a glass of water, ready to give it to him at any time. At this moment, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Wang Yashi. After answering the phone, she heard her cry for help. "Lin Mo. Save me." Chapter 43 accidentally completed the mission. Back to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Yashi attended a party organized by the class. "I heard that this Galaxy KTV belongs to Mr. Hua. Today they are celebrating its new opening, so they invited our entire class to go over and have fun." Lin Yu, one of Wang Yashi's roommates, said with eyes shining and a look of anticipation. Another roommate, Chen Lin, was fiddling with her phone with her head down, sending messages to someone unknown. She looked at Wang Yashi's back with a bit of jealousy. "Let's go, many students are here." Chen Lin put away her phone, took Wang Yashi's arm, and pulled her out of the dormitory. In the KTV box, some students were howling with microphones, while others were playing games together. Wang Yashi sat quietly aside and took the juice handed to her by the waiter. The moment Wang Yashi drank it, her roommate Chen Lin, who was sitting next to her, and Huo Xiao, who was not far away, looked at each other. Originally, Wang Yashi refused to go to the KTV party, but because the class monitors said they would attend in the afternoon, and her roommates encouraged her, she reluctantly agreed. In the dim room, Wang Yashi sat alone in the corner, but Chen Lin would come over from time to time and pretend to care about her. Half an hour later, Wang Yashi suddenly felt dizzy, and Chen Lin, who was walking over, seemed to have a sarcastic smile on her face.
Yashi, are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll help you go to the next box to rest for a while. Wang Yashi slapped away Chen Lin's outstretched hand. I'm fine.
He stood up and staggered towards the bathroom, with Chen Lin following not far behind him at Huo Xiao's signal.
All this happened in the dim and noisy room without attracting the attention of the classmates.
Everyone knows that Wang Yashi has a cold personality, so it is normal for her to be alone. Only her roommate Lin Yu fell into deep thought as she watched Chen Lin leave after her.
As soon as Wang Yashi entered the bathroom, she locked the cubicle.
She realized that the sudden dizziness was very abnormal, and she took out her cell phone tremblingly and called Lin Mo.
Lin Mo. Save me, I'm at Shanghai KTV.
Lin Mo only heard her say this, then heard the sound of the phone falling and then hung up. Lin Mo didn't have time to explain to others, so he immediately called Shirtu to pick him up and went straight to Shanghai KTV. But when he arrived at the KTV, he was a little confused because he didn't know which box Wang Yashi was in.
He rushed to every box to check anxiously, and after pushing open a few, the waiter on the side came over to stop him.
"Sir, you are affecting the normal experience of other customers." The waiter stood in front of Lin Mo with a professional smile on his face, but his eyes were alert. Just as Lin Mo clenched his fists and prepared to force his way in, Lin Yu's urgent voice suddenly came from behind him.
You are Lin Mo, right?
I know where Yashi is. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Lin Mo stopped and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes.
Lin Yu turned to the waiter and said, "This is my classmate. He just couldn't find the room. This is Mr. Hua's territory."
Lin Yu had to let down her guard as a waiter and pull Lin Mo away quickly.
As he walked, Lin Yu lowered his voice and said,
"I saw them take Yashi to the innermost room. Mr. Hua's power is very strong. I was afraid that they would retaliate later, so I didn't call the police." At this point, Lin Yu revealed an expression of guilt and fear, with his fingers tightly clenched around the corner of his clothes.
"It's okay, leave it to me later."
Lin Mo asked her to go back to the box and rushed in with the stone. As we approached the innermost box, we saw two burly men guarding the door. They were wearing black suits and were scanning the corridor vigilantly. As soon as Lin Mo and Shirtu turned the corner, one of them immediately reached out to stop them. "This is a private area, no entry for outsiders." They looked at each other. Shirtu raised his foot to attack the opponent's lower body, and Lin Mo took the opportunity to punch him in the face. The two men cooperated and knocked down a big man with one blow. The other one wanted to fight back, but was solved by the two of them in just a few moves.
After knocking them down, Lin Mo didn't stop.
He kicked open the door of the box and rushed in directly. The moment Lin Mo kicked the door open, under the dazzling light in the box, Huo Xiao was pressing Wang Yashi on the sofa and was about to tear off her collar. Hearing the sound of the door being broken, Huo Xiao turned back angrily. Before he could see who was coming, Lin Mo rushed to him like a cheetah and punched him hard in the face. Huo Xiao stumbled and knocked over the drinks on the table, breaking the glassware all over the floor. Lin Mo quickly took off his coat and wrapped the shivering Wang Yashi. Her eyes were dazed and her face was abnormally flushed, and she had obviously been drugged.
"Let's go."
Lin Mo picked her up and carried her sideways. Shirtu followed behind them and picked up the wine bottle and threw it at Huo Xiao's men who were chasing them. Now is not the time to cause trouble for them.
The most important thing is to rescue Wang Yashi first.
They quickly ran out of the lobby, and behind them came Huo Xiao's hysterical roar, "Stop them!"
Although many of Huo Xiao's men gathered behind them, it was too late.
Lin Mo and his men escaped from the KTV and quickly got into the Maybach and left. With blood all over his face, Huo Xiao could only stand there and roar. If they went out of the door and chased after them, this matter would be difficult to handle. He took out his cell phone, made a call, explained some things, and then returned to the KTV angrily. "Hurry, find a hotel nearby. She's not in a good condition."
As Lin Mo spoke, Wang Yashi was already twisting restlessly in his arms, her hot breath spraying on his neck. Once they arrived, let Shirtu continue driving away to prevent anyone from chasing them.
Lin Mo went to the front desk to handle the matter first, and then he quickly went up to the hotel room carrying Wang Yashi. He first put her on the bathroom floor, then he quickly turned on the cold tap, and the cold water poured onto Wang Yashi's body. The effect of the medicine on Wang Yashi had fully taken effect. She was tearing at her collar, and her fair skin was flushed abnormally. Just bear with it, it will be fine soon. Lin Mo reached out to help her up and patted her face gently, but she suddenly grabbed his wrist. Wang Yashi's misty eyes were filled with water, and her hot fingers climbed up his arm. The cold water splashed their clothes, Lin Mo's breathing stagnated, and her sexy red lips were already pressed against him. The string of reason was about to break when it touched her waist. In the water curtain sprayed by the shower, the coolness of the tile wall and the burning skin of Wang Yashi formed a sharp contrast. Lin Mo, I want it. This sentence completely destroyed Lin Mo's rationality. The water from the shower washed over the entangled figures of the two, and the wet shirt stuck to Wang Yashi's curvaceous body. An hour later, Lin Mo looked at Wang Yashi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He gently covered her with a quilt before taking out his cell phone to contact Sure 2. Ding! The side quest Wang Yashi's troubles has been completed. The mission was completed by accident. Lin Mo was not in a hurry to check. He wanted to understand what was going on with the stone. Brother Sure 2, where are you now? Boss, I'm near the hotel. I walked around a few times and no one followed me. Chapter 44 Reward Sports Car and Industry Card. Go buy some food first. We haven't had dinner yet. Lin Mo notified Sure 2 when he saw that Wang Yashi had fully recovered and just fell asleep due to exhaustion. Now that I have nothing to do, I can check the rewards I get from the side quests. Ding! Get a primary lottery and a designated industry card. Having won the primary lottery several times, Lin Mo did not hesitate and chose to use it directly. Ding! Used a primary lottery to win the Lamborghini SVJ convertible worth 9.8 million. Lin Mo didn't expect to win a car in this lottery. He is not a high-profile person, so a Maybach is enough for him. It would be better to give him some property. Ding ding ding! Just after receiving the reward, his cell phone rang and Lin Mo picked up the call. Hello, Mr. Lin. The Lamborghini SVJ convertible you ordered has arrived in our store. Where should I send it to? Oh, send it to Linji Ungshuan Area A. I'll have someone meet you there. Okay. Lin Mo didn't expect the system to be so efficient. The Lamborghini flagship store could deliver cars at night. For the time being, he could only let the sisters receive them. The main reason is that it will take another 2 days before we can move into Lake Cloud Villa, otherwise we could still put it there. By the way, speaking of industry, he just checked his phone and found that an unfamiliar number had called him several times today. Later he sent a message saying that he was the assistant to the general manager of Jiangcheng Tanu Media. Lin Mo was curious that it wasn't the general manager who contacted him, but the other party applied to add WeChat, so he accepted and asked on WeChat. Tanu Media General Manager Assistant, hello, Mr. Lin, I am the General Manager Assistant. Favorite fried chili, yeah, I know, your name is written on it. Favorite fried chili peppers, where is the General Manager? Why are you contacting me? Tanu Media General Manager Assistant, there is no General Manager now. After seeing a series of messages from this assistant, I roughly understood why Tanu Media does not have a General Manager. Because the company's original general manager was also the boss, and now the boss sold the company and took the money and resigned. There is no leader in the company right now, so the assistant is anxious to contact him to come and deal with it. In fact, this situation will basically not occur in general company handovers, but this is a system reward, and he has no idea what the information is. Favorite fried chili, then you can help me with the basic work for the time being, and I will come over in the next 2 days to solve the general manager's problem. Tanu Media General Manager Assistant, okay, boss. Now I can only delay it for 2 days and see if I can find a suitable person in charge. If not, I will have to do it myself. After solving this problem, Lin Mo's eyes turned to another reward, the Designated Industry Card. Designated Industry Card, you can designate a complete industry to be transformed and completely belong to you. The value of the industry cannot exceed 200 million. Sure enough, this card is basically the same as Lin Mo's guess. It can transform industries into one's own. The only drawback is that it is limited to no more than 200 million. But this limitation is the most fatal. He should have thought that there would not be anything too incredible in the side quest, so the acquisition of the pharmaceutical company could only be postponed again. Although he thought so, Lin Mo still felt very uncomfortable holding a beauty formula but not being able to use it, especially with that incredible ability. Hmm. An unconscious humming sound interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts. It was Wang Yashi waking up. She woke up to find that she was not wearing any clothes. She looked at Lin Mo under the quilt, and her memories of the bathroom slowly emerged. Lin Mo. In fact, she remembered clearly what happened at that time. Because that person was Lin Mo, she released her desire regardless of everything. Now that she was awake again, her face couldn't help but turn red again. Her fingertips unconsciously clenched the corner of the quilt, and her eyes avoided looking at him directly. Where are my clothes? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Fortunately, Lin Mo's hearing was different from that of ordinary people, otherwise he would not have been able to hear it. Your clothes are soaked. How about I get you a bathrobe to wear first? Both her and Lin Mo's clothes were wet, and Lin Mo was also wearing a bathrobe. He turned and walked towards the closet, the belt of his bathrobe loosely tied, opening slightly as he moved, revealing a glimpse of his tight abdominal muscles. Wang Yashi's eyes followed his back uncontrollably, her heart beating like a drum. Lin Mo came back with a bathrobe, and when he handed it to her, their fingertips touched accidentally. She lowered her head again, not daring to look at Lin Mo. Thank you. She took the bathrobe, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, and the tips of her ears were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. She was now wrapped in a quilt, with her bathrobe at hand, but she dared not move. Lin Mo seemed to be aware of her embarrassment. He coughed lightly and turned around. Just then, Tu had bought dinner and brought it over. He walked to the door and took the heavy food box. Brother Tu, please go to Linjiangshuan and get 2 sets of clothes for me. I'll have someone contact you when you get to the specific place. Okay, boss. After saying that, Tu drove away from the hotel again. After closing the door, Lin Mo saw that Wang Yashi was already wearing a bathrobe, with the collar of the bathrobe slightly opened as she moved. Wang Yashi seemed to notice his gaze and hurriedly straightened her collar. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled slightly. You are still so shy, eat something first. He put the lunchbox on the table, opened everything, and started eating. He was also very hungry now. When Wang Yashi moved over with the belt of her bathrobe twisted around her, she accidentally tripped on the carpet, perhaps because it touched her wound. Lin Mo subconsciously reached out to hold her waist, and carried her over to sit on the sofa. Be careful, Lin Mo's voice was a little doting, and his warm palm gently pressed on her waist. The two of them ate their dinner quietly, occasionally the chopsticks made a crisp sound when they touched each other. Wang Yashi ate in small bites, stealing glances at Lin Mo from time to time. Lin Mo noticed her gaze and smiled at her. After a quick meal, Lin Mo called Shinjiaoi to explain about the sports car and Tu coming to pick up the clothes. She also specifically reminded her to bring a set of looser women's clothing because there was still some difference in figure between her and Wang Yashi. Not long after, Tu brought the clothes. After taking them, he told Tu that he could go back and rest and he would come to pick him up tomorrow. Tu had no choice but to obey, thinking that his boss was really powerful. He brought a girl to the hotel every day for 2 days of work. Coupled with the sisters he had just seen in Linjiangshuan, he could only silently give them a thumbs up. After Lin Mo came back with the clothes, he put them aside first. He would go to bed soon anyway, so he could wear the clothes tomorrow. He walked back to the sofa and hugged Wang Yashi, gently holding her in his arms, mainly to comfort her. When the time was almost up, Lin Mo gently placed Wang Yashi on the soft big bed, leaned over and kissed her forehead, then held her in his arms and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 45 Investigating Mr. Hua. The next morning, Lin Mo stretched and felt the soft touch in his arms. Looking at Wang Yashi's peaceful sleeping face, Lin Mo gently pulled out his arm, but didn't want to wake up the sleeping girl. Morning. Wang Yashi opened her eyes drowsily, her voice still soft as if she had just woken up. Ding. Wang Yashi's favorability +3, current favorability is 89. Wang Yashi's favorability didn't increase last night, but it increased when she woke up and saw Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't understand. Last night, considering Wang Yashi's physical condition, they just fell asleep in each other's arms. Early in the morning, a hot-blooded Lin Mo couldn't stand her like this. Lin Mo quickly got up and washed up, and contacted Tu to ask him to pick him up, as he still had to go back to school today. Attending class is only one aspect. Zhao Yuhan T solved the problem before, and yesterday he offended another Mr. Hua because of Wang Yashi. This time when I return to school, I have to ask Hu Xiao for help to learn about his background. He also has a designated industry card that can be of help. After he finished cleaning up, he sat on the sofa and watched Wang Yashi rub her sleepy eyes and sit up from the bed. The loose collar of the bathrobe slipped slightly with the movement, revealing the delicate collarbone. Lin Mo chuckled, stood up and handed over the clothes that Shirtu had brought him last night. Change into them, I'll ask Shirtu to pick you up in half an hour. His gaze lingered on her reddened ears for a moment, then turned away considerately. By the time they had finished packing, Brother Shirtu had already driven downstairs. Brother Shirtu, let's go back to school. Wang Yashi also had to go back for class, so it was a good opportunity for them to go back together. After Lin Mo said goodbye to Wang Yashi, he asked Shirtu to wait nearby and went up to the teaching building. Mr. Hu. As soon as he entered the classroom, he ran to sit next to Zhou Shubai. Chen Kai and Wang Yi didn't understand why, so they gave their seats to him. Zhou Shubai thought he wanted to ask about Brother Go's situation, so he said, I have a dinner date with the United Gang Boss Brick on Saturday. I'll go with you then. Lin Mo didn't expect Zhou Shubai to be so efficient. He even asked the other party's boss out directly. So he really had to ask him to solve Hu Xiao's problem. Master Hu, you are the best. I am really sorry to trouble you with this matter. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Do you know Mr. Hua, a sophomore in our school? He's the one who opened the Galaxy KTV recently. Zhou Shubai waved his hand to indicate that you're welcome, but he didn't expect Lin Mo to be so rude and asked about Mr. Hua again. Of course I know. You wouldn't offend this Mr. Hua again, would you? Lin Mo nodded awkwardly and looked at Zhou Shubai with a smile. Zhou Shubai rubbed his temple helplessly and said in a low voice, You really know how to pick on people. Mr. Hua's full name is Hua Ming Yuan. His family is mainly engaged in the smuggling business. They are well connected in both the black and white circles in the local area. He paused and looked at Lin Mo meaningfully. I heard that his Galaxy KTV has shares from the Tenglong Gang, which is as powerful as the United Gang. Lin Mo frowned slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect things to be more complicated than he imagined. He has nothing now except money, so he has to find a way to enter the circle of wealthy people in Jiangqing so that the other party will be afraid of him. By the way, please send me a copy of Hua Ming Yuan's family information. I will go back and study it carefully. Okay, the Hua family is not easy to deal with. You'd better be careful, or contact your family. Zhou Shubai looked at Lin Mo meaningfully. He used to be very clear about Lin Mo's family situation, but now he is not sure. As soon as he arrived at Zhengcheng University, he learned about the family situations of several of his good roommates. He had also obtained information about Lin Mo's family before, and they were just a well-off family in Wang province. However, recently, funds from overseas trust funds have been frequently transferred into his personal account. Even the funds for the full acquisition of Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant were transferred from an overseas account that could not be checked. He realized that the information he had found about Lin Mo before might be false. The overseas trust that regularly transferred funds looked very much like the operation of a hidden family. Lin Mo didn't understand why Zhou Shubai asked him to contact his family, but he didn't refute it. He thought it was the system's cashback and reward industry that caused Zhou Shubai to misunderstand. The sudden appearance of large sums of money and industrial acquisitions from unknown sources did seem to others to be the work of a hidden wealthy family. He smiled to himself, thinking that this was an unexpected advantage. Then he should focus more on the system and let this misunderstanding become his amulet to gain a foothold in Jiangcheng. Then it makes sense why his aunt came to me, and it happened to be this weekend. Before that, I should continue to make money. After figuring it out, he continued to watch short videos on his phone with peace of mind, while thinking about who he could get the free stuff from. As I was scrolling, I came across the video of the female anchor who was previously broadcasting the carnival. She was not doing a live broadcast in the morning. She is the beauty in the convenience store, and also Chen Mengqi's sister. It's time to find an opportunity to get her for free. Also, Lin Mo now has a media company. I wonder if he can pull her over so that he can get her for free. Ding! Detected that Xinjialing's 900 yuan consumption was successfully free, triggering 1620 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 1,458,000 yuan. Just when he was thinking about getting something for free, Xinjialing spent 900 yuan on him, and he didn't even know what was going on. But he didn't worry about it. If they all spent money on him like the sisters did, he could double his assets just by doing nothing. As for Xinjialing, he was driving his newly acquired Lamborghini SVJ to school, and the 900 yuan was used to fill up his car with gas. The sisters parked the car next to the teaching building and got out gracefully, attracting many classmates to stop and watch. Isn't that a Lamborghini? I know these twins. They are famous beauties in the broadcasting department. It seems they are being kept by a rich man. The students on the side were whispering, some were talking about cars, and some were talking about whether the sisters were being kept by someone. Xin Zhaoling and the other person didn't care about other people's eyes. They knew that their current life was given by Lin Mo, and they only needed to care about Lin Mo. The reason why they both worship money is actually because of family reasons. Their parents died in a car accident when they were in junior high school, but the compensation from the perpetrator went into the hands of their uncle, and even the family's house and other properties were taken away. Although my uncle took them in, he treated them like servants over the years and even beat and scolded them at any time. So the two sisters knew from childhood that only money and power could protect themselves. This is also why they followed Lin Mo so wholeheartedly. At the same time, when Lin Mo let them live in Linjiangshuan, they finally had a home again. They did not disturb Lin Mo when they arrived at school. They only appeared when Lin Mo needed them. When Lin Mo doesn't contact them, they just study hard or watch TV series at home. Their life is so comfortable. After parking the car, they went to the teaching building together for class. The Lamborghini was surrounded by people looking at the car or taking pictures. Chapter 46 Donate 10 million. After class, Lin Mo followed Li Yitong to find their department head, who was said to be in charge of donation-related work. As soon as I came down from the teaching building, I saw a group of students gathered not far away, and I didn't know what they were doing. Li Yitong is a curious baby. She pulled Lin Mo over there and found that everyone was taking pictures around a car. Lin Mo, what kind of car is this? Li Yitong doesn't know much about cars. This sports car looks very cool and should not be cheap. Lin Mo didn't pay much attention at first, but when she asked, he stepped forward and took a closer look. This is the convertible version of the Lamborghini SVJ, and it costs nearly 10 million. After saying that, he realized something was wrong. The car body was still matte gray, while the interior was brown and white. How come it looks exactly like the SVJ I just got as a reward? Just when he was looking confused, the twin sisters came over. After seeing Lin Mo, they walked towards him quickly. When Lin Mo saw them coming over, he knew that the car was really his. However, after they discovered that Li Yitong was next to Lin Mo, they stopped and did not approach. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little pity when he saw how cautious they were, and waved for them to come over. When the sisters saw Lin Mo's gesture, happy expressions immediately appeared on their faces. When they trotted in front of Lin Mo, they tacitly stopped half a step away from him. Li Yitong looked at the twin sisters running over, then looked at Lin Mo with a puzzled expression, signaling to him which one they were with her eyes. Several thoughts flashed through Lin Mo's mind quickly, and he thought of several excuses at once. He chose the most appropriate one and said, "Oh, they are both my assistants, helping me with some daily chores and company connections." Xin Zhaoyi and the other person nodded in understanding, and Xin Zhaoling took out the key and handed it to Lin Mo. "Boss, I've delivered your car to you, and it's full of gas." Lin Mo took the key and pressed the unlock button. The Lamborghini in front of him flashed its lights instantly, attracting Li Yitong's attention. "Come up and sit down?" Lin Mo looked at Li Yitong's curious eyes and pushed her. "Okay." Li Yitong ran over excitedly and Lin Mo opened the door casually. It still used the iconic scissor door, which looked very cool. After Li Yitong sat down, Lin Mo walked over to the sisters and said in a low voice, "I'm driving this car away. I'll contact your two to pick you up later." After hearing this, the two nodded happily, feeling sweet inside. Lin Mo still remembered them at this time. "You guys go ahead, I have things to do, I'll be back tonight." After hearing this, the sisters left obediently, and Lin Mo returned to the car to let Li Yitong out. Let's go get some work done, I'll take you for a ride later." Although Li Yitong was still a little reluctant, when she heard that she would be taken for a ride later, she immediately got out of the car and took Lin Mo away to finish the business. The students who were still watching on the sidelines watched Lin Mo leave, their eyes filled with either jealousy or envy. I don't know whether they envied Lin Mo's car or the three beautiful girls. When they arrived at the office building, Li Yitong was very familiar with the place. She turned left and right and brought Lin Mo to the department director's office. Boom boom boom. "Director Liu, I'm Li Yitong from the Economics and Management Class 1. Come in." Li Yitong pushed open the door and walked in. Lin Mo followed behind her, casually looking around the office. Student, please sit down. Director Lu greeted Lin Mo politely as soon as he saw him come in. The main reason is that his temperament shows that he is either rich or noble, and he is here to donate to the school, so there is nothing wrong with being polite. Hello Director Lu, I'm Lin Mo. Lin Mo casually stretched out his hand and shook hands with the director, without any flattery or disdain, in a relatively calm state. Director Lu asked Lin Mo to sit down and said directly, I heard that Lin Mo is planning to donate to the school. I wonder what kind of support it will be. We have several projects that need funding recently, such as updating laboratory equipment, scholarships for poor students, or campus culture construction. Lin Mo didn't expect that there were so many donation directions. He didn't understand anything, so it would be better to just give the money and not worry about where it was used. So he waved his hand casually, with a tone that was a bit nonchalant, typical of a rich kid. Director Lu, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Just decide where to donate. I just want to do something for the school. Of course, the tone of the rich kid was what Director Lu felt, and Lin Mo simply didn't care where they used it. Thank you so much for your generosity, Mr. Lin. Director Lu's face immediately filled with smiles, but his professional habit made him ask another question. So how much does Lin plan to donate? We can keep a record so that it will be easier for the finance department to contact us. As he spoke, he picked up the pen on the table and prepared to write something on the notepad. Lin Mo tilted his head slightly. He wasn't sure how much to donate, mainly because he had never done such a thing before. Think about it, those entrepreneurs usually donate hundreds of millions, and he still has more than 20 million now. As a student, it should be reasonable for him to donate less, right? Then donate 5 million first. He casually reported a number, his tone as relaxed as if he was discussing today's lunch. How many? Director Lu was just about to record it and think about how to allocate the money later, but when he heard the amount Lin Mo reported, he thought he had misheard. Let's say 10 million, Director. Lin Mo thought he had donated too little, so he changed it to 10 million, otherwise he was afraid that the problem of skipping classes would be difficult to solve. When Director Lu heard the doubled amount, he dropped the pen in his hand and asked again. Lin, are you sure? Director, is 10 million too little? The amount was too large, and as a department head, he had no say in the matter. Not less. Absolutely not less. Classmate Lin, you misunderstood. He waved his hands quickly, fearing that Lin Mo would feel it was not enough and would add more. Student Lin, Student Li Tong, please sit down for a moment. Just for a little while. I have to ask the Vice Dean to come over immediately. This requires coordination at a higher level. Before he finished speaking, Director Lu almost ran out of the office, forgetting to close the door tightly. Lin Mo and Li Tong looked at each other, confused, and had no choice but to sit here and wait. After a while, Director Lu rushed in almost in a hurry, pulling a middle-aged man with slightly gray hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a well-ironed suit. Dean Wang. It's this student Lin Mo. From the Economic Management Class 1. He wants to donate 10 million to the school. Hello, Dean Wang, I'm Lin Mo. Dean Wang eagerly shook the hand that Lin Mo extended and shook it up and down vigorously. Lin Mo? Hello? Thank you for your support of the school. If you have any questions in the school in the future, you can contact me. This is what Lin Mo was waiting for. This is the purpose of his donation. Of course, he also planned to use his power as the dean to provide some protection for his company, but that is a story for later. Chapter 47 Supercar Club. Lin Mo left Director Li's office with a smile on his face, while Li Tong was a little shocked. She knew that Lin Mo wanted to use the donation as an excuse so that he could skip classes. Plus, he was starting a business and there were only 2 months left in his junior year, so it was actually an easy problem to solve. But now that Lin Mo has directly donated 10 million, the level of the incident is completely different. He is now officially in the sight of the school leaders. You may not quite understand. For example, Vice President Wang, who just received Lin Mo, has an administrative level usually at the deputy director level, which is the leader that ordinary people can most easily come into contact with. This is what Lin Mo thought. Since he only had money, he would use the money to pave the way. His own industry would be protected by the school and would not be taken advantage of at will. Although some people like Zhou Shubai may be wary of Lin Mo's so-called hidden background, if they act rashly against him, they will definitely get into trouble. Lin Mo, isn't the money you donated too much? Li Yitong saw the whole process of Lin Mo's money transfer. He didn't need fame yet and just wanted the school to announce it anonymously. She felt a little distressed when she saw it. This is called strategic investment. Lin Mo turned and winked at Li Yitong. I donated all my money. You will support me in the future. Li Yitong didn't care about the second half of the sentence. Her focus was that Lin Mo donated all the money. He looked at Lin Mo in shock, his voice trembling with disbelief. Are you serious? That's all your liquid funds? Lin Mo smiled, reached out and pinched her cheek without explaining. Let's go for a ride. Lin Mo took Li Yitong's hand and walked to the Lamborghini. He opened the door, helped her into the car, and drove away. This scene was seen by many of the onlookers, and Lin Mo's news posts appeared again on the campus forum, including the photos of the twins chatting with him just now. Oh, slow down, Lin Mo, I can't stand it anymore. Li Yitong held the seatbelt tightly, and the strong pushback feeling of the Lamborghini nailed her firmly to the leather seat. This was also Lin Mo's first time driving this kind of supercar. Fortunately, he had a super strong physique, so he still had a lot of fun driving it. But the performance of a supercar cannot be fully utilized in the city. Lin Mo thought about it, suddenly turned the steering wheel and drove towards the suburbs. After a while, he arrived at the famous winding mountain road on the outskirts of the city. There were fewer vehicles on this road, and many sports cars came here to race on weekdays. Lin Mo's Lamborghini had just turned the third hairpin bend when it was suddenly illuminated by a beam of dazzling xenon headlights. A snow-white Porsche 911 approached quickly from behind. When the two cars were side by side, the other car lowered the window to reveal a young face wearing sunglasses. Seeing this, Lin Mo also lowered the window, gave the other party a provocative look, then stepped on the accelerator and quickly threw the Porsche two car bodies away. But the opponent was obviously no ordinary person. The 911 suddenly switched to track mode and immediately followed. Two supercars were racing at full speed on a winding mountain road, and the smell of burnt tires lingering in the night wind. Li Yitong found that her heartbeat was faster than the engine speed. She grabbed the handrail above her head tightly. This kind of excitement was something she had never experienced before. Just before reaching the last hairpin turn at the top of the mountain, Lin Mo successfully surpassed Porsche with his superior physical fitness and controllability and reached the top of the mountain first. As soon as I stopped the car, a Porsche 911 did a beautiful drift and stopped next to me. The second-generation rich man took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face with sharp edges and corners, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, your skills are pretty good, let's play together in the future. He casually threw a business card over and said, I am Lu Chen, one of the founders of the Yundian Supercar Club. Are you interested in joining us? Lin Mo took a look at the business card. Those who can join this kind of club should belong to the top circle in a second-tier city like Zhangcheng. He nodded gently and said, okay, I'll come over and play when I'm free. Isn't it a coincidence that we have a party tonight? Why don't you go to my club now? Lu Chen said casually that he happened to meet a friend who was interested, so he thought of inviting him to play together. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Li Yitong, who was sitting in the car. She was still very interested in this circle of wealthy people and nodded excitedly. Okay, then lead the way now. Lin Mo agreed readily, tapping his fingers lightly on the steering wheel. Lu Chen immediately got into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove down the mountain. Lin Mo immediately followed and left together. Before long, they arrived at a large racing track in the suburbs, and Lu Chen took him through a hidden electronic gate. There is a not very large parking lot inside, but there are more than a dozen well-known supercars parked here, which look very cool at first glance. Lu Chen noticed his gaze and led him into the exclusive lounge, introducing. Most of the supercars here belong to the club, and a few are driven by members. I guess they are all sitting inside. He looked at the track and saw that there was no one there, so he pointed to the passing cars and gave a brief introduction. As soon as he entered the lounge, several young men wearing branded clothes immediately greeted Lu Chen. Brother Lu. Master Lu. Don't be so polite, everyone sit down. Lu Chen had a relatively calm personality and was friendly to everyone. He casually waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down, then introduced Lin Mo to everyone. I just met this guy while racing on the winding mountain road. He was driving a Lamborghini SVJ, so I asked him to come along for the fun. Several rich guys looked at Lin Mo and Li Yitong beside him, and when they heard that it was a Lamborghini SVJ, they all nodded in approval. One of the chubby young men took the lead in extending his hand to Lin Mo and said, What's your name, brother? Is your family developing in Zhangcheng?
Lin Mo smiled slightly, and calmly reached out his hand and shook it gently. Lin Mo, do some small business. Then he found a seat and sat down with Li Yitong, and continued. My family is in Wang province, and we haven't developed here yet. After hearing this, everyone knew that he was being modest. After all, the Patek Philippe and Lamborghini he had just showed that he was very capable. After Lin Mo finished introducing them, Xiaopang started introducing these good friends to him. My name is Gu Ming, and my family runs a supermarket. This silver-haired guy is Chen Zhe, and his family sells cars. His name is Li Ran, and he does live streaming to sell goods. Huang Shang repairs cars. When Li Yitong heard Xiaopang's special way of introducing people, she burst out laughing. Everyone's eyes were on her, so she held her laughter back. Lin Mo laughed out loud, patted Xiaopang on the shoulder and said, Then I'll reintroduce myself. I'll also get some food and have some fun with the live stream. The young man with dreadlocks who was accused of live streaming did not like what Xiaopang said and said, Brother Ming, my home is a live broadcast base. What kind of live broadcast are you doing? If you have any questions, you can ask me for help. Li Ran's home is a famous Jiangcheng live broadcast base in Jiangcheng. There are also many medium-sized live broadcast bases in the area near Jiangcheng, with a total value of over 100 million. Excuse me, I just bought a small media company, Tanu Media, which is just engaged in entertainment live broadcasting. Lin Mo actually didn't know much about the live broadcast base the other party was talking about, and how Tanu compared to them. But he doesn't have any particularly valuable industries now, so he can only speak frankly. When Li Ran heard the name of Tanu Media, he was stunned for a moment, then glanced at his brothers, meaning that this Tanu Media was not simple. Chapter 48 Bar Party. Lin Mo didn't notice Li Ran's gaze, but looked at Lu Chen, meaning that Gu Ming didn't introduce him. Lu Chen understood what he meant, coughed lightly and said, I don't have much to introduce myself. I'm just a rich second-generation guy who likes to do nothing. I usually run this club. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't say anything else, everyone nodded in agreement, and Li Ran brought the topic back to Lin Mo. Brother Lin Mo, did you acquire Tanu Media recently? I'm quite familiar with the previous owner. Tanu Media is quite famous in the Jiangcheng circle. The original boss started from scratch and increased the company's valuation to 10 million in less than a year. Last year, it also won the government's new media promotion project and is in the limelight. But recently, news came that he suddenly sold his company and left Jiangcheng. No one knows the specific reason. They didn't expect that it was actually acquired by Lin Mo in front of them, or rather, the family behind him. Yes, I've been interested in this live broadcast recently, so I took it over to play with it. Lin Mo didn't know how to explain it. After all, this was a reward from the system. He could only say that it was out of his own interest. His words may sound different to others, as if he could forcibly acquire a promising company just for the sake of interest. Then the family behind him must have crushed him with capital, which also shows that Lin Mo is not simple, and everyone speaks to him in a lot of compliments. The fat boy Gu Ming was more concerned about what Lin Mo said about getting something to eat, and he wondered what kind of special enterprise it was. Brother Lin Mo, what kind of food restaurant do you have? We can visit it when we have time. Oh, my restaurant is in the city center, Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant. Come over when you are free and I will treat you. Hearing about the Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant, several rich guys took a deep breath, and even Lu Chen's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Mo. Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant is not like Tanu Media. Although the value of this time-honored brand is similar to that of a media company, its gold content is different. This is a restaurant that many big shots in Jiangcheng like to go to. It was originally in the hands of a provincial big shot, and now it is in Lin Mo's hands. This is quite intriguing. Fortunately, Xiaopang reacted the fastest. He seemed to be really hungry. He looked at Lin Mo happily and changed his address in time. Brother Mo, I won't be polite then. It's not easy to book a seat at the Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant. Isn't it just a place to eat? Tell me if you want to. Lin Mo didn't even know that it was difficult to book a table at his restaurant, and he and Zhou Shubai and the others didn't notice it when they first went there. Although no one could guess Lin Mo's background, it seemed that these industries were not simple, so the tone of the conversation was much more enthusiastic than at the beginning. Brother Mo, let's go to the bar tonight, are you interested? Zhou also said. Lin Mo nodded and said, sure, I have nothing to do anyway, let's go play together. At this time, Huang Sheng poked Zhou with his arm and looked at Li Yitong.
Lin Mo looked at their gazes, not quite understanding what this had to do with Li Yitong, and looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. Xiaopeng couldn't stand it anymore, so he explained to them. That's because there's another older sister in our circle, and she doesn't like other girls hanging out with us. What he said was quite tactful. In fact, the eldest sister just didn't like them to mess around and forced them to play the game. Oh, you have an older sister. Okay, I'll send her back and come see you later. At this time, Xiaopeng came over to Lin Mo and said in a low voice. The last time Li Ran took his new internet celebrity out for dinner, before they even sat down, Xinyu beat him so badly that he had to be hospitalized. They both looked at Li Ran at the same time, and Xiaopeng still had a smirk on his face. After that, everyone chatted for a while, and Lin Mo took Li Yitong away first. Brother Lu, how do you know this amazing person? Both of his companies are somewhat special. Lu Chen himself was actually a little confused. He just went out for a walk and met some like-minded people. Who would have thought that he would meet Lin Mo, who had a mysterious background? Lin Mo drove his Lamborghini and took Li Yitong back to the city. It was getting late, so they went to find a place to have dinner first. You know what, this supercar feels quite fun to drive at first, but my waist hurts after driving it for a long time, mainly because the seat is too hard and the height cannot be adjusted. Is there anything you want to eat? Li Yitong lifted her hair and said hesitantly, actually. I know a very special private restaurant. She actually felt that Lin Mo was a little tired, but she wanted to be alone with Lin Mo. Okay, send me the location and we'll go now. Lin Mo was in pretty good condition at this time. He entered the address on the navigation screen neatly, and the Lamborghini changed lanes nimbly during the evening rush hour traffic. After a while, they arrived at the private restaurant chosen by Li Yitong, which was quite close to the school. After the two of them had a simple dinner, Lin Mo sent Li Yitong back to school. Ding! It was detected that Li Yitong's 580 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering a 1640-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 951,200 yuan. Nearly 1 million was deposited into the account from having a meal, and the 10 million that Lin Mo just donated was considered a little bit of his recovery. It seems that he will have to work harder tomorrow. Lin Mo parked the car downstairs of the girls' dormitory. When Li Yitong was about to get out of the car, Lin Mo called her. Wait a minute, pay the fare first. Li Yitong didn't react for a moment. She looked at Lin Mo as he put his head in front of her, as if she understood what he meant. Li Yitong blushed and tapped Lin Mo's lips lightly, then quickly got out of the car, closed the door, and ran to the dormitory. Lin Mo looked at Li Yitong's back and the lingering fragrance on the corner of her mouth. After chuckling, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Lin Mo planned to go back to Linji Unchuan first. He still didn't like driving, so he asked Shertu to drive the Maybach over for him. Besides, it's still early now, so I can spend some time with the sisters and then go to the bar. Brother Mo, why are you back so early? Xin Zhaoling was lying on the sofa watching a TV series, but when she saw Lin Mo, she jumped up excitedly and went forward to hug Lin Mo. Lin Mo was still wondering why Xinjiao didn't come to greet him when the bathroom door opened and Xinjiao ran over wrapped in a bath towel. Lin Mo held one in each hand, carried them both to the sofa, and kissed them both on the face. After that, he watched TV with them for a while. When it was 11 o'clock, he went downstairs and left. I'm going out for a social event and will be back late. If you're tired, go to bed first and don't wait for me. The two nodded in tacit understanding, stood at the door and watched Lin Mo leave before closing the door and entering the room. Lin Mo hurried downstairs. Shertu was already waiting at the door, so he got into the car and set off. Let's go to Henteing Bar. You wait for me at the door. I might stay late. Shertu nodded and said nothing, because that was his job and whatever the boss said was the final decision. Chapter 49 Sister Chinyu. Henteing Bar. Under the dim light, restless men and women kept swaying their bodies, and the smell of alcohol and perfume mixed into a dizzying and intoxicating atmosphere. The crowd on the dance floor was twisting wildly to the deafening electronic music. Young men and women were drinking strong liquor unscrupulously, and the sound of glasses clinking was drowned out by the noise. Lin Mo walked in alone and a waiter welcomed him in respectfully. Sir, do you have a reservation? Booth number 1. Lin Mo had read the message sent by Gu Ming. They had previously added him to the group where they played together. After hearing Lin Mo's words, the waiter's attitude became inexplicably more respectful. After a while, she brought Lin Mo to a booth at the back of the bar, which was facing the stage and had a view of the entire bar.
As soon as Lin Mo approached, Xiaopeng's eyes, which were originally darting around, immediately noticed him coming and stood up and jumped around. Lin Mo smiled and waved at him, then quickly walked towards the booth, only to see that the expressions of some of his good friends were not very happy.
Why are you all just sitting there? Come on, have some fun. He walked to Xiaopeng and picked up the cup, wanting to have a drink with everyone. Only after they heard Lin Mo's words did they slowly pick up the cup and drink with him. Because of the dim lighting, when Lin Mo raised his glass, he saw a beautiful woman with a delicate face but a cool aura. Her aloofness was different from Wang Yashi's.
Wang Yashi was just a little dull, with no expression on his face. This cold and beautiful woman not only looks aloof on her face, but her overall temperament is so repulsive that people are kept at a distance. Of course, in addition to her temperament, her appearance and figure are also top-notch. She was wearing a simple casual outfit, but it couldn't hide her exquisite figure and extraordinary temperament.
Hello, my name is Lin Mo, nice to meet you.
Because the bar was too noisy, he simply switched seats with Lu Chen, sat next to the beauty and greeted her politely.
The beauty looked him up and down.
Lin Mo's appearance and temperament were both very good, so she politely extended her hand and shook his hand gently.
Xinyu, they mentioned you to me.
Lin Mo smiled slightly, then let go of her hand, picked up the wine glass and toasted her again.
A few good friends standing by saw Lin Mo and the elder sister getting along so harmoniously and secretly gave him a thumbs up.
They were afraid of Xinyu because her background and strength were superior to theirs, and another reason was that she grew up with them and had relied on force to scare them.
Now here comes Lin Mo, whose background is probably not inferior to that of their eldest sister. He looks quite upright, and I wonder if he can withstand Xinyu's force. So after Lin Mo came, the whole atmosphere became much better. At least they didn't have to bear the pressure from the eldest sister and could look around and see the beauties. Usually when they came to the bar, Xinyu was the one having fun, and the others were just waiting on her submissively, which was no fun at all. Therefore, as soon as she met Lin Mo, she immediately invited him to the party. At least he could help share the workload, and she would be more restrained when there were outsiders around. Now it seems that Lin Mo and Xinyu were toasting each other happily, and Xinyu was even touching Lin Mo's chest muscles. I didn't realize you have such a good figure.
Although Xinyu is aloof, Lin Mo still likes her queen-like temperament and doesn't mind her touching him at all.
It's okay. I exercise when I have nothing to do.
Lin Mo also lifted his clothes slightly, revealing his angular abdominal muscles and solid mermaid line. Xinyu's eyes lit up when she saw it. She wasn't saying that she liked muscular men, but she liked the joy of being able to resist being hit by sandbags. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but Lin Mo reacted quickly, grabbing her hand and stroking her smooth hand instead. When Lin Mo saw her like that, he thought she was attracted to him. But she was right. She was indeed attracted to him, but not in the sense that he understood it. Xinyu looked at Lin Mo touching her hand and felt a little uncomfortable inside, but she endured it in order to trick him into taking the bait.
By the way, we have a fighting match tomorrow, do you want to come and play?
Seeing that the time was ripe, Xinyu revealed her true intention and said to Lin Mo with a smile. When the buddies nearby heard about the fighting match, they were all shocked, as if they were reminded of some terrible memories. Of course Lin Mo didn't know her purpose, thinking she just wanted to watch a game, so he nodded and agreed.
Sure, I'll be free tomorrow. Then why don't you come on the field and play with me?
They are all afraid of me and don't dare to fight with me. As Xinyu spoke, she put her hand on Lin Mo's thigh and looked at him with her charming eyes. When Lin Mo heard that he wanted to fight with her, he was confused.
It's not okay to hit a girl.
Although he heard that Li Ran had been beaten by her, it was most likely because he did not dare to fight back due to his background.
If we ask him to fight with the other party now, won't he just passively take the beating?
When Lin Mo thought of this, he immediately waved his hand to reject Xinyu, and said,
No, I won't hit a woman casually. I'll just go and take a look. Lu Chen, who was standing by, listened for a long time and couldn't help but start a conversation.
Sister Xinyu, Lin Mo doesn't have much fighting experience, so just go and watch, there's no need to go on stage. When Xinyu heard Lu Chen's words, her eyes turned cold as she looked at him, and she said angrily,
Then he won't go, I'll let you go tomorrow. Lu Chen regretted it immediately and waved his hands quickly.
He could only give Lin Mo a sympathetic look and turned to help Xinyu speak.
Brother Mo, Sister Xinyu has learned fighting skills. Don't underestimate her. It's nice to have some fun on the field. Ordinary people can't hurt Sister Xinyu. Lin Mo was stunned when he heard what he said.
It turned out that Xinyu had practiced it before.
So it was okay to play with it. After all, with his physique and fighting skills, most people can't withstand his punches. It's okay to move around a little, but you have to be cautious. Okay, I'll let you go. Lin Mo acted as if he was doing this for her own good, and even reached out to pinch Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu smiled sweetly at him, but there was anger in her eyes. When his good friends saw Lin Mo pinching Qin Yu's face, they were all worried for him and stepped back. They were afraid that Qin Yu would not be able to control herself and would hit him. Fortunately, what they thought did not happen. Qin Yu still faced Lin Mo with a smile as usual, but they seemed to see a cold aura emanating from her. The atmosphere remained the same afterwards. Lin Mo and Qin Yu were interacting happily all the time, and they hid aside, afraid that the bomb would explode at any time. Of course, in fact, only Lin Mo was happy, and Qin Yu was just pretending. Lin Mo touched her with his hand, put his arm around her waist, and almost hugged her in his arms. She couldn't bear it anymore. But she buried all her anger in her heart, waiting to deal with him tomorrow. The party ended in this weird atmosphere. Lin Mo drank a lot tonight, but luckily his physical condition had improved and he was still sober. He waved goodbye to everyone, who all urged him to take part in the fighting match. He readily agreed and staggered away. Brother sure too, go back to Lin Jiangxuan. After saying that, Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and rested for a while. Chapter 50 Lingyun Real Estate. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when Lin Mo returned to Lin Jiangxuan drunk. After taking a nap for a while, he became much more sober. I just realized that a lot of information popped up on the system and started to check them one by one. Ding! Detected that Qin Yu's 8,800 yuan consumption was successfully free, triggering a 950-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 8,360,000 yuan. Ding! Successfully bound to the freeloader Qin Yu. Qin Yu, age, 23 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Appearance, 95. Body size, 95. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Overall score, 9.5 points. Favorability, 30. It turned out that he got Qin Yu's donation for free. The more than 8 million just made up for today's donation, and Lin Mo's account was back to 20 million. Another thing is that Qin Yu's score is as high as 9.5, and her appearance is slightly higher than Wang Yashi. Lin Mo couldn't see her figure clearly due to the lighting, but 95 is definitely top-notch. Li Yiton's baby face is only 90. What puzzled Lin Mo the most was that Qin Yu's initial favorability was negative 30, even though their interaction just now was so pleasant. Lin Mo stopped thinking about it when he couldn't figure it out. He just wanted to go upstairs and rest early. After letting Shirtu drive back, he went upstairs alone. Now Shirtu lives in an apartment next to Huguanjian Villa. Lin Mo transferred 100,000 yuan to him so that he can find housing and improve his life. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Mo saw the sisters sitting on the sofa watching TV. When he walked over, he found that they had fallen asleep. Lin Mo could only tiptoe in, turn off the TV first, then go forward and pick up Shen Zhaoling in his arms like a princess and carry her back to the room. When he came out to pick up Shen Zhaoyi again, he accidentally woke her up, perhaps because the noise was too loud. Lin Mo, you're back. Shen Zhaoyi rubbed her eyes in Lin Mo's arms, put her arms around Lin Mo's neck, and kissed him with her little mouth. Because of this fuse, the war started instantly, but Shen Zhaoyi's thin body could definitely not withstand Lin Mo's attack, so she could only endure it silently. Perhaps because the battle scene was too intense, it woke up Shen Zhaoling who was sleeping. Later it became a game for 3 people, with everyone holding their phones and playing in a row of 3. After a day and a night, Lin Mo slept until noon, and his cell phone kept ringing and woke him up. I picked up the phone in a daze and answered it without even looking at it. Then I heard the instructor yelling. Lin Mo, you're not coming to class again. Aren't you afraid of failing the course? Lin Mo was instantly awakened by her shout, but when he heard that it was about class, he said nonchalantly. I have already told the department head that you can take some leave during the startup period. Lu Yuewen was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Lin Mo to actually go to the department head, and she couldn't find any trouble for him for a while. Then you have to tell me, the counselor, first. I have no idea about this. At this time, her tone softened a little. On the one hand, if you meet the entrepreneurial conditions, you can apply for exemption from the lecture, and on the other hand, he has directly contacted the department head. I was busy going through some formalities with Dean Wan yesterday and didn't have time to report to you. Having just mentioned the department head, Lu Yuan now brought up the vice dean. She felt that she had no way of holding him accountable and could only find trouble with him. Then why are you still sleeping now? You are not taking leave for starting a business at all. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. She felt that Lin Mo was deliberately using his leadership to pressure her, and then he went on to say a lot of nonsense. Hello, Sister Lu, my signal is not good, hello. Lin Mo was too lazy to listen to her nonsense, so he made up an excuse and hung up the phone. Ding. Lu Yuan's favorability 10, current favorability is 30. Lin Mo didn't care much when he heard that Lu Yuan's favorability had dropped. He had too many goddesses around him and was too busy to handle them all. But I remembered the photos I sent her last time, and now that I'm up, I might as well take a few photos and send them to her. Favorite fried peppers, picture. Counselor Lu. When Lu Yuan saw the photo sent this time, she was not wearing any clothes. Although it was only half of the body, the well-defined muscles made her almost drool. After Lin Mo sent the photos, he threw his phone aside, got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. I had a drink last night and then was busy all night. I was sweating all over and didn't have time to take a shower. Now is a good time to wash up. After taking care of his personal hygiene, Lin Mo returned to the room and found the two women still sleeping in bed. Lin Mo put on his clothes, contacted Shertu to pick him up, and went out and downstairs. Before leaving, he gently pinched the two sleeping women, and they hummed twice in a daze. Only then did he leave with satisfaction. When he got downstairs, he found that Shertu had not arrived yet, so Lin Mo just wandered around casually. Walking to the garden not far away, I saw a group of people pointing and talking not far ahead. They must be planning the construction here. There were many elderly men and women watching nearby, and everyone was having a heated discussion. Linjiangshuan is currently divided into areas A, B and C. Only Area A is a rental apartment with integrated services, and the other two buildings are sold directly. Currently, only the small apartments in Area C have been mostly sold, and Area B has not yet been put on sale. Auntie, what are you doing here? Lin Mo also likes to watch the fun. Since he has nothing to do, he comes over to chat with the old men and women. I heard that a second phase will be built here, and it is currently being planned and constructed. After chatting with the old men and women for a long time, Lin Mo basically understood the situation here. To put it simply, the most important point in the planning and construction of Linjiangshuan Phase 2 is that Lin Mo discovered that the building materials supplier here was actually Zhao's Building Materials. This Zhao Building Materials is Zhao US Family's company. It was mentioned in Zhou Shubai's previous information. This is a good opportunity for Lin Mo to take revenge. Lin Mo had not yet decided on the specific users of the industry card. Since he couldn't specify a pharmaceutical company, he would just use it here. After all, Lin Mo originally just planned to rent this place for convenience, but later on this place basically became the residence of the sisters, so it would be better to take over the entire place. Lin Mo has just tried to use the designated industry card. The value here does not exceed 200 million, so it can be used. Ding. Use the designated industry card to obtain 100% equity of Jiangcheng Lingyun Real Estate Company, Limited worth 180 million. After using the props this time, the phone started ringing immediately. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Li Ming, the general manager of Jiangcheng Lingyun Real Estate Company, Limited. Lin Mo answered the call and saw a fat man giving orders not far away while talking on the phone respectfully. Are you planning the second phase of construction? I'm right behind you. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the fat man immediately turned around and saw Lin Mo's extraordinary temperament. It was obvious that he was either rich or noble. It seemed that he was his new boss. He trotted towards Lin Mo, and when he arrived in front of him he was already panting and sweating profusely. Hello, boss. As soon as Li Ming ran up to him, he stood up straight and shouted loudly. It was a bit funny, and Lin Mo couldn't help laughing. Chapter 51 Free Fighting. Lin Mo adjusted his facial expression, regained his serious look and said, It's okay, I just happened to pass by here and came to take a look. Okay, boss, you are really young and promising. You are able to acquire the company at such a young age. We all admire you very much. Li Ming had just received the news that the company had been acquired by a wholly owned subsidiary, and the former boss also revealed that the new boss had a complicated background. So he immediately called the new boss, but who knew that the new boss was there, so young and promising, and his temperament was obviously that of a rich young master.
Looking at Li Ming's respectful yet somewhat fearful expression, Lin Mo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile.
He patted Li Ming's shoulder gently, his voice low and magnetic. Do a good job. I have confidence in you. I will leave this company to you from now on.
Li Ming bowed slightly, trying to stay calm and said, Boss, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your trust.
Don't be so reserved. Let me ask you something. Have you negotiated with the building materials supplier for the second phase of Lin Jiangxuan? Lin Mo didn't care about other things.
He designated this industry to be used for revenge against Zhao Yu.
Of course, its value was not low.
Oh, we've almost finished the discussion. We're going to use Zhao's building materials.
It's a pretty good company in Jiangcheng.
Although Li Ming didn't know why Lin Mo asked this question, he would definitely answer truthfully and report the situation honestly. Don't use Zhao's building materials.
Change them. If they ask why, let them ask his good son. Li Ming understood as soon as he heard it.
Boss Zhao's son had offended his boss, so he could only wish him good luck.
Li Ming said he understood and would carry out the order later.
He also briefly told Lin Mo about the specific situation of Lingyun Real Estate. Lingyun Real Estate's main asset now is Lin Jiangxuan, which has 2 unsold apartments in buildings AB, few apartments left in Area C, and this piece of land to be built.
In addition, there is an area in the suburbs that has not yet been planned and is temporarily left there without any construction.
The apartments built here are the most valuable, worth nearly 100 million yuan, and the land to be developed is also worth 60 million yuan.
The abandoned land in the suburbs is not worth much.
After getting a general understanding, Lin Mo didn't ask any more questions.
Just then, Sher Tu came over, so he got in the car and left.
After Li Ming saw his boss off, he immediately took out his cell phone and called Zhao's building materials.
Boss Xiao, our cooperation is going to be cancelled. Mr. Li, is there something that our company has not done well? Please let me know.
Li Ming ignored his flattery and directly conveyed his boss's words.
My boss told me not to cooperate with you. Ask your son why.
After saying that, Li Ming hung up the phone and continued to give instructions on the second phase of planning. Lin Mo simply found a place to eat and then went to Qin Yu's fighting club. As soon as he arrived at the club, the fat boy Gu Ming was waiting for him at the door, looking eagerly expectant.
Brother Mo, you are here, the game has already started.
Lin Mo got out of the car and Gu Ming led him to a private room in the club.
Come on, Brother Mo.
Several wealthy men greeted Lin Mo, who nodded in response.
He glanced around but didn't see Qin Yu. Your eldest sister isn't here?
Everyone's eyes turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window, motioning Lin Mo to look over there. Lin Mo turned his head and saw a huge arena outside the floor-to-ceiling window.
Qin Yu was fighting with a burly man. Sister Qin Yu doesn't have any hobbies, she just likes fighting.
Lu Chen was the first to explain, looking at Lin Mo with a hint of sympathy. At this moment, Lin Mo saw Qin Yu's sidekick, accurately hitting the big man's ribs. The burly figure was kicked back and staggered, hitting the ropes of the ring and bouncing back. Qin Yu then followed up with a straight punch, hitting the big man in the face, knocking him out instantly. Many audience members cheered, but Qin Yu ignored them and turned her gaze towards their box. The younger brother next to her had already told her that Lin Mo had just arrived and was in a private room with a few rich guys. After a while, a young man walked into the box quickly and said something to Gu Ming in a low voice, all the while looking at Lin Mo. After the young man left, Gu Ming walked up to Lin Mo, stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Mo, Sister Qin Yu asked you to go on stage and fight her later. Be careful to protect yourself. Several others also warned Lin Mo to be careful.
Qin Yu is going to take a break after this match. Now the two who are on the field are a lean and agile man and an equally burly man. This is free fighting, and the winner is usually determined by points referee scores, technical knockout TKO or knockout KO. The two boxers were equally matched in strength, and everyone was enjoying the fight, discussing which one had a better chance of winning. The ending came soon. The strong man took advantage of his physical fitness and seized the opportunity of his opponent's declining physical strength in the third round. He hit the thin man's chin directly with a powerful right hook. With a dull bang, the thin man fell to the ground and the referee immediately stepped forward to count. The rich second generations in the box burst into cheers, and Lu Chen slapped the table excitedly. I said this big guy would win. At this time, the medical staff on the sidelines were checking the fallen player, and Qin Yu had already changed into new boxing gloves and was leaning against the ring to stretch.
Lin Mo left the box with the comfort of everyone, and after he went out, someone led him to the stage. Lin Mo took a deep breath, started to move his wrists, then put on boxing gloves, thinking in his heart how to let Chin Yu go inadvertently. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became subtle, and even the people in the audience looked at him with sympathy and expectation. Chin Yu and Lin Mo stood in the center of the ring together. She moved her neck slightly, her eyes fixed on Lin Mo, and the corners of her mouth raised a subtle, provocative arc.
You can't run away this time.
Last night you touched my hand and hugged my waist.
Now it's time to settle the score.
She thought so in her heart, and smiled sweetly at him, and their gloves touched each other. As soon as the referee shouted start, Chin Yu rushed over like a cheetah. Her right hook hit Lin Mo's face with the sound of breaking wind, and the audience even exclaimed. But there was a hint of casualness in Lin Mo's eyes. He just tilted his head slightly, and the boxing gloves brushed against his hair.
You dodged pretty quickly.
Chin Yu narrowed his eyes and then swept his leg. Lin Mo did not retreat but moved forward, suddenly moving close to her side. His left hand seemed to block casually, but his right hand took advantage of the situation to hold her waist. This posture made the two people's noses almost touch each other, and there was an ambiguous booing sound from the audience. Chin Yu's ears turned red, and she was about to get angry, but she saw Lin Mo suddenly step back and distance himself. The moment her balance was unstable, his right fist struck like lightning, and when it was about to hit her chin, he suddenly retracted his force, and only lightly touched her cheek with his glove. Lin Mo raised the corners of his mouth, with a hint of teasing in his voice. Thank you, Miss Chin.
Chapter 52 Visiting Tanu Media. Chin Yu was obviously unwilling to admit defeat.
She raised her hand and slapped away Lin Mo's hand that was close to her cheek, while kicking sideways with her left leg. Chin Yu's side kick came with a sharp sound and hit Lin Mo's waist, but he stepped aside as if he had expected it, and took advantage of the situation to grab her ankle and pull her into his arms. She lost her balance and fell forward. Lin Mo held her back steadily with his other hand. The distance between them was instantly shortened to the point where they could hear each other's breathing.
Are you so eager to throw yourself into my arms?
Lin Mo chuckled, his warm breath brushing across her red earlobe. There was even more enthusiastic booing from the audience, and some people even whistled. Chin Yu spun around in embarrassment and angrily thrust her elbow straight into his chest. Lin Mo leaned back calmly, but his right hand pinched her waist in an ambiguous way, causing her to pause. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly stopped smiling and punched her in the abdomen with a precise straight punch.
Ahem.
Chin Yu staggered back a few steps after being hit, then knelt on one knee, holding her stomach. Lin Mo controlled his strength just right, so as not to actually hurt her, but only to make her lose her fighting ability. Now, Lin Mo took off a boxing glove and gently lifted her chin with his hand. Are you convinced?
This attack was also very fast. The audience in the audience just reacted and cheered.
Seeing that Chin Yu just turned her head away stubbornly, Lin Mo calmly stood up and jumped off the stage lightly. With just a simple jump, Chin Yu looked at Lin Mo's departing back in shock. Even she was convinced at this moment.
Ding! Chin Yu's favorability plus 40, current favorability is 10.
Lin Mo, who was walking back to the box, was stunned when he suddenly received this system message. Chin Yu's favorability actually increased by 40 points at one time. As soon as they entered the door, several rich guys looked at Lin Mo in shock. They couldn't believe that he had defeated Chin Yu so easily, and the last leap was something that ordinary people could not do. Especially the little fat boy Guming, who particularly loves to read those cool novels, thought that Lin Mo might be from some ancient martial arts family.
Brother Mo, you are so awesome and so handsome. Several people gathered around and complimented Lin Mo. With him around, there would be someone to suppress Chin Yu, and their lives would be a little better in the future. Just as they chatted in the box for a while, the door suddenly opened and Chin Yu came in. As soon as she stepped in, the excitement of the rich guys disappeared and the box became quiet. Lin Mo seemed unaware of the change in atmosphere.
He strode up to Chin Yu and asked with concern.
Chin Yu, I didn't hurt you just now, did I?
Although Chin Yu looked fine, her stomach was actually still aching slightly, and Lin Mo noticed it with his sharp eyes.
Fine.
Chin Yu's expression returned to its previous indifference and she no longer smiled at Lin Mo. After all, she had only seduced him to fight. Now I can't beat him, and he just hugged me, so I don't want to pay any attention to him. But Chin Yu still felt a little touched in her heart, a feeling she had never experienced before. Seeing that Chin Yu ignored him, Lin Mo decided not to make things boring for himself.
He chatted with everyone for a while and then left alone. Only a few rich guys were left there, standing there in silence, not daring to make a sound as they looked at Chinyu.
I haven't had enough fun yet, who wants to play with me again?
Chinyu watched Lin Mo leave and could only vent her anger on them. They looked at each other, no one wanted to be the victim, and no one dared to speak for a while. Finally, it was Chinyu who called out the names herself. Her eyes stopped on Xiaopang, and Xiaopang felt cold all over. Chinyu gave a look to his men beside him, and the two of them carried Xiaopang and followed Chinyu out of the box.
No.
The rest of the crowd could only watch as Xiaopang was dragged away, silently mourning for him.
When Lin Mo left the fight club, it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
He thought about it and decided to go to Tanu Media. The main reason is that Tanu Media currently has no person in charge.
He must first understand the situation and then consider looking for a suitable candidate.
Shirtu drove the car and sent Lin Mo safely to the downstairs of Tanu Media, which is the office building in the center of Jiangqing Building. Jiangqing Building has a total of 38 floors, and Tanu Media is located on the 22nd floor of Jiangqing Building. Lin Mo called the assistant who had contacted him earlier in advance, and as soon as he got out of the car, he saw her waiting at the door.
Why was Lin Mo able to recognize her at the first moment?
Because her WeChat moments contained various photos of her daily life, and Lin Mo admired them with great interest for a while. At this time, she was wearing a light gray business suit.
The narrow waist design perfectly outlined her slender waistline.
The length of the hip skirt was just right, revealing her long legs that were straight and well proportioned. Her face was even more impeccable, her skin was cool-toned, fair, and delicate, and her facial features were exquisite and three-dimensional. She looked even better than the photos Lin Mo had seen.
She met Lin Mo's approaching gaze calmly, nodded slightly, and smiled at him appropriately. Mr. Lin Mo? Hello, I'm your assistant, Su Qingwan. Welcome to Tanu Media.
But her heart is not as calm as her appearance, mainly because she is obsessed with looks.
Help! How can the boss be so handsome? Are these eyelashes real?
They are just like those of a star.
Well, hello, I'm Lin Mo.
Lin Mo replied calmly, then followed Su Qingwan upstairs, and Shirtu quickly followed behind. But he couldn't see that when Su Qingwan turned around and led the way, she quickly licked her suddenly dry lips with the tip of her tongue. Coming to the 22nd floor, the entire floor belongs to Tanu Media, which is divided into live broadcast area, operation area, and office area. Su Qingwan did not take him around to see the world, but took him directly to the general manager's office and gave him a brief report on the company's recent situation. Currently, the entire company has 86 anchors, 42 of whom work in the company and the rest broadcast live from home. Among these 86 people, there are only 3 top anchors with personal monthly income exceeding 100,000 yuan, and 30 mid-level anchors have monthly income of more than 20,000 yuan. The rest are new anchors, most of whom have unstable incomes, all below 20,000 yuan, but the company has a 5,000 yuan guarantee mechanism to guarantee their minimum income.
The assistant continued to introduce the company's other businesses.
Although they mainly focus on entertainment live streaming, they also have a small amount of advertising revenue and merchandise sales business. Anyway, Lin Mo felt a little drowsy after just listening to her simple description. Who would have thought that after she finished her introduction, she also said that she would call the operations director, planning manager, and other middle-level managers to give a detailed introduction.
Lin Mo waved his hands repeatedly, indicating not to ask them to come over.
He needed to walk around first as he still needed to familiarize himself with the company's business.
Su Qingwan nodded to show that she understood, and then took Lin Mo to walk around various areas of the company.
First, we came to the office area, which is mainly the place for advertising, sales and other businesses, and some planners also work here. When the planning manager saw Su Qingwan coming with someone, he guessed that this person was the new boss, so he stepped forward and greeted him enthusiastically.
Chapter 53 My Mom Calls.
When Lin Mo saw the planning manager, he gave him a few simple words of encouragement, mostly Su Qingwan and the planner's introduction to the planning work.
After that, she went to the business department.
This time, the business manager was reduced to a foil, and Su Qingwan knew all the business there.
Although Lin Mo didn't know much about the media company, he could still see Su Qingwan's ability.
She was in charge of the specific management of each department during this period.
Then he went to visit the operation area.
Just as he walked to the tea room, Lin Mo's phone rang.
Lin Mo took it out and saw that it was his mother.
He went into the tea room, signaled to the assistant, and answered the call.
Hello, Mom, why are you calling me suddenly? You are really good now.
The teacher said you often skip classes. As soon as Lin Mo heard this, he knew that Lu Yuan couldn't do anything to him, so he went to find his parents. In fact, with Dean Wang's help, Lin Mo was no longer afraid of the problem of skipping classes. Now it's just right for him to ask his mother for help. Because after Lin Mo got the system, he was thinking about how to send some money to his family. But his family is well off, so giving him a few $100,000 won't have much impact on his family, and it's hard to explain where the money came from. This time when my mother called me, I could tell her about my entrepreneurial venture so that I could find an opportunity to give money to my family later. Mom, I'm starting a business now, and I've applied to the college to be exempted from some courses, so it won't affect my studies. In fact, Lin Mo's mother was deceiving him. What Lu Yuan told her was that his studies had been delayed due to his entrepreneurship, and he asked his parents to supervise him. Although Lu Yuan had some vindictive intentions, she still told the truth, and her original intention of asking Lin Mo to attend class well was also good. You are still starting a business. What kind of business are you doing? Are you tired? The mother's tone gradually softened. Of course, she felt sorry for her son in her heart. She was just afraid that her son would not study hard in class and would play around everywhere. Lin Mo happens to be working at Tanu Media right now, so he might as well just say that he works for a media company. Thinking of this, he turned the video to shoot outside and walked out of the tea room. His mother called him via WeChat video, so he simply took a photo of the company to show her so that she would feel at ease. As soon as he walked out the door, Su Qingwan was waiting outside, and Lin Mo's phone accidentally scanned her. Hey, who is this girl? Let me see. Lin Mo held his forehead helplessly. Why did his mother's focus change again? He could only reverse the camera and shoot himself and Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan understood what Lin Mo meant and greeted her aunt. Hello, auntie. I'm the boss's assistant. My mother looked at Su Qingwan and greeted her briefly. She waited for Lin Mo to move away before she winked at him. Lin Mo knew that she had made another association, and it was difficult to explain now. He could only continue to shoot at the company and figure out the matter first. Lin Mo also signaled to Su Qingwan that there was no need to introduce her, as he wanted to pat the company on the back to show it to his mother. Leading him to the operations area, Su Qingwan gave the operations director a look, and everyone shouted "Hello, boss" in unison. Lin Mo nodded slightly and left. Lin Mo did not go to the live broadcast area at the back, as he was afraid of disturbing the host's work. He took his mother for a walk and then returned to the general manager's office. You have set up a pretty good company. Why didn't you tell me when you set it up? As soon as Lin Mo sat down, he heard his mother's approval and laughed into the phone. Who knew that my mother would change the subject and start talking about Su Qingwan again? That girl just now was so beautiful. Tell me the truth, is she your girlfriend? Mom, that's not true. She is indeed my assistant. Su Qingwan was still listening, but she showed no expression and stood respectfully aside. But I was so happy inside. This was a disguised way of being happy to see the family. Ah. The boss's mother said she likes me, so do I have a chance? I'm too obsessed with the boss's looks, I can't do it. Seeing that his mother was getting more and more outrageous and even bringing up his marriage, Lin Mo had no choice but to send Su Qingwan away. Assistant Su, please go downstairs and buy me a pack of cigarettes. Okay, boss. Su Qingwan actually wanted to continue listening to gossip, but the boss spoke and she had to leave. Lin Mo finally got rid of his mother, but in the end she still gave him a task. That means his sister wants to come here to develop and hopes he can take care of her. Speaking of this sister, she is actually not his relative, but the daughter of his mother's best friend, who was 1 year older than Lin Mo. Her original name was Song Yueying. She had just graduated from a normal university in the neighboring city and planned to stay here to work. Lin Mo was bullied by her a lot when he was a child, but his parents were busy with work at that time, so he played with her throughout his childhood. I guess she will be here soon. Lin Mo just happened to have set up Lingyun Real Estate, so he can arrange for her to live in Linjiangshuan. At this time, Su Qingwan came back after buying cigarettes and handed the cigarettes to Lin Mo. The system message came again. Ding! Successfully detected Su Qingwan's 70 yuan consumption for free, triggering 880 times cashback, and the amount obtained is 61,600 yuan. Ding! Successfully bound to the freeloader target Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan, age, 22. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Body size, 89. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Overall score, 8.8 points. Favorability, 60. Another stunning beauty, of course Lin Mo knew this. The only thing he couldn't understand was why her favorability was only 60 at the beginning. Lin Mo looked at Su Qingwan, and from her expression and behavior, he didn't tell that she had such a high liking for him. Just like Li Yitong, her initial favorability was 50, which means she had been secretly in love with Lin Mo for quite some time, and Lin Mo could feel her feelings as soon as she came into contact with him. But it was the first time he met Su Qingwan, and she didn't show any abnormal behavior. Lin Mo really couldn't understand it. But this did not affect Lin Mo's next thing. He observed her for an entire afternoon, followed her around the company, and saw her abilities. Assistant Su, from now on you will be the general manager of Tanu Media. Ah. This was the first time Su Qingwan lost her composure in front of Lin Mo. Her face turned red and she looked at Lin Mo uncertainly. Because she thought too much, she thought that Lin Mo's mother approved of her as a daughter-in-law, so Lin Mo made her the general manager. Lin Mo didn't know what she was thinking. He just felt that Su Qingwan was capable and he didn't have time to manage the company. If there's no problem, then it's settled. Just tell the people below. Lin Mo also thought of one thing, that is Chen Mengyao, the anchor that Lin Mo brushed Huazian, and Chen Mengqi's sister. He planned to bring Chen Mengyao over to be the anchor here. He looked at the information of the company's anchors and found that Chen Mengyao was no worse than his current top anchor. He also explained this matter to Su Qingwan and sent her the WeChat account, asking her to handle the follow-up, which could also be considered a test of her ability. After everything was arranged, Lin Mo got up and left. Su Qingwan accompanied Lin Mo all the way downstairs until he got in the car. After Lin Mo left, she could no longer conceal her excitement. This was a double harvest in love and career. She skipped happily upstairs and communicated with the company's management. It rained heavily today and my house was leaking. It took me a whole morning to fix it. Sorry for the late update. Chapter 54 Meeting Qin Yu in the restaurant. After Lin Mo left, he went straight back to school. He didn't go back to class. It was dinner time now, and he planned to pick up Wang Yashi for dinner. Speaking of Wang Yashi, his previous main task 3 required increasing the number of romances with the goddess. In addition to the activated Wu Yusen, Wang Yashi was also counted in the number of tasks. It was equivalent to Wang Yashi completing 2 tasks at once. She had to take her out for a good meal, or call it a date, but the main thing was that Lin Mo took her to the newly bought villa. Huguanjian Villa informed him in the afternoon that the cleaning and maintenance of the entire house and the free furniture had been completed, and he could now move in with his luggage. In his mind, Wang Yashi actually holds a great importance, otherwise he would not have risked his life to save her last time after knowing that she was in danger. Therefore, this first villa is intended for Wang Yashi to live in, and coming here now is to give her this surprise. I'm here, just downstairs from the dormitory. Okay, I'll come down now. A pleasant female voice came from the phone. Wang Yashi had already packed up and came down immediately after receiving the call. After a while, Wang Yashi walked out of the dormitory building wearing high heels. She was wearing a beige slim dress today. The bow ribbon at the neckline swayed gently with her steps. Her lower body was covered with transparent black stockings that wrapped around her well-proportioned calves. When Lin Mo saw Wang Yashi, he rolled down the car window, smiled at her, and motioned for her to get in the car. After Wang Yashi sat down, Lin Mo reached out and put his hand on Wang Yashi's leg, and she also took the initiative to lean into Lin Mo's arms. Brother sure too, let's go to La Pearl Western Restaurant in the city center. I have to say that Lin Mo has some special liking for legs, especially those wearing black stockings. When they arrived at the place, Wang Yashi's ears were red and she looked at Lin Mo with watery eyes, which made Lin Mo feel a little hot. Of course, they had to go eat now. Lin Mo took a deep breath, opened the door and got out of the car. Wang Yashi also got out of the car shyly and followed Lin Mo. She consciously put her arm around Lin Mo and sandwiched his arm in between. The waiter led them to the table. Lin Mo gentlemanly pulled out a high-back chair for Wang Yashi, and then sat down himself. This time, I didn't let Sher Tu come in with me. On the one hand, he was on a date with Wu Yusen last time, and he felt uncomfortable with him being stared at like that. On the other hand, Sher Tu was not used to this kind of Western restaurant and could not eat enough, so he solved the problem by himself nearby. Lin Mo handed the menu to Wang Yashi and asked her to order. He was actually not very fond of Western restaurants and just wanted to eat something casually. After Wang Yashi ordered the dishes, he added a bottle of red wine and handed the menu back to the waiter. He disliked the way food was served in Western restaurants the most. Not only were the portions small, but one had to eat each dish one by one. After he finished the caviar bread starter in one gulp, he started playing with his phone. At this moment, a beautiful piano sound came from not far away. Lin Mo looked up curiously and saw a pretty figure sitting in front of the piano. A dark green velvet long skirt outlines her slender waistline, and her waterfall-like hair curls into lazy waves on her shoulders. Lin Mo felt that the profile was familiar, but he couldn't think of who it was at once. As the song ended, Jianying stood up and thanked everyone, but her eyes turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was stunned when he saw the other person's face. It was Qinyu. He didn't expect that she had this talent. Seeing the other party looking at him, Lin Mo nodded politely in response, and then continued to eat with Wang Yashi. Qinyu, who had stepped down from the stage, looked in the direction where Lin Mo was eating with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Make me a seat next to him and I'll eat there. Although the restaurant manager was puzzled, he did not dare to make any comments and immediately went to make arrangements. Lin Mo was halfway through his meal when he noticed Qinyu was dining nearby. When he looked over, she was smiling at him. Lin Mo didn't understand what was going on with her, so he could only pick up his glass and toast her from a distance, then he stopped paying attention to her. He always felt that the other party had some intentions. He even checked the system and found that Qinyu's favorability was still 10, so she probably didn't hold a grudge against him. But he guessed wrong. Favor is favor, and hatred is hatred. Although Qinyu no longer dislikes him now, she still hates his punch. Qinyu felt a dull pain in her stomach at the thought of being knocked down by him, so she should take the initiative now. Lin Mo and Wang Yashi were happily chatting and enjoying the food when they felt someone walking up to their table. As Qinyu came over, she leaned towards Lin Mo, gently clinked the wine in her hand with Lin Mo's glass, and then raised her head and drank it all. Then, she leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and said, "Is this your little girlfriend?" Before Lin Mo responded, Wang Yashi couldn't sit still. Qinyu's temperament and appearance were better than hers, and her figure was much better than hers. She stood up and raised her hand to pull Qinyu away, but Lin Mo took the lead and gently pushed Qinyu away. "Miss Qin, please respect yourself. I'm having dinner with my girlfriend." He knew Qinyu's strength. It would be bad if she accidentally hurt Wang Yashi. Qinyu was not angry because of his attack, she just smiled at him sweetly and said aggrievedly, "You weren't like this afternoon. My stomach still hurts a little." "You?" Seeing her saying this while holding her stomach, it would be easy for Wang Yashi to misunderstand. After all, she knew that her stomach also hurt that night, but the pain was different for both of them. Qinyu didn't give him a chance to refute and left happily, twisting her slender waist. Ding! Qinyu's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 20. Lin Mo ignored the message from the system and Qinyu's departure. He looked up at Wang Yashi, saw her red eyes, and was about to explain. Then Wang Yashi said softly, "I understand. I am not related to you." Lin Mo didn't know how to reply, so he pulled her into his arms and gently leaned over to touch her red lips. "I just had a fight with her at noon. She was quite powerful. I was afraid you might get hurt just now. The effect will be much better if you explain it after the kiss. If you don't believe it, you can try it." Lin Mo's effect is now very good. Wang Yashi nodded with a red face, looked around to see that no one saw her, and immediately stood up and sat back in her seat. After a simple meal, the two of them paid the bill and prepared to leave. Who knew that the waiter came over and said Qinyu had already paid their bill, and when Lin Mo looked over, she even winked at him. "No, I'll just pay the bill." Wang Yashi refused to admit it this time. She grabbed the bill and went to the cashier to pay it. Lin Mo glanced at Qinyu and followed her. Ding! Detected that Wang Yashi's 2,800 yuan consumption was successfully free, triggering 1,800 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 5,040,000 yuan. Although there was a minor incident during the meal, Lin Mo still happily took Wang Yashi into the car and left. After all, he got another 5 million for free, and Wang Yashi's favorability did not decrease, so he did not suffer any loss. What do you think of the speed? I'm a newbie and I'm afraid I'll end up in a dark room if I can't control it. If the speed is okay, I'll write it the way it's now. Chapter 55 Sisters Meet. After Lin Mo and Wang Yashi had finished their meal, they went straight back to Huguan Yunshu, where everything had basically been arranged. For example, sure too, Lin Mo let him rent a room in the apartment next door, and he also parked an electric car in the villa. I just planned to park the car back at the villa and leave on my electric bike. After all, he always drives the car away, and it would be bad if it got scratched if parked on the side of the road, so it would be better to put it back in the villa. This place is worthy of being called a high-end villa area, with beautiful scenery and high green coverage. After Sure parked the car steadily in the garage, he said hello to Lin Mo and left. Lin Mo gave him a sensible look and took Wang Yashi into the house. Wang Yashi had guessed that Lin Mo's family was wealthy, and when she gave her 1 million last time, she knew that she was not a simple person. There is also the Jinqiu Riverview restaurant which gives some clues, but I was still a little surprised to see this villa. After all, the value of Jinqiu restaurant is not even half of this villa. Even if Wang Yashi doesn't know the exact value, she can get a rough idea. However, Wang Yashi is not a materialistic person. She is the kind of person who likes stability. She is very satisfied with her current life. Thinking in her heart, she looked up at Lin Mo's profile. Compared with money, she liked Lin Mo more physically, and he had saved her many times. After entering the villa, she couldn't help but throw herself into Lin Mo's arms. After the last contact, she was no longer as shy as before. The intoxicating scent of Lin Mo's body temperature came through his shirt, reminding her of the madness of that night. However, this time the experience was clearer. His rationality was not affected by the drugs, but under the impact of Lin Mo, his mind was still gradually blurred. Do you like black peach tea or thick milk tea? I like both. After a day and a night, Lin Mo woke up in the master bedroom of the villa. He felt energetic, but not very satisfied. Without paying any attention to Wang Yashi, who was still unconscious, he got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was a WeChat video call from Su Qingwan. Good morning, boss. Lin Mo hadn't put on any clothes at this time, and the video showed his muscular upper body, but he didn't care at all. Morning, what's up? Lin Mo didn't care, but Su Qingwan was different. Her saliva was almost dripping, but she managed her expression very well and no one could tell from the surface. The task you assigned me has been completed halfway. Chen Mengyao will come to sign the contract later. I'm here to report to you. Well, you did a good job. I'll come over this afternoon, and don't say it's because of me that I found her. Okay. After Su Qingwan finished her report, Lin Mo hung up the phone. She wanted to watch for a while longer, but she didn't have the chance. Ding. Su Qingwan's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 70. Su Qingwan had already been attracted by Lin Mo's looks, and now seeing his slender body, she loved him even more. Lin Mo was a little confused. He really didn't understand how Su Qingwan's favorability increased. They had only known each other for 1 day, but her favorability was already 70. Lin Mo didn't think much about this question. He looked at Wang Yashi lying on the bed. He thought she would sleep until the afternoon, so he didn't disturb her. Brother Sure too, let's go to the Jinqiu Riverview restaurant. Lin Mo didn't know where to eat, so he might as well just eat something in his own restaurant and look for Chen Mengqi at the same time. They had hardly any contact after being linked for so long. As soon as he arrived at the Jinqiu Riverview restaurant, Chen Mengqi greeted him respectfully upon seeing him. Help me find a seat in the lobby. I'll just grab a bite to eat. Okay, boss. Although Lin Mo spoke casually, Chen Mengqi still arranged a seat for him facing the riverview, and the dishes were also relatively high-end. It was a pity that Lin Mo was only eating with Sure too. After simply enjoying the delicious food while looking at Jiang Jing, Lin Mo still felt that life was quite comfortable. After lunch, Lin Mo admired the scenery for a while and looked at the business of the restaurant, then planned to leave. But after changing his mind, he called Chen Mengqi over. Manager Chen, do you have anything to do this afternoon? Come with me. When Chen Mengqi heard Lin Mo's request, she looked at him with some confusion. They had no other communication except about work. Lin Mo planned to take her to Tanu Media to see her sister, and interact with them to increase the number of romances. But he certainly wouldn't reveal his purpose now, so he said casually. Didn't I say before that I would have dinner with you? I never had the chance, and since you are such a capable employee, I must reward you. Although Chen Mengqi still had some doubts, she accepted his statement. After all, the boss was not that greasy perverted man, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her was very clear. Okay, boss. I'll make some arrangements and go out with you later. Lin Mo nodded and asked her to go down and do her work. He would wait here until she finished. Not long after, Chen Mengqi changed into casual clothes and came in front of Lin Mo. I didn't notice it when I saw her wearing a professional suit before, but now that she is wearing a slim t-shirt, I realize that the size of her body is not much smaller than Li Yitong's. No wonder the system gave her a score of 90 for her figure, with her curvy breasts and slender figure. Although she is not particularly tall, she looks very attractive overall. Lin Mo just took a quick look. Now he was no longer the little bootlicker he used to be. He had tasted many top-notch delicacies and did not show any sign of loss of composure. Let's go. Lin Mo said hello, then took Chen Mengqi and Shi downstairs. As soon as she got in the car, Chen Mengqi asked, "Boss, where are we going now?" "You can just call me Lin Mo. Let's go to my other company first." Lin Mo explained casually, and Chen Mengqi became even more confused. She guessed that the boss might have many businesses, but it was a bit strange to suddenly take her to one of them. However, she did not show it on her face, and just nodded slightly. "Okay, old Lin Mo." She still maintained the necessary respect in her address. Seeing her reserved look, Lin Mo chuckled and said nothing more. He leaned back in the leather seat and closed his eyes to rest. When the Maybach stopped smoothly in the underground garage, Chen Mengqi followed Lin Mo and Shi into the elevator. Arriving at the floor where Tanu Media was located, Lin Mo walked in directly. When the front desk saw him, he immediately greeted him. "Hello, boss." Lin Mo just nodded slightly, without stopping, and strode towards the general manager's office at the end of the corridor with the best view. Chen Mengqi and Shi followed closely behind. He doesn't even have an office here now. Yesterday he gave the position of general manager to Su Qingwan. But when he got here, he still knocked on the door gently. "Who?" "Lin Mo." As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, footsteps were heard from inside, and then Su Qingwan opened the door and welcomed them in. "Boss, you came so late." Before she finished speaking, she heard the beautiful woman next to her exclaim in surprise. "Chen Mengyao. Why are you here?" Chen Mengyao also turned her head and looked over, saying sister with an embarrassed look on her face. "Collecting the names of the goddesses, please note her identity." "I really can't think of a name. There will be many goddesses in the future. Please help." Chapter 56. 3 Women, 1 Drama. "Chen Mengyao, why are you here?" When Chen Mengqi heard the word sister, she knew she was not mistaken, it was indeed her sister. "I'm here to work, why are you here too? Don't you need to take care of the restaurant?" While she was talking, she saw a handsome guy standing next to her. He looked very impressive and had an amazing appearance. Chen Mengqi did not answer. After all, she was surprised and said something wrong. The boss hadn't spoken yet, so she could only signal her sister to shut up. Therefore, Chen Mengyao stopped talking and stood aside obediently, watching the general manager's anxious attitude to open the door just now. It must be something special. Seeing that they were all standing respectfully, Lin Mo strode to the general manager's seat and sat down before speaking. "How is it going? Has Chen Mengyao's formalities been completed?" "It's already been done. Now tell her the specific rules she needs to pay attention to." Su Qingwan answered truthfully, and Chen Mengyao realized that this handsome guy was the boss of Tanu Media. "But how did he know my name, and why did he come with my sister?" Chen Mengyao's thoughts were a little confusing. She seemed to have thought of a point but couldn't grasp it. At this time, Lin Mo turned to look at her and said, "You forgot about me so quickly? Brother Chili." Lin Mo uttered a special name and smiled at Chen Mengyao. "Brother Chili?" Chen Mengyao was stunned when she heard the name. Of course she remembered this name. That was the first time she was given a carnival, and 33 of them in a row. She looked at Lin Mo in shock, then looked at her sister beside her, and everything connected together. Ding! Chen Mengyao's favorability plus 20, current favorability is 50. It turned out that he was her sister's boss. No, he was her own boss now. She had previously suspected that he was taking advantage of her sister. Looking at Lin Mo's handsome face, she suddenly felt that she could be that too. He was handsome and rich, who wouldn't like him? When Lin Mo saw the message from the system, he roughly guessed some of Chen Mengyao's thoughts, especially knowing that he was her top brother on the list. "Okay, you all take a seat, no need to be so reserved." Lin Mo saw that everyone was standing straight in front of him, so he waved his hand to signal them to sit down, and then continued. Manager Chen, I brought you out this time to talk to you about your sister joining my company. Also, she is in school now, so she can broadcast it herself at school and come to the company occasionally. Su Qingwan will make the arrangements for her. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Chen Mengqi finally understood why his sister was here and why Lin Mo asked her to come with him, and she felt a little grateful. Ding! Chen Mengqi's favorability plus 20, current favorability is 30. Besides her parents, the most important person in her heart is her younger sister, and she has always protected her sister very well. Her sister had talked to her about doing live streaming before, and some companies wanted to sign her up, but she was reluctant to agree. Because she always felt that the live streaming industry gave people the impression that it was a bit not serious. It is filled with too many borderline performances, eye-catching hype and extravagant reward traps. The water is too deep and too impetuous. It is easy for young girls to get lost in it and even pay unnecessary costs. She was worried that her innocent sister would be deceived by the so-called big brother on the list, or be exploited by unscrupulous companies and forced to do things against her will. But now that she knew her sister had signed a contract with Lin Mo's company, and the general manager was such a stunning beauty, she felt a lot more relieved. Especially after Lin Mo acquired the Jinsho Riverview restaurant, he did not do anything inappropriate towards her, and her favorable impression of him increased sharply. Boss, my sister has joined your company now, and I will just follow your arrangements. Well, since there are no problems, Mr. Su, you can chat with Chen Mengyao first, and we will have dinner together later. Seeing that they were still a little reserved with him here, Lin Mo decided not to disturb them and walked around the company by himself. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Su Qingwan's cold eyes lit up instantly. She didn't hear much of the other words. The only thing that kept echoing in her ears was, "Let's have dinner together later." She nodded and agreed subconsciously, "Okay, boss." Her voice was incredibly clear, and there was even a barely perceptible tremor at the end of it. Lin Mo finally noticed that Su Qingwan was in a different mood today. He remained expressionless and just nodded politely, "Well, you guys chat." After saying that, he turned around and left the office with the stone, leaving behind a tall and handsome back. As soon as the office door closed, Su Qingwan took a deep breath, trying to calm her overly intense heartbeat. Turning her gaze to the still somewhat confused Chen Mengyao, she forced herself to switch back to professional mode and continued their previous topic. Chen Mengqi did not stay here to disturb them and followed Lin Mo out of the office. The interior space of Tanu Media is spacious and bright, full of artistic design, and is divided into different areas such as office area, multiple creative live broadcast rooms, equipment room, etc. Lin Mo's pace was not fast, he was just looking around the company casually when he had nothing to do, while Chen Mengqi followed behind him, keeping 2 steps away. Walking into an aisle, on one side is a conference room separated by frosted glass, and on the other side are some equipment piled up that have not yet been unpacked. The space is a bit narrow. Just then, an employee holding a tall cardboard box hurriedly walked out from the opposite corner and almost bumped into Lin Mo. He reacted quickly and dodged by slightly turning sideways, but Chen Mengqi behind him seemed to be in a daze, and the box hit her. Lin Mo was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Chen Mengqi's slender waist with his long arms and pulled her into his arms. "Be careful." His low voice reached Chen Mengqi's ears, and the warmth of his palm penetrated her waist through the thin t-shirt. Chen Mengqi looked up in panic, and happened to meet his eyes, which were so close to her. Her heart started pounding. Thank you, boss." Her voice trembled, and she realized belatedly that her hands were unconsciously grabbing the front of his collar. Lin Mo gently straightened her up and said jokingly, "Didn't I tell you to call me by my name?" The tips of Chen Mengqi's ears instantly turned red, and when she was wondering how to respond, the door of the general manager's office not far away suddenly opened. Su Qingwan walked out with Chen Mengyao. When she saw the two of them standing in a slightly intimate position, she paused for a moment, but quickly regained her elegance. "Boss, we're done talking." Her eyes stayed on Chen Mengqi's flushed cheeks for half a second, and then she turned to Lin Mo as if nothing had happened. "Shall we go eat now?" "Let's go." Lin Mo looked at the time and it was about time, so he took the lead and the 3 women followed in tacit understanding. While getting off the elevator, everyone maintained a proper social distance, and it seemed as if the ambiguity just now had never happened. Only Chen Mengqi lowered her head, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 57, How about finding more sisters? In fact, Lin Mo just wanted to have a simple meal this time. After all, it was impossible for 3 girls to do anything together. The main thing is that there is no strategy for the 3 of them, and I have to figure it out for them one by one in the future. While they were eating, Lin Mo suddenly received an unexpected system message. Ding. Wang Yashi's favorability plus 1, current favorability is 90.
I didn't expect that Wang Yashi would be the first one to reach a favorability of 90, and she even called me at this time.
Where have you been?
Lin Mo was about to say something when another message popped up on the system.
When Wang Yashi's favorability reaches 90, you will be rewarded with a 10x cashback card. There are actually rewards after the favorability reaches 90.
Lin Mo didn't pay much attention to the favorability of goddesses whose favorability exceeded 80. Looking at it now, there will be other rewards before reaching level 100, and you will have to take care of a few good sisters more often.
Li Yitong is the first choice.
On the one hand, her favorability is already 88, and on the other hand, her number of relationships has not yet been increased.
There is still one person missing for the main quest.
She is the first goddess that Lin Mo has been bound to by the system.
It is indeed time to spend more time on her. You just got up? I'll pack some food later.
Lin Mo was making a phone call on the side, then motioned to Shertu to pack some food before returning to continue eating with the three girls. In fact, the three of them could roughly hear the content of Lin Mo's phone call, especially Su Qingwan. Her favorability level has now reached 70, which means she is about to pursue Lin Mo.
Even though she knew he might have a girlfriend, she still planned to compete.
Chen Mengyao was immersed in the excitement of the live broadcast plan and didn't notice the hidden meaning of the phone call at all.
She was still chattering about the details with her sister. Of course, Lin Mo noticed the change in Su Qingwan's expression at the first moment, but he still looked calm and composed. Ever since her favorability rating rose to a certain level, her facial expression management is not as good as before, and she easily reveals her love for Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo didn't understand the reason for her affection, it didn't stop him from taking the girl in. After dinner, Lin Mo arranged for Shertu to send Chen Mengyao and her sister back first, leaving Su Qingwan and Lin Mo alone in the restaurant. Qingwan, do you have a boyfriend? Cough, cough, cough.
Su Qingwan was caught off guard and choked on a mouthful of water in her throat.
She started coughing violently and her face turned red in an instant.
Lin Mo's question, which went straight to the point without any preparation, instantly shattered her forced calmness.
Boss, you suddenly ask such a personal question.
Before she finished her words, Lin Mo's hand had already crossed over the table and covered the back of her slightly cool hand that was placed on the edge of the table.
Why are your hands so cold?
Lin Mo didn't give her time to think.
Every blow he struck accurately touched her heartstrings.
She didn't know how to respond. Lin Mo took her hand, and before Su Qingwan could even organize the words to refuse, she was led away from her seat by him.
The air in the restaurant is too stuffy. Go out for a walk with me to wake you up.
Walking out of the restaurant, the cool light breeze blew in her face, but it could not calm the heat on Su Qingwan's face at all. They just held hands and walked on the street without saying anything.
Until a middle-aged couple came towards them, looking at them as if they were experienced people.
Su Qingwan instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but Lin Mo held it tightly and refused to let go.
Are you shy now?
Lin Mo spoke softly in her ear, and she could only lower her head and remain silent.
Ding. Su Qingwan's favorability plus 5, current favorability is 75.
After receiving the system message, Lin Mo didn't expect Su Qingwan's favorability would increase so quickly.
She was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Lin Mo did not do anything more excessive.
He felt that this level was good enough. It was not until Shertu drove the car over that Lin Mo let go of her hand and sent her home. After all, Lin Mo has Wang Yashi waiting for dinner at home, so Su Qingwan is not in a hurry. After returning to Huguanjian Villa, Lin Mo no longer thought about Su Qingwan.
He wanted to coax Wang Yashi first.
When I pushed open the door of the villa, Wang Yashi was sitting on the sofa in the hall, her pair of jade feet swinging there. He carried the takeaway box to the table, hugged Wang Yashi in his arms, and leaned over to kiss her. After all, the girl just got him a 10x cashback card today, so there's nothing wrong with rewarding her now. Just when his hands started to play tricks on her, Wang Yashi struggled to push him away.
No, it hurts. Eat first.
Lin Mo understood what she meant, and since she hadn't eaten for a day, he put her down and sat her down. This was also the reason why Lin Mo felt somewhat helpless. She alone could not resist Lin Mo's strength, making it impossible for him to enjoy himself. Watching her bend over and eat her meal in small bites like a kitten, he could only take out his cell phone to pass the time. It would have been fine if he didn't look at his phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, he saw that Wu Yusin had sent him some cool photos again, which made him unable to vent his anger.
As for Wu Yusen, Lin Mo originally just wanted to play with her. After all, a second-hand car is fine for ordinary people to drive, but Lin Mo has no intention of recruiting her as his subordinate. However, he also had another idea, which was to let Wu Yusen act as an intermediary for him and recommend some high-quality goddesses to him. The main reason is that there are not too many goddesses in life. Lin Mo found that apart from the system rewards that seem to come with beauties in these industries, there are only a few high-quality goddesses that he knows. Of course, it is also possible that his level has not yet reached that level. It is generally much easier for the upper class to obtain these beautiful women. Just as he was daydreaming, Wang Yashi, who was standing beside him, had already finished her meal and snuggled up to him, looking at the cool photos on his phone. Wu Yusen's cool photos are not ordinary photos. They are the kind of photos where she wears clothes that have a very lifelike style and is paired with different poses. Lin Mo thought Wang Yashi would be angry when she saw this, but she just smiled sweetly at Lin Mo and said, "Is she as pretty as me?" Needless to say, the system's ratings are incomparable, especially now that Wang Yashi still looks so seductive. Lin Mo shook his head and turned off his phone, but he couldn't stand Wang Yashi's behavior anymore and took decisive action. "You're full, it's my turn to eat." Just when Lin Mo was about to start eating, he saw Wang Yashi looking in pain, so he put down his chopsticks. Wang Yashi's ability to endure was still too poor, but she knew that Lin Mo was still hungry, so she could only choose another way. Half an hour later, Wang Yashi finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and ran to the bathroom. She still had to wash up after eating. Lin Mo also understood that she was not feeling well, so he did not force her and took out his phone to watch short videos again. This time he didn't dare to look at any cool photos. Ever since he took the gene enhancement liquid, his physical fitness was really too strong. Some of the consumption will be recovered in a short while, but if the fire in your heart is ignited again, it will be difficult to extinguish. Who knew that Wang Yashi, who came out of the bathroom, saw that he looked unhappy and suddenly said, "How about finding more sisters in the future?" Chapter 58 Meeting with the United Gang. Lin Mo was a little surprised to hear her words and turned to look at Wang Yashi, who looked tired. She was indeed a little tired after working for half an hour, and thinking of Lin Mo's fighting power last night, she would definitely not be able to bear it in the future. That's why this idea came into her mind: if she can't do it alone, she should find more people to help. Lin Mo didn't say much on this issue, but accompanied Wang Yashi in watching TV in the living room. Tonight passed peacefully. They got up early the next day. After they got up and washed up, Lin Mo sent Wang Yashi back to school. Today is Saturday, but Wang Yashi needs to go back to the dormitory to pack her clothes and move her things to the villa. Lin Mo asked Chertu to accompany Wang Yashi to move the things over, and he went to find Zhou Shubai alone. Because today is the day that Shanghai Shao arranged for the joint gang to negotiate peace, Lin Mo can just go there with his car. As soon as Lin Mo returned to the dormitory, he saw that all three of the roommates were there, and Chen Kai was sharing something with a lewd look on his face. "You don't know, it feels much better than doing it yourself." I couldn't last a minute. As soon as Lin Mo heard it, he knew that he didn't say anything good. He just didn't interrupt them because he saw Wang Yi and Zhou Shubai were studying seriously. Wang Yi was still relatively sober. His preference was still towards two-dimensional paper figures. Lin Mo noticed him as soon as he entered the door. "Lin Mo, you're finally back. Didn't the counselor cause you any trouble?" When Lin Mo heard this, he just smiled and didn't explain the specific reason to him. "Yes, I'm starting a business now, so I'm quite busy." Wang Yi thought he was talking about the Jinqiu Riverview restaurant, but he didn't know much about catering, so he didn't open his mouth to talk. Lin Mo looked at Zhou Shubai, who was studying seriously, and continued. "Master Hu, do you still need to ask Chen Kai for advice? Your Jiang Shui can teach you by example at any time." Hearing his teasing, Zhou Shubai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He couldn't say that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it and would be embarrassed in front of Jiang Shui. After all, just reading the study materials is not as reliable as Chen Kai's narration, and a lot of the information is exaggerated. "When did you get in touch? I really want to thank you for this. I will definitely help you if I can in the future." Although Dog Brother's incident did not have any impact on Lin Mo, Zhou Shubai did help him unconditionally in this regard. Not only about Brother Go, Zhao Yu, and Mr. Hua, he probably played a lot of roles in them, otherwise Lin Mo would not have been safe and sound. "I'll book a private room in Lingyan Pavilion later. I'll go with you then." "Good brother." Lin Mo couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder, but he couldn't control the force, and Zhou Shubai couldn't bear his sudden strength. I always regarded you as a good brother. Zhou Shubai suddenly became serious at this time and gently hit Lin Mo's chest. Don't do it, I'm not gay. Zhou Shubai's movements were so light that Lin Mo got goosebumps and thought he had a strange hobby. Seeing this, Chen Kai, who was standing by, subconsciously dodged and looked at Zhou Shubai with disgust. Zhou Shubai realized that they were teasing him on purpose, so he raised his hand and hit them. After a fight, Lin Mo finally spoke. Okay, stop making trouble, it's time to go out and eat. After hearing this, Zhou Shubai stood up, packed up, and left with Lin Mo. Zhou Shubai is not as flamboyant as Lin Mo, mainly because Lin Mo was announced on the campus forum, while he keeps a low profile. So the two of them had to walk to the school gate and then turn a corner to a corner, where a Rolls-Royce Cullinan was parked. Master, please get in the car. Others could tell he was professional at first glance. The driver's speech, actions, and clothing showed that he was specially trained by a wealthy family. Lin Mo got into the car with Zhou Shubai and saw the cool starry sky ceiling. Lin Mo liked it at first sight. This car is a little bit more expensive, but only about 7 million. Lin Mo plans to buy it when he has time. They drove smoothly all the way to Lingyan Pavilion, and the driver professionally opened the door for them to get off again. Mr. Zhou, this way please. As soon as they entered the door, a middle-aged man dressed as a manager began to lead them inside. Lin Mo subconsciously glanced at Zhou Shubai. He found that Hu Xiao was indeed not a simple man, and his connections in Jiangcheng should not be underestimated. Zhou Shubai felt his gaze and just smiled slightly, as if this was just a small scene in his eyes, instantly revealing his aura as a young master of a wealthy family. As soon as I entered the box, I saw 3 people sitting inside, 2 middle-aged men and 1 young man. One of them is middle-aged and looks fierce, while the other gives people the feeling of a smiling tiger. The young man looked like a rich second generation and had a cynical look on his face. But when he saw Zhou Shubai and Lin Mo coming in, especially when Lin Mo just came in, the young man called out, "Brother Mo, why are you here too?" His expression now was completely different from what it was just now, with a hint of flattery. It was mainly because of Qin Yu's incident last time. He successfully suppressed the eldest sister who was their leader, and judging from the eldest sister's expression, she might have different ideas about him. Another aspect is that Lin Mo's background and strength are equally unfathomable, and it is only when all these factors are combined that he can perform as he does now. Lu Chen, why are you here? Lin Mo was also a little surprised, but he had some guesses. After all, the current underground forces and local businessmen were more or less connected. Brother Mo, I'm here to host the event. It was young Master Zhou who used his connections to mediate with the United Gang. After hearing his words, not only Lin Mo was a little confused, Zhou Shubai was even more confused. Zhou Shubai is trying to help me mediate. There are some misunderstandings between me and the United Gang. Lu Chen looked at Zhou Shubai and Lin Mo, then at the 2 leaders of the United Gang. He hadn't reacted yet. Isn't this the flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple? He went over and hugged Lin Mo, pointed at the 2 people from the Lianhe Gang and said, "This is my brother Mo. Even Sister Qin Yu has to bow down in front of him. How dare you cause trouble for him?" The leaders of the United Gang looked at each other in bewilderment. They initially accepted money from Zhao Yu, and later said that a young master came to mediate. Now the eldest son of our family is still arm in arm with the other party, not to mention that Qin Yu, not to mention the power behind her. It seemed like they accidentally offended someone important. The 2 have been working in society for many years and are much more sophisticated than these young people. Immediately, each of them poured a glass of wine and walked to Lin Mo. After some compliments and apologies, they each drank a large glass of wine. Seeing that the matter was resolved so easily, Lin Mo did not pursue them any further, mainly because the matter had no impact on him. However, Zhao Yu is a different person in the eyes of the United Gang. They must immediately arrange people to take revenge. On the one hand, he almost brought trouble to the United Gang, and on the other hand, he could use this to curry favor with Lin Mo. Just like that, the matter ended happily, and everyone ate and drank casually, and the game was over. Chapter 59. Li Yitong is here too. The matter of the United Gang was resolved so easily. Zhao Yu didn't even have to worry about him. Brother Go vowed to deal with him at the dinner table. The only one left is Hu Xiao. Speaking of Mr. Hua, Lu Chen was a little speechless. He stammered that this matter could only be resolved by finding Sister Qin Yu. Since he couldn't say too much, Lin Mo didn't force him, and Lu Chen still told him some specific details of his background. In fact, similar to the information Zhou Shubai gave, he also has an underground force under his command, called the Tenglong Gang. But he is a local after all, and knows much more than Zhou Shubai. He is also aware of some official protection umbrellas. The Hua family is different from their Lu family. It is not entirely a local family business. He belongs to a branch of the family of Shenglong Group, the leading company in the Chuxiang area, and Hua Xiao's mother is from this family. So it is not an easy task to deal with them. Xinyu also has a grudge against them, so Lu Chen asked him to find Xinyu. After lunch, Lu Chen invited him to the club, but Lin Mo drank a little and didn't want to go. He followed Zhou Shubai back to school, stayed in the dormitory for a while, and waited for Shirtu to come back and pick him up. As soon as they parked at the corner outside the school, they had to get out and walk back. It was still over 30 degrees in the afternoon in the summer, and they were sweating profusely. There is also a tree-lined avenue on campus, which makes walking on it less uncomfortable. At this moment, a pretty figure suddenly came over, hit Lin Mo's back with a meat bomb, and hugged his waist. "Class monitor, it's not nice for you to do this in public, and there are other students watching us." Lin Mo knew it was Li Yitong without looking back. She was the only D-level expert he knew at school. There was another counselor who was on par with her, but it was impossible for him to be surprised like this. Li Yitong just saw Lin Mo and was so happy that she ran over to hug him. Only now did she notice Zhou Shubai standing beside her. Lin Mo was just teasing her on purpose. He indeed hadn't returned to school in the past week, and he understood Li Yitong's behavior. She has the highest favorability besides Wang Yashi. Even Wang Yashi, who has a dull personality, is now so proactive in catering to others, not to mention Li Yitong, who was already proactive. So Lin Mo had no choice but to give Zhou Shubai a look and now accompany Li Yitong around the campus. Zhou Shubai immediately understood what he meant, and secretly gave him a thumbs up before leaving. Lin Mo ignored him and walked in another direction holding Li Yitong's hand. Li Yitong looked at Lining's profile with a sweet expression. Jiangcheng University has a famous artificial lake, which is a favorite dating spot for couples. They stroll here and pass by in pairs. Lin Mo found a chair and sat down at random. Li Yitong leaned on him and looked at the lake quietly. Her thoughts were also very simple. She had already had a crush on Lin Mo when he was still a poor loser. She never thought about getting anything from Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew her character and never suggested using money to break this purity. He thought about it and decided that as a scumbag, it would be better to state some things directly. He didn't want to disappoint others. "Yitong, I'm telling you honestly, I'm a scumbag now. It's impossible for me to belong to just one person. Whether it's Wang Yashi or anyone else, they are all important to me, just like you." Li Yitong's body stiffened slightly, but soon relaxed, as if she had expected him to say that. She was silent for a while before she whispered, "I know." She might not know about other people, but the matter between Wang Yashi and Lin Mo was widely discussed in the campus forum. She had always known that Lin Mo's relationship with the school belle was not simple, but she didn't expect him to say it directly this time. Li Yitong looked at Lin Mo and forced a smile. "How could someone like you be tied to just one person? I just didn't expect you to tell me directly." Lin Mo sighed and reached out to rub her hair. "Because I don't want to lie to you. You can call me a scumbag and walk away, but I won't lie to you." Li Yitong stared at the lake and suddenly smiled. "What if I choose to stay?" Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. "Then I will treat you well, just like now, or even better." He didn't expect that Li Yitong had already thought about this and agreed to continue following him. She didn't say anything else, but just leaned into his arms, as if this could temporarily escape reality. The couples in the distance were still laughing and joking, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the lake, reflecting a golden glow. After lying there for an entire afternoon, he asked Shirtu to drive over to pick him up. He planned to take Li Yitong back to the villa with him. The black Maybach slowly stopped by the roadside, and Lin Mo took Li Yitong into the car. Return to Lakeview Cloud Villa. Shirtu looked at the rearview mirror and saw Li Yitong. He gave Lin Mo a thumbs up in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything and drove back obediently. "As soon as I opened the door of the villa, I smelled the fragrance of food." Wang Yashi was preparing the sauce for sweet and sour pork ribs in the kitchen. Hearing the voice, she stuck her head out in her apron to look at Lin Mo, her eyes sweeping over their clasped hands. "You're back? Why didn't you tell me you brought people with you? I'll cook more food. Please sit down for a while. The food will be ready soon." Li Yitong looked at Wang Yashi with some surprise. She didn't expect that she was not surprised at all to see her. 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks were quickly placed on the dining table, and she reacted and went into the kitchen to help her serve the dishes. Try this sweet and sour pork ribs. This is my first time making it. I don't know if it tastes good. Yashi reached out and picked up a pork chop and handed it to Li Yitong, and a smile appeared on her originally cold face. Everyone says that Yashi is the school belle, but in fact, Li Yitong never thought she was that pretty before, and she usually had a cold face. But today, when she saw her smile up close, even she, a girl, almost couldn't resist it. Lin Mo felt relieved to see the two of them getting along harmoniously. Although Yashi asked him to invite external aid yesterday, Li Yitong said today that he could accept others. But women's words cannot be easily believed. Seeing their situation, Lin Mo felt a little relieved and picked up his bowl and chopsticks to eat. It's delicious and I love it. Yashi, you are awesome. Lin Mo didn't mention anything else, just praised Yashi. It's better not to say anything else at this time. After finishing his meal, Lin Mo returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, turning on the TV to watch something. Yashi and Li Yitong were washing dishes in the kitchen together, during which they could hear bursts of laughter. Lin Mo was secretly observing them, his mind was not on the TV. It was not until they finished washing the dishes and came to both sides of Lin Mo that he held one in each hand and leaned comfortably on the back of the sofa before starting to watch TV. The evening financial news was playing on TV, and the female anchor was reporting on the equity changes of a real estate company in Zhangcheng. Lin Mo suddenly realized that the two girls' hands were on his thighs, and for a moment he had no interest in watching TV anymore. Chapter 60: The Encounter of the Goddesses. He sat alone on the sofa, feeling uncomfortable all over. The two people next to him seemed unaware and were watching TV intently. More than half an hour passed in agony, until Yashi's hand accidentally touched his body, and he looked at her as if he had been electrocuted. Yashi looked at him with a hint of cunning in her eyes, just to tease him deliberately, making him feel very uncomfortable. Li Yitong suddenly reached out and picked up the remote control to change the channel, interrupting their little interaction. After Yashi put her hand away, Lin Moko got a little angry and held her hand and pinched her fruit. Oops. Being suddenly attacked by Lin Mo, Yashi couldn't help but cry out in pain, and looked at Lin Mo with shame and anger. Li Yitong, who was standing by, didn't know what was going on and looked at the two of them curiously, only to see that Yashi was leaning on Lin Mo's shoulder for some reason. Only then did Lin Mo let go of Yashi and sat down steadily with the look of a gentleman. Yashi took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, leaned on Lin Mo, and just secretly gave Lin Mo a blank look. But what she was thinking in her heart was how to get Li Yitong to play games with her, as she herself could not bear Lin Mo's anger. Just like that, the three of them seemingly returned to their original state of watching TV until the night gradually enveloped the living room. When Yashi stood up to get some fruit, she accidentally bumped into Li Yitong. She staggered and touched a place she shouldn't have touched. Lin Mo really couldn't bear it this time, so he picked up Li Yitong and took her to the room on the second floor. Yashi saw the scene and smiled happily. After a day and a night, Lin Mo woke up again full of energy and felt that life was so much fun. Ding! Main Mission 3 has been completed. Rewards: 1 intermediate lottery, 1 branch reward doubling card. Not only did I have fun last night, but I also completed the main quest, which was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Originally, she was going to complete the main task with Li Yitong first. After all, it was her first time playing a mobile game. After she lost, Yashi would take over from her. Except for Li Yitong, who was unfamiliar and unaccustomed to the game operations for the first time, Yashi completed the challenge with ease and fell asleep comfortably because someone shared the difficulty of the game with her. It was already noon when Lin Mo got up. Mainly because he had nothing to do today, he slept a little longer. After all, he played games too late last night. Morning. As soon as Yashi got up, she saw Lin Mo's handsome face and couldn't help but kiss him gently on the cheek. Get up and eat. Lin Mo said softly, trying not to wake up Li Yitong, who was still sleeping, but after playing games all night, she probably wouldn't wake up so soon. Lin Mo had already called Shirtu in advance and asked him to buy lunch. However, he still felt that it was not appropriate to always trouble brother Shirtu with these matters, especially because the villa was occupied by his goddesses, which would be even more inconvenient. It would be more appropriate to find a female housekeeper or assistant to take charge of this aspect, and we have to find a suitable one. After having a simple lunch with Yashi, Li Yitong still hadn't woken up, so Lin Mo planned to go for a stroll with Yashi. The afternoon sun was shining brightly. The two changed into comfortable casual clothes and held hands like an ordinary couple as they drove out of the villa area. In the car, Lin Mo also called the twins and asked them to come out. Wang Yashi was a little surprised when she heard the content of his call. Although she didn't mind sharing the game with others, Lin Mo seemed to have found external help for her in advance. Lin Mo also let her know on purpose and introduced her to his good sisters. He chose a coffee shop with a nice environment. This time he asked Shertu to wait in the car and he took Wang Yashi in with him. After all, it was a relatively private family gathering, and he was afraid that Shertu would feel awkward around him, because Shertu was looking at him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Not long after he sat down, he heard the roar of a sports car outside the window. Lin Mo looked over and saw a Lamborghini parked behind his Maybach. Two top beauties got out of the car together, and they looked almost the same, so their temperaments complemented each other. That's right, it's Shen Xiaoling and Shen Jiaoyi. As they walked towards the coffee shop, they saw Lin Mo by the window, with a stunning beauty leaning against him. They all entered with smiles on their faces and walked towards Lin Mo, without showing any displeasure at all because of the strange women. As soon as they sat down, Shen Xiaoling winked mischievously and mouthed to Lin Mo, "Good taste." Shen Jiaoyi gracefully pulled out a chair and sat down. After her eyes rested briefly on Wang Yashi, she naturally took the menu handed to her by the waiter. Wang Yashi felt the kindness of the sisters. It seemed that they were easy to get along with. Her tense shoulders relaxed slightly, but she secretly pinched Lin Mo's thigh under the table. The embarrassing situations that are most likely to happen to others were miraculously transformed into a kind of tacit understanding between these four people. After a period of simple, pleasant and harmonious communication, Lin Mo let them leave together. Lin Mo snapped his fingers lightly, signaling the waiter to come over for the bill. Shen Jiaoyi was already used to paying, so she took the bill as soon as the waiter came. Ding! Detected that Shen Jiaoyi's 35 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering a 1640 times cashback, and the amount obtained was 57,400 yuan. Lin Mo doesn't care much about these small amounts of money now, but Shen Jiaoyi's habit is still worthy of praise. Let's go to the mall across the street. This time, Lin Mo mainly wanted to buy some furniture and supplies. The things given as gifts in the villa were only average. You still have to choose these things yourself. It just so happens that the sisters have experience in decorating Linjiangshuan last time. As for moving the sisters in to live here, Lin Mo has no plans to do so. He intends to let only Wang Yashi live in Huguanjian Villa, and even Li Yitong will only stay temporarily. This time, it was up to the three of them to choose some bed sheets, quilts, and some ornaments, and Lin Mo was responsible for giving likes behind them. He is not very interested in these things. As long as the quality is good and comfortable, he will say that whatever they bring out is good. Ding! Detected that Wang Yashi's 3,000 yuan consumption was successfully free, triggering a 1,640-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 4,920,000 yuan. Ding! Detected that Shen Xiaoling's 2,800 yuan consumption was successfully free, triggering a 1,620-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 4,536,000 yuan. Ding! Detected that Shen Jiaoyi's 5,600 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free, triggering a 1,640-fold cashback, and the amount obtained was 9,184,000 yuan. Later they started to act separately, and ended up buying a lot of things. Shertu couldn't carry them all with both hands, so Lin Mo helped share the burden. Lin Mo didn't care that they bought too many things, he only cared about the messages that kept popping up on the system. After this shopping spree, he made nearly 20 million for free. It seems that Lin Mo should give them more pocket money when he has nothing to do, and let them buy him some expensive and useless things whenever they have time. While thinking about it, Lin Mo returned to the car, asked Shertu to drive back to the villa, and let the sisters go and play by themselves. He had a dinner party in the evening, meeting Zhou Shubai's aunt. After sending Wang Yashi back, he would wait for a while before leaving on his own. Chapter 61 Jianmen Pharmaceutical. Lin Mo came to a gorgeous manor in the suburbs. When the security guard saw his license plate, he did not come forward to ask, but directly opened the door to greet him. Lin Mo's Maybach slowly drove into the circular driveway of the manor and stopped in front of the main building of the manor. Someone then opened the door and welcomed Lin Mo out of the car. A young woman in a gorgeous evening gown was standing at the door to greet them, and standing beside her was Zhou Shubai, who looked helpless. There is no need to guess, this person is Zhou Shubai's aunt, she is just unexpectedly young. Lin Mo saw that everyone was standing at the door to greet him, so he quickly stepped forward to greet them. Hello, my name is Lin Mo, and I'm Zhou Shubai's classmate. When he got closer, Lin Mo confirmed that his sister-in-law didn't just look young, but was really the same age as them. The collagen on her face and the tender contours make her look even younger than Zhou Shubai. She tilted her head slightly, with a sweet smile on her lips. It is my honor that Mr. Lin can come to the dinner. Subai often mentions you to me and says that you are his best brother. Zhou Shubai held his forehead and muttered softly, "Aunt, please don't." Although my aunt's words seemed to tease Zhou Shubai, in fact, she and Zhou Shubai just have a very good relationship. This time, Zhou Shubai set up this plan to help his aunt because her company had problems. Originally, my aunt was not optimistic about Zhou Shubai's so-called classmates, but when he handed Lin Mo's latest information to my aunt, she realized how terrifying his background was. Without further ado, the aunt took the initiative to lead Lin Mo and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Chui Roland. Although I am Subai's aunt, I am actually not much older than him. We grew up together. Lin Mo nodded to show his understanding. Generally, these big families have many members and like to have more children and spread out. Chui Roland brought him to the restaurant and specially arranged for a Cantonese chef to come today. She knew that Lin Mo was from Guangdong province. Although the family information investigated was obviously inconsistent, his accent and eating habits were also obvious. Boss Lin, try this steamed grouper. Chui Roland personally picked up food for Lin Mo, which made him feel a little embarrassed. No matter how dumb Lin Mo was, he knew that the other party had something to ask for, so he opened his mouth and said, "Subai and I are good brothers. Auntie, you don't have to be so polite. Is there anything I can help you with?" Chui Roland didn't expect Lin Mo to point this out so directly. She turned to look at Zhou Shubai, and when she saw him nod slightly, she said, "To be honest, I am making this bold invitation because I want to ask Mr. Lin to help solve our group's capital chain problem." Lin Mo was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that they would ask him to solve the financial problem. Zhou Shubai's family is a top wealthy family. You are Subai's aunt, didn't the Zhou family help you? Chui Roland's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Zhou Shubai. He put down his chopsticks, cleared his throat and said, "My family has recently encountered problems in foreign trade, and I can't intervene for the time being." Speaking of foreign trade, Lin Mo usually reads the news and knows some related reasons, so it is indeed difficult for the Zhou family to make a move. So how can I help? Chui Roland felt relieved when she heard that he was willing to help. She thought for a moment and said, "I am mainly engaged in the pharmaceutical industry. My current company is Jingsheng Jianmen Pharmaceutical, which is in urgent need of 1 billion in capital turnover. Because the new anti-cancer drug we are developing has entered the third phase of clinical trials, we need this money to sustain it for 3 months." When Zhou Shubai heard her spill the secret, he realized that she really couldn't hold on any longer. He clenched his hands involuntarily, and he couldn't do anything to help her. Lin Mo was also excited and conflicted. Jingsheng Jianmen Pharmaceutical is one of the top pharmaceutical companies in Jing province. If he could obtain part of the equity, he could carry out research and development of his beauty serum, mainly because he has the equipment and capabilities for research and development. But the problem is that Lin Mo doesn't have that much money now. His total funds are only more than 40 million, which is far from 1 billion. Lin Mo's confusion was already shown on his face, and he was thinking about what method could be used to solve the problem. Chui Roland looked at Lin Mo's expression and thought that he was in trouble. Especially after reading his information, she felt that there was a high probability that his family had released him for a test and he might not be able to use the family's funds at will. Generally, these reclusive families like to give out some tests to allow the younger generations in the family to develop on their own, especially future candidates. Just look at the companies acquired by Lin Mo and you will know that none of them can be obtained easily by others. It is obvious that his family has made efforts to get them. If Mr. Lin can't help because of the test at home, then I won't force him. Chui Roland's eyes were a little dim. Her family would not be able to overcome the difficulties this time and would probably be divided up by various parties. Lin Mo didn't notice her expression and was still thinking about countermeasures when suddenly a message came from the system. Ding! Successfully detected Chui Roland's 6,800 yuan consumption for free, triggering 850 times cashback, and the amount obtained is 5,780,000 yuan. This should be the cashback for the free meal. More than 5 million is still a drop in the bucket. Ding! Successfully bound to the freeloader Chui Roland. Chui Roland, age, 28 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 88. Height, 82. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Overall score, 8.5 points. Favorability, 20. Just now, she admitted that I have a hidden background. I also have a 10x cashback card, so. Lin Mo organized his words and said, actually, there is an unwritten rule at home. He deliberately dragged out his voice and stared at Chui Roland with burning eyes. If I date a girlfriend like my aunt, the family might lift the financial restrictions on me. The table fell into dead silence in an instant. Zhou Shubai choked on the red wine, and Chui Roland looked at him in surprise. Aunt, you misunderstood. I meant that you had to pretend to be my girlfriend, but you couldn't let my family find out it was fake. Also, I can help you, but I have a project that needs your company to develop, and I want equity in the company. Chui Roland thought about it for a while, and couldn't be sure for a moment, so she said, I need to think about it. Can I give you an answer tomorrow? Okay, come to me when you've thought it over. After saying that, Lin Mo stood up and prepared to leave. Zhou Shubai also followed him to see him off. Chui Roland also reacted and stood up to follow him. Arriving at the gate of the manor, Lin Mo looked at the watch on Chui Roland's hand and said, Aunt, if you agree, have someone give me the watch in your hand tomorrow, otherwise don't contact me. Chui Roland looked at the watch on her hand, a little confused, but still nodded in agreement. If he liked this watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, what would be the problem with giving it to him? Seeing that she agreed, Lin Mo waved goodbye to the two of them, got in the car and left. After the car left the manor, Lin Mo's excitement eased a little. This watch was the key to whether he could successfully obtain shares in the pharmaceutical company. I'm in the little dark room. Please watch and cherish it. Whoa. Chapter 62 Butler Team. In fact, asking her to be his girlfriend was just an excuse. He mainly wanted to get a large sum of money back from the other party for free, and also wanted to explain the source of the large sum of money. You have to know that Wang, Yashi, Li Yitong and others are just ordinary people. If you ask them to spend money on Lin Mo, they will just buy some ordinary things. It is impossible for Lin Mo to give them millions of pocket money and then ask them to buy him things worth hundreds of thousands. The system's affairs cannot be exposed. The best way is to find a rich woman, like Zhou Shubai's aunt. Anything she does will cost tens or hundreds of thousands. Why do we say that the key to obtaining pharmaceutical equity this time is the watch? Because the free cashback plus the 10-fold card can help Chui Roland's company come back to life. He had no control over Chui Roland's specific choice, so he would go back to the villa to accompany Wang, Yashi and the others. As soon as I entered the villa, I saw the two of them sitting together, talking and laughing, and they were getting along very happily. Maybe the girls have a friendship because they fought together before, so they are particularly close now. Seeing Lin Mo coming back, the two of them happily pulled Lin Mo to sit in the middle, both looking well behaved. Yashi, you can live in this villa from now on. Lin Mo just sat down and thought of this matter, so he started talking to her. Wang Yashi didn't expect that this villa was for her. She hugged Lin Mo tightly, and her eyes couldn't help but become moist. Lin Mo noticed that Li Yitong looked unhappy, so he said to her, You can move to the house in Linjiangshuan that I arranged for you at any time. Hearing this, Li Yitong was also a little excited. Although Linjiangshuan was not as valuable as this place, it was also the pursuit of ordinary people. Yitong, why don't you live here with me? I'm scared to be alone. At this time, Wang Yashi suddenly spoke, glancing at Lin Mo, as if he was the one who was afraid. Of course Li Yitong understood what she meant. They had just experienced his horror yesterday, and she also quite liked being with Wang Yashi. Okay, Lin Mo, is that okay? After all, Lin Mo just said that this place is for Wang Yashi to live in, and now she also wants to stay here and ask Lin Mo's opinion. Lin Mo didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. He thought that he had not considered it carefully enough just now. It was indeed more appropriate for them to be here together. One has slim long legs and the other has a baby-faced beauty. The combination of them is really fascinating. Okay, then you can all live here from now on. I will also assign you a housekeeper and nanny to make your life comfortable. The two of them nodded repeatedly. They were very happy to be able to sit here and watch TV with Lin Mo in their arms. They would not ask for anything more. The three of them sat together comfortably watching TV just like they did yesterday, until Wang Yashi accidentally dropped the banana on the table. She was just about to eat a piece of fruit, but it fell to the ground unexpectedly. In order not to waste it, she bent down to pick it up. Therefore, Lin Mo was angered by her again, and the dispute between the three began again. After many days and nights, Lin Mo stood up and stretched, ignoring the two people who were sleeping soundly. He went downstairs to the lobby, lay down comfortably on the sofa, then took out his cell phone to contact the local property management. "Hello, Mr. Lin, how can I help you?" The property management here has a phone number marked with Lin Mo, so as soon as he called, the other party knew it was him. "Do you have a team of housekeepers? I want the best ones who can take care of the manor 24 hours a day and ensure absolute privacy and comfort?" "Yes, we have a cooperative company here. When is convenient for you, we will send someone to contact you." Lin Mo thought about it and decided to wait for Wang, Yashi and Li Yitong to come over to make the selection. "I'll bring people over to take a look at it at 2 o'clock this afternoon." "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it now." After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo received a message on WeChat. After seeing it, a smile appeared on his lips unconsciously, because it was Chui Roland's news, and the matter was settled. "Auntie Zhou Shubai note, I sent you the watch. Where are you? Favorite fried chili, then come over later, I'll send you the location." "Aunt Zhou Shubai, okay." Chui Roland didn't mention anything else. After all, Lin Mo was her nephew's classmate. Although there was not much age difference between them, it was still a little awkward. After replying to her, he didn't say anything else. He opened the short video and started watching the live broadcast room. This time he mainly wanted to see the anchors of Tanu Media, especially Chen Mengyao's live broadcast. For this purpose, he asked Su Qingwan to prepare a list in advance, just to supervise the work. Anyway, he was just killing time. His account had never been used before, except for the last 33 carnivals, which upgraded it to level 42. So he had a little face in the live broadcast room. "Welcome, Pepper Brother." Lin Mo took a look and found that the anchor was still pretty with the beauty filter, but he had her specific information and knew her real appearance. "It's okay. The team's technology for beautifying the image is pretty good, and the girl is also quite good at talking." "Welcome, Brother Chile. This one is also good, the accent is quite interesting. This one is quite lively, why does that one look so dull?" Lin Mo took a casual look and found that most of the anchors were pretty good, with only a few of them having too little running time. It is worth mentioning that after seeing so many beauties, with the help of beauty filters, their appearance basically reaches 70 points. I can't help but sigh at the power of short video beauty filters. There is no need to talk about their figures. You can't tell whether they are real or fake through the screen. Some of the mothers were originally a level, but they became D-level powerhouses in the live broadcast room. After watching for a while, Lin Mo felt it was boring and finally found Chen Mengyao's live broadcast room. As soon as he entered, Chen Mengyao noticed his arrival. She had been sitting obediently, but now she jumped up excitedly. "Welcome, Brother Chili, long time no see, did you miss me?" Lin Mo saw that her current condition was much better than before signing the contract, and some of her words were more professional. "Love stir-fried chili peppers, I came here specially to see you." "Really? I'm so happy. Brother Chile, do you want to see some dancing?" "Favorite stir-fried peppers, anything is fine." Lin Mo recharged 100,000 again, but he didn't give it all to her. He just gave it to a carnival. He listened to Su Qingwan's advice and decided that it would be enough to spend at most one carnival on a normal basis. Spending too much might not be good for the anchor. Thanks to Brother Chile for the carnival. The comments below were all praising Brother Lajiao for being awesome, and Chen Mengyao also started dancing. Lin Mo made a casual comment and left. He now felt that the phone could no longer attract him. It would be more interesting to find an opportunity for Chen Mengyao to dance alone in front of him. I heard that people who learn dancing have special physical resilience and can do some postures that ordinary people cannot do. After playing with their phones for a long time, the two girls upstairs finally woke up and came downstairs wearing a simple t-shirt. The sight of two pairs of naked legs shaking made Lin Mo feel a little agitated. He picked them up, one in each hand, and brought them to the sofa, where the three of them started playing around. Chapter 63: Successful Investment. It wasn't until the security call from the guardroom came that it seemed that Chui Roland had sent someone over. "Oh, just a beautiful lady, let her in." Lin Mo hung up the phone and asked Wang, Yashi and Li Yitong to go upstairs and change their clothes. After all, there were outsiders coming, and it was not appropriate for them to just wear a t-shirt. Lin Mo patted their buttocks and told them to go upstairs quickly. "Here it comes. Here it comes." Lin Mo now feels more and more the importance of hiring a butler team, and he has to go and greet others when they visit him. Fortunately, the outer door is an automatic door, otherwise he would become a doorman and have to open the door for others. I am here. Lin Mo, wearing shorts and a t-shirt, stood at the door of the villa and watched the Porsche drive in. He felt that his decision to get the rich woman's favor for free was the right one. Chui Roland parked the car and got out, looking at Lin Mo with an awkward expression. Although she is a pretend girlfriend, Lin Mo's family will definitely confirm her authenticity, and intimate contact is inevitable. Today she was also wearing a set of casual sportswear, which made her look like a normal couple. Roland, come in first and let's talk. Lin Mo happily pulled Chui Roland into the room and secretly gave her a look, meaning that the show was about to begin. Chui Roland was pulled to sit on the sofa by him, then she broke free from his hand and began to take off her watch and handed it to him. Hey, you wanted my watch, didn't you? Here it is for you. As soon as Lin Mo took the watch, the system message popped up immediately. Lin Mo silently told himself to use the 10-fold cashback card. Ding! It was detected that Chui Roland's 288,000 yuan consumption was successfully taken for free. Because of the use of 10x Fangxiankan, 8500x cashback was triggered, and the amount obtained was 2448,000,000 yuan. When Lin Mo saw the string of cashback numbers displayed by the system, his heart started beating fast with excitement. It was more than 2.4 billion. The investment in Jianmin Pharmaceutical was basically secured, and he couldn't help but hug Chui Roland in his arms. Chui Roland still didn't understand what was going on. He was fine just now. How come he suddenly hugged her when she gave him a watch? She was stunned for a moment, but she finally reacted and pushed Lin Mo away, but her strength was too little and she couldn't break free. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Let me go. After hearing Chui Roland's words, Lin Mo realized that his behavior was inappropriate and quickly let go of her hand. This scene happened to be seen by Wang, Yashi and Li Yitong. They went downstairs while joking. Brother Lin Mo, you brought another sister back so soon, and you didn't even tell us. Hearing the sound coming from the direction of the stairs, Lin Mo didn't mind their dirty talk, but Chui Roland's face darkened. Ding! Chui Roland's favorability 20, current favorability is 0. She had previously thought that Lin Mo was somewhat interested in her, which was why he asked her to pretend to be his girlfriend. What if that became true? Now seeing that the two beauties coming down each have their own characteristics, are young and beautiful, and are no worse than her, she realized that she was overthinking. But why did he hug me just now? It turns out that all the young masters of wealthy families are the same, and Lin Mo is no different. As soon as Wang, Yashi and Li Yitong came down, they wanted to pull Chui Roland over to chat, but when they saw her expression they knew something was wrong, so they looked at Lin Mo. Ahem. Seeing the two girls looking at him, Lin Mo coughed lightly and spoke helplessly. This is Chui Roland, the chairman of Jianmin Pharmaceutical. Our relationship is not what you think. I just came here to discuss business cooperation. When they heard that they were here to discuss cooperation, they stepped away. As for why the two of them were hugging each other before, they couldn't understand it and didn't ask. Lin Mo saw the two girls retreat to the side and chat, then he said to Chui Roland. As you can see, they are all my good friends. If you feel that you cannot pretend to be my girlfriend, then this is the end of our cooperation. Chui Roland is a little conflicted now, just because she originally had a little different idea. Since it is all fake, she will not have any other illusions. She took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and then said, No problem. I'll pretend to be your girlfriend outside. I'll find out when the funding can be sorted out. When Lin Mo heard her cold voice, he knew what she meant. The drop in her favorability just now also showed that she cared about her private life. Give me the account and I can transfer the money at any time, but as for the equity, I want at least 20%. Since they were not talking about feelings but only about work, Lin Mo didn't intend to suffer any loss and directly expressed his thoughts. The current market value of Jingsheng Jianmin Pharmaceutical is about 8 billion yuan, and his investment of 1 billion yuan is worth about 12%. But now they are facing a crisis, and the value has dropped a bit. 1 billion is enough to buy 15%, and their company is almost collapsing, so asking for 20% is very appropriate. When Chui Roland heard that she was asked for 20% of the shares, she clenched her fists and there was some struggle on her face. After thinking for a while, she finally compromised. Okay, 20% of the equity and 1 billion in funds must be received immediately. It turns out that Chui Roland holds 40% of Jianmen Pharmaceuticals shares, while other members of the Chui family hold a total of 50%. Now, after Lin Mo's investment, her equity will be diluted to 32%, and the family's equity will be diluted to 40%. Their Chui family still holds the initiative. Okay, this matter is settled. Give me an account later and I'll have someone transfer the money over. Now I want to talk about another matter, which can be regarded as helping your Chui family. Lin Mo took out the beauty serum he had obtained from the system before, but he only took out the diluted version of the research report. The original beauty serum is a kind of black technology, a technology that goes beyond reality and is not suitable to be released for the time being. Chui Roland looked at the document handed over by Lin Mo and read it carefully. The more she read, the more shocked she became. This kind of product would be worth at least hundreds of billions. Although only part of the information is available, the data and research are roughly described. Both the whitening and moisturizing effects are 72 times that of existing products. Her company is not researching medical products in this area, but that does not affect her awareness of the value of the documents in her hands. Is this true? Chui Roland looked at Lin Mo in shock. She didn't expect him to take out this document, which was equivalent to giving the Chui family an opportunity to rise. This is your compensation for pretending to be my girlfriend. Of course, you still need your company's shares to exchange for it. Lin Mo said calmly, not paying any attention to Chui Roland's burning gaze. How much equity do you need? 50%, but I don't need to be involved in the daily operations. It's like giving your Chui family a chance. After hearing his words, Chui Roland fell into deep thought. If they pay another 50% of the shares, the Chui family will only have 22% of the shares. However, the value of the company will inevitably skyrocket, coupled with the involvement of Lin Mo's family. The company alone is worth hundreds of billions, and their family will be able to rise successfully. She can't miss this opportunity. Ding! Chui Roland's favorability plus 50, current favorability is 50. Okay, I can promise you, but I have to go back to the family to discuss the specific details of the equity transfer. No problem. Take this document back with you and let me know when the deal is done. The 1 billion will be credited to your account today. Chui Roland nodded and left in a hurry. If you haven't added it to the bookshelf, please remember to add it. I'm in the dark room again. I don't know if you can still see it. Chapter 64 Bank Dedicated Manager. After Lin Mo sent Chui Roland away, the two people who were playing in the dining room returned to the sofa in the living room and looked at Lin Mo with curiosity. After all, they had just heard keywords like girlfriend and 1 billion, so they wanted to gossip a little. Lin Mo looked at the two people who looked like they were just enjoying themselves, and sighed and said, "That was all arranged by the family. I asked her to pretend to be with me, and I invested 1 billion in her company." The two were a little surprised after hearing this. They knew that Lin Mo's family background was not ordinary, but they didn't expect that he would just give someone 1 billion. Give her 1 billion just to pretend to be your girlfriend? Wang Yashi couldn't understand the reason and continued to ask. No, her company will also give me corresponding equity, which is equivalent to me saving her company once. They understood what was said, but they didn't expect that these wealthy families would really give hundreds of billions to others at any time like they were shown in TV dramas. After simply eating the melon, they didn't delve into it any further. They didn't even mind Lin Mo having an extra girlfriend, let alone an extra rich fake girlfriend. Today at noon, I asked Chertu to go out and get food from the restaurant, and then pack it up for the three of us to eat together. Lin Mo didn't want to eat takeout every day, so he quickly hired a housekeeping team so that he could at least have some home-cooked meals at home. After eating, we waited for the team recommended by the property management to come. They were all there, so we picked together. It wasn't even 2 o'clock when the previous property management called. "Mr. Lin, the housekeeping team we arranged earlier has arrived. Is it convenient for you to come over now?" "Let them come." Lin Mo was waiting for the selection, and he asked Chertu to welcome people in from outside. After a while, nearly 20 people walked in from outside. Most of them were wearing maid uniforms, and only 3 were wearing butler uniforms. Seeing that there were too many people, Lin Mo did not let them into the villa and divided them into 3 teams standing in the yard. There was also a person in charge of the liaison, who carefully introduced the prices and differences of the teams to Lin Mo. In fact, he didn't care much about the price, but looked at the only female among the 3 housekeepers, whose team was composed entirely of women. The specialist also introduced that their core team is equipped with a housekeeper, a life assistant, a full-time chef and experienced cleaners. Their team mainly consists of 4 people, and 4 of the 8 people standing now are temporary external hires. To put it simply, the 4 of them are usually in charge, and if gardening maintenance and overall cleaning are needed, someone will be sent over temporarily from the company. Lin Mo looked at the 4 people in front of him, then turned to signal Wang, Yashi and Li Tong. Seeing that they had no objections, he spoke. Okay, let us hire this team. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will ask the legal department to draft the specific contract later and send the electronic version to your email before 6 o'clock tonight. The team can now be on duty on a trial basis, and the first service will include a full house security system inspection and confirmation of a list of requirements. The commissioner bowed slightly and winked at the female housekeeping team. The housekeeper immediately took a half step forward and stood respectfully in front of Lin Mo. I'm Su Rue. I'm happy to serve you. Our team consists of 4 permanent members. I'm responsible for overall coordination and asset management. Xiao Wang, the life assistant, focuses on daily schedules and item organization. Chef Zhang specializes in Chinese private dishes and Western baking, and Aunt Lu, the cleaning supervisor, has 15 years of experience in high-end residential cleaning. The gardening and deep cleaning staff that are temporarily added have all passed the company's 5-star certification. Here are our qualification documents. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction and signaled the previous specialist to take the others away. By the way, this is Brother Shirtu, my full-time driver. You can meet him. At this time Xiao Wang stood up. She also served as a driver, so there was some conflict. There is no conflict. You will be responsible for their schedules. Su Rue, please help me buy a Cullinan and leave the Maybach to Xiao Wang. Although Su Rue was a little surprised, most bosses would not buy such an expensive car casually, but since this was the boss's order, she did not interrupt. Okay, come in, why are you all standing at the door? Several people followed them in, and Lin Mo let them make their own arrangements. Today there were temporary employees hired to carry out the overall cleaning and maintenance. Lin Mo held Wang Yashi and Li Tong and sat on the sofa, while Su Rue stood aside waiting for instructions. Lin Mo thought about it and let her follow alone to the study on the second floor to chat. I currently have 3 companies, Jiangcheng Jinqiu Riverview Restaurant, Lingyun Real Estate, and Tanu Media. I will contact them later. You can coordinate with me on small matters and summarize them. You can also tell me directly about important decisions. Lin Mo planned to ask her to help connect with these companies, otherwise he would get a lot of calls asking for his opinion, which he thought was too troublesome. So, he took out his cell phone, created a group with several company bosses, added Su Rue, told them to contact Su Rue in the future, and clicked the Do Not Disturb button for this group. After the matter was settled, Lin Mo also arranged for Su Rue to deposit 1 billion into Jianmen Pharmaceutical, as well as the money to buy Cullinan. Speaking of this money, the cashback was close to 2.45 billion. After injecting 1 billion, plus his own more than 40 million, there was still more than 1.4 billion left. What he didn't notice was that he had several missed calls on his phone in the morning, all from one person. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Wang Xiao, the key account manager of Jiangcheng Bank. I am now appointed as your exclusive account manager. Oh? Then what exactly are you responsible for? How can you help me? Lin Mo was an ordinary person and he didn't know that banks would have dedicated account managers, nor did he know what they did. I am mainly responsible for asset allocation and wealth management, customized investment portfolios, as well as exclusive credit support and cross-border financial integration. Lin Mo responded with a vague understanding, and then said, By the way, I'm about to transfer 1 billion to the account of Jing Province Jianmen Pharmaceutical. Can you help me arrange it? Oh, okay, I'll arrange for someone to follow up later. Mr. Lin, would it be convenient for you to come out and meet me? I can give you some suggestions on asset allocation. Wang Xiao spoke a little nervously, because it was the first time she dealt with such a large client with assets of over 1 billion, and the client sounded so young, she was a little at a loss. Okay, tomorrow afternoon. Please handle the transfer for me today. I'll hang up if you have nothing else. Okay, Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to serve you. Lin Mo hung up the phone casually, and then continued to say to Su Rue, You've heard about the transfer, so ask Wang Xiao to handle it. I'll arrange for Cullinan today. Just pick a configuration that's in stock. Su Rue listened carefully and took note of the key points. When she saw that there was nothing else to say, she bowed respectfully and left. Lin Mo looked at Su Rui's back. This butler seemed to have a strong figure and was also good-looking. He wondered if they could be bound together. Chapter 65, Dealing with the Hua family. The next day, when Lin Mo woke up, he saw the newly bought Cullinan. He couldn't help but go and experience it immediately. Su Rui immediately opened the door and welcomed him in. As soon as he sat down, the feeling was different from that of a Maybach. The interior and style of Maybach are bright, and the lights inside the car are also particularly bright. The Cullinan is just the opposite. The interior is in cool colors, the lighting inside the car is very soft, and the faint light from the starry sky ceiling creates a special atmosphere. Lin Mo feels that this style suits him very well, especially the low-key feeling, but in fact this car can never be low-key no matter where it goes. After having a simple lunch with Wang, Yashi and Li Yitong at noon today, I let Shertu drive the Cullinan out. Because the bank manager had an appointment with him yesterday, and he didn't have anything else to do, so there would be no harm in going over to meet him. After all, he is still an ordinary person at heart, so it would be good for him to know what specific different treatments the bank gives to its big customers. According to the location sent by Wang Xiao, Cullinan stopped at a Western restaurant not long after, which happened to be the one he and Wang Yashi went to eat at last time. Lin Mo really doesn't like Western restaurants. He never eats enough every time. Fortunately, this time it was afternoon tea, so he didn't care. As soon as he walked in, the waiter was about to ask him if he had a seat when he saw a cute little girl waving at him. Lin Mo was mainly attracted by the amazing fruit swaying up and down. Not only him, but everyone around him also looked at her. Lin Mo walked over with the stone. The other party politely extended his hand and he gently shook it. "Mr. Lin, I've heard a lot about you." The girl's voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of playfulness. "I'm your exclusive bank manager, Wang Xiao." She tilted her head slightly, and the work badge on her chest swayed gently, reflecting the sunlight outside the window, making her look bright and capable. Lin Mo then noticed that she had the same sweet appearance as Li Yitong, and was of the same type, but she seemed stronger than Li Yitong. But looking at the professionalism and confidence in her eyes, it is obvious that she is not an ordinary little girl. "Hello, just call me Lin Mo, no need to be so polite." He smiled, let go of his hand, and sat down casually, while Shertu sat down at the next table. He asked the waiter to order a cup of coffee. This time he came here just to chat. He didn't know what Wang Xiao's purpose was. "Mr. Lin, I just want to meet you this time to get to know you briefly. If you have any banking business in the future, you can directly tell me. How long has Manager Wang worked in the bank?" Lin Mo nodded slightly, then asked casually. He picked up the coffee that had just been served and took a sip, and his eyes inadvertently fell on Wang Xiao again. She smiled and replied, "I have been working in the bank for 5 years, starting from the grassroots level, and now I am mainly responsible for key customer business." Her voice was gentle but carried a firmness that could not be ignored, making people unconsciously want to trust her. Lin Mo nodded, took another sip of coffee, and said thoughtfully, "He was able to become a manager in just 5 years. It seems that Manager Wang is indeed very capable." "Mr. Lin, you are too kind." Wang Xiao leaned forward slightly, and this movement made the fruit sway slightly. "It's mainly because I encountered a good opportunity, and I like to challenge myself." She looked directly at Lin Mo, with a look that was neither impolite nor inquiring. Lin Mo's eyes were shaking at this moment. Feeling her gaze, he coughed lightly and turned to look aside. Just with a glance, I saw a familiar little fat man not far away. It was Gu Ming from the sports car club. Lin Mo curiously leaned over and looked carefully for a while. Those rich guys were all sitting there, seemingly discussing something intensely. Lin Mo also saw their eldest sister Qinyu sitting there. He thought about it and decided to go up and say hello, so he said to Wang Xiao, "I'm sorry, Manager Wang. I saw some friends over there, so I went over to say hello. Please enjoy your meal, I'll be back in a bit." Wang Xiao followed his gaze and looked at the rich guys over there, nodded and smiled to indicate that she understood. As a bank manager, of course she knew the people there. They were all the top second-generation rich people in Jiangchang, especially Qinyu, who was sitting in the middle. She had some understanding of her family background. Lin Mo stood up and walked over, and Shertu immediately followed him. "Hi, you are all here." Lin Mo gently patted the shoulder of the fat boy Gu Ming, who stood up, but looked at Qinyu and smiled slightly. Gu Ming looked at Lin Mo in surprise. He didn't expect to meet him by chance. But he still said hello. "Brother Mo, you are here too." Several people followed suit and greeted him, and Lin Mo responded one by one. What are you doing here?
I just saw the little fat guy stood up excitedly. Hearing this, Du Ming on the side stammered and couldn't give a reason, and finally looked at Xinyu.
Xinyu thought for a moment, raised her eyes and looked directly at Lin Mo, with a hint of determination in her cold voice. Lin Mo, since we have met, we are not outsiders. We are discussing how to deal with the Hua family.
She paused, glanced at the slightly nervous Gu Ming and others, and said calmly. The Hua family has been stretching their hands too far recently, suppressing Lu Chen's United Gang and Gu Ming's chain supermarket one after another.
We are going to team up to teach them a lesson. The fewer people who know about this, the better.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this.
He was worried that he had no way to deal with the Hua family. He had originally planned to deal with Chui Roland's pharmaceutical company and then ask Zhou Shubai for help in discussing countermeasures.
Xinyu was looking at Lin Mo at this time, seemingly considering whether Lin Mo should participate.
That's perfect.
I don't get along well with the young master of the Hua family.
How do we do this? I can also help. Everyone knew Lin Mo's background.
If he took action, he might be able to crush the Hua family in one fell swoop. They all looked at Xinyu excitedly. We haven't decided on a specific plan yet. It just so happened that they came here to complain, and we just came up with this plan. Normally, if they want to discuss how to deal with the Hua family, they would not do so in public, even though the store belongs to Xinyu. They were just chatting with Xinyu and their good friends, and Lu Chen and Gu Ming talked about being secretly suppressed by the Hua family.
Okay then, this isn't a good place to talk about that either. Lu Chen's supercar club is more suitable. Why don't we find a time to go over there and discuss it together? I have something else to do right now and I have a friend over there. Lin Mo was right.
If we want to deal with the Hua family, we still have to take a long-term view and make an appointment to discuss it in a private place.
Okay, let's go to Lu Chen's place to chat tomorrow afternoon. Now you go and get busy. We can just catch up here.
When Xinyu saw a beautiful woman sitting next to Lin Mo's original seat, a subtle sourness rose in her heart. She immediately realized her gaffe and quickly looked away, looking nonchalant.
Lin Mo didn't notice the change in her expression. He just waved goodbye to everyone and returned to his seat. Chapter 66 First Visit to Lingyun Real Estate.
Lin Mo sat back down opposite Wang Xiao again, picked up the coffee and took a sip, still thinking about how to deal with the Hua family.
Are you done talking?
Wang Xiao put down her phone, looked up at him, and tapped the table lightly with her fingertips.
Your coffee is almost cold. Do you want a hot cup?
Her tone was casual, with a hint of friendly concern.
Oh, no need.
Lin Mo came back to his senses and realized that he had been distracted.
It's good to be a little cooler and refresh yourself. We were just talking about tomorrow's things.
He vaguely passed over the previous topic.
Wang Xiao nodded in understanding.
With her status, she would definitely not ask for specific questions, but just continued the conversation following a previous topic that Lin Mo had talked about. Lin Mo no longer worried about the Hua family's affairs and happily enjoyed afternoon tea with Wang Xiao.
After chatting, Lin Mo planned to go to Lingyun Real Estate. After all, he had not visited it since he got it. Wang Xiao followed Lin Mo into the car.
Lin Mo originally planned to send her back, but after thinking about it, he decided to let her come along. The main reason was that he really knew nothing about company management. After chatting with her for an afternoon, he felt that she was quite professional. It is suitable for helping him sort out the company structure, providing management advice, and even acting as his temporary consultant to assist him in quickly familiarizing himself with Lingyun Real Estate's business and operating model. When he arrived at Lingyun Real Estate, General Manager Li Ming, whom he had met before, heard that he was coming and immediately arranged for a group of managers to greet him at the door.
Welcome Mr. Lin to come and give us guidance.
Li Ming and the management team greeted in unison, and at the same time glanced calmly at Wang Xiao who was standing next to Lin Mo. As the general manager of the company, he was afraid that the boss would parachute in a consultant to inspect the company.
If he wasn't careful, his position might be taken away. Li Ming welcomed Lin Mo to the general manager's office, took the initiative to make tea, and then asked carefully. Does Director Lin come here for any important instructions this time?
Lin Mo picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said with a smile.
Mr. Li, don't be nervous. I've been here before.
I just came to take a look and ask about the company's recent projects.
I'm not here to investigate anything this time.
Just treat it as a routine inspection. Seeing that Li Ming looked nervous, Lin Mo reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Li Ming heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He stood up and took the document from the desk, handed it to Lin Mo and said, "The government recently planned an area on the outskirts of the city to build a new business district, and our company happens to have a piece of land there.
We are now considering acquiring surrounding areas for integrated development and are studying bidding plans and feasibility reports."
Lin Mo carefully read the documents and nodded from time to time. This project does have great potential. He took a quick look and thought it was indeed good, but he couldn't say anything about the specific plan. He turned to look at Wang Xiaoro beside him.
"Xiaoro, what do you think of this project?" Wang Xiaoro took the document and looked through it carefully before saying,
"Director Lin, judging from the planning map, if we can integrate the company's existing land with the adjacent land for development, we can indeed achieve economies of scale. Connecting the two plots of land together allows for a more reasonable traffic flow, and the commercial value can be increased by at least 30%.
Li Ming didn't know Wang Xiaoro's identity and thought she was Lin Mo's assistant.
Therefore, upon hearing this, he immediately added, "Assistant Wang's words make sense, but..." He rubbed his hands awkwardly and continued. "Though real estate has already taken the lead in acquiring the land next door, and given our current financial situation, I'm afraid we can't afford such a large project."
Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. "We should grab anything that the Hua family wants to touch.
I will take care of the funding gap.
You just need to prepare the detailed assessment report and bidding proposal for the land."
When Lin Mo heard that it was related to the Hua family, there was no need to think twice and he had to intervene to suppress the Hua family.
"By the way, check if the Hua family has any other targets.
I want to launch a comprehensive attack on Hua's real estate and catch them off guard." Li Ming was a little surprised after hearing this.
Hua's real estate is the main industry of the Hua family. It seems that the boss wants to go to war with the Hua family.
But this was not something he could control. He knew that the power behind his boss was unfathomable, but he still suggested, "Director Lin, if we want to launch a comprehensive attack on Hua's real estate, we will need at least 1 billion in funds. Just for that piece of land, we will need nearly 200 million. After all, the entire Lingyun real estate is worth only more than 200 million yuan, and that is because the price of the land in the suburbs has risen due to recent government planning." Lin Mo waved his hand indifferently. "It's only 1 billion.
"Xiaoro, arrange to transfer 1.2 billion from my account to Lingyun Real Estate."
"Okay, Mr. Lin." When Wang Xiaoro heard Lin Mo's words, she immediately took out her cell phone to contact her colleagues at the bank to make arrangements. She understood the importance of this matter.
Not long after, Wang Xiaoro put down her phone and said to Lin Mo,
"It has been arranged.
It will be in your account in about 5 minutes.
Lin Mo picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, nodded and said nothing. "Mr. Li, the finance department said that they suddenly received 1.2 billion.
The financial director walked quickly into the general manager's office, his voice filled with shock that could not be concealed. "This fund has been cleared and can be used at any time."
When Lin Mo saw that the money had arrived, he stood up, patted Li Ming on the shoulder and said,
"It's up to you to operate from now on.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
I'll keep an eye on you."
After saying that, he took Wang Xiaoro away, leaving Li Ming and the financial director staring at each other.
"Take the money. Director Lin just transferred it to you.
Go and gather all the mid-level and above managers in the company to the conference room for a meeting.
Anyone who is late will be kicked out."
After receiving Lin Mo's instructions, Li Ming immediately mobilized people to carry out emergency deployment. If he did a good job this time, not only would Lingyun real estate rise, but he would also benefit.
After Lin Mo got on the Cullinan, he spoke to Wang Xiaoro. "Sorry to bother you.
I transferred all the funds as soon as you connected with me.
I hope it won't affect you." "It won't have any impact, Mr. Lin. As long as I understand the movement of your funds, I can report it to the internal department."
After all, the flow of huge amounts of funds still needs to be investigated, but she now knows Lin Mo's specific actions.
She just needs to report to the bank that the money was transferred to Jianmen Pharmaceutical and Lingyun Real Estate. Since Lin Mo trusts her and lets her know these business secrets, she will definitely not say anything. "That's fine. It's a pleasure meeting you today. Let's make an appointment again when we are free."
Lin Mo asked Chertu to send Wang Xiaoro back, and he even got out of the car and shook hands with her before leaving.
"I am also very happy. If you need me in the future, I will be at your service at any time."
Wang Xiaoro raised her hand and shook it, and bowed slightly to show that she was willing to serve Lin Mo.
But when Lin Mo saw the shaking mountain, his serious atmosphere was disrupted for a moment. You're welcome. Goodbye. Lin Mo let go of her hand, got in the car and waved goodbye to Wang Xiao. Chapter 67 Wang Yashi? Su Rue. Lin Mo returned to Huguanjian Villa and felt that it was different as soon as he entered the door. After the car stopped in the yard, Su Rue stood there and opened the door to welcome him. Lin Mo found that his home was different with a housekeeping team. The aroma of food wafted into the villa. Dishes of Cantonese cuisine were placed on the table, and Lin Mo's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously when he saw them. I came back at the perfect time. I can have dinner right away. As soon as Lin Mo sat down at the table, he couldn't wait to pick up the bowl and chopsticks. Sister Zhang immediately took the bowl and filled it with rice. Wang Yashi carefully picked up the steamed grouper meat, put it into Lin Mo's bowl and said, Lin Mo is back just in time. This fish has just come out of the pot. It is most tender when eaten while hot. Lin Mo enjoyed this meal very much. Most of the dishes prepared by Sister Zhang were home-style Cantonese cuisine, which Lin Mo had not eaten for a long time. Lin Mo picked up a piece of honey-glazed barbecued pork and said to Wang Yashi with a smile, the cooking time of this barbecued pork is really good. It reminds me of the old shop at the corner of the alley when I was a child. Li Yitong took over the conversation. Sister Zhang said that she went to Guangzhou to learn for 3 months and even got the recipe of the roast meat chef's unique sauce. Lin Mo smiled happily when he saw that they all liked Cantonese cuisine. After all, they were all from Jingxiang area, and most of the dishes were spicy. Cantonese cuisine is mainly light in nature, emphasizing the freshness of the ingredients. Some dishes are sweet in taste, which many people may not be able to accept. After a simple meal, Lin Mo watched TV with the two girls as usual, and then went upstairs to rest. Another day and a night passed, and Lin Mo had nothing to do today. He just had to go to the supercar club in the afternoon. There was not much activity last night. Wang Yashi and Li Yitong got up early in the morning and asked Su Rue to drive them to class in Maybach. Lin Mo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the Maybach slowly drive out of the courtyard, then turned back and went downstairs to prepare for breakfast. When I just went down to the restaurant, I found Sister Zhang was cleaning up the breakfast dishes. There was still half a pot of steaming Earl Grey tea on the table. Lin Mo sat down and took a sip, and suddenly he felt like a rich young master. After enjoying a leisurely breakfast, Lin Mo strolled around the villa. In fact, except for the day he viewed the house, he had never visited the villa carefully, so he looked everywhere and finally watched a movie in the audio-visual room to kill time. Maybe the movie was a bit boring, and he fell asleep on the sofa in the theater while watching it. Sir, it's time for lunch. When Su Rue came into the audio-visual room, she saw Lin Mo asleep, so she went over and called him softly. Lin Mo woke up in a daze, thinking it was Wang Yashi, so he hugged her in his arms, his hands a little naughty. Su Rue was stunned for a moment. She was a young housekeeper who had just passed the housekeeper certificate exam and graduated not long ago. She had never experienced such inappropriate physical contact. The warm masculine scent wrapped in sleepiness hit her face. She froze in place and forgot to struggle. Her ears instantly turned red, and she only felt the arms around her waist were burning hot. Sir. She finally found her voice, with a slight tremor at the end of her voice. You got the wrong person. This reminder broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Mo's movements froze. He suddenly opened his eyes and met Su Rue's panicked eyes. The air froze instantly when their noses almost touched. Sorry. Lin Mo instantly pulled his hand away as if he was burned, his Adam's apple rolling. I was confused in my sleep. He propped himself up on the sofa and sat up straight, wiping his face awkwardly, his sleepiness completely gone. Su Rue immediately took a half step back, lowered her head and quickly straightened the wrinkled hem of her uniform, her fingertips still trembling slightly. No, it's okay, she took a deep breath, and when she looked up again she had managed to put on a professional and calm expression, but her earlobes were still red. Lunch is ready, sir. Okay, I'll go down now. Lin Mo stood up and followed Su Rue downstairs, deliberately keeping half a step away. As soon as he sat down in the restaurant, Lin Mo wanted to light a cigarette to slow down, but found that the cigarette was almost gone, so he asked Su Rue to go out and buy him one. Yes, sir, I will go now. Lin Mo deliberately asked her to buy it to ease the embarrassment, and asked Sister Zhang and Xiao Wang to serve the meal. After a while, Su Rue came back with 2 packs of cigarettes, opened a pack and handed it to Lin Mo. The system information in Lin Mo's mind appeared in advance. Ding!
successfully detected Su Rui's 1,400 yuan consumption for free, triggering 800 times cashback, and the amount obtained is 1,120,000 yuan. Sure enough, Su Rui has reached the level of a goddess, mainly because she usually wears a more delicate makeup, which makes it difficult to judge.
Ding.
Successfully bound to freeloader target Su Rui.
Su Rui, age, 24. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 74. Height, 86. Number of relationships, 0, currently single. Comprehensive score, 8 points. Favorability, 30. Lin Mo took a look at her panel.
Her appearance was comparable to Li Yitong, and her figure was not much inferior either. She was a top C-level player. Lin Mo had felt it just now, and his overall body shape was similar to Wang Yashi's, so he was confused and made a mistake. After dinner, Lin Mo picked up the cigarette and smoked it comfortably.
Just then, Lu Chen's WeChat video came. Brother Mo, what are you doing? Nothing's wrong.
I just had dinner and am lying at home. Lin Mo took a picture of the surroundings with his mobile phone, and saw Xiao Wang and Su Rui standing on both sides waiting to serve him. When Lu Chen saw Su Rui, his eyes lit up.
He winked at Lin Mo and gave him a thumbs up. What are you thinking about? This is my housekeeper, who is responsible for managing my daily life and household chores.
Lin Mo blew out smoke and laughed. I'm a serious professional butler, don't let your imagination run wild. In fact, Lin Mo was planning to let her be his secretary, and he told her some information about his assets yesterday.
Later, Wang Xiaoro appeared.
She was more professional in finance, and Lin Mo was considering which one to choose.
Not to mention that the other party may not agree.
As long as the money is in place, it is up to Lin Mo to decide where to work.
Are you there now? I can come over any time. Lu Chen put away his thoughts and answered seriously. Sure, everyone is basically here, except for my elder sister and you. It's a good time to come over now. Okay, I'll leave now. I happened to run into the Hua family's project yesterday. I'll tell you when I get there.
After saying that, Lin Mo stood up and walked out of the villa. He called Su Rui as well and asked her to drive them there. Lin Mo was familiar with the route this time, and soon arrived at the sports car club in the suburbs. It was a pity that he didn't drive a supercar, otherwise he could have gone for a run on the track.
Come on, brother Mo.
When several rich guys saw Lin Mo coming, they all greeted him. The little fat guy was the most enthusiastic.
He came up and gave Lin Mo a big hug.
Lin Mo looked around and found that Qin Yu had not arrived yet.
He deliberately muttered. Your eldest sister is really a big shot. She always comes out last.
In fact, when he just came in, he saw Qin Yu following him out of the corner of his eye, but he pretended not to see her. Just then, a tender white fist came rushing towards Lin Mo from behind.
Chapter 68, Suppressing the Hua family.
Lin Mo felt the attack from behind, raised his hand to the side of his body and easily grasped the attacking fist, and secretly rubbed his tender white hand.
In fact, Sure Tu beside Lin Mo also noticed the attack, but his reaction was too late to intercept Qin Yu's action.
Fortunately, Lin Mo was not in trouble. He looked at Qin Yu with fear in his eyes.
I was just joking. How could you hit someone just because you disagreed with me? That's so rude.
As Lin Mo spoke, he pulled her over and made her fall into his arms. The rich guys beside him all looked at him sideways.
It seems that big sister is being taken advantage of by brother Mo. I hope brother Mo can subdue her.
The fat boy Guming watched their actions and thought to himself that the other rich guys had similar thoughts. Qin Yu was trying hard to break free from Lin Mo's control at this moment, and was about to open her mouth to bite his hand that was holding her.
Hey, why did you bite me? Can't you just let me let go?
Lin Mo chuckled, then let out a strange cry, and flicked his hands lightly, and Qin Yu was thrown onto the sofa. Qin Yu didn't even have time to react and just sat steadily on the sofa, with a look of shock, shame and anger on her face. At the same time, she also felt that Lin Mo's skills were too strong.
Okay, let's talk business, sis. What are your plans? Now only Lu Chungang spoke.
After all, his family's strength is not much different from Qin Yu's, and he is considered the next person in this circle besides Qin Yu.
Of course, now we have to add Lin Mo.
He is ranked third, so he still has to smooth things over.
Qin Yu adjusted her mood and said, Okay, let's get down to business. This is the information I investigated about the Hua family's recent projects in Jing province. Let's analyze where to strike them. Xin Yu waved to her secretary to hand the information to everyone, and Lin Mo took it and opened it to read. After looking at it for a while, I found that the piece of land mentioned in the bidding in the suburbs was not only the one mentioned by Lingyun Real Estate, but there were two equally large pieces of land that were their targets. In addition to real estate, the Hua family also began to develop chain supermarkets, which came into conflict with the Fat Boy's family business. The rest are relatively small projects, which can only cause him some minor troubles. After everyone finished reading, Chenja spoke first, pointing at the small projects. His family's used car business is in a slump right now. Huang Sheng's family and I can easily suppress them together. These two companies are the leaders in car buying and selling and car repair in Jiangcheng, and it is easy for them to suppress the two second-hand car stores of the Hua family. Huang Sheng nodded after hearing this. They couldn't get involved in those big things, but it was easy to cause some small troubles for the Hua family. Xin Yu nodded, then looked at Gu Ming and Lu Chen. Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "As for their supermarket layout, we can only start from the supply chain and capital chain. Doesn't Xiapangzi have a mature cold chain logistics system? It can just block their fresh food supply." Lu Chen closed the file and drew a circle on the Hua family supermarket expansion roadmap with his fingertips. The businesses on my side are boycotting the Hua family's related industries from entering the market, and at the same time, we are united to help prevent the Tinglong gang from causing trouble. When Xin Yu heard about the Tinglong gang, her eyelids jumped and she said, "The Tinglong group is behind the Tinglong gang, and the mistress of the Hua family is the younger sister of the current chairman of the Tinglong group. I will also ask the Tiger gang to help contain some of the enemies, and I will also try to delay the government. Although the Hua family is slightly inferior to the Qin family, they may have the support of Tinglong group behind them, and the Qin family can only contain them. Otherwise, if the two major families in Jiangcheng go to war, it will definitely alarm the higher level figures who will take action to stop it." Several rich guys nodded after hearing this. After all, they were not their parents' generation, and these minor fights would not alarm the higher ups. Finally, the only project left was the Hua South real estate project, which was the Hua's family's biggest action plan recently. Xin Yu was considering whether to take action against it, and her eyes also turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo had just handed the information he obtained to Su Rue. He asked Su Rue to pass the information to Lingyun Real Estate, which saved the time of investigating was real estate. Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Mo cleared his throat and said, "Since you have made all the arrangements, leave the rest of Hua's real estate to me. It just so happens that the Lingyun Real Estate I just acquired has some conflicts with his business." Although he said this lightly, it was like thunder and lightning in everyone's ears. Xin Yu's eyes suddenly widened when she saw him, and she said with some stammering, "This suburban project is no small matter. Lingyun Real Estate is probably..." She spoke more and more quietly, not wanting to embarrass Lin Mo. "The main reason is that she knows Lingyun Real Estate. According to the information, when Lin Mo acquired Lingyun Real Estate, its value was less than 200 million yuan. Even now, it is worth about 250 million yuan at most. However, Hua South real estate is the core industry of the Hua family. The 3 plots of land require at least 600 million yuan in funds, and subsequent construction and development will require at least 1 billion yuan. It's okay. I invested 1.2 billion into Lingyun Real Estate yesterday. My goal is to completely attack Hua's real estate. It makes no sense for me to sit here and not contribute. And Lingyun Real Estate's acquisition of those plots of land is indeed beneficial to its development. It's just normal business competition." Hearing his words, everyone took a deep breath. To inject 1.2 billion yuan into a company of about 200 million yuan in one breath to deal with the Hua family, that was a very powerful force. Excluding Xin Yu, Lu Chen and Gu Ming, the other rich guys' families combined do not have assets worth 1.2 billion. Even Gu Ming's family is only comparable to the current Lingyun Real Estate. Brother Mo is awesome. Lu Chen was the first to speak, and the rich guys also echoed him. This time they sincerely acknowledged Lin Mo's awesomeness. Before, I just thought that he had a strong background, but in fact his personal industry was not as good as their families, and the strength behind him was mainly speculation. Lin Mo didn't react much to their flattery. He just smiled and said, "I have arranged for Lingyun Real Estate to be ready to take action anytime in the next 2 days. When you are ready, just move together and catch him off guard." Xin Yu certainly understood what he meant, and she subsequently took the lead in discussing specific plans to deal with the Hua family's other projects. Lin Mo didn't really understand, So he picked up a cigarette and lit it, motioning Su Rue to listen and write down the details. Anyway, he doesn't need to understand it, as long as his subordinates understand it, and he just needs to pay for it. And although he didn't listen to what was being discussed, his eyes were still fixed on Chinyu, mainly because she was not only beautiful, but also had such strong business skills. It might be a good idea to ask her to manage my future business for me. Lin Mo was just daydreaming casually. This kind of thing still depends on fate. Chinyu is neither a beauty lover nor a gold digger. Ding! Chinyu's favorability plus 20, current favorability is 40. Chinyu blushed slightly when she noticed Lin Mo's lingering gaze on her. She glanced at him and continued to explain the details. When Lin Mo saw her reaction and the system message he received, he just smiled faintly, continued smoking, and looked around. Judging from the situation, there might be a chance for him to achieve his idea.